Good Wednesday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Glad you could join us this morning. And we're talking about an Astros win 7-4. Got a little hairy there with Brian Abreu on the mound in the eighth, but he was able to get out of the jam, and the Astros were able to hold on. Finally looked like a major league offensive team. And it should have been worse. Cam Smith got called for an interference running inside the line. By the time the ball was thrown, he was back on track. He was on the grass, and I guess that counts. I guess, but he wasn't even in the line of fire the whole way. I mean, he was on the pitcher was on the third base side. He threw he threw it badly. Cam got to the base. The ball went into right field. Jose Altuve would have scored. But the Astros were able to prevail anyway. Abreu got out of his jam with a couple of strikeouts. How about 14 more strikeouts last night, Lance? 33 strikeouts in 2 games.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's an insane number. But, I mean, they do have – that's what the roster is from a pitching staff standpoint. They are maybe been built to be a high strikeout team from a pitching standpoint, and they've done their job in that regard.
Yep. Jason Alexander didn't look bad. I mean, that's not a great line. James Wood looks like he was an all-star, and he was in the home run hitting contest. But boy, did he look bad last night. He didn't play against Fromber because he's a lefty, and they didn't want to put him up against that. But he did not look good last night, man. He was flailing and stuff. Their little shortstop had himself a night. Holy crap. Was he a pain in the ass? He was stealing bases. He had 3 hits, or he was on base 3 times until he faced Josh Hader, and he looked really bad against Hader. But he was a pain all night long, really keeping them in the ball game. And how about Yiner? Yiner looked great. And Mauricio Dubon, those two back-to-back with 3 hits each. That's the kind of stuff you need. That gets innings going. That gets the merry-go-round going on the base paths.
Which we haven't seen the merry-go-round, it seems like in a long time. I gotta say something. I don't know how you do it. I don't know how you do it.
How do I do it?
I was out last night until about midnight.
Yeah.
And I only had 2 drinks. My wife.
Oh, that's sad for
went
you.
a little. She was 4 to 5, I guess.
Oh, all right. That's all right. What?
Yeah.
It's a Tuesday. 4 to 5. Okay. Whatever.
I was driving, so she was, she was fine. Mark Ross. I met Mark Ross from NFL Network for dinner and had a great dinner at Nancy's Hustle, and he went hard in the paint too. Now he was Ubering, and he was like unaffected. I don't know how you just cannot get much sleep and be functional. I don't know how you do it.
You just do it. You do your job. Okay. I mean, aren't the Astros facing adversity?
Do you know me and Sean Pendergast were talking about that the other day at camp? I said, "What time did you do a show with John?" What time? He goes, 7 to 10. I said, and I don't know who we were talking to. I don't know if it wasn't Cody. It was somebody else. Somebody else there that we were talking to. I said, you have no idea that John can stay up, play poker, drink. And he's there the next day. Now you're not going to necessarily get the best version of John.
No.
Hell knows the version that we get.
I don't know. Some people say that is the best version. The one that
we get a version.
And
it's not like you're a shrinking violet. It's actually the opposite. We get too much John the next day.
Well,
most people you think you get like a sluggish, not talk. Well, it's not. It's actually not that.
Some people say overserved. I say it could be overjohned. You get overjohned.
There it is.
That's all.
And I don't know how you. And me and Sean goes, oh no, he's the best. Like he will. Maybe it was Will Kunkel. I think we were talking to. Like no, he will. I said I've seen it over the years many times.
Many times.
I said he can play poker until 3, and he's like he's back in there the next day like it's no big deal. He didn't call in sick. He didn't call in. I said if he doesn't get sleep and it doesn't seem to bother him much. I mean the quality of his show. He'll say his content. He'll say things he shouldn't say. I said, and Sean goes, no, he's one of one. He's very different in that regard. I didn't even have a lot of. I just had 2 drinks. I'm
And
like,
you're
God, can we?
sluggish?
Yeah,
Oh, come
my
on.
wife and well, I
Dell,
didn't
what
sleep
did I
great
say
through
about him
the.
soft?
I know I didn't sleep great through the night either, but
Dell
it's
probably got wasted last night. Look at where he is. He's fine.
yeah.
Yeah. I
They got
mean,
wasted off of Big Red or
I don't drink
Cheetos
Big
or
Red. That's
something.
an awful.
Big
that's
Red
for,
is
that's
terrible.
for kids. That's for
What am I
little
at?
kids.
A
Big Red is
4-year-old
terrible.
or 12-year-old?
Were you
Whatever.
Mountain
Big
Dews,
Red.
Dell? Did you get drunk high off your
I
Mountain
mean, I
Dew?
know I'm a radio producer and 2-hour host, but my palate has risen.
Okay.
Big Red.
Big Red.
Well, it's probably because there was a Negroni that Mark had that had like a tincture that was made from Big Red. Like they did something I'd never heard of. It had like they said it tastes almost like a Big Red at the very end, the last bit of it. I mean, Nancy's Hustle's tremendous here in Houston.
I
The
don't
food
know. I
was
tried
great.
a Negroni once. I was like, ugh, what is this?
Yeah,
This
you
is
got to have.
terrible.
Well, no, Mark is a
No.
guy who knows how to have a cocktail.
This doesn't taste like Coors Light at all. I don't want this.
You know, it's funny. I met with Mark Ross, who was with the Giants. He's on NFL Network. Great guy. He and I really get along well, and I brought my wife along because I knew she'd want to talk about all his worldly travels. He travels around the world. Really interesting guy. Played football at Princeton. Was at 27 was the college scouting director. He was the youngest ever in the NFL at that age. He's a super sharp guy. But we had, and he's here for NFL Network today, and he's talking to. I'll bring it back away from the drinks and the lack of sleep to Houston area, and we'll get back to the Astros in a second. But I have ADD. But
and sluggishness.
It's like, yeah, I'll be okay. I mean, I got coffee and whatnot. But Mark said, he was asking me. He said, "Okay, I have got Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter together tomorrow. If you got anything," that I said, I don't know. I said, Will Anderson, I think, is going to be a legitimate defensive player of the year candidate this year. I think he goes, well, he went from 7 sacks to 11.5. And I said, yeah, I think 14 is very realistic because I think he's starting to learn how to rush the passer better. And, we talked about his culture, impact on culture. And this is stuff Mark kind of knows already. And then we started talking about the offense. And he said, they're going to have 3 to 4 new starters on the offensive line, right? I said, yeah. He was counting Jarrett Patterson. And I said, well, Jarrett Patterson has been a starter before, but yeah, if you think about it in terms of starting snaps last year, and I said, but also wide receivers, and we were going through it. And when they're in 11 personnel, which is 3 wide receivers, they're going to have 2 new wide receivers. There's no way around it. I mean, probably Jaden Higgins and Christian Kirk. They're going to have, for sure, Ursery has beaten out Blake Fisher based on everything we've seen so far. So Blake Fisher, Cam Robinson,
that's crazy,
and I know Cam Robinson and Laken Tomlinson. That's 5. If you add Jarrett Patterson as a non-starter last year, as a backup last year, which is what he was for a chunk of the year, then you get to 6. And if you say Joe Mixon is not going to start the season, if he doesn't start the season as a starter, if he's injured, then you're at Nick Chubb. You're at 7. You're at 7 new players on the offensive side. And we were talking about that lack of continuity. And I said, you know what though? I mean, the offense just wasn't great last year. The offense, and it's a new play caller. So like you got everything's brand new. But is that bad? This is a question I was thinking about. Like, is it bad? Does that necessarily mean that they're going to be in trouble? That they've got new guys? Now to start the season, you had Stephon Diggs, Tank Dell, Nico Collins. Pretty excited about that. You're pretty excited about that. Oh, by the way, Cade Stover may be running ahead of Dalton Schultz too, which would be another new starter.
Yeah.
But your wide receiving room, we talked about being one of the best in football last year to start the season, and now we're at a place where everyone's like brand new, basically. Is it a bad thing?
Good. No, I think that's a good thing.
That everyone's new.
If you weren't any good, why come back with the same?
Well, it's not.
Let's run it back. No, I don't want to run back that.
Yeah,
offense.
but the Mixon thing's not great. Tank Dell and Stephon Diggs not being there is not great. It's like it's not advantageous that those guys aren't going to be there.
Yeah, but I okay. So this Mixon thing again is
you care about him. I know.
I care about him, but is it? Are we okay? If he doesn't start the season, that's fine. But if he, I mean, what are we talking about?
Yeah, I mean, if he misses 2
3,
games,
4, 16 games, what are we talking about?
Right. If he misses 2 games, big deal.
I don't care. I don't
Yeah.
care. Yeah. I mean, you're going to be able to you'll be able to weather that storm.
But I was thinking that the storyline about new starters, yeah, and I mean, right off the rip, you think, oh man, they're going to have a bunch of new starters, but it's not necessarily. I don't know. The more I started thinking about it, it sounds bad, but the more I thought about it, I'm like, yeah, but that offense didn't really do a whole lot for me anyway.
No.
Last year.
Well, and okay, so there are a couple of statistics here. One of them is, and this is not good. This is really, really not good. Warren Sharp put this out. You got to be solid in the red zone to quarterback successfully in today's NFL. 73% of all TD passes came inside the red zone last year. 73%. So, well, you know, it's rare. Well, about a quarter of the time it comes on a long pass, right? Over 20 yards. But the best QBs in the red zone last year, Baker Mayfield was the best. Lamar Jackson, Bo Nix, Tua, Joe Burrow, Jared Goff, Patrick Mahomes. You don't get to CJ until 29. 29th. Only Daniel Jones, Gardner Minshew, Justin Herbert, Jameis Winston, and Dak Prescott were worse. And in the red zone. And this is based on success rate per attempt. So that's a bad thing, okay? Be converting touchdowns with your quarterback inside the red zone. And so, you know, CJ was okay. There's another indicator. CJ just wasn't good last year.
No, it's funny. As we're sitting waiting for Mark, like I didn't pull us out of there. We would have been there until after midnight, but because those two drinkers were drinking. But Mark's a pro. My wife is like, oh, I got to live with this. She's going to crash. She actually held up pretty good. I shouldn't even be talking about it because she actually did great. But no, Mark, Mark made a point. He said, and I didn't realize this. They're 5th in the league in defense in terms of yards given up. And then they're, or is it yards or points? I think it's yards. But then they're 14th in points scored. And he was talking about the red zone was not great.
No.
And I said, yeah. And they also let guys behind them defensively is something they got to get a lot better at. That's one of the issues that they need to solve, but there's not a lot of issues there. And then we talked about quarterbacks and the issues on the offense because of continuity. And I was talking about, CJ, he goes, hey, I watched the tape. CJ had a lot of, he goes, I know they tried to put it all on the offensive line. Like, it's weird talking to a football guy who watches stuff because he's unaffected by the national narratives like we see on ESPN or whatever, that, well, the offensive line, well, he already knew the offensive line wasn't good, but he's like, when you watch a tape, CJ just wasn't very good last year. He wasn't as good as he was the year before. He said he's got to get a lot better. When you watch tape, he just was missing throws. I said, that's right. He really was, which is to me, we talk about the offensive line as a concern. I'm concerned about the offense. Like, I'm concerned about CJ. I'm concerned about the new play caller. Not concerned like I'm worried about it, but just, hey, I need to see, like, I'm really curious and borderline hesitant to see what's going on with all of this combined. The play caller, the offensive line, yes. But man, we really need our quarterback to get back to where he was as a rookie and then some from a growth standpoint, because if it looks average this year, you're stuck with, and now I know I'm making this comment before the season even starts, but if he's average this year, you're now all of a sudden facing that decision on 5th year. You're going to obviously pick up the 5th year option. You could be looking dead in the eye of what the Jaguars have with Trevor Lawrence, where you go,
Oh, I don't know about Trevor. I would compare him more to Dak, probably. Trevor.
Well, it depends on the year he has this year. He
yeah.
had 20 touchdowns and 12 interceptions last year. John.
Yeah, no, it wasn't
that. That ain't great. That's not Dak. Dak's in the 30s.
Yeah, but I'm going to blame.
It might make you feel better to say
equally blame are the offensive line woes and probably the play calling. All right, let's see if he has a bigger year, but they don't have the success in the postseason again. I think you're in a Dak situation. Don't even put the Texans in a Trevor Lawrence situation. That to me, you're now.
Well, he didn't really have any help. His offensive line wasn't very good.
And his first year, he had Urban, and that was awful.
Well, no, his first year was terrible.
Yeah, terrible.
I mean, his first
CJ's already had success, and we've seen success. We've seen we've seen CJ
Yeah,
be
Trevor
really
had
good.
one of those years too. He had 25 touchdowns and 8 interceptions his second year, 4,100 yards. His next year, he had 21 touchdowns and 14 interceptions. It's just
that's
he was
about the
also
same as
considered
CJ.
he was considered a generational talent, and it hasn't.
21 and 14 is generational talent?
No, that's what I'm saying. Coming into the league, that by year 3 he was 21 and 14.
That's bad.
His second year he was 25 and 8.
Well, that's like CJ's rookie year. Okay.
No. CJ's second year was 20 and 12. CJ's second year was worse than Trevor Lawrence.
His second year was like CJ's first year, and his and Trevor's third year was like CJ's second year. So
but you're saying that, but Trevor's second year was better than CJ's second year.
Yeah, but we wipe away Trevor's
but
first year because it was an urban year. So we treat Trevor's first year like a rookie.
Well, I'm just saying, I'm gonna need a lot more. I'm gonna need a lot more than what we got from CJ last year to not be worried that we're gonna have a talented quarterback who I'm just pre-worrying. I guess I'm just pre-worrying. I'm getting it out of the way. I'm just
gotten a lot out of the way in this first segment.
You're like an Italian mom.
Yeah, you're Nona, maybe even a grandma.
Maybe a Nona.
Yeah.
Wow.
Maybe I am like a Nona.
Yeah,
let him go
I don't know. I'm just worried.
Hey,
I'm so worried about CJ.
and Trevor Lawrence.
Hey, Grandma, sometimes good things happen after 2
I
in the morning.
I know, but then I see CJ
You know what I'm saying,
and he's
Grandma?
throwing the interceptions, and I don't love it so much.
You think CJ is Trevor Lawrence?
Why are you always throwing into coverages?
Well,
no. We got a break. 713-780-3776.
I just want you to find a nice offensive line and settle down.
What is his name again? What did Mark Ross do to you last night?
Yeah,
what are you talking about? He made me nervous. He
didn't
even say anything. Mostly we were talking about Tokyo and his travels, and then we just talked a little bit about the Texans, and all of a sudden it brought up all this.
You came back all soft and jittery.
I know.
So scared.
I don't know why. We barely even talk Texans, and I'm in here, and I'm like,
well, we started talking Astros,
and he goes, they'll be fine. Look at the division, but it's a good thing they're in that division. I'm like, yeah, it is a good thing we're in that division.
Does this guy hate the Astros? They win last night. We got a trade deadline coming up. They're suspected to make moves, and he just
and guess what? A big name is coming too.
I'm in Nona
We'll talk about
look what he did.
I am
on the other side.
Right. I don't know why.
Right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Why did I do this?
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can catch me arguing with John Granado and Del Olaleye on the radio on a regular basis. But when you miss the show, how are you going to know what you missed? How are you going to know about our conversations and what everyone's talking about? Well, you can follow us on our social media pages, and I'm talking about for the radio station. We do a great job at taking all of the show content that you see on our show and all of the great shows on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5 lineup, and we will recycle and let you hear the best of the best. Conversations about big wins, the most disappointing losses, who's doing a good job as manager or head coach. We're talking about it all. Do not miss it. Listen to the radio as often as you can. But if you miss it, follow the social media pages, like, subscribe, and never miss a second of the great content right here on the station.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. If you would want to get in here to hang out with us. Astros win yesterday. And, man, was Mauricio Dubon good. And not only with just the 3 hits, because he was hitting everything. He just looked really, really good. But his base running was excellent. All right, so he starts with a double. Or no, he starts with a single and then steals second base. So there's a runner on second and nobody out. And the Astros are just scratching to try to find any kind of way to run, right? So Witt comes up after him, and he hits a ball in the hole that Dubon, and now a lot of guys, you think it's going to go through, you're going to try to score, so you're jumping off the base as soon as possible. But Abrams makes a diving catch, and he sits there. And Marie just instinctively, it's to the left side. I'm not going to run. He just sits there. Whitcomb gets himself a little base hit, which was nice. And you got first and second and nobody up. So Short squares around a bunt, and they've got the wheel play on. And instead of just sitting there, Dubon follows the shortstop all the way to third. If Short misses can't get the butt down, there's no way they could throw Dubon out at third base. So you could have stolen. If actually Short probably should have pulled back and let Dubon steal third, but instead he got the bunt down. They got no chance of getting Dubon at third. Or Whitcomb at second, and they got the bunt down, and it turned out to be, a nice inning for the Astros. And then on a line drive that short hop by Luis Garcia Jr. Dubon is on first. He's running to second base, and he tells Yiner, get back to the base, and they tag the base and then tag Yiner. And Dubon the whole time is and Yiner jumps off after he throws the first, and Dubon say, no, get back on the base. The dude, and he was right, because once he stepped on the base, Diaz has the right to get to second base, even though they tagged him afterwards, but he was on the base. So what I'm saying is the instincts by Dubon on the base path, which is amazing for the Houston Astros, because we've been watching this team. And while they're one of the, if not the best team in baseball over the last decade, they're a terrible base running team. And Mauricio Dubon has instincts that nobody else has. He has instincts that nobody else on this team has. And it was great to see. It was also great to see Yiner go the other way and then start with a fastball, and then a slider just rips it to left field. He had 3 hits last night. So it's great to see Yiner start to get on track, and maybe he can make a big difference. Absolutely, Yiner can make a huge difference as we go down the stretch here and start getting guys back. Jeremy Pena getting the start last night. It's a DH. He got hit by a pitch. Apparently, got hit by a pitch in Sugarland, which is not a good thing. But he was okay. Apparently, He got hit on the left elbow pad, which was a good thing. And then the rumor is by more than one guy that Dylan Cease is in play for the Houston Astros.
That's major.
Dylan Cease. Now, he's got a 4+ ERA this year, but he's still Dylan Cease, right? Sometimes a change of venue with a great pitcher like that. Holy crap.
Well, there's 2. I mean, there's Dylan Cease and the other name that came out with Matt Young from the Chronicle talked about Marcell Ozuna as well.
Yeah, Ozuna's a problem, but okay.
Well, I know that's that's one where you have to really, I get it from a baseball standpoint.
Yeah, but that's the kind of thing. Just like, when did they bring in the closer?
Right.
From
Rafael
Toronto.
Ozuna.
Yeah.
Ozuna.
Yeah, right. That was a problem. Here's the problem. Eugenio Suarez gets hit by a pitch in the hand. Now, they say there's no broken bones, but I mean, that's the guy that you hopefully would be targeting. I would love, Brendan Donovan is out there. That would be really, really nice. Brendan Donovan is a left-handed bat. He can play infield positions. I don't know if he can play third, but he can play second. He can play short. He can play. I mean, he plays the outfield as well. Brendan Donovan would be a really nice player. They put up a list of guys last night that they were looking at, and I thought the most interesting was Brendan Donovan. That would be really, really nice.
Dylan Cease is just 29 years old. He is, I mean, this year he's 3-10 with a 4.79.
Yeah.
So I don't know. He's been a pitcher in the past that has garnered a lot of attention. It's been 13-7, 14-8 a couple years ago at the White Sox. We remember the Astros took him on.
Oh my God,
playoffs.
He was phenomenal against the Astros.
But this year he's really fallen off. And last year, even he wasn't great in 23. He was 7-9. His innings pitched to hits were basically very, very simple. He had a 1.4 whip. There's just some inconsistency over the last 5 years, and this is one of those inconsistent years. And you wonder if the Astros see something. I would imagine the Astros see something that they believe is correctable.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's going to be I don't know, maybe it's a buyer's market on Dylan Cease because of the year he's having. There's not as much leverage certainly for the Padres, but we'll see.
Yep. I think Dylan Cease would be awesome here. Would be awesome. But if I had my druthers, if you had your druthers, a nice bat or a starting pitcher, it'd be a bat.
I kind of go back and forth with that because I think if you have three good, Jeremy Pena comes back, but can we really count on Jake to be Super Jake? I don't know. It's the first time it's ever happened. And now he's had this long time off. And then Jordan, I don't know about you, but I'm just like, I'll believe it when I see it with Jordan. Yep. And so, yeah.
And Paredes.
And Paredes, everyone's real dour. I look at that and I say, yeah, you got to you really need a bat. But then at the same time, can you just assume Arrighetti? Realistically, if you get one of Arrighetti, Garcia, and Javier, if one of them become above average or is average by their standards, if one of them is average by their standards, you're in good shape, provided Hunter Brown gets back to Hunter Brown. And he doesn't even have to be Cy Young Hunter Brown, but he needs to be better than he's been lately.
Right.
I mean, Fromber's pitching like a Cy Young pitcher over a pretty good, you went through it yesterday, over a pretty long run now.
14 starts.
I mean, he's got like Cy Young stuff going on.
Yeah.
He's needing some help. Like, let's get some runs, guys.
Yeah.
So maybe that's where the bat, I mean, the Paredes thing probably is going to necessitate a bat. Is there a chance we see two deals? And how do you feel about that when you know?
What are you giving up?
Yeah, what are you giving up? What are you giving up? But Paredes is under contract. He's coming back, right?
And Dana Brown talked about the trades that he made, and he said he actually woke up in cold sweats thinking about trading Jacob Melton. He said, no, I can't. I'm not doing it. He got rid of Drew Gilbert just fine, but he said, I'm not doing Jacob Melton. What do we have that they're saying, the other team is saying, I got to have that.
Dylan Cease is going to be an unrestricted free agent after the year. So whatever you give, he's a rental player. You really can't give up too much. He's not pitching well this year. He's got a 1.4 whip. He's not pitching well this year, and he's up after next year, contract-wise. So, this is a true rental. This is probably not a guy. He's not a guy, he's not a replacement for Fromm.
No, and a true rental is cheaper.
Yeah, true rental is cheaper. And he's a true rental who's not having a great year. So I would imagine while the name looks good, I would imagine this is buyer's market for the Astros because it's a pretty good Padres team and they're potentially going to deal him.
Right. Well, who else is out there? Sandy Alcantara. But his ERA is 6.6 or 6.7 right now. I mean, holy crap, Sandy Alcantara! What the hell happened?
6-9 with a 6.36 and a 1.4 whip. That's another one.
Yeah, no, I mean, last year.
I'm sure he is available.
Last year, or he didn't pitch last year, but in 23, it was a 1.21 whip, a 0.98 in 22, a 1.07 in 21. I mean. What the hell happened to Sandy Alcantara?
Now, it's interesting. His last, you keep counting, is Alcantara. You keep saying Alcantara.
Oh, yeah, Alcantara.
It is his last two outings, he hadn't been too bad. 7 innings, 4 hits, no earned runs. 5 innings, 3 hits, no earned runs. But boy, the 3 before that were an absolute, bloodbath for him. He's not high on the strikeout numbers at all. I don't know. I mean, that's one of those guys that
yeah. Well,
these guys starting, I get it.
Maybe that's something the Astros look at too and say, "Oh, that's very fixable."
Yeah.
Look at how good Kukuch wasn't great before he got here.
He was good here.
And he was great here.
Boy, Sandy's got there's a lot of up and down in his game though.
Well, but listen,
he had 3 good years in a row that didn't lead to many wins. I mean, he's a 47-60. Granted, he was with the Marlins.
He's with the Marlins.
He's 47-64 for his career.
He's got a 6.36 this year, but his career ERA is 3.65 and a 1.19 a WHIP over his career.
It's the last 2 years that have been a little bit of a problem for him, and so well, they're not trying. Listen, I would rather they do something minor and not gash at the minor league system. I would rather they do something minor from a pitch. I'm not me personally. I'm not for a major deal right here, just because I think I guess you could look at it one of two ways. It's a soft American league. There's not a clear cut, the super Yankees have not shown up. So in Detroit, you don't have a lot of confidence that, you could basically say, hey, if the Astros get this guy back, why can't they make a run at a World Series? And you know what? Realistically, even coming off of this terrible run, if Pena comes back into Pena form, and if you get one of those pitchers we mentioned back, and you're rolling Fromber, let's just say it's Arrighetti. If you got Arrighetti, Fromber, Hunter Brown is your 3. I mean, you're going to get Javier Garcia back, even if they're very average. It's better than what you've been running out there.
It's funny that you say this. They were talking about this on the pregame show yesterday. Is you look at, there's only 2 teams that have had more injuries, more guys on the IL than the Astros, and the 2 teams are the White Sox, who are pitiful, just a terrible team, 23.5 games out of first place, and Baltimore. They've had more guys as well, and they're 12.5 games out of first place. They're 50-58. The Astros are third, and they're in first place by 4 games. I mean, that is so. While you had to weather this storm with minor leaguers, and you still have a 4-game lead. If you would have said that you've got 17 games on it, you don't have Jordan all year, you've lost Payne, you lost Paredes, you lost Pena, you lost Jake, who was having a great year, you lost all these pitchers that you haven't had all year. You're pitching Walton and Colton Gordon and Gusto and where would they be? It'd be what? Up to 4 games under 500, and they would be in 4th place in the division.
No. That's great, but I mean, you're sitting at 108 games now, so you got 54 to go. I mean, that's all been a great story, but to me, it can be. Let's just say it starts today. You got to really. I mean, this is going to be. The Rangers are only 5 out. The Mariners are 4 out. Angels, I don't really take seriously, but the Rangers have the best run differential in the division. I mean, it's a legitimate 3-team race. I've just kind of really hadn't been counting on the Rangers, but I think you have to, because the Astros have been up and down. It's just, you do know that a cavalry is coming in. We just don't know how loaded the cavalry is. We don't know how quickly they'll acclimate to big league standards.
But at least you haven't drowned yourself.
No.
At least you haven't drowned. And by the way, with all of those injuries, how far out of the best record in the American League are they?
Well, I mean, they're not far off at all.
A game and a half.
Yeah.
And you've had more injuries than anybody in contention.
But even with that said, where are you with doing a major deal that takes a chunk out of the minor league system?
Well, I don't. What's a chunk out of the minor league system? It would have to be one of the guys or multiple guys that have been up this year.
Yeah, I don't know that it would be enough to get, like, I would assume Melton and Bryce Matthews are just no goes. You can't touch those guys. You can't your system if you're not touching those guys, and I guess. We're just talking about depth in the system. You obviously don't want to give up either one of those, but whoever, depending on the level, then you're not going to get a top level player.
No,
which is okay with me. Like, I'm actually
you're
okay
probably
with
just
that.
getting rental. He's probably just getting a rental.
Yeah, well, when have the Astros done anything but Hunsicker actually made some deals. Obviously Garrett Cole was not a rental per se. He was
No. He had time left.
Yeah, he was
Yeah.
three.
Well,
No,
that
he was only 2 years with the Astros, though, right? I
Was
mean, he did it in the offseason, so it was more than a rental.
Yes. And that wasn't. You're talking about Hunsicker. That's not Hunsicker, but okay.
Not Hunsicker. I mean, I'm sorry.
Luno.
Yeah, Jeff Luhnow,
Yeah,
not
Luhnow.
Hunsicker. Wow, I can't believe I brought up the ghost of Jerry Hunsicker,
Yep.
who I also had a lot of respect for.
No,
But what did he pitch for the Astros just for 2 years, though, right?
Garrett Cole, was he 2?
Yeah, he was only a 2-year. So I mean, he wasn't a rental,
And
but he was
turned
kind of
into
a
Cy Young.
he was one of those Airbnbs for a month.
Yep.
He wasn't a rental, but you did get 2 full seasons out of him.
Yep, that was one of the great deals. All right, we got a break. 713
He helped you win a
780
World Series in 19.
Yeah.
His heroic effort coming out of the bullpen in Game 7.
Well, no.
That was incredible.
Yeah, that was incredible. That would have been incredible, rather. Nice job, AJ.
That's
Nice
an
job,
alternate.
AJ.
Yeah, it's an alternate universe that happened.
Yeah, and Astros won another title.
Yep.
Yeah. Time to talk about Billy Brown over at Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Lance and I both love Billy Brown. We both love what he's done for us, our families, what he's done for our houses. I mean, whether it's an emergency or just maintenance that you have to have, or I've called him. I said, man, my water bill is way high. Can you come and check? He did that for my sister-in-law as well. Is there a leak somewhere? Is there a reason that this water bill is ridiculous? Because it is. And Billy Brown is a guy that will come and he'll have his guys look at everything and they'll fix that. So if you've got a ridiculous water bill, Billy Brown is a guy to call. If you haven't looked at your tankless water heaters in a while, there's a lot of buildup in there. Do some preventive maintenance, and Billy Brown is the guy to call, right, Lance?
He's the only guy to call.
Yep.
He's the only guy to call because I'm not going to I'll put my name on Billy Brown from a plumbing standpoint because I've seen him do terrific work, whether it's an emergency, whether it's something I was just concerned about and he was able to handle those concerns, or whether it has been coming back and taking care of something. He had to come back once. And you know why? Because they had to get in deep down. They had to take the toilet off to figure out that my son had flushed a bunch of Clorox wipes down the toilet. And guess what? Those things aren't biodegradable. So even when your teenage sons are causing problems, he comes out and fixes that as well. Billy Brown and Aqueduct Plumbing Company, the only name to know for plumbing, aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN. I mean, you're making a good point. Who cares about the minor league system? Stros are a World Series team, have a few years left. Do whatever you can to win in that time frame, no matter how hard the fall will be.
That's an easy thing to say when you're a fan. Just sit there.
When
Guys
it's your job,
when your job is on the line and you got to make Jim Crane happy. You know,
You
what
also gotta
happens if
win
you
now.
don't get to a World Series, or what happens if you pull what happened last year?
Right.
Then all of a sudden you're like,
Um,
because there's no Kyle Tucker to trade for a Cam Smith in the offseason. Fromber will just go.
Fromber was in the dugout. I don't know if I've ever seen anyone more relaxed than him. He had his feet propped up and he's clipping his nails. He was doing some he was doing some cleaning up on his nails with he's getting a pedicure. He's giving himself a pedicure.
Okay.
But he had the comments from the night before, and the comments from the night before were that, hey, I think a center fielder should play center field. I was concerned about the positioning of where it was. A base hit to right field actually turned into a double and scored a run because the right fielder was positioned all the way in right center as opposed to just playing straight away against the left-handed bat, which probably makes a little bit of sense. So Joe Espada asked about Fromber's comments the night before. Joe Espada had this to say about they had a conversation, and here's what Joe had to say.
I'm not going to go into details of what we talk. I keep that between me and Framber, but he's a competitor, emotional. He wants to win, and he expressed himself in the heat of the moment, and so that's what we talked.
Sometimes things reach a boiling point. Has he expressed concerns in the past about positioning?
Me and Framber, we have talked about positioning since I got here. Listen, Framber, we have to be precise. He's a ground ball pitcher. He induces ton of ground balls. Trust me, I spent many years when it comes about shifting, putting people in the right spot. We have done an incredible job here for 8 years. We haven't been able to have this success if it wasn't for our defense. So me and Framber, we've had this conversation before, and I love having this conversation with Framber about it because he is passionate. He knows exactly what he wants. So we take pride on that. So that's kind of where our conversation
Was your right fielder mispositioned? Is probably a pretty good question there. And because
Fromber cares about it, obviously.
Yeah.
I've had that since I got here.
Well, obviously I forget who was at the plate and hit the double, the single that turned into a double. But obviously they felt like he was a guy that wasn't going to get around on Fromber, but was Fromber throwing the right pitches for the field positioning? Right. If you're going to play him to swing late, you got to throw him fastballs and throw him fastballs away. You don't want to jam him, and you don't want to throw him off-speed stuff that he can pull. So I don't know that they were on the same page. That Fromber saw the positioning, and Yiner saw the positioning. Then maybe they should have called different pitches. But that's neither here nor there. They worked it out. I thought it was a little. I thought you don't hear Astros pitchers saying stuff like Fromber said the other night. You just don't. I mean, hey. That guy's out of, I was concerned about where he was out of position. That's stuff that they keep in-house. So Fromber coming out with that, maybe he's feeling himself a little bit. Hey, you know what? I don't have a contract here. I'm one of the best pitchers in baseball. I'm gonna say something that, I don't care. I've got 4 games, 4 more wins that I should have had because we can't hit. So maybe there's a little frustration building up there with Fromber.
Yeah, maybe so. I would think so.
Yeah.
It has to be a little bit frustrating because he's basically saying, I can't afford any screw-ups in the outfield. But obviously this is something that is near and dear to his heart because Espada's talked about this has always been a conversation with Fromber. He probably didn't love, I'm sure Espada didn't love Fromber going public with that. That's one of those things you want to keep in house. And I get it. I get why Espada would say that. Joe Espada, from what I was told, really before he took over the team, I was asking someone with knowledge about what to expect. And what I found out was that, Dusty was kind of, as you can imagine, Dusty's not a big analytics guy. I mean, he would use certain things that were given to him, but he just doesn't believe in managing off of analytics. It's just he's old school, and those guys just don't believe in that for the most part. And there were some things that the Astros wanted them to do on the base pass. There was something they had worked on in the minor leagues with trying to irritate pitchers and something to that regard. And Dusty really railed against it privately. He went against it, and Joe Espada was like for it. Joe Espada is, you got to remember, Joe Espada is the guy who does, from an analytics standpoint, he trusts the numbers. He believes in the numbers. He identifies with what the Astros system wide are trying to do, and he wants to be inside of that. So when it comes to positioning of, I'd give Joe Espada the benefit of the doubt when it comes to positioning runners, because the Astros have been from the very beginning ahead of the curve when it comes to recognizing hitting tendencies. So my guess is he probably thinks, we put a lot of time and effort into this. Fromber's out of his element on this one. We've looked at the numbers.
He said they talk about it a lot.
Yeah, I would imagine he wasn't real happy getting called out since he leans on the analytics pretty heavy.
Yep. All right, let's break, catch up. This is a quick break, so you're not going anywhere. Don't forget, tomorrow you got to be listening, and we'll tell you how you can get a spot in our fantasy draft. And also, tomorrow, we are out and about. Where are we tomorrow? Tomorrow they're going to be at the Carbach Brewery, from 12 till 6, where you can go to the promo table and register for new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company, a $4,000 value. But also in the morning, we are giving away two spots, actually. One person, two spots. You get to pick who you want to come with you for our fantasy draft at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles, August 28th and 29th. All right, so we're doing that. But right now, we're taking a quick break. Don't go anywhere. 713-780-3776.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We're going to get to D'Amico talking about Lake and Tomlinson in just a second. But first, let's get Jeff in here because he wants to finish up this Fromber conversation. What do you say, Jeff?
Hey, good morning, Kings.
What's going on?
Good morning, my Kings.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, listen, about Fromber, I didn't see the game. I didn't see where he's positioned, and I guess he has it right if the guy was out of place. But at the same time, couldn't he have said something beforehand? You know, call one of those timeouts and maybe turn around like you did in school and say, move over a little bit. He could have done that as well instead of complaining after, or is that like not a thing to do with the majors?
I don't know that I've seen that, a pitcher going, no, move over.
I haven't either.
Yeah. I don't know that I've
But
seen.
if you see something out of place, you should speak up on it.
Yeah, right. He said he did see it. He didn't like it. It was concerning to him. He's a center. He said, you know, our right fielder's playing center field. I think a center fielder should play center field. You know, I don't know. Yeah, maybe he stopped the game. Hey, move over. I don't know that gives away what kind of pitch you're throwing or what. I don't know. I don't know. I've never seen it, so I don't know. Yeah, I guess.
I haven't either.
Yeah. He could have maybe called Yiner out.
Problem with it.
He could have called Yiner out and said, you know, why don't you give the signals to Joe to move the right fielder? I guess he could have done that. Yeah. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Yep. Yep. You know, the best Little League pitchers, he can do that. Hey, move over. You know, yeah, but I don't know that they do that much in the major league.
No.
Yeah, I haven't seen it.
You're going against all the advanced scouting.
Lance, what do we know of Lake and Tomlinson?
Lake and Tomlinson is very strong.
A few teams now.
Yeah, he's a very strong guy. He's a little bit stiff.
Jets released him.
Yeah, I mean, he's a straight line player who, you know, is not going to be. He's not going to be, to me, a real. I mean, he's kind of an in-your-face blocker. When he came out, he was very much that way. I thought he was a little overrated coming out. I had a lower grade on him than where he got drafted, but you know, I think he's a little stiff. I have not paid close enough attention to pass protection stuff, so I really don't know. I guess I could go back and watch some. I mean, that's the one thing right now, I just want to know, how do you protect the passer? And I just need to know, are you smart or do you have good football instincts as it pertains to recognizing shenanigans up front? That's I just figure the running game will work itself out. And if it doesn't, it doesn't. And maybe I should be more in tune with how the running game looks. But I just know Joe Mixon ran for a bunch of yards last year. And I guess they ran block. Well, I don't really. I think Joe created a lot of those yards, but I'm just worried about pass pro. I'm not even thinking about the run. And Lake and Tomlinson, you know, for me, was more of a run blocker than pass protector coming out. But that doesn't mean he's bad in pass pro. I don't know what it is, but he's been released previously. I think some of that was a cap casualty, if I remember correctly. But he's just kind of. I think he's going to be a steadier Shaq Mason.
Well, that's okay.
I mean,
well,
take it for what it's worth.
Not according to D'Amico. Here's D'Amico on Lake and Tomlinson and what he means to this offensive line.
What Lakin brings to our team, you know, off the field, it starts with his work ethic. I just remember him. He first came in our OTA, our OTA program. Just the way he worked, like he did a great job just establishing himself as a hard worker. And for guys just to watch him, I mean, Lakin, he didn't have to say much, but you just watch his actions, watch how he went about his work. And I think a lot of our younger guys can glean a lot from that. Like, man, this guy is about his business. He's been in the league over 10 years. Why does a guy like that stick around? It's going to start with the work ethic, especially at such a tough position that he plays up front in the interior offensive line. Like those guys, you know, it's a very physical game up there. They take a pounding. Lakin does a great job of not only working hard, but also recovering the right way, taking care of his body the right way. So I think he can really help a lot of our guys when it comes to that area of the game off the field that no one sees to allow you to be your best when you step out on the field. Lakin has excelled at that from the beginning of his career to now.
Yeah, remember now, Lakin Tomlinson was in San Francisco with D'Amico Ryans, so D'Amico knows him. He's a guy who D'Amico knows, and he can, he's on the defensive side, Lakin's on the offensive side, so he's not. I can tell you just from conversations with my dad, there's not the crossover that you might think that. Well, yeah, but you know a little bit about him. Not really, not really, not outside of position groups across the line of scrimmage, but he knows enough about him to know he's a pro. This is another example of, all right, I know this guy. He's the kind of guy I want to bring in. Everything he talked about was football character right there. That's a definition of football character. Everything he mentioned. Part of what he's doing, John, is getting the right guys in. Are they going to be the most talented? Unfortunately, no. You can't just rebuild an offensive line right away. But he's getting the right guys in, which makes me wonder, is Juice Scruggs not a worker? How is he running third team? How is a second rounder running third team now? Is D'Amico trying to get his point? I don't think D'Amico's a get my point across type of guy either. I think he's just like, no, this guy's better than you. And I'm just not going to give you anything. You have to earn it. I don't think D'Amico's trying to this is what concerns me. D'Amico's not a guy like, I'm going to make a point with Juice Scruggs. I'm going to light a fire under him. I don't really think that's who. I think D'Amico does what he believes in, which is, well, he's just not good enough. He's not a second string option right now, which really concerns me for that second round pick. Lakin Tomlinson, you're right. Let me tell you what he does do, John. 17 starts. I'm going to work backwards. 17 starts, 17 starts, 17 starts, 17 starts, 16 starts, 16 starts, 16 starts. 15 starts, 16 games played, 16 games played. From what I can tell, he's missed one game his entire career.
Yeah.
One game his entire career. Made a Pro Bowl with D'Amico in 2021. Take that for what it's worth. Because Pro Bowls sometimes, But he is available. He's a hard worker. He's always available. He's very strong. I just think he's just kind of an average player. But if he's an average player who doesn't screw up a lot, you'll take it.
Well, here is Lakin Tomlinson. Lakin Tomlinson, to D'Amico, obviously has a lot of respect and a lot of admiration for the work ethic. You go from Laramie Tunsil, whose Shivagitter was broke, right, to a Lakin Tomlinson who's setting a standard. And here is Lakin Tomlinson talking about that.
Obviously, coming here from the get-go, I've seen, where we wanted to be. I felt it from the players that had already been here, with Titus and Blake. They had a standard that they wanted for themselves and for the offensive line. And I felt it coming in. So just having from the get-go, and then just coming in here, working with everybody, just having the vision that Coach Pop had for us. And, being out here to work with the guys on the field, working with the defense, it's been great. And we're going to build chemistry every day, and we're going to keep working.
I just looked up my Lakin Tomlinson draft profile. I mean, this guy came out, in 15. This is the first year I wrote up draft profiles. And now I'd done a lot of stuff with offensive line. So, I feel pretty confident in what I wrote up. Here's in my strengths, John, the first sentence in my strengths, intelligent 4-year starter who sees and responds quickly to twist games up front. It's the first thing I wrote.
That is huge.
Yeah, and then I talk about his weakness is just littered with athleticism stuff. I looked at his testing. His testing's not good from an athletic standpoint. But the first thing I see is responds well to twist games and was a 4-year starter and was an intelligent player. Right off the bat, I'm like, okay, if that's how he played in the pros, then I can see why he would have been targeted.
Yeah, that's awesome and we see that they're actually a lot better at twists and stunts. Even just watching, in practices without pads on, they're not biting on stuff that they did last year. It was maddening how often just a simple tight defensive end twist would confuse that offensive line.
Oh,
it was maddening.
It didn't take much. I mean, and they didn't get a lot better as it went on. I'm looking at some of his, his pass pro numbers, at least according to Pro Football Focus and what they keep. It's not bad. He gave up. The last 2 years have been a problem for him. They've got him credited with 6 sacks and 7 sacks the last 2 years, and prior to that, he had never given up more than 4. So, and his pass blocking efficiency numbers are down over the last couple of years. So, it could be a little bit of an issue. My guess is it's going to be athleticism based, where he's just not quick enough to get to certain things. But as long as he sees it coming and responds, I'll take it. I want guys who are not easily fooled. I want guys who are smart inside, who have good football IQ in figuring out what teams are trying to do. I don't want them getting beat by the same crap every game like it's the first time they've ever seen it.
Right.
And part of that is, was on Chris Strauss, or the offensive line coach. But at what point do you say, hey, man, what are you doing, Shaq Mason? Or what are you doing, Juice Scruggs? Like, how are you guys missing this stuff over and over and over? At what point do you self-correct?
Yep. All right. We got who's got the best young team in the NFL? Who's got
Texans,
the best?
obviously.
Obviously. No, it's obvious. And we'll tell you why on the other side. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So ESPN put out a list of best teams ranking NFL team talent under 25. Under 25. Number of starts might be made by players under 25 years old. Number of snaps played by players under 25. Quality of play, value and length of player contracts, relative importance of positions, draft value, expected key starters, all those things. The number one team, according to this methodology by Aaron Schatz. I like that word, that name, Schatz.
Football Outsiders originally. I don't know if he's still considered Football Outsiders or not.
Yeah.
They were there before PFF.
If he wasn't plural, he'd be Aaron Schatt. That's funny.
Well, he's not plural, actually. That's more of probably like a German name, the Z at the end. So I don't think that's a plural.
Right.
I don't think there's a singular version.
It's a Z on the end, but that's sometimes people put Z on, just to make it cool.
I don't think there's multiple Aarons. I think that's just his last name, John.
Okay.
No, quick. Can I get breaking news? ESPN's reporting that Shedeur Sanders is getting reps with the second and third team offenses right now.
Breaking.
So practicing with second and third team offenses. So we've got a new topic that they're discussing.
Has there ever been a fifth rounder that they care more about?
Yeah, there's a lot of discussion.
I'll tell you what, it had to be hard though while Dion was going through the bladder deal.
Yeah, because he knows Shedeur knows all that stuff.
Yeah,
I mean it's a serious situation. It's cancer, bladder removed.
Yeah, that's oh my gosh. Anyway, it went well, so good on them. Good on them.
Just let the kid work, man. Just let him work. Get off of his jock and just let him work.
Blue chip players for the Texans: CJ, Will Anderson, Derek Stingley, Kamari Lassiter. Notable graduated players: Tank Dell and Juice Scruggs. Okay. They've got Kalen Bullock. They've got Henry Toto, Ariante Ursary, Jaden Higgins, Jalen Noel, and Jalen Smith. Yeah, they're going to play. Those guys will probably all play.
There's pretty good blue there for young players.
Yeah, absolutely. They got Seattle second. Devon Witherspoon, Byron Murphy, Jackson Smith, Jalen Milroe, Derek Hall, Nick Amanawari, and on and on and on.
A lot of guys who are not very proven on that list.
Kenneth Walker, Zach Charbonnet, those guys. No, the Texans, I think, as far as young talent go, I think Nick's done a hell of a job. We got a lot of good young players. Now they're going to come due, like Stingley came due already. When CJ and Will Anderson come due at the same time, that's going to be a problem. You know, you're going to have to pay Kalen Bullock at some point, and then you got a ways to go with the other young guys. But it's this is a lot of good young talent. Now, CJ's got to get back to being CJ. The rookie CJ, and hopefully he will. He's apparently looked good so far, but I saw that Lassiter Kalen Bullock picked him off yesterday. Not a big deal. It's practice, but
Bullock picks off a lot of.
Listen,
people.
Nick has done at every position. Nick has done a hell of a job, except at one position that he's really lacking, and that's offensive line. It'll be interesting to see Blake Fisher kick to the curb for Ariante. Juice Scruggs kick to the curb for Laken Tomlinson and
it's
Jared Patterson.
Hey, CJ's not. D'Amico's not trying to be loyal to guys that aren't performing. He's like, this is a meritocracy, son. If you can play, you get your shot. If you don't work, if you're not the guy I want in the locker room, or if you're not the worker, or you're not strong enough, or you're not consistent enough or confident enough, I love it. I already know this is not the line. These are Band-Aid guys in here. Laken's kind of a Band-Aid. Cam Robinson's a Band-Aid. I get that. Although it would be interesting if Cam Robinson, and Cam's not old by NFL standards. I mean, Cam Robinson, his age is he's 29 years old. For a tackle, that's not an ancient tackle. It'd be kind of interesting if Cam Robinson played well this year. But then again, he'd also be up for a contract. I mean, I don't know. It's kind of, if he didn't get there he played for Jacksonville for a lot of years. So from 17 to 24, and then I guess in 24, did they trade him to Minnesota? I don't know if I think they traded him right before trade deadline. So it'll be interesting what happens there. But don't you love the fact that even if these are not your guys long-term and you need to rebuild, I love the fact that Juice Scruggs doesn't get I was hoping Juice would be a good player, but if he's not good enough, you shouldn't get a free. Why should he get a free ride?
Yeah.
Why should any of these guys get a free ride? I like that that D'Amico is saying,
I like
hey,
it, but I'm not. Are you not a little worried putting in a rookie over there?
Well, I am.
Yeah.
I'm also worried about Blake Fisher.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
And they say Blake Fisher's been getting beat up
some
at
stuff.
practice. They say Blake Fisher's not done well at practice. That's what I was told.
Yeah. Well, maybe he's not a practice guy, but Blake Fisher was part of that offensive line last year. And if they don't think it's good enough, then it's not good enough. Right. But they're not concerned.
Remember Cole Popovich was the assistant O-line coach.
Yeah.
So he watched all these guys work last year. It wasn't you have to sit it out. If you're the assistant offensive line coach, you have to just ride with the O-line coach. But you remember he knows these guys. This isn't new. So I think it's really telling that Blake Fisher started off on second string behind Ariante Ursary, that we were already hearing that early on Juice Scruggs was holding pads as a third teamer. And Cole Popovich, the O-line coach this year, was the assistant O-line coach last year. So he knows these guys. So my guess is these are his opinions.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Yeah, and they just weren't good enough. And if guys have got to pay the price, you know what? You were part of a really crappy offensive line, so guess what? There's no spot that you get automatically. There's just no spot. So, but I'm still, it's a little worrisome having a rookie offensive right tackle. That's a little worrisome. Unless he's really, what did you see of Ariante?
Yeah, I can't. When I went to practice, I couldn't see a whole lot. I got there 10:20. So I don't know what I was
told. What did you see in college?
Oh, Ariante Ursary. He is. I'll just bring up my stuff here.
Well, he didn't give up. He wasn't he first team All Big Ten?
Yeah, I don't really pay attention.
No, I know, but I think he had
Ariante's weird.
0 sacks allowed.
So Ariante's weird because and you can't really go by sack totals either necessarily, but Ariante I have as an average NFL starter. He's kind of weird because his athletic scores are really good. And I'd read he was on Bruce Feldman's freak list where strength coaches, Bruce Feldman's freak list is now world famous around football circles because he finds out who the best athletes are from the strength coaches and writes a whole article on it. And he gets legitimate numbers, and Ursary was on this list. And you look at his numbers. I mean, they're pretty good. They're pretty good athletic numbers. What I wrote is 3-year starter at left tackle with good power. Ursary's not a natural bender, which creates disadvantages with leverage. Now, you would think with the athletic scores, he'd be a better bender, but he doesn't really play with a lot of bend. So it creates disadvantages with leverage when attempting to mirror moving targets. He's well-versed in Minnesota's outside zone attack, but might be more consistent in power and inside zone and hat-on-hat matchups. That's what this is that they're going to have. He's huge, but he sets with good quickness to pass rush, uses his length and hand strength to gather it and lock it out. His anchors derive from upper half, which opens him up to hand counters. Ursary has the potential to become an average starting tackle on the right side, but his success will be tied to matchups across from him. So basically, I think there are going to be some guys that are going to be too much for him, just who will outmatch him. You could say that about a lot of tackles. I think he's a right tackle only based on this, with maybe can get some reps at left. Not a great bender, which can have an issue, which can cause an issue with anchor. But I see enough of him as a power player. strong, sticky hands keep rusher from escaping once he's in the web. So meaning once he gets his hands on you, he's real strong. He's gonna grip on you and get that done. I'm looking for the scary stuff like twist. I'm looking for that doesn't recognize games, and I don't see that anywhere in here. So,
Well,
so that's good.
Yeah. A lot of times the right tackle's out there on if guys going inside, hey, pick them up.
Yeah, left
it's
tackle,
the
right
guards
tackle.
that get fooled a lot on those twists.
Yeah. No, yeah, tackles not as much because you
much.
just have to kind of cover up the B gap. You got to be cognizant of that, but I think Ursery's going to I do have my Blake Fisher grade and my Ursery grade were very, very similar. I gave Ursery a 6.25, which is average starter. And I think that's about what I gave Blake Fisher as well. Blake Fisher, I gave a 6.26.
Well, I hope Ursery has that up in his locker saying, oh, watch this, Lance Zierlein, average starter.
Actually, Fisher, some of his athletic numbers are actually better than Ursery's. But yeah, I'm seeing some issues in pass protection stuff with Fisher. I think Fisher has a lot more talent to get better. But once again, if you don't have confidence in the NFL, my dad worked with remember Max Sharping? Is it Sharpening?
Yeah.
Max Sharping. Sharpening or Sharping?
Sharpening.
And he started off good, and then he just lost his confidence.
Yep.
He got bull rushed. And I think Baltimore beat him up, and he just lost his confidence. Kenyon Green lost his confidence. If you lose confidence in the NFL, especially in your anchor, man, it's because you're going to get beat in the NFL at offensive line. You have to have a short memory. And if if you're mentally not where you need to be, it's hard to depend on you.
It's hard to get the break if you're not mentally where you need to be too. So let's get there.
Let's combine breaks so me and Dell can throw the football.
Okay. Well, combine breaks really.
You want to do that, Dell? You want to combine breaks?
It won't take long, but we'll come back after that right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
I got to say that Air Team rap is a banger. The Air Team rap is a banger. One of the best raps out there today. That's what I feel. Hey, we had a tsunami last night. I don't know. I haven't seen. Have you seen any video from Hawaii and what happened there?
I did. It looked like a big nothing compared to how it was being talked about.
Yeah, well, because LA didn't. It really dissipated by the time it got here. But we were thinking that last night. I've got Wendy's got an aunt that lives right on the water. I mean, right next to the water in El Segundo, and we told her to come on over, but she was already somewhere else, so she was fine. But I'm going to tell you who's going to catch it, Del. Oprah Osteen.
What?
Oprah Osteen. Apparently, Oprah, she has a private road that leads up the hill where a lot of people could have escaped the possibility of being down low in Hawaii and could have gotten well up a hill to escape the possible tsunami. And apparently Oprah had guards, and it's a private road, so she had guards blocking so no one could go up her hill. So I have a feeling that she's gonna be catching it a little bit.
Well, except that are they getting hit hard by the tsunami though?
Well, no, it was last night, and they didn't.
Nothing
they thought
happened,
they were,
so
though, but it was like gridlock trying to get away from the coastline.
She may catch some, but there was an actual flood here.
Yeah.
Like people were actually
but
displaced
she didn't
in
know
real
that
life.
there wasn't going to be one.
And plus, Oprah isn't a religious figure.
No.
That doesn't help.
Yeah.
That is well for
Plus,
some people
does
she
give
might
people
be.
stuff under their seat.
For some people she might be, but it doesn't help that he was a pastor and all the tenets of Christianity.
Among you with. By the way, Sam wants me to retell. She had never heard the Joel Osteen with the wet jumper story. She's like, that's not true. You didn't play basketball. I said, I did play basketball against him in 2001, and I dropped a lot of terrible words, even a GD, because I was really mad because my guys weren't guarding him. We were going to get run off the court by Joel Osteen. He can shoot. I'll just say that. And she wanted me to tell those stories. I said, I told it.
Was his
times.
jumper as wet as the people he wouldn't let into his facility?
Wow. Look at this. He was going to, he just couldn't find the keys.
See, and that's the main
he's
difference.
Like, where are the keys?
Oprah,
Lord, help me find the keys to let these people in.
Oprah is a very rich person who I don't expect Oprah to be nice just because she has money. Part of being the pastor of the super church, it's believed that in a situation where the city's in trouble, he's going to rush to help.
I got news for you. A lot of rich people.
I know, but he has
helped the meek.
He's supposed to allegedly be that guy.
Oprah
church.
made her bajillions off of being just the everyday
Doesn't matter.
The great interviewer and I'm so heartfelt and I cry with you and all of that.
If she was running
just in. A lot of rich people don't care.
Yeah, if she was running
rich people don't care about poor people.
Newsflash. Sorry, peasants.
If she had
newsflash, rich doesn't care about poor.
If she was preaching
the
tenets of Christianity,
should have bought your own private road.
If she was preaching the tenets of Christianity, then
that
get
is
angry at her.
That is,
but it's not a real comp because one guy's doing this. Oprah's a pure capitalist. We know that about her.
Yeah, I know, but she's also. Oh, listen, if Sydney Sweeney can get canceled because she said I've got good genes.
What?
Oh, that's not really a thing.
Oh,
people. I saw you had a bunch of dummies try to make it a thing online.
No,
it's not a real thing.
It's absolutely
So Sydney's done acting.
Yeah, she's getting no jobs going forward.
No. But she's absolutely been canceled
by
a bunch of Karens.
Weirdo crackers making a big deal about this.
She's got to be fought.
It's jeans is clearly a play on. It's jeans, and you have jeans. I saw that stupid. I paid it no mind. The faster we stop paying,
Nazi.
The faster we stop paying any of that stuff mind and trying to make it a thing, the better off
and
we'll
even
be.
acknowledges it as if anything is going to
That's
happen
not-
to Sydney Sweeney. Nothing's
These are
happening.
people trying to actually make a thing out. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not even gonna let you have this.
Yeah.
I don't
No.
care.
And one,
No, it's stupid.
Yeah.
It
and
can't be dumber.
if Sydney Sweeney was the leader of a church as opposed to a leader of selling bathwater, it might matter more that she made that commercial.
Yeah, we already know she's a
Okay,
full
who
blown
matters more in
bathwater
your-
seller.
Yeah.
Who matters more in your life, Sydney Sweeney or Joel Osteen?
Well, Joel Osteen's never mattered in my life, so I
Right,
guess Sydney
so there you
Sweeney.
go.
I
Sydney
guess
Sweeney,
she
yeah.
doesn't matter that much, but if we're making the comp, then
Right.
certainly her.
Right. Well, I'm just telling you, Oprah's going to catch it because she wouldn't let the peasants.
You know
help
how
her.
what Oprah's going to do from high atop wherever she's living. She won't even hear the peasants.
By the way, I don't know why so many people are so surprised that Joel Osteen, this is in 2001. I don't know. And I had to do some research because Sam was asking all these questions. He took over his dad's church in 99. And I guess like in 2001, I don't know why people were surprised that
He can
Joel
ball.
Osteen could hoop. I mean, he probably played high school
A
basketball.
little white guard.
Yeah, he's just a guy. He hustled. He's exactly what you think he was. Hustled all the time. Ran but he was he was screening, coming off of picks. Like he knew how to play basketball. And dude, he could shoot. And all I did was somebody pick his F&A up. GD, pick his, because I knew he was going to run. Like we were holding the court at that time. And I knew, we're getting run off the court by
Well,
this.
he had a prayer for you after that. I'm
and
sure.
then I flipping channels. This is how it happened. I'm flipping channels on a Sunday. I'm like, wait a minute.
That's
God,
that guy with
wait, how do
wet
I know this
jumper.
guy? Like, oh my God. That's the guy that was busting our ass up with those jumpers. And I was, oh my God. I yelled out, oh boy. I said some really rough language.
That's serious.
I said some really rough language. And then he wouldn't let me in after the flood.
Well, you
He got
didn't
his-
go there.
He got his get back.
You
I
didn't
tried.
go there.
I just wanted to see if I could get in, and he wouldn't let me in.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's
While he was doing that, I was busy making deliveries when people like Reagan Swinbank was giving me money and people were sending stuff in Venmo. I'm out there spending money, going and making deliveries, and he's locking his church up. So now who had the last laugh? Some of us out here putting work in. We put work in 17 instead of locking our churches.
right.
Oprah
And-
locked her church up.
Yeah, but the most important work was done by Jim Crane picking up Justin Verlander.
I will admit. I will. Well, and JJ Watt raising money.
Oh, yeah. Where'd that go?
34 million, where it was supposed to go
Well,
to help people.
that's right. You're damn. Raheel was asking that question all the time.
People on Twitter couldn't wait to try to see is there any way we can get JJ in trouble or cancel him?
Yep.
Like, why would you do that? I don't know. Just I'm tired of him getting positive
Getting-
press.
Being great. I'm
But
tired of him being great
he's
all
not
the
a
time.
bad guy, is he? I mean,
No,
he
he's a
could.
great guy.
I mean, he seems
How
like.
have you seen how skinny he is now?
Yeah, I saw it the other day. I thought the same thing. I saw
Yeah.
him on.
Yeah.
Was
Skinnier
it?
than
Was that? It
Luka.
was Pat McAfee, right? And I
Yeah.
thought, man, his face looks really skinny right now.
Really skinny. He's
I guess
skinnier
that means he's not coming back to play for the Texans like people were surmising that he would try to come back in the middle of the year and play for the Texans. Like, he didn't look like he's a Texans weight.
Mm-hmm. Oprah says she had her road open. Whatevs. That's all I saw on Twitter yesterday.
Oh, so you are giving us false information?
No.
Did
that's all
Oprah
I saw on
actually have a
Twitter
road
was,
open?
It's closed. We can't get up there. Oprah's killing us. She wants us all to drown.
Oh, John.
But there was nothing. How is an 8.8
I know.
earthquake not create like I saw some stuff in Russia, but they had things in San Francisco. I was thinking this is going to be more of a
we
thing.
thought L.A. was coming. We had I called Wendy's aunt.
So when did it start? I just found out about this morning, but when did it? So you had that phone call?
I don't know. I got the phone call from Frankie. She's like, hey, Dad, are you prepared for the tsunami? And I'm like, I got that Astros game on right now. I have no idea what you're talking about.
How far off of water?
The Astros are up 7-4. I said, that's all.
How far off of the Pacific are you? Like how many miles?
Oh no, we would never get here.
Yeah,
but like I said, when you weren't here, Wendy's aunt lives in El Segundo, right off the beach. So, we called her to come, but she was already in somewhere safe. So there's that. Neither here nor there. I don't know. I'm just thinking Oprah Osteen could get canceled. That's all.
Feels like she's too rich to fail. Honestly. Did you see, John,
What if she doesn't get any work from going here?
I don't think she needs it. I
Okay.
think she can just count her money. Did you see, John, that Astros fan casting may come to fruition? That the Astros, Astro Twitter, Astro accounts were pushing this as a potential reunion. Bob Nightingale. Not only Nolan Arenado, not only Eugenio Suarez, Carlos Correa.
Yeah, well, I did see that, but I also saw where Minnesota would have to pick up about $25 million a year on it, and I don't know that that's going to happen. Yeah.
Wait a minute.
$25 million a year of it's 33, but I doubt that'll happen.
Wait a minute. This is literally an article that says Oprah Winfrey opens her private road in Maui for tsunami evacuations as waves hit U.S. coast in Hawaii after earthquake. It's literally an article in here.
Well, it's from her newspaper.
It's not from the Oprah newspaper.
It's from People and Deadline.
Yeah,
Sure.
People and Deadline. It's not.
Well, that's all. My timeline was filled with Oprah's.
Yeah, but I also
timeline.
heard. I also heard that the shooter, the NFL shooter, was yelling "Free Palestine." That's not what he was doing at all. He was wearing a kippah. No, he wasn't. I saw the video of him walking in with the. How about a guy just walking in,
casually strolling through New York
with an AR-15? I'm like, that had to have caused some alarms. I guess he shot the. I reached out to my IT guy, and he said he sent me a not a long response, but he said, it was. I would have been there. He said, if I not been working remotely, he said, this is when we were headed home. I would have been there walking out. Like the damage that could have been done for is it's a tragedy with 4 people being killed. But man, his intentions were, my goodness, his intentions were.
If he didn't take the wrong elevator, it probably would have been.
Yeah, absolutely. And he said, he's a 27-year-old. He didn't play in the NFL or anything like that. He was a high school player. Used to be a casino worker, and he claimed he had CTE, just mental health stuff, I guess.
Well, I guess you do if you walk in with a machine gun into offices and start shooting people.
Yeah.
You do have problems.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let's I want to get to this and see what you guys think of this. Preseason offensive play caller rankings.
Okay.
Preseason offensive play caller. Before the season starts, who are the best play callers in the NFL?
The best play callers in the NFL. Ben Johnson, 1.
Ben Johnson's 5. I think the Bears are having a
next segment.
I just saw DJ Moore talking about Ben Johnson, and I think the Bears are having a hard time grasping this offense.
Really?
Yeah.
What's
the kicking
problem?
Guys out, beat it. You don't know what you're doing.
Yeah, you know what? When you told me he said that, that's a real thing that he's kicking guys out of
yeah. No, it happened with Luther.
See,
Burton, beat it. You don't know what you're doing.
Well,
get out.
That's
but DJ Moore says, listen, if he says you're 2 yards from the hash mark and you're 1 yard from the hash mark, Ben Johnson's coming after your ass. Okay, Ben Johnson says this is where you should be there. Okay.
So I'm going to say something that's may not be a popular thing. Maybe it is. Ben Johnson's operating like a guy who never played at any kind of high level football. And what I mean by that is there's always a concern of imposter syndrome where you're not sure if guys really, buy into you. And once again, I think Ben Johnson is the elite play caller. So none of this is a personal shot at him or his ability. I think he's more than capable. I think you better be really careful about being that guy who goes over the top and tries to, I think I got to come in and be a badass or be a hard ass. You don't have to, you actually really don't have to do that. You can hold guys accountable without get out of practice. Like he better be careful that he's not trying to, impose his, hey, I just want to let you guys know, even though I didn't play. I'm a tough guy. It's going to be tough here, and you can't just do whatever you want to do. Like it's okay to be D'Amico Ryans. D'Amico played, and you don't see D'Amico doing all that.
Well,
then
not get out of practice, but get off. Get in there. Get out.
How you do it though, John, is what I mean. Important. I don't. The way you said it is
right.
And you even said DJ Moore said he's coming after you.
Yeah, right.
Like in what manner? It's okay to correct these guys because one thing I found in talking to Steve Smith, like. Hash work, where you are in the hash is like a major deal in the NFL.
Yeah, right,
and I said, well, explain to me why he goes, it's about leverage. It's about being able to run different. It creates, if you're too close to the hash here, then you can't run certain routes and defensive backs can play you a different way. I'm like, really? That's all can be from 1 yard difference with the hash. He goes, oh yeah, the hash is everything. I'm like, man, the hash is everything. It's crazy.
Well, that's what DJ said too. So best play caller according to this,
Andy Reid.
No, Todd Monken.
Oh, he just refollowed me on Twitter the other day.
He did. Todd Monken followed you on Twitter.
Yeah.
Todd Monken, Knox quarterback. Thank you. Good night.
I looked at when he did
none
it.
of you were a Knox quarterback. Thanks. Bye.
I'm good with that.
Zach Taylor, second.
Zach Taylor.
Well, they get a lot of yards now.
Yeah, well, his name is Joe Burrow and
T. Higgins and Jamar
Chase.
Chase. Is he that inventive?
Well, I mean,
how hard is it calling plays for Joe Burrow and those wide receivers?
And how hard is it to call a play for Lamar and then he just takes off running?
Well, yeah, okay. When you said it, Monken.
Yeah, then get your guy out of there.
You're right.
Too.
Knox guy is overrated.
Thank you for confirming what we were thinking.
No, the best play. Andy Reid's third. Joe Brady is fourth. Joe Brady made a big comeback after sucking earlier in his NFL career. Ben Johnson, they got fifth. Sean McVay, Liam Cohen, Kevin O'Connell. Surprisingly, they have Kevin Stefanski 21st. They have Matt LaFleur 16th. That's pretty low for those guys. Greg Roman is 18th. He's with the Chargers now. Oh, I got a stat for you. This is that we're going to get to in the next segment. But there's no Nick Caley on this list.
What?
How is Nick Caley not number 2?
He didn't even make 32?
It's 24. No, I guess it's rookie.
Well,
the rookies aren't counted.
Well, yeah.
He's never called.
How's he going to be on the list?
He's never called
because
a play, guys.
Well, I don't know if you've heard D'Amico and the players.
I've heard the players
talking about using everyone's abilities, not just cut and paste. But you two apparently don't think Nick Caley should be up there in the top 5.
Well, I've heard a particular player, maybe their most important offensive player, not named C.J. Stroud, say a couple times that the offense is the same.
Well, he doesn't know anything.
Oh, the guy you want to feature more on the show, Nico Collins, who you said you want to hear more from, doesn't know anything?
Well, he doesn't know about Nick Caley. Wait. Okay.
What do you mean? The guy who will directly either benefit or not benefit from Nick Caley doesn't know anything?
Yeah, he doesn't know. He doesn't know what Nick Caley.
I guess we should.
Let's let him call some plays.
Well, we've made our decisions.
No, it's already. He's the best. That's all.
Well, that's your view.
I really am surprised Ben Johnson, whose offense, look what he's done for Jared Goff. How in the world is Ben Johnson not in the top 2?
No offense to Joe Brady, but
no offense to Monken, but like you said, he's got Lamar. He's got Lamar running around making plays. Josh Allen running around making. He did this with Jared Goff.
Yeah, why isn't he at the top? All the stuff he did in that playoff game when Jared Goff was throwing it away to keep him in the game.
Let's see how good he is now with Caleb.
Well, Caleb's pretty talented.
Yeah,
more talented than Jared Goff.
Yeah,
we'll see if he understands it. Apparently,
both were number 1 picks. So.
Yep.
That's all he does is run around with number 1 picks. Big deal, Ben Johnson. You're right.
Yeah.
Look, Todd Monken's doing it with the last pick of the first round.
Yeah.
How about that?
You mean the guy who won an MVP before Todd Monken even got there?
Yeah, still.
Okay, last pick, third round.
And won with him.
First round.
And he won an MVP with him.
And would have won a third if people didn't want to give one to Josh last year.
Yeah, Josh just forgot. He just gifted it. He gifted it.
Like Josh Allen was great, but the numbers, they're like, hey, let's give Josh one this time around. The numbers don't say he should have won it.
Lamar winning all the time.
And
then not doing anything in the postseason.
Well,
we will talk about that actually next. But right now, I want to talk about guns. Okay, are you a gun guy? I'm not a gun guy. I don't know anything. I've never owned a gun, but I went to Collector's Firearms and I was like, holy crap. Is this place cool? It is really, really neat. Really, really, really neat. Especially a lot of the older stuff. So if you're a history buff or you're just a gun enthusiast and you want to see all the different guns, but the swords and the knives and the tanks and the bazookas and every other thing that they have there, it's incredible. It's incredible. So I don't know if you've seen it or not. If you're a gun guy, you probably have dealt with Collector's Firearms. But if you haven't been to the new facility, because they used to be on Richmond and now they're at Voss and Westheimer, holy cow. It's like a museum. You're at a museum. but they also buy your guns. They sell guns, whatever, new, used, whatever you want. Okay, pre-owned guns, a huge selection, but a huge selection of new as well. So I don't know what you need for protection, hunting, whatever it is. Collector's Firearms is the place to go for guns because they have got them. Anything you could possibly need, and they can also help you out if you're a first-time gun buyer, and they can help you get that right gun for you. CollectorsFirearms.com, 7626 Westheimer at Voss, the best damn gun shop in the world.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Nah, it's just my accent.
All right.
I got accused of having a Puerto Rican accent,
John, you missed it because you always miss everything. But Lance was in the hall, and one of the women from
producers,
Power,
she's a producer.
Power was walking by, and
I
he
just
greeted
said-
her in Spanish, but he put on an accent, and she noticed it.
I said, ¿Cómo estás?
She goes, "Why
And
you
she
sound
goes,
Puerto Rican?"
Why you sound Puerto Rican? I'm like, I don't know what a Puerto Rican sounds like in Spanish. I don't know any of the accents.
No, he put some spice on it, and
Yeah,
and he
because I got spice. That's why, because I'm
caught.
spicy.
And he got caught instead of just sounding like himself.
got
and speaking,
caught. I wanted to get caught.
Like you should.
Just
¿Cómo estás?
Or-
Usted?
¿Cómo estás
¿Cómo
usted?
está usted?
Even if
¿Cómo
you-
están ustedes?
even if you're better at pronouncing Spanish words, he put on a little extra. to
Because I
sound-
had, that's right.
to
Because I
sound
put
extra Latin, and she caught him.
That's right. Because she didn't catch me.
She caught.
She said, "Why are you sounding Puerto Rican?" I said,
"Because you're not supposed to sound."
Because
Puerto
I said,
Rican.
because I had a thing for Miss Teen Puerto Rico when I was at Tulane, so I had to put that
John,
little
it's very reminiscent.
Puerto
of,
Rican spice on.
Nah, it's very reminiscent of when John does Asian
Janu.
names.
Is
Janu.
not.
It
It's
was very
definitely.
it was very reminiscent
definitely
of
When I
you.
talk about Janu, hey Janu.
No, when you do Asian names, it was very
Oh.
reminiscent of that.
No, it wasn't. No, it
Oh.
wasn't. No, it wasn't.
Yeah, that. It was
No,
kind
it
of like
wasn't.
that.
No,
It
it
was.
wasn't.
But-
Because we know that's
Well,
literally the standard bearer
I
of
said-
things not to do.
I didn't say exactly like it. I
That's
said
what you
reminiscent.
shouldn't do. Appropriate Puerto Rican culture. That's what you shouldn't do.
Not appropriate.
Yeah.
I don't know what the different accents. Somebody told me one time when I said something in Spanish, like, you have kind of a are you Cuban? I said, no. My parents were from farms in Kansas.
No.
And she's, oh, you got like your accent's kind of Cuban.
Well,
I'm like,
because
oh,
you
thank you
hang
very
out with
much.
Harold.
No,
and
Uncle
Freddie.
Freddie is Cuban. Harold
Yeah.
is Colombian.
Oh, same thing. Or close.
They're not the same.
No.
Close. Kind of close.
Don't get us.
Se acabó
popped.
el
They're not the
cuentico.
same thing.
Yeah.
No, they're really not the same.
Okay. All right. And you know what else is not the same thing? Quarterbacks in the NFL.
It's real talk.
Okay. So, over the last 3 seasons, these 5 quarterbacks, tell me what their record is against playoff teams. Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Justin Herbert, and Patrick Mahomes. Who is the best against playoff teams?
Say it again. Oh, you mean in the regular season?
In the regular
Okay,
season.
say the names again.
Versus playoff teams. Burrow, Jackson, Josh Allen, Justin Herbert, and Patrick Mahomes. The 5 considered 5 of the best quarterbacks in
I
the
guess
league.
Josh Allen.
The best against playoff teams over the last 3 seasons is Patrick Mahomes.
Oh, okay. Well, golly. I mean, I feel like he's got a lot of wins.
He's 23-8.
Okay.
They play a lot of games against playoff teams because they're always a first place team. So
Yeah.
they're always playing first place teams.
Yeah.
Second,
Don't say Herbert. It's no way. He's got to be last.
Josh Allen, 14-9.
Okay, that's what I had.
Lamar, 17-11.
And then Burrows.
Joe Burrow is 11-14. What do you think?
sucker.
What
a
do you think,
loser.
What do you think Justin Herbert? Well, he's got a bad defense. What do you think Justin Herbert's record is in 21 games?
Well, I mean, I'm just going by losses. Like, they have not had a ton of wins.
21 games against playoff teams over the last 3 seasons.
You going to tell me like 4-17?
Pretty
No,
close.
it's worse.
It's worse? 3-18?
3-18.
Captain
Oh.
What If over there.
Wow.
What if Justin had this? What if he had that?
Yeah.
That's been the story on him for years now. What if?
What if? This Justin Herbert
It's
thing is got to
sad what
stop.
you do.
What I do?
Yeah, it's sad what you do because, John, I'm just going to say it one time and I'm done. There was a beef inside the Miami fan base about Justin Herbert and
Well,
Tua.
that's like 5 years ago.
And that's where and
Yeah.
there was like, after Herbert came out quick and Tua didn't, all the Herberts were like, see, told y'all loser Tua's. And then Tua came around and Herbert. So now Dell was clearly a Tua.
I was
stan.
always off Herbert from the jump, mostly because he was a crystal ball quarterback. So I was always off him. Had nothing to do with picking him or not. I didn't believe it. And even when Justin Herbert showed out in year 1 or 2, he didn't convince me. And anytime, generally when he is in a big moment, he kind of fails. Some of it's not always on him, but he's got one of the more embarrassing playoff losses in the last 5 years. You're up by how many at halftime? And like I said, it's not all him, but you can't put a drive or 2 together to put that game away when you're up by like 4 scores against the
In
Jags.
7 years.
When Lawrence is throwing like 4 picks in the first half, don't win that game. What are you talking about?
No, I think he's the most overrated player in the league. And how about Jim Harbaugh going, yeah, the only problem for Justin is everybody's got to catch up to him, how good he is. Everybody on the team has to catch up to him.
Well, look, hey, Justin Herbert's a good quarterback. Let's not overdo this now. He's just been granted this weird immunity, it seems like, or maybe that's hyperbole, but it just seems like the results are not, the stats are fine, but the results are not what we would expect from talking about him being, in this tier 2 of elite quarterbacks. Usually that comes with more wins.
His traits tickled a certain part of people's brains who do this for a living, who judge quarterbacks for a living. He's big, strong, he can move.
He came out a year before Trevor Lawrence, right?
Yes.
It feels like he's like people said, let's just transfer the Lawrence stuff over to Herbert.
Well, I think he surprised people with how he played early because there were some questions about him. And he showed out early. But as I said, he's big, strong, he can move. He fits a lot of things people like when it comes to traits. But then you watch him and see the results, and it's like, okay, you want to put him in the top 10? That's cool. But all this stuff about the supercomputer and is he like Patrick Mahomes? Should he be top 3? Those conversations, not so much last year because the stats don't represent that. But I'm like, he's a good quarterback, but maybe we should relax a little bit until he does something.
Maybe we should.
Yeah. We got to relax on Justin. I mean, honestly.
But I don't want to overdo this thing like Justin Herbert's some
10.
scrub. Like Justin Herbert is.
But he's at the end of the top 10.
He's top 10. He might be higher than that if you let him draft. Now, he's coming off of, literally the worst game he's ever had. And I'll also say he ended up being better than I saw the potential in college, but it just wasn't consistent enough in college for me. And he's actually been a better NFL quarterback than I expected, but he's also playing to his talent. He's got a lot of talent. Now you can't deny this. This argument was made for Lamar Jackson. It was made for Josh Allen. It can be made for Justin Herbert. The wide receiving situation over there sucks.
Not to start though, which people don't take into account.
So you had Keenan
and he had Mike Williams.
Good Mike Williams.
Yeah, at the beginning, which helped.
Yeah.
It helps any young quarterback to have those guys.
No question. And he played pretty well.
Yeah, he played really well early. Now, as the talent has waned,
it's bad at wide receiver right now.
Ladd was good last year.
Ladd's good, but the rest of it's not good.
And they've tried to add guys. Well, Quinn Johnson, a miss, but they've drafted this in this last draft to see if they can help. But as the wide receiver talent is waned, so have the Justin Herbert numbers, and that's kind of how it goes when guys around you aren't as good.
Yep. Well, let's see now, because he's not going to be. He's not going to be a top thrower in the league because he's got Jim Harbaugh and he's going to run the football. They're going to run the football, but he's still got to win. He's got to win. They don't win against good teams, and that's the mark of a good quarterback, isn't it? I mean, beat good teams, find a way to win.
Mm-hmm.
And he doesn't do it.
No, he hasn't. But I do think you cannot make the same argument that you made for other quarterbacks and not at least grant him that. He's got bad wide receivers right now. Other than Ladd McConkey, it is well below average with most of them. With that said, that has nothing to do with 4 interceptions. He was a terrible quarterback against the Texans. I mean, miserable.
Yeah.
So he has to own that. We get caught up in this debate about how good or bad. I know this much. I truly believe that I kind of believe in Harbaugh. I've always kind of thought he was goofy, and I've watched over time. And there's no way around it. The guy made San Francisco a Super Bowl team. He turned Stanford around. He turned Michigan around, where they were whipping Ohio State's ass in those games. Like I'm a Harbaugh believer. I've seen it too much, and he's a weird guy, but he gets results, and he's got the best strength coach in probably football with him, who does an amazing job. They've got to do better at some of the draft stuff, but I think they beat Kansas City. I think they win that division. And if they do, this should officially be the turning the corner moment, with or without great wide receivers. But with that said, you got to help him out. Justin Herbert's got to get helped out. I don't see how you can be a top 5 wide receiver in the league with those guys right now. It's going to be pretty tough. It tells you why Lamar was an explosive playmaker. Even when his wide receivers weren't great, he was an explosive playmaker.
Yep. No, absolutely. I mean, yeah, even when he didn't have guys around him, and he still.
No. I mean, he had some talent now. He had Mark Andrews.
He's got elite traits. So
who, Lamar?
Yeah.
Elite playmaking.
Yes.
Yeah. That's why he's special. That's why he's won the MVP twice. Will Justin Herbert ever win an MVP ever?
No. Not
he plays in an era with a lot of, that's a good point, John. There's going to be a lot more running. You're probably right. I think he has the ability to, if things, because I think the wins are going to come. And then if they tighten up some of the personnel stuff, but you're right. I'm not sure a Harbaugh offense is ever going to lend itself to being, not with this era of quarterbacks that we have. This is this is a truly great era of quarterbacks.
Okay.
I mean, it feels like just off the bat, Mahomes and Burrow and Jackson and Josh Allen. And I don't mean to, I don't want to get into one of these ESPN debates. I don't want Ryan Clark to come after me. I just feel like, Hurts is not in that category. Herbert right now is not in that category. CJ has got to find a way to get himself back in. I don't put Dak in that category personally. Those are the 4 elite quarterbacks. But the fact that we're mentioning these other guys, I mean, there's some pretty good quarterbacks that are, Baker Mayfield is just like, Baker Mayfield. And then you look at what he's done the last 2 years, like, man, Baker's pretty good.
Pretty skippy. And you know what else? What has John Daspit done the last couple of years?
John Daspit has gotten billions in settlements. He had a settlement. As a matter of fact, I think it was a year and a half ago. It was a huge settlement, and it took time, and it was for a refinery blast. And he ended up representing multiple people in it, and it was a long process. There was a lot of work that had to be done on time missed from work, because it was an ongoing situation where people had very serious injuries and they were missing work and work and work. They couldn't work. For some people, they were never going to work again. So there was loss of life involved in this with some families. And so it took a while. John Daspit was not, and he was personally involved in this one. He was not trying to, just get some paycheck, get his commission and move on. He knew he had a responsibility to every single person out there to get the best deal possible for those families and for those people who were injured, because there was going to be ridiculous hospital bills, time missed from work that was long-term and maybe, for the rest of their lives where they weren't going to be able to work. So it took time to put together the case for these people and to really fight hard against the insurance companies who are trying to squeeze as hard as they can to limit what your settlement is. And John got a great settlement, and he fights for you. They rarely take it to court against John Daspit because they know they'll lose. He just simply doesn't lose when it gets to court. And that's why he gets you the strong settlements, because he's out there trying to work hard, his entire law firm, for you. You are the most important thing to them. 713 call now. That's the phone number. If you ever need it, make sure it's in your phone. You can just put John Daspit 713 call now in there, and he'll be ready to talk to you. 713 call now or daspitlaw.com.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. We haven't had any call. We haven't really had any calls in here. We haven't talked Astros in a while. The Astros with a much needed win. The guys on the broadcast yesterday were talking about it. Said you lose 5 straight. You know, it's the same, only the exact opposite of when you're hot. You know, you can't lose. You just feel great. Everything is awesome. And then when you can't get a win, you feel awful. You wonder if you're ever going to win again. Are you ever going to come up with that clutch hit? And that's probably how they were feeling over those 5 games. Especially they were so good at home to start the season, and then they were 1-9 over their last 10 at home. So to get that win last night, you know, it got a little hairy there. Brian King is struggling. It's every time Brian King just laid one over the plate that was just crushed, and it was like, oh, Brian Abreu did the same thing, and RBI such a double, gave up a double, had second and third in a 7-4 game, tying run at the plate in the 8th inning with 1 out, and then he went strikeout. Brian Abreu's got that kind of stuff that he can get away, you know, from tough situations. Brian King, not so much. Brian King is probably, you know, and he was awesome to start the season, but he may be at a point, you know, much like Cam Smith maybe was, you know, young guys who've never been, you know, pitched this much or played this much, and now the season is starting to wear on him, and I think that's probably where Brian King is now.
Mm-hmm.
Even after he struggled the other night, 2 nights ago, he went back to him last night, and sure enough, Brian King was just laying it out over the plate. Not good. But to see the way Dubon played, the way Yiner hit, Altuve came up with a huge hit. So did Christian Walker. They came up with the, although they didn't, I think they each had 1 hit last night, but they were big. They were huge, and they broke the game open. So, you know, it's you know, we haven't. When was the last time we saw a crooked number? I mean, holy
been a long
crap.
time.
Yeah,
been a long time. They got on a merry-go-round, and Dubon has really, you know, Dubon is hitting like 325 for the month of July. I think he's got 6 or 7 multi-hit games. His OPS is in the 800s right now. Dubon is really playing well in the month of July.
Yep.
He's been while the play has been really erratic in this month. Started off great, but then it's gotten shaky after that. Not for him. Mauricio Dubon has been rock solid, and he'd kind of been a disappointment before this month. He's a guy that we really liked, and he's, you know, as a starter, he's just quietly carved himself back into a really important role offensively.
Yep. No,
and this is more like who we know. Granted, he was not going to hit 325 the rest of the year, but he also wasn't going to be the player that we were watching hit earlier.
No. Listen, Jose Altuve came up with that hit. That's his first RBI since the 19th, though. He really has. Jose Altuve has come up. He is scuffled. He's got a 981 OPS this month, but a lot of it was to start the month. Of late, you know, he was 1 for 5 last night, 0 for 4, 1 for 4, 1 for 3. He hadn't been hitting with runners in scoring position.
Right.
So for him to come up with that hit last night was huge. Because he had a chance the other night to he was the tying run at the plate in the 8th inning, and he just had one of the weakest swings I think I've ever seen Jose Altuve take, and he popped it up to the infield. So so it was good to see that. Christian Walker's had a great month. Dubon's had a great month. Caratini has had you know, for as bad as they have been lately, they got let's not forget the beginning of the month they were pretty good. Yeah, they started 5-1 to start the month, and then they bounced back a little bit, but then they had losses. I mean, for as many guys, Yiner's hitting now. He's starting to hit too. For as many guys as who have been hitting and have decent OPSs in July, their record's not great. The record is just not great. But it was good to see that they got a merry-go-round going finally again, because they have been so boring and so unclutch, which is so uncharacteristic of this organization. But they came up with it yesterday, so that was fun. It is the Nationals, but they still got the job done. And it was good to see, Jason Alexander is a guy who's going to pop up and down. He was interviewed before the game, and he said, I'm just hoping to be consistent. And so, I know a lot of guys are coming back. I want to be up here. I want to show that I can contribute. That's my goal. Just show that I can contribute. And he did last night. He did a really nice job last night. So you got to give him credit for that. His last outing wasn't so good. So big win. Day game today. Let's see whether if they can win a series again, because they haven't done that in a while. After they won in 13 straight series, they didn't have a losing series. Now let's see if they can get a winning series.
Who would you be most concerned about down the stretch, Seattle or the Rangers?
Probably Seattle.
Yeah, I feel like that too. And I'm not.
No.
I mean, the Rangers they're just a year and a half. They're 2 years removed from winning a World Series.
Yeah,
I mean, it's kind of weird, but I'm just kind of with you on Seattle. I mean, they've got
the Rangers pitching.
They've got the presumptive American League MVP, and Cal Raleigh's not really slowing down right now.
Rangers pitching is phenomenal, though.
Well, and that typically lasts longer than the hitting streaks.
Right. I mean,
but it'll help you more. I mean, I think that'll help you more though in the postseason than it will regular season.
But
down the stretch,
the Rangers are plus 89, plus 69 in run differential this year.
Yeah, they're the top in the division.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even close. The Astros are only plus 41, and yet they're 5 games behind the Astros. They don't hit. They've only given up 377 runs this year, which is by far the least in all of baseball. But they've scored 446 runs. I guess they just score runs. I guess when they win, they score a lot of runs, and then in the losses, they just, are just not good. It might be the Rangers. It might be the Rangers that are just they may be the scariest team. And by the way, the Astros don't play well against the Rangers. They just don't.
Well, I mean, when silver boots on the line, it's tough.
Yeah. Well, this year they haven't played well against them. So that might be a problem. The Astros played well against the Mariners, even though they lost 2 out of 3. They should have won that Saturday game when they played the Mariners. Did you see this bet? Somebody put $200,000 on Penn State plus 750. They'll win $1.5 million to win the national championship.
So they're betting on Drew Aller. The quarterback.
Drew Aller got him pretty far last year. Drew Aller has got a chance to.
Well, he does not come up big in big games, though.
No, he didn't. No, he had
2 years in a row. He's had chances, and he craps the bed in big games.
But you know what? He's a year older.
They got a good running back.
Oh, a really good running back.
They got a good running back.
Who's a better running back, him or Love from Notre Dame?
I think Love, but my son Alec had to write up the Steelers camp as a scouting intern, and they had him write up a linebacker from Michigan, and they had him write up Nick, the running back from Penn State that were just Singleton, and he wrote him up as an NFL backup. Now I haven't looked at him yet, so I don't really know, but I know that he's got more hype than that.
Oh yeah, he or Love are considered the best 2 running backs in college football.
Yeah, I need to study it closer, but from what I saw, I really liked Love last year.
He's really good.
Yeah, Jeremiah Love is who we're talking about. He's got good size, 6'4", 214, had 17 rushing touchdowns last year, so he can put it in the paint. Averaged almost 7 yards a carry. That dude's legit.
Yeah. Who you got on the line, Del? Longhorn Keith is here. Talk a little college football. What do you say, Longhorn Keith?
Good morning, gentlemen. How are y'all?
Good.
Good, man. Well, this is my Black Friday to the Christmas, if you will. Obviously, we report to camp today. Camp starts for the Longhorns. Super excited about that. Got my tickets and my hotel booked for the Ohio State game, my first game at the horseshoe, so really excited about that. But man, I think more than anything, a lot of talk, obviously, as it should be, about the Longhorns is Arch Manning and his ability to step up into a leadership role. But this is the first time, some friends and I were talking about this the other day. This is the first time, and since I can remember, man, I've been more excited about our defense than I have been about any part of our team. Our defense is loaded with a ton of talent, but more specifically, our coordinators are back. The secondary is loaded, but I mean, this team has really, really got talent across the board, and some of it may not even get to see the field in the sense of some of the true freshmen. So excited about this season, man. I'm excited that college football is back, and I can't wait to see kind of what the season is going to play out. I'll tell you, the SEC is going to be incredibly, incredibly difficult. Again, as always, this year, I think there's a lot of people that are sleeping on teams like Alabama. Florida is going to be really good, and I also think, it burdens me to say it, but it's the fact that A&M is going to be good. They're going to be good. So I'm excited about the season, man. And one last question, Lance, what are your thoughts on? I think this is the most. If he's not the best player in college, he's one of the best defensive backs in college. And Caleb Downs, the defensive back at Ohio State, I think he's incredibly smart.
Yeah, I don't. What's the question about him though?
What are your thoughts on him in terms of first round pick?
Yeah, I have to. I mean, he's considered. I think he's considered a first right now, but I haven't. I don't typically get deep into that to study to give like round grades or anything like that. I just know that he is. I mean, he's a really talented player. He's a really talented player who has a lot of physical gifts, but I just don't get deep down into it, into those guys as often as I used to do that in the summer, and I don't do that now because so much will change. But I'm going to start looking at players here starting in August. So he's going to be one of the guys I get to, because I know that I think he has a first round grade right now based on one of the scout sheets I have. So I'll have to see. I like them. I mean, they were loaded in the secondary last year. They had really smart physical safeties. Downs. I didn't like Denzel Burke. I didn't like their one corner, but Downs to me is a big difference maker. So I just don't have I just can't give you a grade yet on that because I haven't studied them like that. So
something we didn't even talk about yesterday. Did y'all see the Cougs' new facility?
Yeah.
Wow.
Really good looking.
Wow. It is spectacular. Now, I mean, that all started under Pez and Dana, and they did a lot of the fundraising. So you got to give them a little bit of up. That whole build and that whole idea all started under them, but they're certainly benefiting. Willie is going to take advantage of that. It is fantastic. The players were all, when they had the video of the players walking in for the first time. You see that locker room?
Yeah, it's nice.
It's freaking.
Got to have that though, man. You got to have that.
Yeah.
U of H is not going to be the biggest NIL. They're not going to be the NIL team, although hopefully it matters less now with the rev share stuff. But you got to have facilities nowadays. You're in the Big 12 now. You got to have the facilities, and that's great that they were able to put that together.
Is unbelievable. I mean, it rivals the big boys. It rivals the big boys. So yeah, you got to have that.
Is there a barber chair?
Is
there a slide?
There's got to be a barber chair.
Clemson has a slide.
They have a slide?
Yeah.
Like, what do you mean a slide?
A slide. You can slide down.
That's stupid. Barber chairs and
No one wants a
Xboxes
slide.
and PlayStations, what
People
you have
are
to
going to
have.
get hurt.
Well, if it doesn't have a slide, then the big boys still stay on top. I need a slide in that facility. Barber chair, definitely. Did we see a barber chair?
There's got to be a barber chair.
Well, you don't know.
I asked you.
No, there has to
I
be.
just asked.
You can't
You
build
don't know if
something
there's a
without
barber chair.
I'm telling you now.
The implication of is there barber chairs? I don't know.
A&M
what
has
I
a
just
barber
said.
chair.
I'm
Alabama has
asking.
a barber chair. Texas has a barber chair.
So
you better have a barber
You
chair.
cannot say they rival the big boys unless they have a barber chair. Did you
do
see a
have-
barber chair?
I'm sure there is one.
I'm sure.
I'm sure there is.
Everybody has a barber chair now and a slide.
Yeah. I've got one.
You don't
I
have
got
a barber chair.
I got a barber chair.
You don't have a bar. You don't have a barber chair.
Yeah, barber chair. Yep. Well, all I know is that thing is, hey, Willie's recruiting too now. I mean, if he gets the guys that have committed, if they actually, somebody don't poach him and give him like stupid, ridiculous money, and they say I got to go there, then if he's able to haul this in, holy crap.
Well, let me tell you something now. The thing that killed Dana is his portal wasn't very good, and his recruiting class at the end was bad. And I know it really hurt him internally. I mean, that was a big, big concern. Willie Fritz has done a 180 over there. His 26 class is ranked top 40 in the nation. You got to hold on to those guys. We're talking about a 5th and 2/4, a 5-star and 2 4-stars. That's tough to pull at U of H in this day and age with the money flying around that's flying around. That's super impressive. Really, really impressive. 2 of those guys are from here in the greater Houston area, the 5-star and one of the 4-stars. Actually, no, all 3 of them are, because I found out Iowa Grove is outside of Alvin. So all 3 of them are Houston area players, the 5-star and the 2 4-stars.
Iowa Colony.
Iowa Colony. Yeah, that's right. Iowa Colony. Man, I'm still thinking back to the time that Tate Martell had, was it Drew Tate or Tate Martell? Who's the one from here that went to Iowa where he had Tate. Drew Tate. Yeah. That's it. Drew Tate absolutely had the Big Ten in a chokehold. That was incredible.
Did he?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, Drew Brees too, from Austin.
He wanted to be an Aggie, but the Aggies didn't want him. Huh?
Yeah,
the Aggies didn't want him. Longhorns didn't even look at him, but he didn't want him. He wanted to be an Aggie.
Oh, yeah. Another Drew. Andrew Luck. Oh, no, Texas. No, don't worry.
Yeah. Aggies didn't want
Gilbert.
Drew Brees, and the Longhorns didn't want
Andrew Luck.
Well, you know why? Because maybe they thought Andrew's just he ain't even gonna finish. He'll just quit.
And
no, he finished.
You saw what Garrett Gilbert did filling in for who did he fill in for? Was he the guy after Colt?
Oh, in the national championship.
You saw him fill in for him. Why would they need Andrew Luck? You saw what Garrett Gilbert did.
Yeah, Garrett Gilbert.
He did have a couple of plays, and then the next year, and was like really high on Garrett Gilbert. It was like, oh my gosh, this isn't good enough at all.
No, not at all. Wound up at SMU, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
And ran up in the NFL.
And actually had a good career at SMU.
Yeah. No, he did. I think seriously, I think he was
in a backup.
No, right now he's with the Patriots.
He's still playing?
Go get your boy, John. There's no reason that.
Yeah, Garrett Gilbert is still playing and Andrew Luck is out of the league.
Yeah.
Is he still playing?
Texas made the right decision.
That's right.
Well, hold on. Garrett Gilbert, the last football I see was 2021.
Yeah, but he's with the Patriots currently.
What, as a coach?
No, as a backup.
You sure?
He doesn't play.
As an quality control guy?
No.
Oh.
As a player.
Is an American former professional football player who was quarterback for 7 years. And Garrett Gilbert getting 7 NFL seasons is insane.
On October 4th, Garrett Gilbert was signed to the practice squad. On the 15th, he was elevated to the active roster.
They got to be just training him to be a quarterback coach.
Well, this looks like this is back from 2023.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, I don't know why Wikipedia, oddly enough, hasn't updated Garrett Gilbert's page.
It's not really anything to say.
What are you going to say? What did he do?
So first of all, can any of y'all tell me who updates Wikipedia? And you can't say it's AI because
I've never met
Wikipedia's been updated for years and years and years. Who is it that creates and updates with real, not the fake information, but real information? Who's doing this? Who's like, you know what? I need to get on this Garrett Gilbert Wikipedia. I got to get him written up. Who does that?
No one I've ever met.
Anyone doing it for money?
I don't.
You're doing it because for the love of the game?
Like they're updated. It's updated almost like immediately.
Yeah.
You're updating Garrett Gilbert Wikipedia for the love of the game? No. Absolutely not. And this is like joining the NFL in 2014. Gilbert was primarily assigned to his team's practice squads during his first 4 seasons. This is somebody who has to actually follow Garrett Gilbert, actually take not just a passing interest in Garrett Gilbert, like, hey, Garrett Gilbert also appeared in the national championship game when Colt McCoy got broken in half. And after that he had a bad year in 2009. He wasn't very good, but then he made it to the pros and somehow stuck around. That's what it should. That's what it should say. Just that. And like,
That's all.
he also then came to prominence in 19 as a starting quarterback for the Orlando Apollos of the Alliance of American Football. Like, what? Who is putting time in to do Garrett Gilbert Wikipedia? Early life. Let me tell you about his early life.
Let me tell you about the Golden Nugget right now. That's what I'm going to tell you about.
This has to be his parents.
I'm going to talk. I want you. First of all, I want you to listen tomorrow so that there's a chance that you can win your spot tomorrow or next Thursday or the following Thursday, your spot in our fantasy draft. But I want you to have your own fantasy draft at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. What a great place. I mean, I don't know that there's a better place because you can bring the wives. They can be at the pool or in the casino or at one of the 12 restaurants or watching one of the shows in their concert hall or whatever, everything. They could be playing golf. I don't know. I'm against it, but they could be. Listen, if you're somebody who is looking for the best place to have your fantasy draft, at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles DraftKings Sportsbook. We're going to have ours there. There's packages available, drinking packages, food packages, room packages, all kinds of great stuff for you to get your fantasy draft on at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Get your boys together and say, let's do it. I got a buddy, my boy Shu. They always go on a golf trip and they do a weekend with a couple 3 rounds of golf, and then they do their fantasy draft. This is better. You got the Golden Nugget Lake Charles, where you have a golf course and you can play golf, and you can get your gamble on as well. You're looking for the best place to have your fantasy draft. Let's go. GoldenNuggetLC.com, GoldenNuggetLC.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Boy, John, interesting. I got to tell you about this. This is an interesting look that Bill Barnwell of ESPN, the analytics guy who's been there for a while, and you see him on TV. He writes a lot of articles. He did something I've never seen anyone do this article. How many players are worth first-round picks on all the rosters in the NFL? And he did Houston Texans, for example, 3 first-round picks and more for C.J. Stroud. While the Texans didn't live up to lofty expectations, it seems like most of the blame for those issues has been placed on injuries in the receiving core and dismal offensive line, which is fair. He spent more time in 3rd and long than anybody else and was better in those spots than his teammates deserved. Yada, yada, yada. And yet it's fair to consider both the Stroud seasons as equally meaningful insights into his true level of play. So he believes that if you were to trade CJ, you would get 3 first-rounders. I don't think that's probably that far off, to be honest with you. Maybe not 3 early firsts, but you get 3 firsts for him. Will Anderson is worth 2 first-round picks.
Mm-hmm.
He has. That's really telling. Now, it cost 2 first-round picks. You had your own first, and you traded a first for Will Anderson. So that makes some sense. And then he said Nico Collins and Derek Stingley are worth 2 first-round picks. I don't think you would get 2 first-rounders for Nico. You might for Derek Stingley. And Nico just because he's a wide receiver. And then he's got Kamari Lassiter worth the first-round pick. Missing out Danielle Hunter has a lot to do with him being 31 years old. That's pretty interesting. They've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 players who he believes are worth 4 first-round picks on the Texans team.
That's interesting. And yeah, I see all of those. I don't know about 3, maybe 2 and 2 twos, maybe 2 and 2 twos. Or
boy, Deshaun Watson got 3.
Lamar didn't get. No one wanted to give Lamar 3.
Well, a lot of it comes with, and that's true. A lot of it comes with they didn't want to give 3. You know why? Because a big ass contract.
I don't know if they wanted to give 2. Because you saw
they would have given 2.
Well, they had to give him money too. All those teams came and said,
I don't know that the Lamar
we're not
stuff
interested in Lamar Jackson. Like
I don't.
5 teams did that.
The Lamar stuff is kind of weird because a lot of people are talking out of the side of their neck with this one. They don't really know. I'm familiar with one of the conversations that went on, and Baltimore really wasn't interested in trading him. Like they were just trying to gauge some stuff because they were worried about the contract negotiations with Lamar and his mom, basically. There were, and I think he had somebody helping him as well. There was a real concern about, man, are we going to be able, does he know his value? Are we going to be able to get him in? Is he going to do this? But Lamar Jackson right now under contract, I would trade 3 first-rounders for him. Under contract, I would trade for Josh Allen 3 first-rounders.
So knowing you have to pay CJ.
I wouldn't pay CJ. I wouldn't give 3 first-rounders for CJ yet because, like you said, his price could be $70 million. He's not under contract. And he hasn't done as much as Lamar, Josh Allen.
Well, a smart team, unlike the Texans, would work out the contract with CJ before they made the trade.
Correct. The smart team absolutely
team.
would.
Yeah.
It's interesting because they have he has Josh Allen. Let's see, 5 first-round picks for Josh Allen.
What? I understand how valuable he is, but you can't build a team.
This is just kind of silly.
Giving up that many picks. It's ridiculous. Like, who is Josh Allen playing with if you're giving up 5 first-rounders?
He's obviously creating a hypothetical
a ranking
value
of who's most
system.
valuable, sure.
No one would give 5 first-round picks for a quarterback.
It's not the NBA.
Except maybe Cleveland.
Oh. Just to top what they've already done.
Yeah.
It is funny how the value of the 2 sports, like Mikal Bridges got 5 first-round picks, who is a 3 on a good team, like the 3rd best player on a good team.
Yeah.
NFL 5 first-round picks, even for a Josh Allen, is too much.
Yeah. What
the value?
Yeah, it's just
the
how
value
the
of
value,
draft
yeah.
picks.
How about Tua? He has missing the cut. Wouldn't give a first-rounder.
He's
for him.
banged up and hurt too often. I think I saw that. It's too much of a risk to give up a pick.
Yeah.
He's got 3 first-rounders for Aaron Rodgers.
What?
I'm kidding.
It's like, what? What is Bill Barwell
He's got
on?
4 first-rounders for Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
I mean, if we're gonna,
CJ's getting 3, then Lamar's getting 4.
Yeah, and Josh is getting 5. Now
if
it
we're gonna
makes
go on
more
a scale.
sense.
Oh, hold on. Now
if you drop everybody,
now we have to have the debate, the ESPN debate. Why is Josh Allen worth more first-round picks than Lamar Jackson?
That's the debate.
Now we have the debate on TV.
That's what we're going to talk about
Del,
coming up next.
I think you know why.
Don't rub
Coming
your
up next,
forearms.
we've got our guest Ryan Clark is going to join us. Ryan Clark is going to break down why Josh Allen is worth more first-rounders. And Bill Barnwell will also join the set to defend himself against Ryan Clark's menacing scout.
Oh, and why do people like Caitlin Clark more than Aisha Wilson? Oh.
Why is Paige Beckers better than Caitlin Clark? Oh, white-on-white violence, John. What are you going to do now?
No.
That's not what we're looking for. We can't have
we
the
can't
discussion
have white
we
on
want to
white.
have with that particular combo.
Paige Becker's not better than Caitlin Clark.
There is a lot of people that are jumping on the Paige Beckers train.
She's got a
Paige Becker's pretty damn skippy.
She's got a bag.
Yeah.
She does. And a lot of people are jumping on because they know it makes the Caitlin Clark people crazy.
And the underlying thing that you might not know, John, Paige Beckers, her family is a multicultural family. That's another reason she's loved by certain people.
She is?
I believe I think it's her stepmom, who she was raised by, is black, not Russian black.
Oh.
That's another reason there's a positive
That's why
slant.
we like Paige.
Yes.
Yep. And Isaiah Hartenstein.
Well, I don't know.
He doesn't get the same love as Paige Beckers. And his dad isn't a stepdad. It's dad.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
By the way, speaking of this annoyed me. Jalen Williams had to take shots, like defend himself against people calling him corny. This is just so out of control. That somehow Jalen Williams now is corny.
They called him corny.
Dude is really sharp.
I didn't know. I guess his voice doesn't.
No. Well, maybe that's it, but I saw something where he mimicked.
I didn't know he had been called corny until just the other day.
Well, if I remember correctly, he posed at a free throw line similar to what Kobe did, and that's why he got called corny.
What do you mean?
Like Kobe was banged up, and there's a picture of Kobe posing at the free throw line. And Jalen Williams just replicated the photo.
So an homage to Kobe?
Well, Jason Tatum gets called corny for the same thing, for his love of Kobe and his, he has the.
We know there's ulterior stuff going on.
That's Jordan people doing that.
Somebody asked him, J-Dub, how do you feel about people saying you are corny for that Kobe pick?
I told you it wasn't about how he speaks or who he is. It's that picture he replicated.
Huh? Really?
Yeah, it looked.
That's what we're upset about is a Kobe picture?
It's the same thing. I told you, Jason Tatum mimicking Kobe.
Kobe people are out of control.
It's not.
They
Kobe.
really are.
I'm telling you,
the Kobe
I'm
people?
telling you, it's not Kobe people.
Who is it then?
Jordan people.
It's people in general who don't like the aura farming that these players are doing. Because Jason Tatum, after winning the title, tried to duplicate a lot of viral moments that happen around NBA players when they won their title. Like when KG did anything is possible, and in the same fashion, Jason Tatum was like, "We did it!" Stuff like that. He did that. He posed like Kobe, holding the Larry O'Brien trophy. He got crushed for it. And J-Dub was doing something very similar. So it isn't about background, how he sounds. They're like, "All right, this is corny. Be your own man," is what people are doing when they attack him on that.
Well, this guy asked J-Dub, how do you feel about people saying you're corny for the Kobe pick? I'm not one of those people. He said, to be honest, the same people calling me corny couldn't hold my water in real life. Probably would ask for a selfie if it was face to face. True.
We did it!
That was
Tatum after winning the title.
That was after the KG.
Anything is possible.
He's done like 3 of these things. It's a real try hard, but he's still a great player.
Yes, it's not a
question. It's easy to get called corny by NBA standards now. Fans are ready to call SGA's corny. They're going after Halliburton because he got engaged yesterday. Like, it's sad. They can't just let people live.
Is that because he's corny, or were they using a different term for him?
Well, he was called corny in the throughout the playoffs and stuff like that.
Okay. Well, and also overrated at one point.
And overrated, yeah. Even though he comes up clutch.
Dana Brown said this morning that Jordan could return mid-August.
Yeah, okay.
I don't believe him, but okay.
Okay.
I don't believe him.
If I'm Dana, I'm not saying anything. I ain't saying nothing
He's
about no one
asking
coming
for-
back ever.
Yeah, why would he do that?
Well, maybe
When
he's
it happens, it happens. You could just say this. Hey, guess what? Surprise. Do you like it when you find a $20 bill in your pocket, John, on the coat you hadn't been wearing?
Oh, I love that.
Wouldn't it be great just to have the Jordan $20 in the pocket surprise in the lineup? Like, oh my God, Jordan's in the lineup. How exciting would that be?
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
No build-up. It's just nothing but excitement. No
That's
chance to talk about, well, what if he doesn't perform well? You just get straight excitement. That's the same thing with finding money in your pocket. That's what I want with Jordan or Jeremy Pena making it back. I don't even want you telling me when guys are coming back anymore. Just surprise me with the line. I just want Brian McMurray.
Brian McTaggart.
Brian McTaggart. Yeah, McMurray. I just want Brian McTaggart to take a picture, do one of his pictures of the lineup, and just like, oh my God, Pena and Jordan are starting, and Christian Javier is pitching today. That's what I want to have. I want to have that kind of excitement in my life. That's finding $100 bill in your pocket.
What did we miss today, Del?
Actually, we missed a lot of stuff.
No, I'm glad we missed one thing because I don't know if this show would have handled it very well.
Oh, try us.
I don't want to. That's the whole point.
Let me see.
What is it?
You can.
Oh,
what?
Oh, wait, there was a salacious.
I don't.
Ronald Acuna got Achilles tightness.
No, I think we would have handled that fine.
Yeah,
Martin Emerson, the cornerback from the Browns, Achilles
injury issues. Other than when we wished him a plunge.
It's Trey Hendrickson ending his holdout.
Not really. He didn't dress out to play football. He's
tired of people taking his money.
Well, he's a sit-in.
He's a hold-in. Yeah,
it's a hold-in.
No.
Oh, you mean University of Houston being number one in bracketology?
No.
Already the basketball team being number one?
Incorrect. Let's talk about Coors Light.
What?
No,
I want to know what we missed.
He's trying to save it.
Jeez. In a WNBA game, a fan threw.
Oh, that's right. The lime green Bilbo.
Yeah, yes.
No, we're not ready for that.
I told you we're not ready for it.
We're not ready for that.
That's why.
Oh my! And then they put it on TV
they
too.
Zoomed in on it. But yes, let's talk about Coors Light, John. Let's not talk about lime green.
Oh my
Let's
God!
talk about the mountains being blue.
After the wig incident the night before, now we got
blue,
a
John.
Bilbo on the.
The mountains are blue. The mountains are blue.
WNBA is making headlines. Okay, that's so good. When they showed it on TV, that's so fun. That's so fun. I mean, listen, the director saw it laying on the ground through the camera, and he still went to it.
Well, yeah, he's got a job to do.
Well, and then the announcer, and he goes, oh.
That's what the announcer did?
Well, they said something green, something came from the stands, and, it went over the players. And it landed. Somebody threw something on the floor. And then when they showed it,
Buffalo Bills fans did that too.
Yeah. The Bills fans got nothing on this guy.
Lime green.
I'm assuming it was a guy who threw
that pops on TV.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, lime. I mean, fluorescent. That's so awesome.
He did it.
Now, did that not create,
sure,
headlines for the league?
But not a bigger headline than what Sean Mapes has done.
What's Sean Mapes done?
Well, because the promotion of you score 3 runs, you get a jumbo jack.
Oh,
the Astros did it. Sean Mapes came through, but that's
how many
not for
jumbo
this show.
jacks did he bring?
That's for the next show. The mountains are blue, John. Coors Light.
The mountains are blue. The mountains are the blue.
Bilbos and jumbo jacks. What a segue.
What a great segue.
What do you wash that all down with, John?
A large drink, right, Sean?
Oh my God, yeah, Coors Light. Well, because it's refreshing. It's not a beer that you're like, oh God, give me some water because I'm thirsty now because of this beer. Because it's like I'm drinking motor oil. No. It ain't brown, thick. Coors Light is cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing. It's got that Colorado water. Okay, that's what it's got. And you know what? That Colorado water is. It's the world's most. It's the best water you could possibly have. You know, the other water, so the other beers, like beer that's brewed in St. Louis, where are they getting that water? You think that's like Colorado Rocky Mountain water? Clear, crystal, clean? No. It's terrible. That's where the wonderfulness of Coors Light starts, right? That water, because it is the best water you could possibly drink. And here's the deal: so is the beer. So I'm a big fan. I think you know that. I hope you are too. If you haven't tried it, please do. And if you have, I know you got some in your fridge. Get some in your fridge. Make sure it's there when your buddies come. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Climb on, brother. All right. Apparently, horny Brits are frustrated as up comes war on masturbation sees 350,000 people sign a petition against masturbation. Do you guys want to sign a petition against masturbation?
I don't like petitions in general, so I would be out anyway, just the thought of it. But what would be the reason for me to sign a petition for against masturbation? Is there are there health benefits?
Because you're against it.
You got to convince me why I should be against it. I'm just not going to sign it willy-nilly. Because right now I'm pretty neutral. So
Either you're pro or you're con.
No, I'm kind of neutral.
You're Switzerland on this
I
one?
don't really care if you do it or not do it. I don't think about other people's masturbation habits. So you got to convince me before I sign that paper.
Yeah.
Win my vote. I'm just not here to vote, and you can't assume I'm going to vote for non-masturbation. You got to win it.
I got to win it over. Well, I mean, it's embarrassing if you get caught.
Well, don't have to do it in public, unlike the people at that baseball game.
Right, but some people do. But they're nuts, usually.
Yeah, if you do it at home, I think you're fine. As long as you can lock a door and your mom doesn't walk in.
Well, you could still sign it and still do it. So
I'm not a hypocrite.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, sign the petition and say, I'm not going to do it anymore. Okay.
I don't make promises I can't keep, John.
Hey, apparently the Department of Health and Human Services is investigating organ donation practices after a Kentucky organization allegedly began harvesting organs from people who may have not been dead. A man woke up during an organ harvesting procedure he did not authorize. Do you feel like you should keep your organs if you still are using them?
Yes,
I would like to
That's
keep
an
them.
easy one, John.
Sure.
Yes.
Thanks for offering that question up for us, but the answer is yes.
Yes. I don't feel like they should be able to take your organs.
No, I'm with you on this one, John. I'm going to stand strong with you.
Will
Keep
you sign
your
a
organs.
petition?
You shouldn't just have them taken willy-nilly.
Well, will you sign that petition?
I'll sign that.
I'm glad you two are standing up
stand with that.
against the woke agenda of stealing people's organs without them giving permission.
Apparently,
Someone needs to.
Finland's precious summers are plagued by goose poop.
Ew.
While people are trying to enjoy beaches and parks, apparently geese are pooping all over them. Do you guys feel like goose poop ruins a party?
Yes.
All poop ruins parties.
Yeah.
Geese, dog, whatever. Name an animal or human.
Yeah,
Poop
actually,
ruins
that's
it.
true, Del.
Do you guys want to go to Finland now and see all the goose poop?
No, it's
No.
not. I don't think they're going to put that on the brosure of reasons to visit
No.
Finland. Goose
I think
poop.
it's better to be like the STD capital of the world.
Is it?
Well,
What?
didn't that just win an award? This is the place to come and get herpes.
Is Finland the STD capital of the world?
No. Remember I think it was Denmark said we're the herpes capital of the world.
That's right.
And they won an award for it.
Boy, that's really try-hard stuff right there.
Yeah. I mean, you're really going above and beyond to try to get people to, to get an award.
What about us? We got the most herpes.
Yeah. All right, we are done. I will be broadcasting live from Chicago tomorrow. And while you guys will be back in studio, Mopey and Mapes are next talking about Bilbo's on the court.
No,
Whether or not
I can't
that should
rule it
be-
out, but that's not currently on the agenda.
Should that be a common practice, like when hat tricks are in the NHL?
Okay,
You brought it up,
since
Del.
Since you brought it up, John, what accomplishment on the WNBA floor would require that as
A Bilbo?
Hat tricks is cool. Like you score 3 goals, you throw hats on the
Right.
court. What gets done in the WNBA?
Okay. Anytime Angel Reese scores on her first shot,
Oh,
as opposed to getting a rebound and scoring.
I don't know if that works.
Bilbos need to come flying down.
No. All right, we're out of here. Bye, everybody.
We're done.
John's
Bye.
in Chicago. We'll see if he's more couth when he's back in Chicago.
No, that won't happen.
We got to conduct some business very early in the show. We had all the factors come into play to set up this moment. There was a promotion. In fact, we would call it a collab with the Astros and Jack in a Box. We had someone tweet me about this collab, which alerted me to what could possibly be. And the Astros went out and won a game. And not just one. They scored 3 runs or more to do it. So they end their 5-game losing streak. They beat the Nationals. Jason Alexander, pretty good. Pretty good. They put up a crooked number in an inning, something they don't do. At least they haven't done recently, which speaks to their inability to score 3 runs at home. So they do that. They win. We'll get to all the conversation surrounding potential additions and a potential reunion as well. But let's get to it. Sean Mapes, producer of this show.
Yes.
Sean Mapes, the head coach at Arkansas State in our CFB 26 Dynasty. I'm just doing your bio blast for ESPN.
Thank you. Thank you. Won national championship at Rice.
Certainly. Rebuilt, and rebuild is probably the wrong word. Built the Rice program and allowed them to reach heights they never had before in CFB 25 and in just reality. He did something no one thought he could do because a lot of people didn't think the Astros would win or score 3 runs last night.
Or would buy a burger at 9:30 in the morning.
Well, we had to figure out could and would Jack in the Box be open, and would they have their lunch menu or their normal menu open as opposed to it just being breakfast. Turns out they kind of have that menu open all the time. So that was not a concern. Yeah. So Sean Mapes, show the bag to the people on Twitch and on stream and who may still be watching on Twitter. He did go get his free Jumbo Jack, of course, with the purchase of a soda.
Yes.
A large soda.
Large soda, by the way, $3. Jumbo Jack, like $4.50.
So they're finding a way to make do. Did you go with the curly fries to complete the meal?
No, because then that would have been like actually $7.
So you'd have actually had to pay for a Jumbo Jack Plus. But you didn't pay. You got your free Jumbo Jack thanks to the Astros.
Yep.
And take a bite of the Jumbo Jack.
Thank you.
Let's see if it still hits or if it ever hit, because you weren't a real Jumbo Jack guy when you went to Jack in the Box in the past. That's Sean Mapes eating the Jumbo Jack that he got. Because
sorry to eat on air. I know no one at the station does.
But this is the point to be proven. The Astros win. You get your Jumbo Jack. Now the question is, was it all worth it?
I mean,
it was free.
Oh yeah, it's free. So yeah,
it was worth it. But let's just say if you had to pay the $4 or so, whatever it would have cost for the Jumbo Jack, would it be worth it?
I think part of it is that I had to work for it, you know?
That's true.
And by working for it, I mean watch the Houston Astros work for it.
Against the Nationals, yes.
Yeah. And so, you know, in a previous time, maybe, 2 months ago, I would have taken scoring 3 runs for granted.
Of course. You had Pena. You had Jordan. Even that version of Jordan.
Exactly.
Paredes was around.
Now I know that it's not easy to score 3 runs in a baseball game, let alone double it, which is
at
what they
at a home game or in a home game. Excuse me.
So it tastes like victory, and that always makes it taste.
Yeah,
a little
if it was
bit
like
better.
5-3 Nationals, maybe it would taste a little worse.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. I would notice that this is not warm. I would have noticed that if they lost,
but because they didn't lose, you don't even.
I'm
notice.
not going to point it out.
Yeah, we're not going to even acknowledge that it wasn't warm. There it is. Sean Mapes did follow through, got himself a Jumbo Jack. I hope you guys do as well, whether you've done it already or you will do it later, because eating a Jumbo Jack at around 10 a.m. isn't the best thing for you. Maybe.
I mean, I'll finish. I might heat it up.
Yeah,
in a break. But
yeah, you're going to be here till.
I am kind of hungry, so
yeah,
we'll skip the breakfast bar. So.
You were waiting on your Jumbo Jack,
yeah,
so there it is.
Yeah.
So now you have your sustenance, and it'll get you through the next 5 hours or so. So there it is. I hope you guys get your Jumbo Jacks thanks to the Astros, not only just winning, but also scoring those 3 runs. Now,
this segment was brought to you by Jack in the Box. No, it wasn't.
Or the Astros. The Astros.
Yeah, more about the Astros.
Kind of bring you the first segment every day, and
and today
And
got me a sandwich.
yes, we always talk Astros in the first segment, and there's a lot to get to beyond the win. Like if you want to break down the win, listen to John and Lance. I don't want to go through inning by inning, pitch by pitch. Credit to Dubon for knowing how to run the bases, stuff like that.
But I will say that with the news that I woke up today from Bob Nightingale and that Brian McTaggart confirmed.
Yeah,
I did have a split second of like, oh, we're probably not going to talk about the Jumbo Jack for very long.
Oh, no, I mean, how long can I talk about you eating a burger? I mean, it's just a point that you were able to, the day after we talked about it, get the Jumbo Jack. And thanks to the Astros. The Astros have a early start today. It'll be a 1:10 start against the Nationals as they try to close out that series. So we will see if they can win the series. They've got Gusto on the mound against Mackenzie Gore. And Gusto is one of the pitchers who's been filling in quite a bit now because of injury. The Astros aren't just interested in a hitter. Dylan Cease's name came up yesterday as a potential Astros acquisition. He would be a rental as it stands now. So that you would hope certainly limit what you'd have to give up to get him. I don't know that he fits the profile of guy to replace Fromber, because if Dylan Cease comes to Houston, has a Kikuchi-like resurgence after what has been a down year for him, are the Astros looking to pay Dylan Cease what he would have been valued at before the rough start to a season?
No, he's going to walk like Kikuchi.
Yeah,
if it
works
out.
Yeah, so it's not exactly the, hey, Fromber's leaving, we need a guy under team control who can be a number one going forward. That isn't the particular acquisition. So I'm interested to see if that comes about, how much they're willing to give up. Now, we did the mental gymnastics in our head, depending on which side you fell on, about giving up Will Wagner and Lo Perfido, and there's the pitcher, I'm getting their name now, that
Jake Bloss.
So people were willing to push that aside, particularly when Kikuchi got going. There's some concern because he wasn't that great
after
in Toronto.
like 4 starts. We're like, oh, you know what? Actually,
didn't he go 5 hitless innings his first appearance, or did he get off to a rough start and then respond?
So I think he gave up like a leadoff home run.
Yeah, and then he got it. Then he figured it out.
Found it out.
Yeah. Okay, that's what it was. I know there's something rather dramatic about his first start. People are like, oh, I can't believe we got this guy. And then
it was a yo-yo kind of.
Yeah, then he turned into what he turned into. So Dylan Cease would more fit the mold of rental.
Yes. He is looking at his numbers. I'll just say very much a Kikuchi like. Not reclamation project, because he was good last year. You know, like he hasn't been terrible for a while, but this year, I wouldn't even say terrible. He's just been bad this year. But some of the underlining stuff that Jeremy Branham shared on Twitter with his Baseball Savant page, it doesn't look terrible. Like there's something there. Like this guy, Dylan Cease, like if it's one of those things of like, someone needs to come in and help him out and help him figure things out. And one of the teams I trust to do that is the Houston Astros. So maybe it's a buy low rental thing that won't cost much.
Yeah, there are other pitchers who you'd have team control for, who look like they're on the block. Of course, it'll cost you quite a bit. Like Sandy Alcantara is a guy who has not pitched well for the better part of like 2 seasons now, but he has pitched well in his last couple starts, and that's a supremely talented player that you would have under team control for a good bit. That's going to cost you more, even if he hasn't been at the top of his game over the last couple seasons. So that's on the pitching side more. Dylan Cease, I just threw out Alcantara because that's a name on the block, but Dylan Cease is the one who's been matched with the Astros. We talked about Nolan Arenado, we talked about Lau yesterday as a couple guys who they may be in on. And the big name, which I felt for the last week was more like Astro fan casting. Fan casting, for people who don't know, is when there's a movie that's about to come out and the cast hasn't been released. Fans start to go, put this guy in the role, put this woman in the role. People were fan casting the return of Carlos Correa, and now that's just more than wishing and hoping. The Astros are a team that's in on Correa. Bob Nightingale has said that to be the case. Brian McTaggart has confirmed that that's true. He would play third in place of Paredes, and of course, it just makes you think that the worst for Paredes is true, that he is unlikely to return this year when you're making this type of acquisition for Carlos. John mentioned that he saw that the Twins would have to pay the bulk of the remainder of Carlos's salary. That could be a prohibitive thing for the Twins. But yes, the Astros are looking for a way to bring back Carlos Correa to play third base for them. And of course, with Pena, who had a minor league assignment last night and got hit by a pitch, thankfully he seems to be okay. He'll get at least one more go at it tonight, and then maybe he joins the team when they're in Boston. So you may have Pena back by this weekend. And would you have Correa and Pena in Boston? Correa and Pena against the Red Sox?
Against the Red Sox with Alex Cora
and
on the top step of the other
and Bregman watching longingly.
Yeah, Bregman too. Yeah, it might be that might be the most 2017 Houston Astros in one building basically since I don't know, since 2020. Like they've kind of been spread out, and so getting Correa back would be it does kind of walk the line of, is this just fan service? Is this just like,
are they looking into it?
Yeah.
But it's not a real thing, particularly if they're asking.
Like, hey, look, we brought back Tony Stark. Didn't you love him?
As a different, he's playing a different role, but you love RDJ, right? So the Astros are active. How much they get done is up to the value that they're going to be asked to be given out or traded away, and I'm sure money will be part of the equation too. How much are they going to have to pay on these contracts to get these guys in? So there it is. I mean, your team, despite the recent run of losing to bad teams, is not operating like a team that isn't looking to make a run. Now, how much are they going to give up? How much are they willing to give up? That will be determined. I'm sure we'll have the autopsy of these deals, particularly if they don't work out. As far as the Astros were in on Correa, but they couldn't come to an agreement. We'll start to find out in the next couple of days how far they're willing to go.
Yeah, like ultimately they couldn't decide on how much money the Twins should keep versus how many. It'll be something like that. But yeah, you're right that if there's one thing I'm certain of is that the Astros are working to make a deal, and I think it's pretty likely that they'll make a deal. Like they'll do something. Just Dana Brown said almost as much as a GM couldn't say live on the team broadcast 2 nights ago, where he was Todd Cowles asked him if he feels like pressure that the team right now needs a spark, and he's like, yeah, I want to give this team a spark. I think we can make a move. And then he listed off what they're looking for. He was like, a bat for sure, infielder mostly, but we would take an outfielder too, and maybe some starting pitching help or a bullpen arm. And then like he just said everything. He said we're looking for everything. Basically anyone can help, and we're looking to make a spark. So there's credibility to they'll make some move. I don't know if it'll be specifically Carlos Correa, but they're working hard. We're getting our money's worth out of Dana Brown and the rest of the Astros front office.
You mean Jim Crane's getting his money's worth? Yeah. I mean, what do we?
He's working for his check this week.
That's right. He's putting in the hours, making the calls, and we'll see what he can get done. Eric, I see you. You, I assume, want to talk Astros. We'll get to you when we come back. You can certainly join the show right after Eric, 713-780-3776. Does the thought of the Astros acquiring Carlos Correa excite you? I would love it. It's fun. It's a fun move to make. How instrumental and impactful it will be on winning, that's what the rest of the season is for.
He's good enough to where it's not like
it won't be
terrible.
Yeah, he'll be fine at third. He'll be fine at the plate. It's a much better option than what you have going for you right now.
Better than I would say I prefer him than Arenado, just like cold-hearted as a player. Never mind.
Yeah, forget about the emotional attachment.
Yeah, getting back one of the best Astros of recent history.
They have not handed out the one to any minor league star, right? So the one is the one available?
Yeah, the one should be available.
So
I don't think anyone else.
Yeah,
Warner.
He can roll that right back into
or is
that
Warner.
I think that's the case. So hell, we might see the one back on Carlos Correa's back here shortly if the Astros and Twins can come to an agreement. Eric, we'll get to you. Anyone else? We'll get to you as well when we come back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
Let's get to Eric here. He called in early. Had to wait. But he's of the caller ranks where he waits because I never know what he's going to do. So I want to give him a full runway. What's up, Eric?
Hey guys, shorter sweet times in sports talk show history.
Sometimes, but not you.
Yeah. But yeah, I heard Carlos Correa's coming back maybe, but I'm sure after a week he'll be back on the IL with injured ribs or something. What about that third baseman from the Diamondbacks? I also heard rumblings about George Springer coming back. And I was just at Comic-Con in San Diego. Yo, what's up with all these OF models trying to be cosplay players? I'm just trying to get subscriptions. I want your thoughts on that. I'll hang up the list.
I do believe you just answered your own question. You answered it before you actually posed it to me. It's all about marketing. Yes, they're in a place that traditionally has been a place where people make the assumption that the dudes there don't get no play. So, what do? What
Traditionally,
I mean, nerds are cooler than they've ever been, but traditionally it's been a place where, oh, you go to Comic-Con, you're a nerd, so you don't get girls. So yes, the OnlyFans girls, who you would assume are amongst their clientele, are marketing. Yes, that's what they're doing. As far as
it's a collab. It's like, hey, you're here dressed as dressed as whatever, and
Sure.
I'm here dressed as what Scarlet Witch or
hey, wouldn't you like to
I'm Sue Storm.
Wouldn't you like to pay to see me dressed as Sue Storm again?
Or want to pay to
see me
take it off.
See me not dressed as Sue Storm?
Yeah.
So yes, Eric, it's marketing. As far as Eugenio Suarez, he's a name that's been mentioned with the Astros. The question, as we talked about in the first segment, are the Diamondbacks just gonna like, hey, take them off our hands?
Yeah, they're probably gonna be like, hey, that Bryce Matthews guy looks really good.
Do you wanna hand over Bryce Matthews to secure Suarez, or is Carlos Correa playing third this year a better option? Because you want to keep Bryce Matthews and you do not want to invest in a guy who's going to cost you a big part of what you consider is your future. So this is all about cost analysis and risk. And what's the risk when you start to acquire guys, and how good can you be? I've seen certainly some people talk about screw the future while this team as presently constituted is together, supplement it, try to win, and we'll deal with the consequences of going all in, if you want to call acquiring a guy like Suarez all in. That's for people who don't have to answer to anyone. Yeah, it'd be great to not worry about 2027 and beyond. But we saw it in a smaller way. And of course, we talked about it. You give prospects to the Blue Jays, and Loperfido, what he's gotten at bats this year, particularly recently, has played pretty well. But you gauge, are these guys really a part of what we think can be a future? Like, this guy's going to be an everyday player. This guy's going to be in our rotation. If Bryce Matthews is believed to be someone that they think can be the heir apparent at second, are they giving him up for this season and this team because they think they can go win a title? And then you have all these worst trades and MLB history things come up if Bryce Matthews becomes a star and we have another flame out like we did last year. So these are all the concerns that Dana Brown has to kind of weigh. And he talked about apparently waking up in a cold sweat at the thought of trading Jacob Melton. So if that's not him being performative and actually that's real, then it could be performative, Sean. I see you questioning whether that's a real story or not.
No, I think he's thought about it.
But did he wake up in a cold sweat?
I don't think he woke up in a cold
Did he
sweat.
wake up?
That means he had a nightmare
about trading Jacob Melton.
About Jacob Melton becoming
his heart rate was up after waking up. Do I believe that? I'm not sure I believe that.
The new Mickey Mantle, Jacob Melton.
Yeah. So you don't have to weigh that. He does, maybe not to the level where he has to be resuscitated. But
hey, what's wrong? Hey, baby, what's wrong?
I thought I traded Jacob Melton. The giant mistake I made. So if I could promise you that the guys who are said to be coming back would come back, I would feel better about making a big move.
Yeah.
But all of it has to come together for this team, I think, to really have a shot. And by that I mean you get 2 of your pitchers back and they're good, and you get Pena back, which you will. You won't have a lot, and the problem is you just won't know, because the pitchers are going to come back after the trade deadline. Pena will be back after the trade deadline, but you kind of expect a certain level of performance from him. Yordan is always the mystery. So these are the questions for your general manager. I would like a couple moves. If you can get yourself a Correa or whoever you want to put at third, cool. And then if you can find your way to get a starting pitcher that won't cost you very much as far as prospects, I welcome that too. Other than that, I'm not making an all-in move for this team.
Yeah, and I think Suarez would be as like all-in of a move that you can get, because he is a rental, and there's very little chance that you'd re-sign him because you already have a third baseman for next year.
Yes,
Isaac Paredes. You don't have one for this year, it looks like. That's why we're talking about it. But there's always I saw a report last night where it's like the Diamondbacks are still looking for a large package, still looking for a big package for Eugenio Suarez. Like, yeah, I bet they are, because he's the best hitter on the market. Like, of course they're going to look to make a monster deal with this guy. Like, I just don't know if the Astros, I mean, they probably have enough to get a deal done.
But should they be willing to give it up?
Would it be smart for them to be the winner of the Suarez sweepstakes? I just don't know. I don't think it really would be, because, like you said, they trade for Suarez. There's still a bunch of ifs on this team of what they can do in the postseason, of all these guys that are hurt and coming back. If all these guys were healthy and they even were just playing or I guess they're still playing pretty well, but the Astros are around the same record that they are right now. Like, they are having a rough stretch right now, but they're still on track to win whatever, over 90 games, 95 games. I'd be like, yeah, make the Suarez trade. But we're just not in that reality, because you're depending on so many guys coming back from injury and hitting the ground running.
When Dana Brown talked about wanting to give the team a boost, of course, you think back to 2017, and that team was floundering.
Yeah.
And Dallas Keuchel came out and talked about the team needed to have the organization believe that they could go do something, go make a move, and they eventually, of course, go get Verlander. This team isn't in a spot where the one move. Now, Verlander is a move that would surpasses anything they could do this year, but because of what he could bring from being a horse and being the number one as a starter in a rotation. But this team isn't in a spot where getting a power hitting third baseman turns them from this lineup is still pretty weak to this lineup you can ride to a potential World Series. Their moves, they're a couple moves away, and I would say, fortunately, some of them are internal. You just have to hope those guys are good to go after a long time off. A long time off. You're going to throw them into the middle of a pennant chase, and then hopefully they find their way when it comes to making after you make the playoffs, and then going to run the world into a potential World Series. So, yeah, it's a little too murky, I think, to be tossing away prospects you really love. But if you can play around the margins and find a couple guys who can help, and it won't cost you very much, even if, I guess, if Jacob Melton is a line that Dana Brown won't cross, I wonder who he is willing to give up.
I would think I'd be okay crossing the Melton line.
He doesn't want to wake up in cold sweats.
Although he is batting like 5th for this team.
This version of the team.
But that's more of a this team thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, he's just. I think he might be like the line. Like he's the level of like you don't want to trade him, but you probably would to like.
But no one better.
The deadlines come. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Are you making the trade? Or, like the Verlander trade. That we talk about the Verlander trade so much because it is like the perfect like mental image of what a deadline deal is, where it's like a superstar player who fits the perfect need, like perfectly fits the need of a team that's ready to win the World Series. It went down to the last deadline imaginable.
You had to convince the superstar. Was that the story?
I think that yes, they had. It was two things. They had to talk to Crane about it, and they had to negotiate the deal, talk to Crane about it, get Verlander to ultimately say yes to it. And then it was also while like Jeff Luhnow was having dinner, like a dinner party or something. So he was like walking away from a dinner party to negotiate the
Can I say
Justin
something?
Verlander trade. Don't have a dinner
Don't
party.
have a dinner party.
It was the waiver.
I
trade
know
deadline.
that back when that was still a thing.
So
Understood.
Yeah,
but
not as big of a deal.
But you're the GM of a baseball team who has a shot to win a World Series. Dinner parties on hold on that. You push that to a different day. That's all.
Yeah,
you need to be available at all times.
I agree.
If you're hosting or if you are going to a dinner party, you can always step out.
I think this is like where I'm really stretching what I remember from the Ben Ryder book from whatever 8 years ago. But I think it was the team was in California and he was having dinner with friends from California, I think. So it was like it's like the most. It's like how you would write it in a movie.
Here it
was so like dramatic.
It was his in-laws were hosting a dinner party that night.
Okay, in-laws,
which meant that his war room was filled. This is just a story about what was going on. So the in-laws add a bit extra to it, but even still, what are we doing?
I general manage a team that's going to win 100 games this year. Like, please let me
ask your in-laws to push that to another day. Just
or just like, hey, I'm going to be distracted until the deadline.
Well, he went. He was able to get away and make the move. All's well that ends well, and it ended so well. You won a World Series.
They should make a movie about the 2017 Astros.
Yeah, forget about draft day. Give me the 2017 Astros.
Or Moneyball. Like,
yeah, who cares? I don't care. That. Oh, look, the A's won 20 games in a row
with no starting pitching.
Great.
They didn't ever mention the starting pitching in that movie or in the book.
Yeah, it is funny. It is funny. They had ridiculous young starters.
Mulder, Zito, and
there was one other.
I forgot. Who
I always forget the other guy. There's three of those guys.
Yeah,
like running rampant through the entire AL.
And it's like no,
but Scott Hatteberg needed to be mentioned.
It was Hatteberg and Dave Justice being a good teammate, and them stop making them pay for sodas in the clubhouse. That's what did it. Yeah, no,
I know Billy Beane is the one who's a bit upset about his portrayal or what. But if I'm one of the pitchers, I'm like, F is this? What is this?
Oh, and I think Miguel Tejada was also on that team. Wasn't in the movie.
Yeah.
Who cares? Who was that shortstop? I don't know.
Just one of the best players in baseball. All right, we'll go to break with that. We'll move on to some Texans stuff because while the O-line continues to be an area of concern and the questions continue to get asked about it, the former makeup of that O-line is still being talked about. A listener on Blue Sky of all places, I have an account that I don't use, much like the Twitter account I barely use. He sent me something about the conversation regarding Laramie Tunsil and Shaq Mason and how much of a disaster those two were last year. Now, the Texans will say those guys weren't a problem, but this is one of those, this guy met this guy. I'll let it be explained, but apparently Chris Forrester, the former Texans offensive line coach, wasn't a big fan of Shaq Mason and Laramie Tunsil. We'll hear a recount of what he said to someone in the media when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
So I'll admit the name didn't sound right when I said it. And Sean pointed it out during the break. The Texans former O-line coach is Chris Strausser. I said Chris Forrester. That name may sound familiar to some of you because he was the O-line coach who was caught sniffing coke.
The only reason I caught the mistake.
Yeah.
You could have said Chris and then like basically any other last name.
Yeah, but Forrester.
One guy who's.
It sounded familiar, but it also sounded wrong. I knew there's a Chris, and there's a Stir or Sure.
There's definitely a Trist, by the way.
Yeah, it involved a woman who did some things, not kind of OnlyFans things, but not on OnlyFans.
I thought it was
a stripper. Was it a stripper from Vegas?
I think she danced for a living. Yeah.
Some people suggest that's just a precursor to other things. If you're a stripper, I don't think that way. I don't think every stripper does stuff on the side, but some people do. Either way, he was in the facility sniffing coke.
Can't do that.
Can't do that.
Can't record yourself and then have it come out.
Well, you can do it, probably. I'm sure it's been done before.
Yeah,
but you should not record yourself doing it.
You also can't be Chris Forrester.
Yeah, you can't piss off the stripper in question, so she makes it known that you're about that life.
But Chris Strausser did none of that.
He did none of that.
He coached air quotes, coached the Texans offensive line.
He did none of that, but according to as I find it, the Established to Run podcast, he has loose lips. So you're going to hear this roundabout story about Tunsil and Shaq Mason. None of it complimentary. Here are the guys from the Established to Run podcast.
I'll tell you what, people were surprised when they got rid of Shaq Mason and Laramie Tunsil. But I heard a story, the source being our old coworker at Roto World, Raymond Summerlin, who apparently was playing poker at a casino. And it just so happened that the Texans' old offensive line coach who got fired was playing at the same table. And they sparked up a conversation. And that offensive line coach was like, yeah, Shaq Mason and Laramie Tunsil, they just like lost their minds. Like we could not control what they were doing whatever they wanted to do. They were not doing what they were supposed to do, and everything just kind of collapsed. And like they felt like they had to get rid of Laramie Tunsil. I believe was like a team captain. He's supposed to be a team captain, and he was not acting like a team captain. Anyways, he could easily go and have success in Washington. I actually think that he will. Sometimes a change of scenery can help. But
all right, that voice is Evan Silva. He's one of the contributors on that podcast. So there it is. Now, while Chris Strausser isn't mentioned by name, if we just do some of the deductive reasoning, former O-line coach Shaq Mason only played for the Texans while D'Amico was here, and Chris Strausser came on when he came on when D'Amico got the job. So that's just some deductive reasoning, unless they're talking about the other guy, because there's like three guys in that room, if we remember.
And it was him, Popovich, who ended up getting the job.
And there was one other guy. But I'm going to assume that he's talking about the aforementioned Chris Strausser. So playing poker at a casino, let it be known that Laramie Tunsil and Shaq Mason could not be controlled. We're doing their own thing.
I will say it's a little bit of, wasn't my fault. Like that he is doing. Chris Strausser is doing some of that.
Well, when you're fired, I got
fired.
And you see a way out to not blame yourself. Yes, you can point.
Yes, when they're talking about on the YouTube video that this audio came from, they have like a bottom third graphic of where they're talking about the Texans, where the Texans rank in their offensive line rankings. 32nd.
Yes.
So if I'm Chris Strausser and I know that these guys, that I left behind a unit that's being called the worst in the NFL by at least these three guys, it's not all me. All right. That's all I'm saying. I still need to work again in the NFL. It was Laramie Tunsil and Shaq Mason. Yeah.
Well, that particular group aren't the only ones to rank this, at least this current group, the one that's out there right now practicing the
Yeah.
worst group in the NFL. PFF, I
A group
believe, gave
without
them,
Laramie Tunsil.
yeah,
by the way.
believe gave them that grade as well. Now we'll see who's going to start, because now I think we're on maybe the third straight day that Aaron Terry is starting at right tackle as opposed to Blake Fisher. So
Yeah,
we will see if that is a permanent change and one that will lead to positive results, because the assumption was he wasn't going to be ready to go early. But right now he's outplaying Blake Fisher. Another guy who is new is Laken Tomlinson, and D'Amico Ryan spoke about Laken Tomlinson. We'll get to this before we go to break. Laken Tomlinson, he knows from his time in San Francisco. Tomlinson's been around a long time now. He's been multiple spots, played with the Jets, and as I mentioned, San Francisco. So he's a veteran, and you hear D'Amico talk about him, and a lot of things he's discussing aren't even things about his play on the O-line in practice, about what he brings to the unit as a pro. Here's D'Amico Ryan's on Laken Tomlinson.
What Laken brings to our team, off the field, it starts with his work ethic. I just remember him. He first came in our OTA, our OTA program, just the way he worked. Like, he did a great job just establishing himself as a hard worker. And for guys just to watch him, Laken, he didn't have to say much, but you just watch his actions, watch how he went about his work. And I think a lot of our younger guys can glean a lot from that. Like, man, this guy is about his business. He's been in the league over 10 years. Why does a guy like that stick around? It's going to start with the work ethic, especially at such a tough position that he plays up front in the interior offensive line. Like, those guys, it's a very physical game up there. They take a pounding. Laken does a great job of not only working hard, but also recovering the right way, taking care of his body the right way. So I think he can really help a lot of our guys when it comes to that area of the game off the field that no one sees, to allow you to be your best when you step out on the field. Laken has excelled at that from the beginning of his career to now.
You can sum that up with professionalism. This is a guy who knows how it should be done. So whether Laken Thompson still has the talent and the mobility to be a guy who can be a above average offensive lineman for the Texans team, what he is that the previous group, at least the veterans in that group, were guys the coach can count on. If we're going by what Chris Strausser said, if he is to be believed, and we can kind of assume some of the reasons Laramie Tunsil and Shaq Mason are shipped out of here, two veterans, and Shaq Mason wasn't great, but when you talk about who they brought in to replace him, whether it be Titus Howard moving to a different position or a guy like Laken Thompson who didn't get great reviews in his previous stop this past season, there may be more of a lean into, hey, can we just get guys who can at least set a good example, and then we'll try to cobble together a unit that understands what a twist is and can pick up a stunt,
or will listen when we tell them what to do.
Yes, that
win a twist. Yeah, I think that we've talked about that since the Laramie Tunsil trade, that the way the Texans offensive line has to get better is just, or the way they're going to have to pitch us that it will improve, is just the cohesiveness and mentality and what we've called the power of friendship, because they didn't get more talented, I would say, in the last year. But if they want to tell us that what they're focusing on is professionalism, and if Shaq Mason was a underperforming guard who was setting a bad example, well, guess what? We replaced him with an underperforming guard who's setting a good example, and maybe that will that kind of intangible thing of being a professional will make this unit better. I'll buy that. That makes sense. But also, then I have to ask the question: how much better? Actually, it probably still won't be good if you're getting guys that aren't as good but are better off the field. Well, the problem was how bad they were on the field too.
Yeah, it adversely affected the most important player in the franchise, Joe Mixon. No, it's CJ. We want Joe Mixon to be back and healthy.
Don't you know that running backs don't matter?
That's what I've been told.
He's the guy who managed the lead. There's popcorn vendors that have that the NFL analytics community value higher than a 28-year-old running back.
Yeah, give me my popcorn more quickly than another, and I like what you're about out there. We will safely acknowledge that Joe Mixon is very important.
He's good. Yeah, I hope he
would
comes
like
back.
he's back. I would like him back for week 1, and of course C.J. Stroud,
Also good.
also good. Less good in year 2. We'd like him to regain year 1 form, and maybe the likes of Laken Tomlinson simply being professional will help that offensive line, and then help CJ.
Is the strategy literally let's just get guys that will pick up CJ Stroud after he gets sacked?
No, I think they would like that. They would like those guys to prevent those sacks, but even if they aren't as talented as the guys who came before them, they believe that they can coach them to do things that will limit the number of times they have to pick CJ up, because, hey, just follow our instructions and things will go better for everyone as a whole. That is the plan. Hopefully for their sake. They're right. Okay, we'll come back with hour 2. And, it's normally up to fans and rage baiters to talk about how the bubble wasn't real and the title isn't real. Well, now an actual NBA executive, a pretty famous one, pretty much just dumped all over the Lakers winning a title. And according to him, he's not alone in the league. We'll get to that when we come back. So either it's because they're the Lakers, or you legitimately don't think the bubble should have counted as a real title. So I've heard it quite a bit here in the city that 2020, the Lakers won the title. It's not a real title. Maybe you don't like LeBron. I'm sure that plays a part for some people too. Not you don't even have to be a Jordan stan. You could just not like LeBron and don't think that last title that he won is real. Certainly he'll celebrate it as real. But according to one NBA exec, the rest of the league doesn't think it should be celebrated. Now, I credit him for this. He readily admits that if his team had won it, he would talk about how it was a genuine title and how hard it was to sacrifice and win. He thinks the bigger story is how the league came together to make it all work, but he does not believe that championship is a real one.
That's a very funny line to walk.
Yes.
To be like, it was an inspiration to us all, but whoever won, who cares?
It's a current NBA executive decision maker. Who do you think it is, Sean?
Were they in the bubble? Like, was their team?
They were one of
active?
these. What did we get to? Because they had
It was like 20 teams.
About 20 teams. One of 20 teams who was in the bubble. Yes, he mentioned if my team had won and gone through and won it, I would have celebrated it like it's a real one. But hey, we didn't. The Lakers did. Not real. Who do you think it is?
God, I'm just trying to think of like the the teams that are in the bubble. I'll go because their actual team, players on their actual team after they lost were like, man, we don't really care anyway. Who cares? I'm gonna go with Lawrence Frank, the GM of the LA Clippers.
It's not a bad answer, but it's a bit of a trick question because the guy who said it is now working for another team.
Oh, is it? Is it Morey?
It is Daryl Morey. Daryl Morey.
That's a very Morey thing. If I would have won, I would be defending it to my dying breath.
This is what he said in an article with The Athletic. He did a piece with The Athletic. Had the Rockets won the title, I absolutely would have celebrated it as it being legitimate, knowing the immense effort and resilience required. Yet everyone I speak to around the league privately agrees that it doesn't truly hold up as a genuine championship. Perhaps the lasting legacy of the NBA bubble is that the NBA should be proud of its leadership at both the beginning and end of the pandemic, even though the champion will forever be marked by an asterisk. So he's just like us. He's just like any other fan, and apparently the rest of the NBA is as well. Shout out to LeBron.
I should have
Shout out to LeBron.
I should have thought about a team who lost to the Lakers.
They did lose in the second round to the Lakers.
Yeah, they won game one.
And everyone was like, oh, look at this Rocket team.
Yeah,
Surprising everyone.
I think the Blazers also won game one against the Lakers. And then
in the
lost,
first round?
Yeah, in the first round, lost in 5. The Rockets were like, hey, we can do that too.
Like, what did the Blazers go? Did the Blazers lose a game in the bubble up until game 2? Did they go undefeated in the bubble up until that game 2? Because they had to go on a run to make it.
They went close.
Yeah, Damian Lillard made the playoffs. And was that the snarl? Put some respect on my name. Was that part of that sequence?
That was he hit a big shot against the Clippers in one of the they called it seeding games, like finishing the regular season, which they didn't really finish the regular season. But he beat the Clippers, and there's some the Clippers were like laughing at him for being like, you care about this?
Or did he miss a couple free throws? I think there was an
he missed. I think he missed a couple free throws and then made a big shot against them.
And they were laughing at him. Yeah, you could watch the guys.
It was Patrick Beverley.
We all remember that setup.
Montrezl Harrell.
There was not a bench. Everyone had individual chairs, but most players were just leaning.
Yeah, or standing up.
Yeah, and they were laughing at it. I think he missed a couple of free throws, and they were having a good time. Then he knocked down some shots and was trying to say, put some respect on.
And then that was also the Paul George. He ran from the grind.
Yeah. It's a lot of that going on. They had their issues with Damian Lillard. Now he's back in Portland. Daryl Morey doesn't think the title is real,
but would have
definitely said shut up if the Rockets had gotten over the hump and won a title. Of course.
I kind of wish that the Rockets had won the title just to get not just post championship Daryl Morey, but post championship that he has to defend. Because let me be clear: if the Rockets won the championship, the overwhelming consensus among basketball fans would be put an asterisk on this thing. Who thinks they actually won?
They were what, a 4 or 5 seed at that
They're
point?
the 4 seed.
Yeah.
They went 7 against the OKC Thunder, and that was the James Harden, Russell Westbrook year with no center because they had to trade a center because Russell Westbrook basically is a center.
Yeah, because he can't shoot. And James blocked Lou Dort's 3.
Yeah, his defining playoff moment.
James Harden was on the path for another elimination game James moment. If the Thunder had pulled that out, he was not good in that game.
Lockdown defense.
But he did block Lou Dort's 3, and of course.
Yeah. I think who else had it? Because Dort went for like 30 in that game.
He was knocking down outside shots.
I think I forgot who on the Rockets. So there was like a Rockets savior of Game 7. But yeah, again, everyone would have been like, get out of my face with this. Get out of my face.
It
with
was a
this
team like
Rockets
the
way.
Rockets found a way. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, all right, there it is. Daryl Morey, just like anybody else who decided.
Daryl Morey has a burner account.
Yeah.
There you go.
And
LeBum James.
And he has titled it LeBum James, and he takes shots at LeBron's title. Doesn't think he really has 4. Of course, not as good as Michael Jordan, but
not as good as James Harden.
I imagine he may think that as well. He can't still think that if James called him a liar, right?
Does he still have the mural of James Harden in his house?
I don't know if it's a question anyone in Philly's asking, but it should be asked. I
just would like to know.
It should be.
I know he had one.
He did
while James Harden was demanding a trade from Philadelphia.
Yes.
I don't know if the last 2 years.
I mean, rightfully so. He does credit James with changing the trajectory of his career. He made that trade. Daryl Morey was always good at trades at that point, but he made that trade that turned his career into one where the Rockets were always
he needed that trade. He really needed.
So I get why he feels beholden to James Harden for what it has done for him, what that acquisition has done for Daryl Morey. I get it, but at some point, relationships sour. It gets bad. Maybe stop going back to it. And he did one final time. And
then he screwed over James Harden.
Well, according to James Harden. James Harden's still getting deals from the Clippers, so he's fine.
Daryl Morey is a liar. Let me say that again.
Hey, I don't know if you've heard.
I don't know if these Chinese 9-year-olds heard me.
I know the kids. I know the audience probably doesn't get what I'm doing right now. But I know this is going to go worldwide, so let me repeat it.
I see people are pulling out their phones,
so
and they just missed the first part. Let me repeat that.
Like, you want clean audio of this?
Yeah.
Daryl Morey's a liar. One of the better moments in the offseason in NBA history. And Daryl Morey eventually relented and traded James. He was like, I don't have to trade him. You kind of do. You kind of do. And he got that done.
It's funny that Daryl Morey found himself in that position twice. In like 2 years with the Ben Simmons. And then, they kind of get bailed out because they were able to trade Ben Simmons for James Harden. And then they find themselves in that position with James Harden.
It may say something about maybe not just Daryl Morey, but any person who runs a team where they sometimes find themselves diluting maybe their entire franchise. And they're thinking just because he did it there doesn't mean he'd do it here.
Yeah.
Wait. The guy was in Brooklyn, quit on the team. There are moments where you watch him. I think this
on the court,
that game against Sacramento, where he just stops trying. Period. Yeah. And it was like the final straw for Brooklyn because he wanted out, and they're like, "Yeah, well, okay, sure, but
I bet you do.
I bet you do. But until we find a good enough deal, we're not trading. You go out there and play." And then he really, and Brooklyn didn't learn their lesson from what he did to the Rockets.
Yeah,
when the fat suit stuff, and then he did a presser when he said this team isn't good enough. So team after team never learns their lesson. The Clippers made a move. I mean, maybe he hasn't quit on them because they keep paying him, but he still had a game 7 against the Nuggets.
He's still got a 3 for 11.
So in some way, he always reverts back to the moments that everyone kind of pushes aside because they think it won't happen to them. And he's not the only player for that to happen. But it's just funny that his career has been a consistent one of, he didn't show up with them or he didn't want to play for them, but he'll be happy here.
Mm-hmm.
The Clippers may just be catching the back end where he will still disappoint them in the playoffs, but he probably isn't at a point where he can get $40 million by asking out again someplace else.
That's the thing with him And I'd put Jimmy Butler also in this category. They're the two goats
of this, yes.
comfortable being uncomfortable.
Uh-huh.
And yeah, eventually these guys, like, you're just no longer good enough to be able to take that strategy of like, I'll make it so miserable for you. It's like the Jimmy Butler thing where Jimmy Butler was getting fined and suspended basically every 3 days in December and January with the Heat. But the thing is, teams weren't lining up to trade for Jimmy Butler because they're like, like, do we know how focused he'll be like in the regular season? How, like, what are we getting every night with this guy? And the Warriors ultimately were kind of desperate enough that they're the 10 or 11 seed. They needed a spark, and he gave it to him. He was on his best behavior, but
because they promised and they did give him the extension.
Yeah, that too. He also wanted a contract,
and teams weren't willing, and he kind of tanked the trade market because he wasn't going to go any place where a team wasn't going to give him his money. The Warriors were one team who relented and gave him his money. And while you can do that to the Wolves, and he didn't really do it to the Sixers, he just left. Maybe
the Wolves and the Heat.
The Wolves are the Heat, and you can kind of do it to the Heat because people are sick of hearing the Heat culture thing. And if you want to screw over Pat Riley, I don't think people are too worried about it. Try to get that off against Steph. Try to submarine a Warrior season and pit yourself against Steph, and we'll see how the treatment against. Look, there are some people who are out on Jimmy Butler because they don't think that's a proper way to treat your teammates. But if you try to do that to Steph Curry, he may get excommunicated. That's usually saved for religious purposes, but
no.
Don't.
I think Steph Curry is a religious
figure in San Francisco, certainly. Whether he's undervalued or not, according to Steph Curry. If you missed it, Steph Curry thinks what he's getting isn't representative of what his value is to the league and the Warriors, and he's right. It's just that the max is the max. That's
just
all it is.
Looking at the the value of the Golden State Warriors over his career,
he's right.
Even taking into account that every team is worth way more than they were in 2009, whenever he got drafted, 2008,
yes, and the Warriors were bought in 2010.
Yeah. Even taking that into account, they're now one of the top 5 most valuable NBA franchises.
He's one of them.
That's the Steph Curry effect.
Yeah, definitely. We'll go to break. Certainly you can join us 713-780-3776. We'll get to some college football because this is the show. That's the sport that we love. So we'll get to that when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
So we'll start the college football talk with, I guess oddly, maybe for some of you, an owner of an NFL team who did draft 2 quarterbacks that have some pretty big names. Dylan Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders still battling out to be the backup to Joe Flacco in Cleveland. And Jimmy Haslam, the owner, was asked about another quarterback. Yeah, I know you just drafted 2, but what about this one? And this one in question is Arch Manning. And Sean and I were talking about it. Arch Manning's entire public existence, since we knew he's going to be a pretty good player, was about what's he going to do, not what he's actually doing. From his time in high school, where are you going to play? From his time at Texas, are you going to really sit behind Quinn Ewers once you transfer? Isn't that what quarterbacks do? To now, you're going to the draft, right? 2026, you're going to be the first overall pick.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, I know you haven't
to next. Yeah, I know you haven't actually played a full season as a starting quarterback, but you're the first overall pick. Aren't you going to declare? Well, if you go by what Jimmy Haslam has to say, maybe that's the wrong view to have. Here's Haslam when asked about Arch Manning.
Well, Tony, you know you're in the business and you get paid by how many hits you get, okay? And I think if you know the Manning family, I would bet that, and I don't know Arch at all, okay? I bet he stays in college 2 years, so I don't even think that's worth discussing. So.
I think that is the thought around the NFL, that Arch Manning coming out is not a thing. You look at what his uncles did. Weren't they both 4-year guys? We know Manning.
They both stayed for 4 years.
Yeah, I don't know if they played.
Starters.
Yeah, Peyton famously was on the same roster that had Todd Helton. I remember the Peyton Manning conversation because I was in California watching Tennessee, I think get thumped by UCLA, and they were talking about, I don't know if Peyton played in that game, but he was one of the names being mentioned as a guy who could come in and play because the game wasn't going very well. So he stayed for 4.
Yeah, Peyton played for 4 years.
Yeah, he played early. Yeah, Eli stayed for 4.
Yeah.
So Peyton wasn't the day one starter, but he did eventually start in his freshman year.
He played 11 games his freshman year at Tennessee,
which back then 11 games was the most you could play beyond the bowl game. I believe he got into that UCLA game. It's just he wasn't the guy who started the game.
And Eli only played 6 his freshman year at Ole Miss, and then was the starter for the rest of the time there for 3 more years.
So the history suggests the Mannings don't leave early. And Arch hasn't played a lot. Most NFL teams want a guy who started more than 1 year.
Yeah, just start we are going I guess it's kind of pendulum swung the other way where now it's 25-year-olds are getting drafted.
Sure.
But for a while it was 1 year, I think we've seen enough. Like the Mitch Trubisky 1 year starter, that's all I need to see. Draft him number 2 overall. Anthony Richardson 1 year starter, that's all we need to see. Draft him number 4 overall, number 5, whatever it was. Both those guys don't look like they're going to work out. So maybe we are swinging back to, you know what, playing, I don't know, one conference game or starting one conference game that isn't against Mississippi State. Can we do that? Can we do that before we, by the way, have a conspiracy theory that Jimmy Haslam of all owners is colluding with the Manning family to have Arch Manning play with the Browns, which seems unlikely on 5 different levels of just wait, why would they do this? Why would you draft 2 quarterbacks this offseason if you're going to have this grand Game of Thronesian plan working behind the scenes? What are we doing?
To throw everyone off.
Yeah. Also,
chaos is a ladder, Sean. I don't know if you've heard. You make people think you're going one way.
Yeah, it worked out for Littlefinger, definitely. Yeah, I mean, Jimmy Haslam. If Jimmy Haslam actually had pull with the Manning family, Arch would be playing in Tennessee, not Texas. Haslam's one of the biggest Tennessee boosters. Why would he play for Texas?
Yes, of course.
If he cared that much.
But he has a connect with certainly Peyton. So if they decided to divulge any information, he might know.
No, he stuck his alma mater with Nico Iamaleava.
No, not that part.
Oh,
but
okay.
the fact that he would know that Arch isn't going to be available for anyone to draft in 2026 because maybe Peyton may have, and the Manning family may have just told him no, he's not coming out.
Yeah, that's also like the most conventional wisdom.
Yes,
is that
a lot of people believe that.
Yes.
I think I have even started the talk with that. A lot of people believe in the NFL he's not going to be a guy who's available in 2026.
I would like him to play very good for
2 years.
Yes.
Yes, I imagine you would like your starting.
I was going to
quarterback
say
play
like
well.
at least 17 games, just to get me through this year, right? Or is that one too many?
I think it's one too many. Well, with the
You know
playoff,
let's give him one more.
yeah. If you play,
Here's one more. For
yeah. I think with the playoff, even without the automatic bids now, if he plays as well as you like him to play, 12 regular season, 1 SEC title game, and then
they'll get a bye though.
Yeah, and they get a bye, and then you'd have 3 games to go win a title, right?
Yeah.
So still
16.
16. That's what you need from him. 16 great performances from Arch Manning, starting with the Buckeyes in Columbus on a Saturday afternoon, 11 a.m. local time.
Yep.
Much to the chagrin of the Ohio State fans who wanted Arch to roll in there where they were dead drunk at 7 p.m. local time when they've had all day to get ready for the game.
Ohio State playing their first home night game in like 6 years, it feels like. Whenever they signed the Fox deal, they just
pretty much
stopped playing night games.
Yeah, I don't know if they maybe they played Marshall on the Big Ten Network or something.
at 6 o'clock Central.
They might have
like an early night game.
Yeah. The lights barely have to be on.
Yeah, but I that's how it like you said. We're just putting the cart so far before the horse. He's colluding with Drew Aller. All right, that's what they're trying to do. The congratulations, Browns. You're in the Drew Aller, Garrett Nussmeier sweepstake.
Beck sweepstake.
Yeah, no, Beck.
Before last year,
yeah,
Beck was a real talk about Beck being a first round pick.
What is it Shannon Dawson?
Yes.
What's he done with the transfer quarterback before?
I don't know. That guy Cam Ward turned out to be pretty good, as you well know. And Mario's got Justin Herbert on his resume now. Cam Ward,
yeah, for a guy who, your stereotypical image of meathead offensive line coach who doesn't know how a clock works, you'd be like,
that's actually true.
that guy hates throwing the full. He hates having a quarterback. He wishes he just didn't have a quarterback. It's like actually, for the most part, he has a pretty good one in college.
Yeah. And he has one that certainly has some hype around him, at least going into last season. We'll see if Carson Beck recovering from his arm
finally
injury.
cut off the Cavendish sister that he's
feels like that was the opposite of how that went down. But sure,
who's to say?
Well, I mean, the other one's marrying Jake Ferguson. They're engaged, I think. So can't all be bad.
Oh yeah, I forgot. A cowboy means nothing but great things are going to happen in his future.
I mean, he just got paid too.
That actually is good.
Things are on.
Shout out to the happy couple.
I'm sure you care very much. All right, we'll move on to another quarterback.
I don't even know which one's which.
I'm right there with you.
Which.
I said it. That's why I said a Cavender. I don't know which one's engaged to Jake Ferguson. But moving on to another quarterback, TJ Lagway, who had injury issues last season, is currently walking around with a boot to start fall camp for the Gators. He's got a calf strain. TJ Lagway, a guy we did not mention as a potential draft pick. He doesn't have a lot of starts under his belt, but he is only a true sophomore, so he'll at least have 2 more seasons to try to stake his claim to maybe being the 2027 number 1 overall pick. But that's a supremely talented. Yes,
the experts are already saying that this year's draft class isn't as good. Next year, 2 years from now is even better.
Is Lenore Sellers eligible to play?
Yes.
This eligible to leave this season or next season? I don't know.
I think he's a redshirt freshman or a redshirt sophomore.
So he could be in this upcoming year's draft.
Yeah.
So maybe
that's the Sellers family.
So maybe Arch doesn't want to compete with Nora Sellers as far as the number 1 overall pick. Instead, he wants to compete with DJ Lagway.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that goes. So Lagway's a bit banged up. LSU and Florida faces early in the year. So of course they want him healthy to start the season. And doesn't look like he's going to be out off camp, but just to be aware that their starting quarterback, who a lot of people like, is a bit banged up. Sean, we talked about this before the show. John and Lance mentioned it on their show that the Cougs have a new facility. I think I might even have talked about it yesterday, but they have a new facility, and the video of the team walking through the facility is out there for everyone to see. And it's a lot of, I'm not going to play it or have Sean play because it's a lot of, oh, look at, and then a lot of exclamations about how great everything is.
Mm-hmm.
And we know, I think, that unless you're very excited about the facility, you can't be in the video. You can't ruin the vibe of not being very excited.
Just being like walking in with your hands in your pockets, being like,
yeah, that's pretty cool. It's nice.
All right.
If you're not an excitable person, you probably aren't in the video. One person we did not see is projected starting quarterback Connor Wegman. This isn't to say anything about Connor Wegman's excitement. Maybe he wasn't even around for it. But I would say for this show's nonsense, Connor Wegman played at A&M. He knows what a facility looks like. What U of H did is cool and great, but he's not going to be overwhelmed by it.
Yeah, it's a big step up for U of H and their football facilities, and kind of building up that program.
Yeah,
that entire athletics program actually. For Connor Wegman, it's like, yeah, all right, yeah, seen that.
Understood. Yeah. It's cool. It's new. It's black and red and great colors and all.
Yeah. Oh yeah, got the little LED screen for my name.
Welcome to 2021. Or before, depending on which school.
2017 Texas.
Yeah, depending on what school. Much earlier than that.
As someone who was in the 2017 Texas locker room, just walking in, by the way, not in the locker room.
At this point,
I didn't have a locker.
Yeah, but at this point, Oregon is upgrading the LEDs as opposed to
I was gonna say,
introducing them.
I honestly think Texas has renovated their locker rooms since they renovated locker rooms with Tom Herman.
I believe you're right.
Like it's like it's less of this now that you can just use the money to pay the players, which like actually matters. But the arms race for facilities in college football is so ridiculous and borderline stupid.
The Texas is going to have a new facility, or at least upgraded new facility, May 2026. And
that may be the second upgrade since I graduated in 2019.
But you know what I'm happy about?
I know.
The return to natural grass. This is what I'm talking about, Texas. I'm never really rooted for Texas ever.
Oh?
Maybe when they played LSU or something, because my hate for them runs deeper than my disdain for Texas on occasion. But you talk about bringing real grass back. This is what I'm talking about. You're
capital R, capital F, real football team.
Your team in the damn South.
Yeah,
grass,
hard, man.
Natural grass. If A&M can do it, well, they're an agriculture school, so I guess they should be great at it. But you've had real grass before. Let's do it. Apparently, in 2026, Texas is going back to real grass. This is what I'm talking about. Let's play some real ball.
That's why Arch is saying.
That's what you ain't gonna rip up his knee on artificial turf.
I saw what this turf did to Quinn Ewers.
Yeah, beat him up.
Got hurt every year.
Yeah, it was the turf's problem. Quinn Ewers prayed. Doesn't matter where he was drafted. Draft me in a spot where there's natural grass.
By the way, we've like mentioned this once or twice off the air. The Quinn Ewers praise in Miami Dolphins camp.
People who have
crazy.
People who have watched camp. If you don't know, Quinn Ewers 7th round pick by the Miami Dolphins. People who have watched camp have put him and Zach Wilson in a not that great category, but it is one that, at least for those two, you'd rather be on this end of the spectrum than the other. They are, in the Mike McDaniel era, the best backup quarterbacks
ever.
And now it's been this fourth training camp for McDaniel. But he's had the Mike Whites of the world. Yeah. He's had
Spencer Thompson.
Skylar Thompson, and now Teddy Bridgewater was another. And of course, last year, who was it? Snoop.
Oh, Tyler Huntley. Patrick was Flores.
Yes, but Snoop Huntley wasn't in training camp. But at least in training camp, the combination of Quinn Ewers and Zach Wilson are the best backup quarterbacks in the Mike McDaniel era.
I saw a quote from Tua today, and it was Quinn Ewers has been balling. Just like now, some of this is just like kind of boilerplate, like, yeah, it looks good out there.
Yeah,
but there's also a lot, like, I haven't seen the like voice of like Quinn Ewers just threw his second straight interception in the red zone period. Like, there hasn't been any of that.
We've gone from particularly people who cover that team who did not like the pick of Quinn Ewers.
He's winning over the hearts and minds of
I've seen
Miami,
or at least listening to some podcasts, that he's better than they thought he would have been.
Hearts and minds being one on.
And there's some you look at what Steve Sarkisian does at Texas and what Mike McDaniel does with emotions and the glance routes.
That was something.
There's some stuff that kind of Quinn Ewers could be used to, and that could help him in starting his pro career.
While he was at Texas, and while he was thought of as really highly as maybe a first or second round pick, he would do really well in a Shanahan McVay type of thing, and that's what Mike McDaniel is for the most part running. He has his own little spin on it, but it's the same general principles of that. And I just wasn't ready for it to be 100% unanimous praise.
It is surprising considering those paper airplanes he throws in college.
I saw one that it was right over the defensive backs.
Layering the football is what will keep Quinn Ewers in the league. Is it won't be fitting it into tight windows, at least if we watch what his arm turned into in the latter stages of his Texas career.
He was hurt.
I've been told.
I just got a text from his agent. He was hurt.
Well, I'm sure if his agent's listening, he'll text Lance to let me know, because he's done that in the past.
Lance will walk over.
Hey, he was hurt. What have I said about him? He had an injury. Not many people could have played through it. That's what I've heard as well. But shout out to Quinn Ewers for at least starting his pro career in a way that is positive. So good for him. I'm trying to think if there's anything else major. Oh, also, it's not major, but we had Brett Lashley go on the Paul Feinbaum show and double down on his comments about the SEC. He said, hey, I was correct. 6 teams in 60 years have won a national title. What's so great about this league?
Yeah, he said facts are facts.
Yeah, what do you want from me, Paul? I'm just telling the truth. Brett Lashley joining Paul Feinbaum. I don't think Lincoln Riley's ever joining the Paul Feinbaum show.
He had been like, thank God that Texas did not win the SEC championship last year.
Well,
it doesn't hit the same.
Yes, 7 in, I guess, 60 years, and Texas is now another SEC team that won a national title. Yeah, it doesn't hit the same. I don't think it's that big of an insult when you have 6 teams capable of winning a national title.
That is a lot of teams.
That's a lot of teams in a conference.
That's a lot of teams.
Yeah, I think, of course, he's referencing Texas. I shouldn't have said 7. He's referencing Texas. Right. He was talking about Texas. Texas certainly didn't win it in the SEC, but wasn't Texas part of the equation when he said 6 in 60 years? I'm trying to think, who were you got LSU?
No, because it'd be
Alabama.
Oklahoma would also be in there.
Okay.
And so
you're just talking about strictly SEC teams.
I think he was talking about SEC teams winning the SEC. I thought he was talking about conference titles.
That's right. You're right. It was about winning the conference.
Yeah, because then it's like Alabama, Georgia, Auburn, LSU.
Yeah, that's
like
the context.
That's Florida. That's half the list, right?
Oh, you're right. That's the context, because that was where the top heavy stuff came from.
Yeah.
Because
what's wrong with being top heavy, huh?
Yeah.
You see Sydney Sweeney. She's doing well.
Depending on which demographic you're in, some people are upset with her now too. All I said was a comment, and unfortunately, it was a factual comment that the same 6 schools have won the league for the last 60 years.
Facts only. Rhett Lashley.
I mean, when you're right, man.
Yeah.
But it's still 6. And how many teams?
It's also like, did all those teams also win a national championship?
That's the other thing you may not want to mention for your argument.
6 different teams won the national championship.
Florida wins it when you win, because generally when you win the SEC, you're a real player for the national title.
You're in the mix.
Yes, all the teams: Florida, Tennessee. You've got Auburn,
the 2 times,
Georgia, Alabama, LSU. Yes, they all at some point find a way to win a national title. The moment Mississippi State wins one, then you can have a conversation.
Yeah, because that's the ACC thing, is that like every once in a while Pitt wins.
Hell, he was one
pants pooping away from Kevin Jennings pants pooping away from winning.
At least in the first half.
Yeah,
he was one big time kick from the Clemson field goal kicker from pushing that game to overtime, right? They tied it, or did they take the lead? I don't remember exactly how that went.
that kick was the game winner. I forgot if they're down
3 or
tied,
or
down 2 or tied.
Yeah, I don't remember how that worked.
Yeah.
But I know it was a great comeback for SMU, and then we had Clemson come back and win it. But Rhett Lashley making the rounds, defending his point. And if you don't like the SEC, you go, yeah, you know what? You're right. Why does Mississippi State and Vanderbilt get credit for what the other teams do?
I agree with that, though. I agree with
But if you're an SEC honk, you would say, sure,
we're top heavy, but there's a lot of teams that win a championship, an SEC championship, and then go on to win a national title. It's a lot of teams that do that.
Also, if Vandy was in the ACC, we'd be talking about them like they're Florida State. We would not.
We'd
be talking about them like they're
Wake Forest.
No, they'd be better than Wake.
This version of Vandy.
I'm choosing the team very
Diego Pavia
carefully.
of Vandy.
I am buying at the highest possible point.
There's some Vandys that
a team that beat Alabama. You think is Wake Forest? All right, Dell.
There's
all right.
Oh, cool. I mean,
they beat Alabama and Auburn. All right,
that's fine. Georgia Tech beat a Florida State team coming off a big year. It happens sometimes. It happens.
Yeah, every team in the ACC except one beat that Florida State team.
Not last year's.
Oh, I thought that's what you're talking about.
I'm talking about it. I think it was maybe a year after they won a national title, or made the playoff. They were undefeated, went into Georgia Tech and got a field goal block in return for a touchdown. Forgot exactly what year that was. So it happens. The dregs rise up and win, and I acknowledge I shouldn't call Georgia Tech a drag considering what they do to my program. They've had plenty of success. Ruined a couple national title runs.
Too much success for your liking.
You can go back to 2000, the year Texas and USC played for the national title. Miami's the number 3 team in the country. Georgia Tech comes to town, beats them like 14-10, 17-14, and not that the other two were going to lose, but that was a team
they could have made it interesting, or they could have been like
at least the other team that people were talking about.
You could at least talk yourself into it.
Instead, Georgia Tech rolls into town. Larry Coker, Mario Cristobal, it doesn't matter. Hell, Shannon got his ass kicked by Georgia Tech too. It happens. I don't know if Texas has one of those schools, but maybe every school has one.
For a while, every team in the Big, it was half the Big 12.
I know you go into a bad period, understood. But when you're pretty good and you lose to those,
I'll have to think about. I'll think about it during the break.
Yeah. I mean, Oklahoma's in a different category when it comes to that.
Before the last 3 years, it feels pretty tough times.
Yes, Sean, there were some dark times.
It's
yes.
pretty tough.
Yes.
So I have to remember my childhood.
We understand Texas has gone through the dark times. Let it go, man. Let it go.
Baylor?
Things are going good for you. Just let it go.
Okay.
All right. We got two more segments, kind of. We'll see how we work it out. Me and Sean till noon. Paul Gallant after us. We'll be back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
A couple things we touched on earlier. The Astros are in on trying to reacquire Carlos Correa, bring him back. A little bit of a reunion. Still having discussions about Nolan Arenado. Dylan Cease is another name that's popped up. So your Astros are going to be active, at least try to be, as far as trying to get this roster to a point where they think they have a real shot to win. Pena will have another rehab start down, if you want to call it that, down with the Space Cowboys. There is some hope that he could rejoin the team as they head to Boston. And that would be pretty interesting if they make a trade for Correa, have Pena, and they all can meet up with Bregman. Altuve will feel like
it's like all my friends are back.
Everything's right in the world. All my guys are back. So we'll see. So we'll see if that can happen. The Correa thing will be the fun, nostalgic thing.
Yeah.
I'm rooting for that because he's still an impactful player. They need a third baseman, and I believe it will cost the least. I think, as far not money wise. He would. You think he would?
I mean,
cost more than Suarez.
If we're going Suarez, Arenado, Correa,
Arenado's what cost the least, right?
Maybe, but that's where the money comes into account of like how much, because you can give up less if you're willing to eat more of the contract.
Sure.
For either of these guys. So that's where it gets a little fuzzy, but Arenado's definitely having a worse year. And I think they're signed for just as long. Correa has a weirdly long contract, but a lot of those years at the end are vesting options where he needs to either win like World Series MVP, League Series MVP, Silver Slugger, regular season MVP, like that kind of stuff, or hit, I think it's 600 plate appearances. So he basically needs to play a full season
So
for those years to.
So what do you think Correa is worth as far as compensation for the Twins? How much would it take for them to agree to a deal? Forget about taking on money. What are you sending back their way? How many? What's the level of prospects and how many? And do you need to send a starter back who's currently on your major league roster to get Correa in here?
The starter that's currently on your major league roster might be like a Melton, right? Maybe a little bit. Maybe it's less than that.
Because I've seen.
Could it be a Whitcomb or is it Zinzo?
Take him. If we're playing,
yeah, no, I mean,
that.
It's just hard to find the like right balance of guy. Maybe some of these arms that haven't come up yet, a little bit younger of guys, because for our show we generally talk about the guys that are on the major league team, and then a handful of prospects. We're not really going elbows deep. Go to Astros future for that,
of course.
But that's I imagine it wouldn't be a crazy high price.
Yeah.
Because apparently the Twins are also like in debt. Like there's the ownership group is in like a ton of debt.
Yeah. I don't know if I said it on this show. Maybe I did earlier. John Granado said he's seen that it would take, at least partly, as far as taking on salary, $25 million of what the Twins are paying annually.
So the Astros would
be paying that, yeah.
Pay him 25 for like, I think it's like 4 more years until you get to the options where he might not meet the requirements.
And Nightingale is saying the Astros surely would demand the Twins pay a significant portion of the contract in trade talks. What's significant?
Yeah, I think he makes about 33. So would $8 million be significant? Dale, is $8 million a significant amount of money to you?
It feels significant, but I don't roll in those circles.
Team, yeah.
So I don't know what they think is significant and what isn't significant.
Yeah. I mean, the Astros are in a spot where I think of the guys that have been that have been brought up: Dylan Cease, Brandon Lau, Carlos Correa, Willie Castro, another
that
twin,
name's been mentioned.
and Nolan Arenado. I think Arenado's the only one that I'm like out on. This team needs a lot, guys. This team could use any of these guys. So to me, it's ultimately just like whoever costs the less and is pretty good. Just sign me up.
Now, apparently, Carlos Correa would only waive his no trade for the Astros, so it's not going to be a bidding war for this.
That helps
for this trade.
That helps. I'm not sure like how much it helps, but
yeah, I have not. For all the talk of let's get this done, I've not seen. Like, like in the NBA, immediately we'd have this guy, this is going this way.
Oh, yeah. I've seen ones for Arenado where people are working out the value because there's like a website that does like projected value of guys. I don't know how they come up with those numbers, but they do. And so the game, I guess, is like in the NBA trade deadline or trade machine where it's try to get the money to match up. This one's like trying to get the value to match up almost. So yeah, I haven't seen like a projected or even like the Twins would want XYZ because I saw the Padres in a Cease deal would want major league help, which I don't know what that means.
I can't take Twins fans' reactions as gospel, but they're like, get him the hell out of here, whatever you can do to get him out of here, let's go. So
I honestly can understand that because if he's the guy who didn't win 2 World Series or 1 World Series with you and countless big plays in other deep playoff runs, he's just the guy who you're paying $33 million a year to and is like a pretty good shortstop.
Yeah,
I can see why you're
and misses time.
Yeah, I can see. And your team. And by the way, your team sucks.
Yeah, 2024 he was hardly around. Yeah,
I can see why if you're a Twin, you're like, all right, cool. Yeah. It's like Rockets fans with the Russell Westbrook year where like he played actually pretty well towards the end of the season, but like he's not our guy. We don't really care about this guy.
Yeah.
He demanded a trade. People are like, okay, sure.
Carlos Correa was looked at as he was a cornerstone of those Astro teams. Let's get him here and change kind of the culture of the Twins, and that has not worked out for them.
And he had the whole deal with he signed a deal. Was it first with the Giants, and then they backed out at the last second, and then the Mets were like, "Hey, we'll sign that same deal. Just do it with us." And then they also looked at his medicals and backed out.
It hasn't been clean with him and the Twins.
No. And so he signed for less to go to his Twins.
So maybe by the time we start this show tomorrow, we'll have more clarity. I'm not even saying a deal will be done, but maybe we'll have some more clarity about what is on the table for the Astros to go get Carlos Correa if he is their main target. So just something interesting and fun to think about Carlos being back here. But I think it's a little bit more complicated than just go get this deal done, which is certainly what you're seeing a lot from people who I won't say cover the Astros as far as traditional media, but they like the engagement site, the aggregation sites.
Yeah, the Michael Schwab.
Yeah, they talk Astros
been on the top
consistently. Yeah, they are just go get this done, and that might be the consensus with the fan base. I don't think it's as easy as that.
No,
there are some things that need to get figured out. We'll see if they do.
And they have until Thursday at 5 p.m. Central.
Yeah, so tomorrow at 5. We will.
So we'll know for sure for Friday's show.
Yeah, we'll have definite answers, but for our purposes, we'd like to know. How about break the news at 11:55? No, excuse me, 9:55. No,
that'll be during news of the weird.
How
they'll
John
be
Lance
starting
go?
News of the weird.
10:04. let's have the news break at 10:04. How about that? One way or the other. Either they couldn't get a deal done and it's dead, or hey, Carlos Correa is an Astro again.
Yeah, no, I mean, this deadline was going to be something that we talked about a lot just because of the state of the team. But now throwing in the lighter fluid of, hey, remember one of the best Astros of recent history? What about him?
Yeah.
And he's still kind of good.
Yeah.
He's not bad,
Yeah, let's slide in a George Springer reference and really get going here.
He's having a good year.
I know. That's why I mentioned his name, but that seems unlikely.
Mhm.
Very much so, considering where the Blue Jays are.
Myers or Springer right now? Who would you want?
We're going to go. I'm not going to acknowledge what you just did there. Considering who it came from, one of a big Jake Myers. I won't say hater. Let's just say
he's got to prove a lot.
Yes, you are a doubter.
I'm open. I'm open to him.
Not hater, but doubter. I would say that.
Yeah, I'm a
Jake
naysayer.
Myers. Yeah, definitely. Well, let a naysayer know. All right, we're done for the day. I did want to let you know. I did want to let you know that the summer circuit continues tomorrow at Carbuck Brewery. Starting right at noon, it'll be Paul Gallant, then a Killer Bees at Carbuck. And if you go on out there, you get a chance to win something, a pretty nice something. Actually not two electric bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company. Just fill out the registration form and you're entered to win. And of course, tomorrow as well, we're going to be giving away a couple spots in our fantasy football league. It's me, Sean, John, and Lance. And you listen tomorrow to the John Lance Show for your chance to win that spot. All right, we're done for the day, Sean. So what does that mean?
Do you want my dead mom's clothes?
Didn't 2 weeks ago. Still don't. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Hummel trying to break this 2-2 tie, and he does with a base hit up the middle. Walker coming around third. The throw by Young, not in time. Astros lead 3-2.
That's right. Back in the win column. 5-game losing streak. Dead. Seattle Mariners lost last night. Texas Rangers lost for the second straight game. Everything is once again going as we have always foreseen. The Houston Astros are inevitable. Not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, not 6, but 7 runs against the Nationals last night. 7! Huzzah! There's only one thing we can say when guys like Cooper Hummel are driving in runs. You know the drill. Everybody in unison, let's say it.
God Wilson! God Wilson! God Wilson!
God wills it! That was a nice win last night. Very satisfying. And, I mean, look at all the guys who contributed in last night's game. A game where the Astros had 13 hits. It was Jose Altuve breaking out of a mini slump with an RBI single. It was Christian Walker. 2 hits last night. By the way, Christian Walker over the last month, his average is around 290. It was Cam Smith. Yainer Diaz had 3 hits. Mauricio Dubon, Doobie, do it. 3 hits. Shea Whitcomb had a hit. Zach Short had a hit. And Cooper Hummel in a pinch hit situation had perhaps the biggest hit of all. That tiebreaker right there. Jason Alexander, 4 2/3 innings. Just 2 earned runs. 6 strikeouts along the way. Sousa came in and did some stuff. Brian King, Brian and Bray, I've seen better. Josh Hader saved 28. God wills it. The Houston Astros are inevitable. And this was a big, big game. Because did you know what last night was? First off, it was Dollar Dog Night. Hell yeah, if you were at Dyken Park. Second, Sean Mapes, you were hoping to get some free food. The Astros get 3 runs. You get a free Jumbo Jack, and Sean Mapes has the Jumbo Jack from Jack in the Box right here.
Well, it's a free Jumbo Jack with the purchase of a large drink. So I only have the large drink left, but I mean, I could have gotten 2. They scored 7.
I didn't know there was an asterisk.
Yeah, and by the way, the Jumbo Jack costs like $4.50.
Oh,
big drink costs 3. So I'm not saving that much money.
What is this? A movie theater?
I know, right?
Good God!
It's like, well, the cheapest burger we have and the most expensive drink. So yeah, that was cool. I'm glad that we got it. We got the payoff after one night. I don't think I would have followed through on it if I had to wait another 2 days.
Or if you forgot. Would you have forgotten if it was Wednesday or if it was they're off on Thursday, but if it was Friday?
I might might have forgotten. B, there's more steps than you think to actually redeem this. You have to download the app and then put in a code.
What a lot of malarkey.
Yeah, you have to order it like knowing that you're going to order it and then put in it's a lot of steps, but hey, listen. It tastes like victory at 10 in the morning when I had my Jumbo Jack.
Exactly. So, the Astros back in the win column. It is the Paul Gallant Show. Hello and welcome aboard. It is Wednesday, July 30th, 2025. We've got Soft Boys, who's been soft in the world of sports at 12:30. Also, 2:30, Watch Wednesday, who's washed in the world of sports. We're 36 days away from the start of the NFL season. And I was once again out at Houston Texans training camp. We'll also talk about some interesting Houston Astros rumors in the next segment with the trade deadline about a day away. But you know what was the most important part about last night's Astros win? And perhaps it involved a little something special that isn't exactly understandable for us mere, sorry, I'm about to use a slur, muggles. But It was Harry Potter last night. Well, Mudblood, I guess, is the. Oh, I'm sorry. You can't say Mudblood. You can't say Mudblood, but you can say Muggle. Because Muggle's a non-magical person. Mudblood means you're a magical person, but you don't have any of the magical blood. You're an abomination or a miracle in the eyes of some. But it was Harry Potter night last night, and I am a millennial. Oh, yeah, Hedwig's theme.
I didn't know that this was. I thought this was just the series theme. I didn't know it was the Birds theme.
I did as well until last night
when we found this.
When I found this song.
Yeah.
But, I mean, listen. Lots of spells out there for the Houston Astros last night. How about a little Wingardium Leviosa? Because Yainer Diaz went yard. Yainer might be elsewhere Diaz. I think Jeremy Branham had the A+ post last night. Yainer S. Diaz, because he might be going to San Diego.
Is there like a teleportation spell that can send him there?
Yes.
Save a couple hours on the flight?
You could use a port
Potentially.
key, or you could apparate.
Potentially. We don't know if he's actually going to get traded.
It depends, but it does seem like of all the trade chips the Astros have, he is their most valuable one and the one guy in the lineup that theoretically you could put somebody else in his spot, given how good Victor Caratini's been this season.
Yes, because San Diego apparently wants major league players back in a potential Dylan Cease trade. Yainer Diaz, like you said, is a major league player. Like, he is good. Yeah, He's not bad. But they also have another catcher that they feel comfortable with. So
yeah,
he is thought to be expendable. We'll see as the deadline approaches.
Aloha Mora. Do you know what that means? That means
no.
that's what you use to unlock a lock. Aloha Mora, Christian Walker, has he unlocked himself from what's been a all season long slump? Seems like he's trending that way. More Harry Potter spells. How about this? Asio. I would like the Astros to Asio something. We should grab it.
Oh, okay.
You know?
Yeah. Just do that. North?
Mhm.
Try to see if we can reach all the way to Minneapolis.
Expelliarmus! That means you've been disarmed.
Mm.
And it was Jason Alexander last night disarming a potent Washington Nationals lineup if it were 2019.
Yeah.
Expelliarmus! Stupefy! He stupefied him.
Yeah, that was what Josh Bell last night was Expelliarmus.
Expecto Patronum! That was last night. Cooper Hummel driving away the demons that most would call baseballs, but he was able to drive them off to the outfield with a little bloop.
Yeah, with his bat.
Little bloop. Avada Kedavra! That's what the Astros did to their 5-game losing streak last night. What? It was Harry Potter last night, guys. Harry Potter. Oh, it's me, Harry Potter. I'm the boy who lived.
Are you also the chimney sweep?
I was a chimney sweep living with my uncle, Vernon and Petunia, and my cousin Dudley. I was every single night. I was dancing on the chimneys, waiting for Mary Poppins to come by so we could have a quick go. A quick go of things, if you get my drift. I was cleaning a chimney, if you get my drift.
I do get your drift.
If you get my drift. But then I was selected to go to Hogwarts School for Witchcraft and Wizardry, and last night was Hogwarts night at the Astros guy. Twitcher 75 Court Jester asks, "Is this Billy Madison language?" No, this is Harry Potter. You uncultured slob! How dare you not know what Harry Potter is? I do like that my generation, the millennial age, has forced knowledge of Harry Potter upon everyone. For those who don't know, Harry Potter, a very popular children's book, like young adult book, that became a massive movie franchise.
Yeah.
And we were really obsessed with it to the point where there's a website online and you could sort yourself into a house at Hogwarts. I myself is a Slytherin, which means I'm racist. The Slytherin house is the racist one. Gryffindor's the cool jocks. Ravenclaw is the nerds, and Hufflepuff's the virgins. Why? I'm just saying how it is.
What?
I'm just saying how it is.
What kind of book is this?
Yeah.
11-year-olds. Oh, sorry, you're inherently evil.
It was basically
later.
I was like, I'd rather be Gryffindor or Ravenclaw, but like I can tolerate being Slytherin. Just don't be a Hufflepuff because that means you're a virgin. And
Is that actually what that means?
no, but that's the implication.
What's the actual like Wikipedia bullet points on that? What what was J.K. Rowling's cooking up?
Oh, well, apparently
A lot of stuff I know. But.
Apparently apparently she was cooking up something that's a novel concept, but there's two genders, and apparently she is now book Hitler thanks to that. So there you go, everybody. It was Harry Potter night. It was Harry Potter night last night for your Houston Astros, for our Houston Astros, and they were able to break the spell of losing 5 games in a row. Shout out to them. Up next on the Paul Gallant Show, I'm going to quote another sci-fi franchise. Blank! Hello there. Now that's a name I haven't heard in a long time. I don't know why I've made Obi-Wan Kenobi have that Cockney accent, which I'm not very good at, but you will perhaps poop your pants when you hear who the Houston Astros are interested in. And you might get really excited. It's a reunion. And I'm not talking about Justin Verlander. Stick around. Paul Gallant Show with Sean Mapes behind the glass. Stay put.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Astros back in the win column. They play the Nationals again, looking to salvage a series victory this afternoon. We will see if they are able to pull it off and perhaps continue to build on their American League West lead. On the hill for your beloved Stros, our beloved Stros, Ryan Gusto. We will see how Gusto does. Meanwhile, baseball's trade deadline, it's coming up. It's right around the corner. We are slightly over 24 hours away from said trade deadline. It is tomorrow at 5 p.m. Central Time. And there have been some very interesting names linked to the Houston Astros. We've talked about Eugenio Suarez, third baseman for the Arizona Diamondbacks. We have also talked about Nolan Arenado, who the Astros were supposedly targeting this offseason. But this rumor, I think, is going to give every single Houston Astros fan a pants tent. Here is an article from the USA Today's Bob Nightingale. The Houston Astros, fearing that power-hitting third baseman Isaac Paredes will miss the remainder of the season with his strained hamstring, are interested in bringing in one of their jilted lovers to replace him. Pause. Jilted lovers. Is he jilted? Jilted, I think that's far-fetched. I'm sure he would have liked to have signed an extension with the Astros, but there were other teams that legitimately almost signed him to an extension.
Yeah, jilt, suddenly reject or abandon.
He was jilted by teams in free agency more than he was jilted by the Astros.
He was jilted by the Mets and the Giants, I'd say, not by the Astros. Maybe just former lover. Although calling him a lover is also But jilted is only used when the next word's lover, but still.
We still haven't mentioned his name yet.
Oh, sorry.
But I like the build-up here. And you mentioned, lovers. This is a man who may or may not have been injured once during a lovemaking session or a massage. We're not sure. But per Bob Nightingale, quote, the Astros, a high-ranking executive told USA Today Sports, are exploring the possibility of acquiring Minnesota Twins shortstop Carlos Correa. Let's go. I'm excited. Carlos Correa, the original Capitan of the Houston Astros, although technically it was Jose Altuve, but there was only one man who boldly stood up, looking directly into a Fox Sports camera, wagging his finger when the Houston Astros were being called dirty, dirty cheaters. It was Carlos.
This is America, Ken. If you don't know the facts, then you got to shut.
Hell yeah. The article continues. The possibility of Correa's potential return is fascinating considering he was a homegrown product. Led the Astros to 4 division titles, 3 pennants, a World Series title. The Astros offered him a 5-year, $160 million deal as a free agent after 2021. He signed a 3-year, $105.3 million with the Twins, opted out after a year, agreed to deals with the Giants and Mets. Both contracts were voided, and then he signed back with Minnesota, 6 years, $200 million. He has $103.5 million remaining on his contract through 2028 with 4 club options. 30 years old. I literally thought he was out for the season until last night, because remember a couple of weeks ago, he suffered what looked to be a very gruesome ankle injury, and then it turned out, I guess, that he was okay. He has a full no-trade clause, but per Nightingale, he has told friends he would be willing to waive his no-trade clause for the opportunity to return to Houston, where he and his family still reside in the offseason. The Astros surely would demand the Twins to pay a significant portion of the contract in trade talks. This is very exciting. Very, very exciting. I would love to see Carlos Correa back here. I don't know how much it would cost. I would imagine the contract that he has would make it maybe a little more realistic. Nil and Arenado, you're probably not going to have to give up that much to get. Eugenio Suarez, you're going to have to give up a lot. Carlos Correa is probably in between those two as far as an asking price. Now, Suarez is on the final year of a 7-year, $66 million deal and is owed $4.8 million the rest of the year. But he is who everyone wants. So there's a market for Suarez. Correa has been solid, not great this season. And Arenado is not playing particularly well. Per Nightingale, the Astros really had no interest in Correa or Arenado and had no sense of urgency until Paredes suffered a right-strained hamstring on July 19th while running to first base. They have 17 players on the injured list and have struggled without Paredes, who had 19 homers and was hitting .259 with 50 runs batted in at that point. So that's the most fun possibility for the Houston Astros. But it doesn't seem like Correa is the Astros' top target. That's where we bring in Chandler Rome of The Athletic in an article that also came out yesterday with Ken Rosenthal also on the byline. San Diego Padres right-handed pitcher Dylan Cease is at the top of the Houston Astros wish list as the trade deadline nears, according to sources briefed on the team's discussions. Cease, 29 years old, would stabilize the Astros' injury-depleted rotation the rest of the year, joining Hunter Brown and left-hander Framber Valdez. So it sounds like Framber is going to stay. Interesting to note that Christian Javier, meanwhile, is starting in Sugarland tonight. Jeremy Pena making his second rehab start tonight. So we actually do seem to have some light at the end of the tunnel when it comes to some Astros players returning. But that was a surprising one to see. Cease is not pitching particularly well. If you take a look at his stats on the season, it's definitely not what I think the Padres thought they were getting. He is 3-10 with a 4.79 ERA. So you can't really say, oh, it's like he's Paul Skeens and he's on the Pirates. He's in a bad situation. No, he's not pitching particularly well this year. But there will be a market for Dylan Cease, that's for sure, and the Astros would have to give up a lot for him. But these are the names that the Astros are supposedly interested in. Also in consideration, Minnesota Twins infielder Willie Castro, Miami Marlins outfielder Jesus Sanchez, and Arizona Diamondbacks outfielder Jake McCarthy. Cease would probably involve trading somebody who can improve the Padres' major league roster, an outfielder, or a catcher. And that's where Yainer S. Diaz, as termed by Jeremy Branham last night, might be the Astros' biggest trade chip when it comes to going and getting one of these players. It's not to say he is easily replaceable. He's not having a great year, but it's not like he's bad. I think he's just relative to the expectations that were maybe a little bit too high for him, given what he did during the 2022 and 2023 season. I think now you're seeing a little bit of reality checking in. He is a solid catcher as far as offensive options at catcher. He's better than Maldonado for sure. But where does he rank among catchers? So if the Padres are looking for a catcher, they supposedly are, this is a guy that you could potentially move and say, all right, well, next man up, we're going to put Victor Caratini in as our mostly everyday catcher. And then I don't know if it's Cesar Salazar, or if it's somebody else that comes up that's the occasional spot guy. But this is one of those things where you're like, all right, we just got to hope that we will not have another injury the rest of the year. Say they were to make some sort of deal for Dylan Cease. I do think it would involve Yainer Diaz. We will see. Diaz had a nice night last night, 3 hits and a home run.
Yeah, it is very funny that like the first game after this comes out where you connect the dots and you're like, it'd probably be Yainer. And you think about how you feel about Yainer this year. It's like, it's been pretty disappointing.
Yeah.
And then, of course, like 2 hours later, he has a good game. And you're like,
right.
Actually, I don't want to trade him because of this one game that happened that happened to happen today. But yeah, I think it might be a good trade just because it is the right amount of like, I'm not sure if I want to do it, but I think you ultimately I can see why you would want to do it.
It's flashy.
Yeah.
And that's what Jim Crane likes. And I do wonder if Jock Jim Crane is coming into Dana Brown's office. He's got the Letterman jacket on. Perhaps he's pulling a Bryce Harper. He's got a bat in his hand.
Yeah.
He's like, hey, man, listen, the window's always open. Takes the bat. Bam! Smashes a window. When I say the window's always open, Dana, I mean the window's always open. I'll open this window for you, you son of a bitch. You better get something flashy, shiny for me. I want it, my precious.
Okay, so he's a mixture of
I don't know. He's all over the place.
Gollum, Glengarry Glen Ross, and I don't know.
Ben Affleck's character in Dazed and Confused.
Yeah, and
with a paddle.
And Jim Crane.
Yep, there he is.
Or this show's interpretation of Jim Crane.
I listen. It's not who he actually is. We're
No.
just adding a little theater.
Yes.
To the entire thing, as this show does, because it might be gay. That's what a lot of people are saying.
I mean, for the trade deadline, coffee is for closers.
Mhm.
So, Dana, make a move.
I don't think the Astros necessarily need to make a move. That said, getting teased like this makes me want to move.
Yeah, you can't go maybe Carlos Correa and then actually nothing. We like what we have. Getting Jeremy Pena is kind of like getting a guy at the deadline. Like you can't. In my mind, just to the fans, it'd be pretty rough. B, just this team does need an extra major league hitter, like a major league contributor. Honestly,
right.
The pitching stuff, it's more up in the air because we'll see what
theoretically guys are coming back.
Yes, but what do you expect from them when they come back? Yada yada yada.
Yeah, exactly.
I like Cease as I've mentioned before, like this year's Yusei Kikuchi, because Yusei Kikuchi last year, I think he had like a 5.5 ERA. Like he was having a rough year. Cease has been good more recently than Kikuchi had. So
the Astros' effect on pitching, it's obvious. I mean, look at the minor leaguers who have come up and been respectable this season.
And Cease is the underlining numbers and the baseball savant page stuff for the most part, to me, not an expert but can read a chart, looks pretty good. Like he's not he hasn't lost a stuff, I would say. And so for the Astros, it's like, as long as you still have the stuff, we'll handle the rest. We'll handle the strategy, what pitches to throw in. That seems to be most of where they get value out of these pitchers, is just elite game planning and knowing what these guys do best and focusing on that. If they can do that with Cease, I think he can be at least he can be a third starter for this team, which is something they need. They need someone who you can count on in a playoff scenario that isn't Christian Javier, who we'll see how he looks coming out of Tommy John, Spencer Arrighetti, who looked pretty good end of last season, or no, I forgot if it was the end or the middle of last season and the start of this season, but has never pitched in a playoff game.
Right.
And, then you go into the Colton Gordons, Jason Alexanders of the world pretty fast. So, and sorry, Lance McCullers too. I'm sure everyone
He's got
feels,
blister. Yeah.
I'm sure everyone feels great about the idea of Lance McCullers starting a playoff game. So
playoff winner.
Yeah. Right. World
Yankees,
Series champ.
What's up?
Yeah. I think that Dylan Cease would fit that need of hey, this is a guy that you can credibly start in a playoff game.
Trade deadline tomorrow, 5 Central Time. We'll hear what you have to say about the possibility of Carlos Correa and the possibility of Dylan Cease very quickly on the other side. And who's been soft in the world of sports? Soft Boys every single Wednesday at 12:30. We dive into it. I'm Paul Gallant, Sean Mapes behind the glass. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, and on the brand new ESPN Houston app.
The most interactive sports talk show in Houston continues now.
What's happening, Paul? What's up, Paul? Most interactive show, and really enjoy that aspect of it. Y'all keep it up.
Get involved in the conversation by dialing or texting 713-780-3776. Here's Paul Gallant.
Bob Nightingale says the Houston Astros are interested in Carlos Correa, who would probably waive his no-trade clause if the Astros and the Twins can come to an arrangement at the trade deadline, which is, again, tomorrow, 5 p.m. Central Time. Per The Athletic, Dylan Cease, Padres starting pitcher, not having a great year, is at the top of their list. Some of what you guys had to say. First off, when it comes to Carlos Correa, this team needs Correa. He needs us, period. Bring back the captain. I like how the Astros can't quit their exes.
It does feel like Jim Crane knows, like, I don't know, 50 baseball players.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, 25 of them play for the Astros. The other 25 used to play on the Astros.
Exactly.
Basically. And then Dylan Cease and Nolan Arenado. Those two guys too.
It's a toxic trait in a relationship to be someone who's regularly, I don't know, thinking about your exes and stuff. I would advise you don't, or seek therapy if you're someone who does that. But in baseball, it's Jim Crane's way. We're talking about a dynasty right now. More on Carlos Correa on the text line, most interactive sports talk show in town. The money Correa is owed would make that an absolute asinine move. It is a bunch of club options, but it is a lot of money.
Yeah, there is also a little bit of, he would play third base this year for the Astros. And then when he's on the team for the next 3 or 4 years after that,
Where does he play?
Where does he play? Or where does Isaac Paredes play?
Maybe Paredes is your first baseman.
Yeah, or second baseman.
I say that because
maybe.
he's a little heftier. I don't know. Well, that's true. He has played second base before.
Yeah, that fit stuff.
Maybe Correa's second base. You have a huge dude at second base.
Maybe Correa left field, Altuve back to
Ooh, that could work too.
Now we're just saying positions.
Yeah, we are.
now
Screw it, it's baseball.
We're just playing Madden, basically.
Another texter, they can keep Correa. He's often injured and didn't want to sign here anyway. Well, he wanted to sign.
No, he didn't want to sign here. The Astros gave him a great offer, I'm sure.
He thought he would get more. I mean, that doesn't mean that he's never coming back. And for his injury history, it was a fair offer. Suppose I'd rather do nothing than bring back Correa, writes another texter. As far as a Yiner Diaz trade for a pitcher, Caratini's a free agent after the season. If you trade Yiner, you have no major league catchers for next year. Yeah, but I'd imagine you would bring back Caratini, given that you have some contracts, Jose Abreu and Rafael Montero and others expiring. One more time.
Framber Valdez also expiring.
That was a bummer. The Astros' effect on pitching. See their injured list as well. Fine. I get it, but they generally get the most out of their pitchers before they're hurt.
I was gonna say that's why being a rental actually pretty good.
Yeah.
Just hey, I don't care what happens to Cease afterwards. Need him for 3 months.
It's 12:30 on a Wednesday. The regular crowd shuffles in. There's a bunch of bitches in the world of sports and beyond, and we're about to, on them, go in. That's right. I'm a poet. In honor of the time Ime Udoka called LeBron James a soft-ass boy a couple of years ago, every single Wednesday at 12:30, we highlight who's been soft in the world of sports. Justin Fields, soft. So Justin Fields was carted out of Jets practice with an apparent lower leg injury. It turned out to be a toe injury. The very next day, he was jogging on the practice field. He did 7-on-7 drills. He said God was looking out. He's wearing plastic covering on the toe of his right shoe to protect the injured toe. Look, injuries happen. You want to be smart. If you're a quarterback, a toe injury should not lead to you being carted off of the field, especially when you are known more for your legs than your arm.
Yeah. Little Jake Odorizzi-itis here, I would say. Also, it did come out that he was sitting in the passenger seat of the cart. So he wasn't in the back of it. That does change it a little bit. of like, oh, okay, so he just didn't like walk off the field. He just
Yeah.
got in a golf cart normally and drove off. Because when you think carted off the field, you think like put into the back so he can lay down.
Right. I mean, a Texans player was carted off earlier today, and I feel for him because he was a long shot to make the roster as it was with some sort of lower left leg injury.
Yes, but when you see starting quarterback,
that's even a stretch. But
well, he will start for the Jets
because that's how bad they
are. Yeah. Carted off the field in training camp. I think of the Teddy Bridgewater injury from Vikings training camp like 10 years ago.
Where
where
everyone was vomiting.
Yeah,
right.
where guys are like throwing up and his career was kind of never the same. That's what I imagine. And then to get the like update from Aaron Glenn where it's like, it's toe. Probably will be back out here. I'm like, oh, okay. That's seems like an overreaction. Or at least over-reporting by Jet. I'm also willing to put some of this on the Jets beat staff, beat reporters of being like, he was carted off the field.
Being a little salacious with it.
Exactly.
Right. Yeah. Soft boys, who's been soft in the world of sports. LeBron James is sending an artificial intelligence company a cease and desist. Why? And honestly, I feel like he's just making people aware of this. This is Streisand effect 101. He sent cease and desist company letters to this AI company that's making pregnancy videos of him. LeBron James has sent a cease and desist letter to an AI company that went viral for its ability to make brain rot videos of him. Throughout most of this year, TikTok videos showing an AI version of LeBron James took over. One video posted in February shows James as a mermaid swimming through the ocean to the tune of Under the Sea. The viral videos quickly gained the star's attention, prompting him to take legal action in order to keep them from using his likeness in AI videos. According to 404 Media, users on the Interlink AI Discord server were actively learning how to create AI videos of LeBron James so they could post on TikTok, with many of them going viral. Dude, you can't do that. If you want this to go away, suing it is just going to make more people do it. So it's just going to be another company that figures out a way to do it. So you're going to be like fighting the never-ending fight that baseball did, and eventually you're just going to give up. And also, I mean, what's wrong with an AI of you being pregnant? Men can be pregnant. That's what we learned in 2025 and 2024.
Yeah, whatever people want to jerk off to, let them do that. That has to be the only reason they're making this, right? What other possible reason?
It's just to be stupid, I think.
No, I think it's people being like, haha, this is a joke. And then secretly they're
and
like,
someone's into it?
Yeah, it's like their kink. But they play it off as like, isn't this funny? Huh? Are we all laughing at how ridiculous this is that
Sir, your pants are off.
I can't stop watching.
Oh, God. Cowboys cornerback Trevon Diggs, as soft boys continue soft because his feelings were hurt that the Cowboys reduced his pay for missing offseason workouts. Your feelings were hurt? I get it. You're out probably for the season. Just show up for the workouts. Your feelings are hurt that they're fighting you? Strange. Sixers center Joel Embiid soft because he's sad that James Harden doesn't speak to him anymore. What are you expecting Harden to speak to you after he quit on that team? What do you think's going to happen? How do you think this works? Harden hates Daryl Morey, but he probably also hates you because James Harden is low-key as unhappy with all of his situations as Kevin Durant has been, except for now he's in LA and he probably loves it because there's no pressure on him.
Yeah.
And he can have the time of his life and still actually be pretty good in the regular season. For
it's like, hey, I can be pretty good. The pressure to like actually win a championship, it's kind of not on me. It's more of a Kawhi Leonard thing of, is he going to be healthy and available? And yeah, I can just kind of do my thing. No one gets mad at me if I don't show up because we're the Clippers. People are kind of used to it here.
Mm-hmm.
It's and they'll keep giving me contracts until Kawhi Leonard retires. So it's a pretty sweet gig that he's got.
It is pretty nice. Yeah. None of the Laker pressure and all of the Los Angeles experience.
Exactly.
Indiana football head coach Kurt Cignetti thinks the SEC is soft. He said this as he adopted an out-of-conference schedule that's probably going to lead to Indiana having a pretty good record in late October for the near future. Their non-league games the next couple of years: Old Dominion, Kennesaw State, Indiana State, Colorado State, Western Kentucky, Kennesaw State, Indiana State, UMass, Austin Peay, Eastern Michigan, Ball State, Eastern Illinois, and Western Kentucky. Again, Cignetti calls it an SEC scheduling philosophy. he thinks the SEC is soft
Yeah.
because of their 3 out-of-conference games. I would say that Texas A&M at least is playing Notre Dame in the out-of-conference schedule, but it's not entirely untrue.
Yeah, Texas is playing Ohio State. Oklahoma's playing Michigan. LSU is playing Clemson. Like the SEC plays 8 conference games, and then they play 3 games like Indiana's playing. But normally they mix in 1 power conference game. Indiana's not playing a power conference out of conference game until 2030. Like they're just not doing it until 2030.
2030.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious.
So some of the like Florida plays Florida State. Like that's their like hard out of conference game. So it's the shot you have to take when you're in the Big Ten and the Indiana coach for like, hey, why are you backing? Also, he backed out of a Virginia series.
Virginia.
Yeah, University of Virginia. You should beat those guys.
You would think.
Yeah, it's not like you're like
they're about on the same level program wise, though.
Yeah, it's not like you're signing up to play, Alabama.
Right, that's fair. Yeah, Virginia's a good one, but I don't know. It is kind of lame the way the out of conference schedules are going. I mean, especially with the college football playoff expanding,
they're
makes September a bit of a bummer.
They're scheduling it harder now.
Yeah,
like it used to be worse, but like now, like basically every team that's like a serious contender like has 1 power conference game where you're like, okay, we can't get mad at them for scheduling this.
Soft Boys continues. Who's been soft in the world of sports? There's a semi-pro football league called the International Football Alliance. One of the teams, the Ohio Valley Ironmen, won their first 3 games by a combined 166-0. Because they have kicked the ass of these other semi-pro teams the way that they have, scheduled opponents have canceled games, and the Ohio Valley Ironmen put out a statement. Ohio Valley Ironmen announced mid-season pivot to strengthen future of the franchise. Multiple scheduled opponents have canceled games, leaving the team without a competitive path to complete the season at the level that matches its ambitions. In response, the Ironmen have made a difficult but strategic decision to conclude play early and pivot towards preparing for a stronger, more sustainable return in 2026. The rest of this league's a bunch of bitches. They're great. See if you can beat them. It's semi-pro football. Are they that much better than everybody? That sucks.
Yeah.
This league, I mean, terrible. And maybe this team needs to be playing in the whatever the hell the UFL is called now. Is it still the UFL?
It's UFL.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm also trying to figure out the international part of this. When I think of an international league, I don't think Ohio Valley has a team. No offense. I'm thinking NFL Europe and then LA and New York. I'm not exactly thinking wherever Ohio Valley is.
I'm assuming there's good football because it's Ohio and Western Pennsylvania are pretty good at football.
They played a Mexican team. Okay.
Whoa.
That's international.
Damn.
Oh, it is just America and Mexico.
Okay. Interesting. Soft Boys continues. Who's been soft in the world of sports? Joey Swole. Anyone know who he is? Joey Swole is a fitness influencer who often shares messages that involve like people that are being bullies at gyms and stuff like that. And he's generally got a positive outlook on things. But Joey Swole is quitting social media. He says he is done after he had honored Hulk Hogan for passing away, and then people came after him for honoring Hulk Hogan. Because apparently Hulk Hogan has a sus past. #racist.
On tape saying the N-word multiple times.
Right, exactly. So because of that, people came after Joey Swole. And Joey Swole, I honestly think, put out a rather bitch-made statement. And obviously, Joey Swole could kick my ass, but this is pathetic. Like, you're just leaving. All the good I've done, all the people I've helped, all for nothing. When I need help, when I need kindness and empathy, nothing. I truly hope all the people I've inspired to do great things in their life and pay it forward to help others and carry on my message. But no matter how much good you do, no matter how many people you help, they just wait for a reason to hate you and tear you down. It's true. You either die a hero or live long enough to be the villain. Thank you for your support. Please remember me and smile. I love you all. I am done. Like, please don't kill yourself. First off, Joey Swole. Second, like, as someone who has dealt with my fair share of internet incidents, you just ignore it. In 2 days, everyone forgets. My chill dog thing, people moved on. Hell, I started doing conservative talk radio on the side through that, which was quite the upset. But honestly, in Seattle, it's literally just doing right down the middle radio. But this is, you just say F you. Like, why are you so upset? People are calling you racist for honoring Hulk Hogan, or people are calling you a piece of S for liking Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan's one of the most influential figures from the 1980s. He was in Rocky 3, for God's sakes. The WWF would not have existed, and still would probably not exist today, without him. Obviously a complicated legacy, but you can't handle people getting mad at you because you said you like someone online and you're just gonna quit. Like, I don't believe it, for one, and I think it's lame. Like, throwing yourself a pity party online is the lamest stuff. I see people in this industry do it all the time, and specific ones that we know, and they're like, "Oh, I didn't get this job, I didn't get that job." Shut up, bitch! Like, this is life. Life is hard. It sucks often. Keep on fighting. Something on the internet should not make you so sad that you quit.
Yeah.
Period.
Also, like you said, life is hard. For Joey Swole, it's like,
It's easy. You're a hot guy that's an influencer.
Yeah, you're a fitness influencer. All you had to do was be like, hey, I loved Hulk Hogan as a kid. I think he's a racist POS.
You don't even have to say that. Like, he said some bad things, but I enjoyed watching him.
Yeah.
Period.
You don't have to like die on the cross for, by the way, for Hulk Hogan.
Right, exactly. Ozzy Osbourne peed on the Alamo, you know? I mean, like, and Ozzy Osbourne, one of my favorite musicians ever. Big part of my life growing up, because every single Patriots game I went to, the Patriots would come out to Crazy Train. I love all of his songs. Complicated legacy because he peed on the Alamo.
Yeah.
Complicated legacy. Now, he did spend a lot of money and make sure to make amends for that.
Yeah,
but
which Hulk Hogan did not.
But like, if you're in PETA, bit the head off a bat accidentally. I mean, like, there's Hulk Hogan. There's a lot of things with Hulk Hogan. There's a lot of things with Ozzy Osbourne. You're not allowed to remember somebody at all if they were important to you because they did something bad. It's weird. Now, Sean and I, we've talked about this off the air. It's interesting how people are talked about after they die. It is as if you're not allowed to say anything bad about someone once they've died. But at the same time, like, what? We're all so perfect that you can only feel for the people that have died that are, like, at least publicly little Jesuses, you know? I mean, it's ridiculous. So, again,
I will say also, basically every wrestler who worked with Hulk Hogan also hated Hulk Hogan.
Yeah.
So he seemed like a jerk for like
for sure.
a million different reasons. So I don't know. Like, again, it's the idea of like I'm gonna quit because people got mad at me for liking Hulk Hogan. It's like, again.
No, it's soft.
You're not making a stand for anyone that's like worth taking a stand.
No, you're just looking for a way out. Maybe he was looking for a way out, and this was the excuse. Not soft to wrap up soft, boys. Southeast Louisiana basketball had a fully padded practice wearing football pads because the coaches last season thought that they were too soft in a game. Hell yeah, they won their next 2 games after they did that. I love that. Also not soft, the Detroit Lions, who have had multiple fights at practice, and the Falcons, a couple of fights at practice too. So there you go.
Yeah,
boys.
it's. I think I mean,
Texas had their first fight today.
I was gonna say the Lions had theirs day 2. That's pretty fast.
Yeah,
but right now is about like the start of like, man, these guys are just sick. They just want to hit someone
3
else.
days of full pads leads to this for sure.
We'll get joint practices pretty soon. That'll be another thing. Yeah.
Sean Mapes is behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Soft Boys every single Wednesday at 12:30. Up next, the latest when it comes to the Astros and who they're interested in at the trade deadline. Carlos Correa and Dylan Cease are at the top of the list. Are either of these two realistic options to acquire? How far are you willing to go to get either of them? And do the Astros have the capital to get him. That's all on the table for you. I'm Paul Gallant with Sean Mapes behind the glass. It's the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in town. Stay put.
And a base hit through the middle. Into scores Dubon. Whitcomb headed back to the bag, so he'll have to stop at third. Jose Altuve makes it a 4-2 game.
Astros back in the win column. That's right. You can only take things a game at a time, and you can only start a winning streak one win at a time. So the Astros have one, and in a couple of minutes, they're going to look to make it 2 dubs in a row with Ryan Gusto on the hill against Washington. 1-1, the 3-game set tied at. The Mariners helped the Astros out last night. They lost. And the Rangers helped the Astros out last night. They have lost 2 in a row. Some pretty funny errors made by the Rangers defensively. The American League West, the gift that keeps on giving. Speaking of gifts, is it possible that Jim Crane's going to allow Astros GM Dana Brown to go out and get a big name at the trade deadline? The Athletic says that Padres starting pitcher Dylan Cease is at the top of the Astros wish list. Meanwhile, Bob Nightingale of the USA Today is saying that the Astros are having conversations with the Minnesota Twins about Carlos Correa. I think ESPN said that the sides are rather far apart, but Correa, who has a no-trade clause, would waive his no-trade clause to come back to the Astros. There's also Nolan Arenado, who wasn't so sure about how much of a contender the Astros would be this offseason, which was why he wouldn't waive his no-trade clause. But then a little bit later, he said, well, maybe I would waive my no-trade clause. Arenado is a target of the Astros per Nightingale, as is Eugenio Suarez. There are a couple of other names as well that, per the Athletic, the Astros are interested in, but they are names that are not as sexy as those ones. And I gotta say, if you're gonna tease me like this, I want to go all the way. Can we get a little music to set the mood here for a moment? Hey guys, it's me, the Houston Astros. I've got some fine aphrodisiacs for you right now. A plate of oysters, if you will. Oh, yeah. On the half shell. Got some candles lit. I have some rose petals all over Dyken Park. Because, baby, I'm here to help you out. I'm here to help you out all summer long. Don't call this a summer fling. This is the kind of thing that you do to keep a relationship going. A relationship that lasts a lifetime. I've given you 2 rings already, but guess what? I'm going to get you some more with a little jewelry. Dylan Cease, you ready for this? See that big, strong arm of his? Oh, yeah. Don't judge a pitcher by his record. Judge a pitcher by his arm. Dylan Cease comes here. Who's going to look good? How about a little Carlos Correa? Remember the memories we had? Remember that October and November 2017? All those memories we made together under the lights in Los Angeles and at then Minute Maid Park. That's right. That could be ours too. If they're going to tease me like this is the frustrating part. Now I need something. Now I want it. Even though it's unrealistic and not feasible, this is 100% something that now that the idea has been floated, I want it, and I'm going to end up disappointed if it doesn't happen. So perhaps the Astros were a little too leaky here. Just a little bit.
Yeah, because if they do, I'm just gonna keep the music playing. It's like a 3-hour bed. We have plenty of time.
Let's go, baby.
As much time as you need. Yeah, if the Astros like end up like, I can't imagine a worse whiplash from like jingling the Carlos Correa keys in front of our face, and then like, actually, here comes the airplane. It's gonna be Nolan Arenado. Enjoy. Like, it's
that's a letdown.
Yeah, no thanks. Like,
that's like at the end of a Love Is Blind season where they've had this great buildup. They're so excited to meet each other, and then the person on the other end is either, if it's a guy, bald and short, or if it's a lady, a fatty boombatty. Don't like that.
Yeah. It's just like, hey, if you don't tell us about Correa, then like people would kind of begrudgingly come around to Nolan Arenado, I think. But now it's like, you can't. I don't think you can give us anything other than Correa. Maybe if they go smaller, like if it's like very, very on the edges, like a minor help.
Yeah.
Maybe that. But I don't think you can bring in like another high-priced guy that isn't Carlos Correa at this point.
Chandler Rome says Correa is unlikely. A lot of people are also asking, Paul, is your girlfriend okay with you being this sexual on the air? No, I'm just being what the Astros are. The Astros are being a little teased right now. You know? Hey, it's like they're showing us like lingerie shopping they've been doing online. You know? But like, where is it? I don't see it. From the 832, Paul, if Jim Crane called you right now and said the Astros can get Dylan Cease right now, but you have to break up with your girlfriend or your cat, would you? No. I don't like baseball enough for that.
I was gonna say, I don't know if there's an Astros move, like single Astro acquisition that could do that.
When the Patriots had 3 Super Bowls, when they had 3, and I was like nervous Tom Brady was never gonna get number 4 so that he could tie Montana, there was a time where I would have 100% thought about this. I'm at the point right now where no, I am not sacrificing for the first time in a very long time me being happy in my personal life by getting rid of the 2 things that I like the most, the lady and my cat. Because my cat's been so sweet since I came back from vacation. That's the best part. When you're gone for a few days, they realize, oh, I really miss you. But that's also starting to slow down just a little bit. She wasn't as cuddly today, and I was like, damn. She's used to me being back. OTR Sean comments on YouTube, I can feel your lady friend exiting stage left. Well, she might be in the Twitch chat. She might not. At ESPN 975. Acts 238 says, you better do it if that was the case. No, I'm not doing that. I'm sorry. They've won 2 World Series. I'm not doing that. I wouldn't do it for a Texans Super Bowl. I wouldn't do it for a Rockets title. No, not doing it.
That's the thing. It's not even for an Astros title. It's for Dylan
Cease. And his 5.97 ERA, 4 point something ERA.
Yeah.
4.5 plus.
Yeah. It's
no. Come on, guys.
Would you do it for a Patriots title right now?
No.
Okay.
No. They've won 6. I'm set for life.
What's your favorite? What's your favorite Super Bowl title?
The next one, but it's.
But we'll see.
They've won 6.
2029. Maybe.
It's like 10 years from now. Let's see.
10 years.
10 years from now with the Patriots. Let's see.
I mean, that'd still be 15 years without one, Paul. That's
if it's 15. Once it gets to 15, then I'll start. And if I'm still passionate about football,
I was gonna say,
if this job still exists. Yeah.
By then you probably would stop caring.
Yeah. So there you go.
They have an AI GM by then.
From the 281, Paul, you will never be half the man that your girlfriend is. Hey, that's not cool. Don't say that about the lady. Don't say that about the lady. She's not a man. Okay. Anyway, this music is really getting me going.
It is setting the mood.
I might just go to the girlfriend's right after the show. Just ready for something. And if it's not going to be a trade at the trade deadline, then I mean, what's the point? You can't tease me like this, Astros, and not do something. You're leaking this out there. You're trying to get people excited. Don't leak this out and not follow through. Okay? I don't want blue balls. I don't. Anyway, guys, it is the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in town. From the 832, Tom Brady wants to be your best friend, but he can't stand your girl and is allergic to cats. What are you doing? Might have to kill myself. But I'm not breaking. I will leave the world instead.
I just love the idea of Tom Brady being like, Paul.
It would be so cool to be Tom Brady's
Paul,
best friend.
I really want to hang out with you, but man, I cannot.
How long do you think it would take me to annoy him? So like, hey man, remember back in the game against the Bills back in 2001 where that guy came over the middle and clobbered you and knocked your helmet off? You probably had a concussion.
I think you could, because you would just be on your best behavior for as long as you can possibly do it.
But how long is that?
Yeah, but like I'm also
remember the time where I was talking with an owner in Houston sports and I made a Stalin joke.
how long into the conversation was that?
4 minutes.
Okay, yeah. So there you go. I think you could make it like 15 with Tom Brady before he's like, what this guy just say to me? Did you just bring up jujitsu to me right now?
Wait a second. You actually drained some of your blood and created a shrine to me when you were 7? That's Sean behind the glass and Paul Gallant. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Astros interested in Dylan Cease and Carlos Correa for the baseball reporters. From the 832, what is this music? I need it for when I'm with Handifer Lopez. Sir, bonk. Also, her name is Jennifer, and I don't think you guys are dating.
Ben Affleck, friend of the show?
No, Ben Affleck broke up.
I forgot which Jennifer he's with at any given time.
One last note before we go to commercial break. I'm incensed that Ana de Armas is dating Tom Cruise. I know I'm in a happy relationship. I'm incensed about this. Tom Cruise is the greatest actor ever, but he's also like
63 years old
and 5'3". So just he's got a nice face. Still got his hair is still dark. Is that the Scientology? Is that dye? I don't know. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call the text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. I was at Houston Texans training camp today. There are 2 ways to approach today's Texans training camp practice. Should I choose the positive or the negative? A choose your own kind of adventure next on the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
I was at Houston Texans training camp again this morning, and I'm going to ask you guys something, which you can answer at 713-780-3776. That's how you call. It's how you text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. You can also join on our brand new app. Do you want me to talk about the big positive out of Texans training camp today or the big negative? I'll leave that up to everybody. But Sean, you are the executive producer of the Paul Gallant Show.
I don't actually have that title. But
well, I gave it to you.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Run down to the office. Might get a little raise out of it.
Yeah, I'll let
You're
him
welcome.
Gosh, I don't know if I want to start with the good news or start with the bad news. Give me the good news first.
All right. I like this. CJ Gardner-Johnson, Houston Texans safety, who they acquired this offseason from the Philadelphia Eagles, 6 interceptions last season for the Super Bowl champions, was asked about what it takes to be a Super Bowl contender, given that he has been on some of those over the last couple of years. Here is what he had to say.
Let's talk about the contending teams. They all have one thing in common. They're hungry. They're ready to continue to work. And I don't want to lay our bed or say anything to put anything out there, but this is a Super Bowl team right here. Super Bowl caliber team. You guys just go out there and show it week in, week out, and start from practice, start from meetings. Everybody's a Super Bowl contending team because we all high caliber players in the field. So we go out there and compete. We got to understand who's next to us, who's across the ball, and we got to understand that this is a job for us. We got to get it done.
He doesn't want to make it into a big thing. I'm going to make it into a big thing for this reason. This defense, if healthy all season long, is Super Bowl caliber. I feel that after 2 days. It's not just the pass rush that has both Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter, arguably the best pass rush tandem in the league. And it's not just a secondary that at corner arguably has the best 1-2 combo in the league between Derek Stingley and Kamari Lassiter. At safety, has a guy in CJ Gardner-Johnson who's always in the right spot. I think he's an upgrade on Jimmy Ward, regardless of Jimmy Ward's status going forward. And they have a guy in Kalen Bullock who I am probably more excited about than anyone on the Texans going into this year. I've always liked him because of the size and the range. He made a play today at training camp practice on a deep throw to Nico Collins, and it was stupendous. Wasn't the best throw by Stroud. He was under pressure. We'll get to that in a moment. It was a hell of a play. I'm really excited about Bullock. So they've got 2 great pass rushers. They have a loaded secondary that now has Jalen Petrie back, who's out there leveling dudes. A guy who was definitely missed the last couple of games of the year. And then you have a linebacker core that probably not the strongest area on the team, but should be better just because of what's in front of them and what's behind them. This defense is that good. The defense can get them there. The real question is going to be about how much the offense brings to the table. But I was feeling pretty good about this defense going in. They are making life so difficult for the Texans offense right now, which obviously has its own questions that we will talk about in a moment. And I don't think it's entirely because of the Texans' offensive struggles. It's not entirely. Certainly a big part of it, the offensive line, which we'll get to in a moment. But the biggest positive, this is a Super Bowl caliber defense. I do not think it is a stretch from CJ Gardner-Johnson to look at that unit and say this is a Super Bowl caliber team, because the team that he's on, the team that he's been with on practice, and the teams that he's been on before, they are beating the bleep out of people. CJ Gardner-Johnson earlier today had a hit on Brevin Jordan, who is probably the Texans' biggest and strongest and fastest tight end. Took his ass out. Jalen Petrie put Nico Collins on his ass. Like, these are 2 big guys that are just getting leveled by various parts of the Texans defense. And it's full pads, but it's not really full contact. You would not guess that based off of the way the Texans defense is hitting out there.
I don't think Petrie does full pads and not full contact. I think Petrie it's always full contact with him. And yeah, to me it's more, I'm not out there, so I'm just seeing what you guys are saying, but it's the on paper, this defense, we could have told you this offseason that they have a lot of talent. To me, with this defense and really what D'Amico Ryans has done in his first 2 years as the head coach, it's like the attitude that these guys have.
Right.
And it seems like the temperature has just gotten turned up every single year of, we make light of it sometimes, but the swarm mentality, it's not a joke.
It's not. They all buy in.
Call it what you want, but these guys are menaces back there.
And think about it from this perspective too. They have so many guys in the defensive backfield that are competing with one another. And you talk about iron sharpening iron. Lots of guys are making plays today. I hadn't even heard of half of them. Who's Jalen Reed? I don't know. He had a pick 6. Who is Russ Yeast? Had a nice deflected pass.
Wow.
Tremont Smith, I've heard of him. He had an interception. MJ Stewart, might remember him.
Yeah, backup safety.
Pick 6. Jalen Smith, the corner from USC that the Texans drafted, and everyone was like, what the hell?
Yeah, a little bit of a reach at the time.
He had a really nice deflected pass as well. Everyone in this backfield was making plays. And, this wasn't even a day where you saw much of Derek Stingley or where you saw much of Kamari Lassiter. I'm excited about Bullock, but I told you about C.J. Gardner-Johnson wrecking a guy. I told you about Jalen Peachy wrecking a guy. There's a mentality the Texans have brought in, and obviously, we talk about swarm, special work ethic, and relentless mindset, their mantra, and how that is a thing, even if it is a little bit corny. But there's a new one that has been brought to the table that C.J. Gardner-Johnson was asked about. It's called BTA.
The belt celebration has traveled from Philly to Houston.
Say it again?
The belt celebration.
BJ?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you explain what that is and what that mentality is?
That's self-explanatory. In the PG terms, out competing, out hustling, and doing your job better than your opponent.
I love how we turned it into essentially special work ethic and relentless mindset, but he means belt the ass.
Yes.
And he was smirking when Landry Locker was asking him about that there.
Yeah, he was playing it very coy.
Very funny. Very funny moment right there. And I'm pretty excited about what this defense brings to the table. I do think it is Super Bowl caliber, assuming health. They're going to need to have health at that nickel spot so that come playoff time, if they're matched up against teams with good tight ends, that they can stick with a Travis Kelce. Because that was not 100% Travis Kelce that kicked the Texans' ass in the divisional round.
No, that was kind of
right.
Not completely washed up, but like a
definitely like 85% of what he used to be.
I was gonna say a B level Travis Kelce.
Yeah.
It was definitely not like he'd made 3 or 4 big plays, but for the most part he wasn't out there wrecking you. And yeah, that's where that I don't know who had the assignment on it. I forgot. It's been 7 months, but the guy should have been Petrie. If they're fully healthy, it's Petrie out there where you feel a little bit better, at least with the physically capable of sticking with Kelce in that spot. And whether it's Kelce or one of the Ravens guys, I know Likely
Isaiah Likely has the foot injury, so he might miss the first couple of games of the year. We'll
but
talk about that in the 10-minute drill.
Likely the Buffalo guys, Kincaid and the Ole Miss, the guy who went to Ole Miss, Dawson
Knox.
Yes. The top of the AFC, they all have a guy you have to worry about at that tight end spot. That's where those safeties, those nickelbacks, that's when they come into play. And as long as Petrie's out there with what he showed last year and what it looks like, hearing what
he's a killer in the nickel spot. He's undersized, but one of the hardest hitters for his size.
If this defense stays even mostly how just have a normal amount of NFL season attrition by the time they get to the playoffs, I think they're going to be one of the best defenses in the playoffs.
Right.
This is going to be a team that relies on defense.
Even the defensive tackle position. Sheldon Rankins is in there. He's looking good. He's in probably the best shape of his life. Had a very rough year last year. He's dealing with meningitis and something else. But also Tim Settle in there. Settle maybe opens his mouth a little bit too much. He's an amusing quote, but This is a really good defense, and assuming health, and you can never guarantee it, but on paper, it's one of the best in the league.
And you mentioned Tim Settle. C.J. Gardner-Johnson also is going to be a
for sure
Hall of Famer at the mic.
At the microphone,
yeah,
exactly.
he's going to be. I cannot wait.
And I think Kamari Lassiter is. I think Derek Stingley's a little more comfortable at the microphone, which is a little bit interesting to hear.
That is interesting.
I always like to hear from Will Anderson, so it's going to be a chirpy team. Now to the bad.
Yeah.
None of the negative.
Yeah. That was a lot of fun, though, talking about the defense.
I lost count of the amount of times CJ Stroud got sacked. I lost count. It was a lot. It was all Texans quarterbacks. It was even Davis Mills. Mills is doing his best to get the ball out. Mills actually doesn't look bad out there, but they have no time. None. And it's the same offensive line that it was yesterday, the first unit. Cam Robinson's left tackle. Laken Tomlinson left guard. Jake Andrews is center. Titus Howard is at right guard, and Ariante Ursary, the rookie, is at right tackle. Drew Scruggs is working with the second unit for what it's worth. Not the third unit, so at the very least, that's going on. But you got 2 second-round picks that are on the bench, and then you got this first unit. And again, this Texas defense is great, but my God, this was a very one-sided practice. They're struggling to run the football as well, unless you like it when Nick Chubb, after he gets stopped, runs for another 10, 20 yards afterwards. He did not look particularly fast today relative to the practice I went to yesterday. So everything you've been hearing from Cody Stutes and some of the other guys about Nick Chubb, it's true. Based off of what I've seen in 2 practices, this offense has its work cut out for it. It's a new offense with Nick Caley running the show, with a new offensive line, coach in Cole Popovich. And while there are certainly some reasons for optimism relative to last year, you got to look at this unit as a work in progress. And they were getting pissed at the end of the practice. There was a little bit of a scrum where, let me see what number. Austin Deculus was getting into it. He's a backup tackle with some Texans defender. I don't know what led to it because there were some people in the way of it, but the Texans defense were laughing and having themselves like a blast. C.J. Gardner-Johnson even came off the sideline for a moment and was very close to joining in. And then he came back toward the sidelines, pointing to the camera saying, belt to ass, belt to ass. There was another guy. What number was he? This is one of the guys that the Texans signed fairly recently. And he was off on the side. He was the only guy wearing a red jersey because now the quarterbacks are wearing light blue jersey.
There's someone who got activated and he's a non-contact. I think he's competing for the backup nickel spot.
Yes.
I forgot his name.
I forget his name as well. I think he was wearing 22, and I think my new roster doesn't have him. But he was pretending like he was about to run on the field. He's like, no, I got the red jersey on. The defense did not take the offense seriously today. They didn't. And that's either because the defense is that good or the offense has that much work to do. I'm hoping it's not the latter, but I really do believe in this defense. I do also think that this offense, it's got a long way to go by the start of the regular season. They are going to struggle at this moment in time to do anything. It's not the fault of Jaden Higgins. Higgins had another nice catch today. It's not the fault. Dalton Schultz had a nice one-handed catch over the middle, but Stroud would have been sacked before the throw was made. Like, Stroud doesn't have a lot of time. So that's definitely a concern going into the year. I saw somebody out there say that you should be concerned with the lack of work Stroud's getting. I'm not. I'm more concerned with the lack of times that Stroud has been able to throw the football because of the offensive line that's in front of him.
It was, by the way, the player's Arthur Mollett.
Arthur Mollett. Thank you very much. One last one. Kaimi Fairbairn. Automatic. Hit everything. So you like that? Obviously, he had some moments in the playoffs last year.
I was very nervous when when a observation from training camp starts with the kicker's name and then a pause. I'm like, oh no, it's one extreme or the other.
Hit every kick he fired, Sean, including one off the crossbar, but on the inside of the crossbar.
Okay, so banked it in.
Yeah, it was nice little sound.
Okay,
yeah, it's nice.
That's good.
So there you go, guys. This defense is Super Bowl caliber, but even DeMeco Ryans acknowledged that the defense had the upper hand on the offense. Here's the head coach of the Houston Texans after today's practice.
Like, all of it is evaluated, so it's not like one side has a good day and it's oh my, we're not good. That's not the case. It's always our offense made a lot of plays, a lot of explosive plays yesterday, and usually in camp that's how it goes. One side gets the best of one side the other day, the other side comes out and do what. So it's not anything for me to pull out the panic meter about. It's just camp. Guys are competing, and I love that we have a very competitive team. And that's what stood out the most to me about our team throughout this camp, just how competitive these guys are and how both sides continue to show up and make plays.
He is Sean Mapes behind the glass. I am Paul Gallant. That is your Houston Texans training camp hot takes from Wednesday, July 30th, 2025. Up next, we continue our countdown to the start of the NFL season. A rival to the Houston Texans got a little bit better today, but some of the other big contenders in the AFC have some injury concerns. We'll talk about both of those things next. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put. "36 days away from the start of the NFL season. Jerome Bettis days away. Jerome Bettis is the best and most recognizable number 36 of all time, also known as the Bus.
Yep, won a Super Bowl in his hometown.
Detroit.
His last season in the NFL, probably about as storybook as you can get, riding off into the sunset.
I'm wondering, off the top of my head,
should the Texans look into him if the Joe Mixon thing is serious?
He's 53. I'm wondering if he's the last great Notre Dame player at the NFL level. off the top of my head, guys who are on the same level as Bettis. Maybe someday we're talking about a
one of the Martin brothers.
There's Zach Martin. That's a good
Zach
one.
Martin. Yeah. Nick Martin, I think, also went to Notre Dame. Probably not in this conversation.
Kyle Hamilton with Baltimore.
Ooh.
But
well, it got to do it for a little while longer. But yes, right now he is at that level.
Bettis and Tim Brown, formerly Raiders receiver, and I forget which of them retired later, probably the two like all-time great Notre Dame players that
like Hall of Fame
were last at that level. So we're talking early 90s Notre Dame players.
Did Quentin Nelson go to Notre Dame?
Quentin Nelson did go to Notre Dame.
Yeah,
That's another good one.
He's up there. They did become, for a while, it's changed a little with Marcus Freeman, although we're still early, that it was more of an offensive line factory. It was less of the skill position guys.
Yeah.
It was more of the big guys. But
they had Brady Quinn, didn't do anything. Jeff Samardzija shows baseball.
No.
They had
Clausen.
Right.
Jimmy Clausen.
Massive disaster. Yeah. Manti Te'o never really did anything either.
No.
Do wonder if maybe that scandal doesn't go down, if things are a little bit better for him at the NFL level. But so there you go. Jerome Bettis is probably the last Hall of Fame caliber outside of Tim Brown, Notre Dame player, unless you want to put Quentin Nelson there. Zach Martin's probably there. I'm talking non-skill play or non-offensive
skill
lineman,
position, he's definitely the answer.
He was the Rookie of the Year in 93. He was the comeback player of the year with the Steelers in 96, because he played for the Rams his first 3 seasons, played for the Steelers from 96 to 2005. Always thought that Jerome Bettis, as far as running backs go, was a little overrated because the Patriots always stopped him. But I mean, he's an all-time great running back. 13,662 rushing yards and 91 touchdowns over the course of his career. Best Texan to wear number 36, in my opinion, DJ Swearinger, because Jungle Boy swag was funny.
Awesome.
But also honorable mention, Mr. Simone Biles, Jonathan Owens, who
that's a good one,
claims he did not know who Simone Biles was when they started dating.
I forgot about that controversy.
I don't believe that. Also, Ron Dane wore number 36 for the Houston Texans in 2006 through 2008. Yeah, it didn't go so well.
No, wasn't great, but
Ron Dane was the byproduct of Wisconsin's corn-fed offensive lineman. Bengals pass rusher Trey Hendrickson. He's reporting to Bengals camp without a new deal. Biggest rival of the Houston Texans historically, the Cincinnati Bengals. So many classics between the two. Rather one-sided.
Yeah, I was going to say, they got to win to make it a rivalry. This is how things go when you don't get a deal. Is eventually you do have to show up, just given the CBA and the fines that you get. Like, at a certain point, it's like, okay, I'm not going to lose all of this money for not showing up. So I don't know. I don't know if this means they'll keep negotiating or if he's going to do a baseball style thing where it's like by the end of spring training, if I don't have a deal, I'm going to free agency. I don't know, but I can't imagine this goes well for the Bengals.
Well, I mean, he's not trying to retire like Carson Palmer did. So this is a step in the right direction. And that's probably how the Bengals are looking at it.
Not the worst. Not the worst case scenario.
We'll get a 3rd round compensatory pick for Trey Hendrickson when he walks in free agency after the year for the draft, after this coming one. Shamar Stewart's in camp as well. I wonder if Hendrickson felt guilty. I really wonder if it's that he felt guilty about his teammates and how good he was last year. And that the Bengals do seem to be on the, right on the border of being one of those true Super Bowl contenders. So very curious to see if they pay him, but he is reporting to camp, and he and Shamar Stewart, their 1st round pick, are going to have to carry that defense. Ravens tight end Isaiah Likely was carted off the practice field yesterday. He fractured his foot and could be back for the opener. This is a big loss for the Ravens, because when Mark Andrews went down, Isaiah Likely was one of the biggest Ravens targets, especially also considering the Ravens did not have Zay Flowers in that playoff loss to the Buffalo Bills. So he should / could be back for the opener. Could be worse. If you're carted off, you assume the guy's going to be out for the season.
Yeah.
But a fractured foot with a big guy playing tight end, you never know what that's going to be on the other side.
Yeah, if I was the Ravens, I'd probably, I wouldn't be rushing him back for week 1. I think they're one of the teams that, even though it is a pretty competitive division, you should be thinking like, hey, especially the Ravens, we need this guy to be good in January, because that's kind of how their seasons with Lamar Jackson will be judged for until they actually win one. You know, until they make a Super Bowl, at least it's going to be, what are you guys doing in January? You guys always come up short in January. I would take more of the long view with likely, because of what you mentioned, fractured foot, bigger guy. What's the rush?
Chiefs wide receiver Hollywood Brown, who missed 15 games last year, also left practice on a cart, but avoided serious injury, and he might be back at practice today for the Chiefs. That's been a disappointment for Kansas City because apparently he had great rapport with Patrick Mahomes last offseason.
Yeah.
The Chiefs' offense stock continues to dwindle. We'll see what happens with Rashee Rice, what kind of suspension he will get. The latest on Christian Wilkins. Pete Carroll has no comment to make about the Raiders releasing Christian Wilkins and that story about Wilkins allegedly kissing a teammate on the head. That is not supposedly the real reason that everyone thinks that there's a weird air around him.
Not the full story is kind of the rebuttal from Mike Florio to that. We'll see.
The Manhattan shooter who took the lives of, I believe, 5, including a police officer, and 4 people inside the same building as the NFL headquarters. He was targeting the NFL and he had a grievance with it. There's a video showing him doing a sideline interview outside of, I think, a high school football game. The NFL put out a statement talking about how sorry it was for the victims. It seems that he was targeting the NFL and he went in an elevator and he went in the wrong elevator. And I suppose those people that were working for the NFL offices, you're lucky on that front. But, man, just absolutely tragic and sad. And also semi-regular in our country. That's not a political statement. It happens a lot.
It's a fact.
Yeah. What else do we have to wrap up the 10-minute drill today? Falcons owner Arthur Blank envisions 1 international game per team per year. Go F yourself. I hate that. It's lame. It's stupid. It steals money away from season ticket holders. And Hard Knocks, Buffalo Bills, right around the corner.
Pretty good team. Better team than we normally get. I don't know if that means they'll be entertaining, but Josh Allen seems fun.
He does seem fun.
We'll see how much he opens up.
Well, I'll say. I doubt it's gonna be the same cookie cutter BS.
Yeah.
You know?
I think this is I don't know. We kind of have to watch it just for like whatever comes out of it. But every year I'm like, is this the year that I just like am completely off Hard Knocks? And every year I'm just like, you know what? I'll watch. You know, like I'll watch this one episode.
I might watch just so I can properly hate on the Bills when they underachieve, as they always do.
Yes. And your friend who's a lifelong
Bills fan. Oh,
Bills
yeah, he was wearing a Bills hat
that you didn't know until 2 years
exactly.
ago.
Yeah. But it was very cool. Girlfriend wore a Patriots hat. Never been more turned on. Ever. There were children around, so I had to go in the pool. Not the pool, the ocean.
Do you have a Brady jersey?
Oof. She's like, want me to wear lingerie? No,
wear this.
Brady jersey, babe.
the Pat the Patriot, the throwback red Patriots jersey.
It is the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Astros are trying their hardest to vanquish the Nationals and win this 3-game series against them. Scores tied 1-1 in the bottom of the second. We'll give you any updates we can about their ties to 1, Carlos Correa, and 2, Dylan Cease on the other side. It is the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. I'm Paul Gallant. Sean Mapes behind the glass. The Astros, per The Athletic, are targeting Padres starting pitcher Dylan Cease. He's at the top of their wish list. They've also been having conversations with ex-Houston Astro Carlos Correa. And on top of that, they are supposedly also in on a couple of other names that we have heard them attached to it before. Eugenio Suarez and Nolan Arenado. The latest this afternoon on Carlos Correa is this from Jeff Passan. While the Astros have interest in Minnesota Twins shortstop Carlos Correa, and there's been dialogue on a potential trade, the sides are far apart at the moment, and no deal is close, sources tell ESPN. Meanwhile, that's about the Bob Nightingale USA Today report that's saying the Astros and Twins are talking about Carlos Correa, but are apparently far apart. Carlos would be willing to waive his no-trade clause based off of the assumptions of many. I don't think that's firmly in writing. But there's also this from Foul Territory TV. Jim Bowden, who, I got to say, is that a bowl cut? I don't know what's going on with
The hair.
It's not great.
Yeah.
But
do something new.
Do something new. Put a little fluff in there, or wear a hat like I do when my hair is not all fluffed up. But he believes that Dylan Cease will probably be a Houston Astro.
The Dylan Cease thing, I think will probably happen. Now, it's funny because once Ken Rosenthal and Chandler Rome put that report out there, of course, I followed up their reporting, which they did a great job. And a lot of people were asking, well, why would the Astros want Dylan Cease and be a top target when he's 3-10 with a 4.7 ERA? Great question. All you have to do is look back 12 months ago. What happened at the deadline? Yusei Kikuchi at the deadline last year was 4-9 with a 4.7 ERA. Dylan Cease right now, 3-10 with a 4.7 ERA. And what happened? Dana Brown said his data room, I like to call it the analytic group, but he calls it the data room. So we'll call it the data room for the Astros. So his data room and pitching room told him the solution they thought they had for Kikuchi. Kikuchi came over and dominated, went 5-1, one of the best ERAs in the league after they got him in August and September. They believe they can do the same thing with Dylan Cease. And the underlying numbers, the strikeouts per nine, I mean, some of these numbers say, yeah, it might be the case. And so that's why they're in on him. They have a plan that if they get Cease, they think they can get him back. And if they make the playoffs, Hunter Brown game 1, Framber Valdez game 2, Dylan Cease game 3. That'd be pretty good if Cease becomes the guy he was last year when he won 14 games.
I mean, that would be very good. And that is definitely the Astros, cocky as they are, thinking that they'll be able to do what they've always done. Might involve a Tommy John surgery down the road as well.
Not our problem. 1-year contract.
Exactly. Think about it later. I'm curious as to how much it would cost to get Dylan Cease. Is it Yainer Diaz? Because the Padres are supposedly looking for a positional player that can help them out now, be it an outfielder or a catcher. It would be funny if the Padres have Yainer Diaz and Martin Maldonado again. I don't know if Maldonado's still on the Padres or if he's been DFA'd.
I think he's still on the team.
Yeah, he would be an Astro if he had been DFA'd.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. I would have known if he got DFA'd because someone would have, the person sitting right in front of me would have said, should the Astros sign Martin Maldonado?
I mean, they should trade for him at the trade deadline. We're talking about reunions. You talk about Carlos Correa or you talk about Justin Verlander, but why aren't we talking about the Capitan?
He can't be a throw-in on this Dylan.
I would love him as a throw-in. Just
you're true. We're talking about trading Yainer.
Yeah,
you'll need another catcher.
That's true.
Boom.
I mean, I hope that happens now. I know a lot of people want Dylan Cease. I know a lot of people want Carlos Correa, but I just want my Maldi back. I want my multi-back defense. I want my multi-back defense. Maldi's a defensive mastermind. I want my multi-back. I want multi-back. Don't sue me, Chili's. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Keith's got a baseball question. With Keith, you never know the direction he's going to go, or if he'll even be capable of answering the question, because it generally feels like he's trying to stump me. But Keith, we love you. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. We got breaking news from Jeff Passan. The Pirates just flipped all-star, not an all-star, but a Gold Glover third baseman Brian Hayes to the Reds for 2 players. I tweeted Lance Zierlein a couple days ago. That's a perfect player that I knew was available for the Astros to go after. Paredes, obviously, hamstring is, brisket. But that's a guy that the Astros should have went at. Who would you have traded to get Brian Hayes on the Astros? But now it's obviously too late.
Probably Cam Smith. I'd have thought about that. Jeremy Pena, Yordan Alvarez, all 3 of them together. I think.
Honestly, the Pirates would be like, "That's too expensive. We can't do that. We can't."
Like, whoa, we can't afford. We can't afford these for even months.
Yeah,
we're supposed to take on that salary.
Yeah, Brian Hayes, by the way, from the Ball, Tomball and Zone.
Ball?
Yeah.
Damn. Does he say that he's from Tomball, not from Houston?
I don't know. He went to Concordia Lutheran in Tomball, so.
Oh, he's a Lutheran.
Well, he went to the high school.
I don't know. He's about to post a big old book on the Catholic Church. Come on.
There's nothing wrong with this.
There's a holy
the views
war.
of Paul Gallant.
Holy war. Catholics. Just kidding.
The views of Paul Gallant do not reflect the views of
the Houston Astros.
The Houston Astros, Gal Media, or even 100% of the Paul Gallant show.
Wouldn't it be so funny if, like, the Astros are like, nah, our clubhouse is a Catholic one. We can't have this guy. Again, this is getting stupid. I just want a trade to happen.
Yeah.
They have excited me. They have tickled me with some of these possibilities. And now I want something to happen, even though it's probably not in the best interest of the team. If I'm being honest with myself, I would just do nothing by tomorrow's 5 p.m. trade deadline and hope that everyone gets healthy. I would be totally fine if the Astros do nothing. But then they leaked all this stuff, and now I want something because they have teased me.
Yeah, give me some. I'll take a more minor move than Correa. Like, I'm not Correa or bust, but like
Brian Hayes is off the market.
Yeah.
Like, so what are you gonna do?
But I need something. Yeah. No, I got off the rail. Oh, by the way, I hate that the trade deadline is 5:00.
Yeah, that's late.
Can it be 3? So it works.
Can we break one thing?
So it works for our show.
I know, right? Exactly.
The Astros always take it to the freaking buzzer. They did it. They did it with Verlander. They did it with Greinke. Like, they're master procrastinators. Can we get a trade done while Paul's on the air, please? At Carbach, by the way.
They probably that's true. I'll be at Carbach. It's because they like the Killer Bees. It's the Killer Bees.
They do. They love the Killer Bees because the
Jim
lineup
Crane is bankrolling the Killer Bees. People don't know this, but he is. That's why they're in afternoons.
The lineup used to come out at 2:45 when the Bees were at 12-3. Then they moved to 3-6, and now the lineup comes out at 3:05 every day.
It's insane.
For a 7:00 game.
It's insane.
It's ridiculous. It's unfair.
I agree. I feel like Anakin Skywalker. You underestimate our show's power,
Jim.
Cut some younglings down unless you give me a
story. I killed them all, even the minor league prospects.
Even Blair Headley.
We did kill it.
We did. Well, Joe did. We did. That was middle management Joe. Joe George, everybody. He's still at the station. Sean Mapes behind the glass and Paul Gallant. It is the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. You want to jump in, 713-780-3776 to call the text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. What else is going on trade deadline eve? And what the hell was up with the grab ass last night that led many to believe a player had been traded? Like, there's a firm ass grab last night. What was that all about? So stick around. It's the Paul Gallant Show.
because of the injured list, have been up at the big league level. This ball hit high and deep to right field, tearing towards the bullpen, and it's gone! Yainer Diaz connects on number 14, and the game's tied up at 2.
Oh, somebody find the barkeep. I'm parched. A little extra on that Yainer bomb.
Was about to say, Jeff, you're not going to pay that off? What are you talking about? What kind of drink? Yainer bomb. 1, 2, 3 hits yesterday, including that home run. We are at baseball's trade deadline eve, and Yainer Diaz is probably the Astros' best asset to potentially move. He is not having the best season. However, when you take a look at what he is, a catcher who hits better than most catchers. He has another hit today. And you look at somebody else that's been playing pretty well for the Astros, better numbers, and Victor Caratini, who's largely been playing first base. You do have somebody to potentially fill the gap. And then when other Astros players get healthy, maybe more. Whether it's Shea Whitcomb or some of the other guys that you've seen play first base. I'm trying to think. Was it Shea Whitcomb? Who's the guy? There's been so many injuries, honestly. I've lost track of some of the Astros. But there's a guy who got an opportunity for Christian Walker, and then he got plunked like the day of. He had a good day. Was that Shea Whitcomb?
Was that? God, you're all right that there's so many guys that get called up and then get hurt. DeZenzo was in the mix.
Oh, Zach DeZenzo. That was it. Thank you.
He was in the mix.
It was Zach DeZenzo. Yeah, I have no idea what's going on with him.
He's still out.
60-day IL.
Yeah.
He started hitting progression on Saturday. Some other updates on the injury front. Jeremy Pena. This is a little concerning, guys. Jeremy Pena is in rehab.
What? What happened?
He's in rehab. That's just what it said online.
Oh my God.
He's in Sugar Land at a rehab facility.
He's at, oh my God.
Yeah. And last night, his first time out of said facility, his first assignment, if you will.
Part of one of his first steps.
Yeah, he was 0 for 2. 0 for 2 with the walk and a hit by pitch in his first step. That's a rough one. A couple of strikeouts.
Yeah. Took a shot.
Yeah, man. Can't take a Yainer bomb when you're in rehab. Can't do that.
I did see that he got hit by pitch, and I like,
jeez.
I did just the split second of just like the pit in your stomach, and just like, oh my God.
Yeah.
And then I saw the video, and he got like, it was one of those where he had to tell the umpire that he got hit.
Right.
He got clipped. And by the way, if you're the umpire, and it's like you're a AAA ump, and Jeremy Pena's like, that hit me. I'm just like, yep, sure.
Yes. Get the first. 2 strikeouts, a walk, and a hit by pitch. So hopefully when he's back, he's not going to slump. He has been out quite a bit of time.
It's not about the results, Paul. He felt good out there.
But right. And also Christian Javier out there for the Astros today. So that's pretty exciting. There are some guys who are close to a return.
2 of the best players from the 2022 World Series are playing for the Sugar Land Space Cowboys tonight.
Trade deadline acquisitions. Trade deadline's tomorrow at 5 p.m.
Wait until they come.
What if they both get called up tomorrow? Oh my God, I'm gonna be so excited.
They get Javier, they get Pena and Correa all on deadline day.
Oh my God! So some guys coming back from injuries, another guy's just coming back.
Well, they're almost like acquisitions at the
#
deadline.
family.
The Astros are the most Fast and Furious
team for sure. There's some controversy, like they're mired in scandal, but they're really close. They're tight knit. Some people hate them. Some people hate the franchise. Other people, they love them.
Yeah,
and they respect them because they know that when it comes to shove, like when dinosaurs are invading from outer space, they're gonna get in their cars and somehow stop them.
Yeah, and people are part of the family. You think they're gone, they come back, like John Singleton, like maybe Carlos Correa. Yeah, I mean it really is. It is like a family, a true family.
For Ken Rosenthal, seems like the Twins are not locked in on a Correa trade. He believes that Dylan Cease to Houston is more likely than Carlos Correa to Houston. Fine. Okay, then give me Maldi. If Jeremy Pena back from the injured list, and on top of that, Christian Javier back from the injured list, that's 3 2022 Houston Astro World Champions.
Because it's going to feel like a trade every time somebody comes off the IL.
Oh, that's right, Dana Brown. Let's effing go! Oh, that was Dana Brown on Monday as part of the Astros broadcast.
He said the thing. He said the thing.
Beat Gay Ammon's great point. Looks like Dusty was right about Diaz after all. Well, I mean, Diaz actually did have 3 hits last night, including a home run. And the Houston media and fans ran him out of town largely based on playing Maldi over Diaz. I mean, that was one reason that people just would not let go. And I was always like, well, hey, maybe Diaz is better if he's not playing every day. Yeah. I don't know. Less tape on him. He's less, in the catcher stance where his knees are going to be a little sore. Plus, Maldi's the greatest defensive baseball player of all time, even though he wasn't good at throwing guys out at second and pass balls happen a lot.
Yeah, or hitting.
Right.
Yeah, but he was more of a
just about the intangibles.
Yeah, and one of the greatest strategic minds of the 21st century.
He's basically General Patton. George Washington, General Patton,
Martin
Maldonado. What's the difference between any of those three? I've always been asking that question.
That's my Mount Rushmore.
It's my Mount Rushmore. Actual Mount Rushmore.
Throw Grant up there too.
Yeah, Grant. Let's put in Grant. Take out Abraham Lincoln. Can't.
No.
Take out George Washington. Can't. Do we take
Teddy
out
Roosevelt?
Teddy? Could. Who else is on Mount Rushmore? I forgot off the top of my head.
Is it Alexander Hamilton? No, he's on the $20 bill.
Mount Rushmore. Thomas Jefferson. Yeah, I take off Thomas Jefferson.
Yeah,
Thomas Jefferson a little problematic.
It's also like
you like Thomas Jefferson. You like Hulk Hogan. Same thing. Basically.
Yeah, Joey Swoll being like,
yeah.
If they take
Thomas Jefferson off of Mount Rushmore, I'm going to leave the internet forever.
I'm quitting my weightlifting channel
for sure. Right. So the Astros lead the Nationals 4-1. Thank God for the Nationals sucking. That's great.
More jumbo jacks. I probably personally won't hit it up tomorrow, but if you're interested in a jumbo jack, you can get that tomorrow.
Jose Altuve had a 3-run homer in the second, and Cam Smith has the other RBI today. But look at that. Astros 7 runs yesterday, 4 runs today. Don't score too many. Get more than 8, then you might not score any the next game. And you want to save some of those runs for the Red Sox this weekend.
I had that thought against or last night against the Nationals, where once they got up to 6 and then they scored 1 more, I was like, oh, hold. No more.
So last night there was a viral moment in the midst of a Twins game. And I guess the Twins are playing the Boston Red Sox right now, where in the top of the third, Joanne Duran, who sounds like a Game of Thrones character, got a hug. He got a hug in the bullpen, and a lot of people were like, oh, no, he's getting traded. Now, apparently, it was his catcher. And per Jeff Passan, at 7:58 last night, Joanne Duran has not been traded. He was just hugging his bullpen catcher because that's what friends do sometimes. Are they friends, or are they more than friends? Because look at the picture. First off, catcher's got a nice bit of cheek, like a lot. And we're not talking like hand on the lower back. We're talking like David Hensley on, as it's very funny, Jeremy pointed that out. We're talking David Hensley on Megan Thee Stallion on 2023 opening day. Like he's going for it. And this image is made even more funny by the fact that there is another member of the Twins bullpen who is looking dead ahead, seems exasperated, taking his hat off of his head, like seems uncomfortable with the hug that's going down. And a lot of people thought Duran got traded. And I guess Carlos Correa got pulled early from last night's game too. So they were wondering, was Carlos Correa been traded?
And Correa is not playing in today's Twins game due to lightheadedness.
Lightheadedness?
Yeah.
That's a first. I mean, that's a baseball injury if I've ever seen one.
He started thinking about moving back to Houston. He was like, "Oh man."
Yeah, he got so excited.
Yeah.
But then he was like, "Wait a second. Sometimes we get a little too excited."
Not enough blood in his head. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what happens when somebody's sitting on your ribs. But anyway, what? It's just that we cut off the circulation a little bit. You know,
Can't help.
probably make the lungs a little more difficult.
He also missed like 8 weeks because of that.
He missed a lot of time. Well, listen, Daniela, you might have, and Carlos, you guys might have to go on a little hunger strike, if you will.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Carlos Correa, we have bad news about the state of the training staff for the Astros.
It's worse.
Since you left.
We trust Daniela more than the Astros training staff now, Carlos.
I think I might.
I trust Daniela more than I trust the Astros training staff. But yeah, the Twins are getting spanked right now, 8-1 by the Red Sox, who are such a strange team this year. And this weekend it'll be Astros and Red Sox. And I think that'll be the first that we see of Alex Bregman the remainder of the year, because I think they play the Astros twice the rest of the season, but this one will be at Fenway Park, August 11th through 13th. They play the Astros at Daikin. Okay, I'm all over the place right now. Big news of the day. The Astros are certainly thinking about making a big move. Is it too expensive to go after Padres pitcher Dylan Cease? Is it just crazy and a little bit toxic to go after their ex Carlos Correa? You answer that. It's the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Stay put.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. Trade deadlines tomorrow at 5 Central. Dylan Cease is the apple of the Astros' eye. Padres starting pitcher who is not having a good season statistically, but there's also rumors linking them to former Astro Carlos Correa, who's with the Twins, Diamondbacks third baseman Eugenio Suarez, and Cardinals third baseman Nolan Arenado. Any new information we get on that, we'll let you know. Does seem like Dylan Cease, per most baseball reporters, is the most likely possibility. Meanwhile, Jeremy Pena, Christian Javier making rehab starts. Pena's making his second today with Sugarland. Javier making his first at the AAA level. So we'll see when those guys are back. Very interesting story coming out of the world of basketball. Per Chris B. Haynes, senior NBA insider, Gilbert Arenas, former Washington Wizard. You might know him now more for his outlandish, piping hot sports takes as a podcaster and his antics annoying Nick Young and the Javaris Crittenden gun incident more than him as Agent Zero. He was a great basketball player.
He was a very good basketball player. Yeah, and yes, now he was more, I don't know, irritant.
He's a pariah for sure.
Well, now
he's not quite on the Antonio Brown path.
Yes,
like,
but he had like earned his way back into like he would be on First Take every once in a while.
He would.
And probably the invite probably won't be happening.
I don't think so. First Take's been having a lot of
there's another
individuals on for a while between Shannon Sharp, Marcus Morris, and Gilbert Arenas. Here's the story about Gilbert Arenas. Gilbert and 5 other defendants, including a suspected high-level member of an Israeli transnational organized crime group. Pause. What the hell?
So sounds like, I don't know, but it sounds like a mob boss and Gilbert Arenas.
And we're talking perhaps Mossad mob boss?
I don't know anything about that.
I wouldn't either. I wouldn't either. And I mean,
allegedly.
We love our friends in Israel. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Israel's transnational organized crime group. Transnational. Can we just say international? Why transnational? Is it someone transitioning? Like I have to make that joke. I'm sorry. Transnational in 2025. It's a loaded sounding word. Like, yes, I'm from Israel, but I identify as Floridian. I don't know. Like what the hell does that mean? Anyway, Gilbert Arenas and 5 other defendants, including a suspected high-level member of an Israeli transnational organized crime group, were arrested today on a federal indictment alleging they operated an illegal gambling business in which high-stakes poker games were played at an Encino mansion that Arenas owned. Okay. So gambling was taking place at his home. Does Gilbert have an alibi?
At your home is tough.
It is.
That's a tough one to have a great defense for, I'd say.
High stakes poker games. How high stakes? Are we talking about more than money? Because to me, it doesn't seem like this is a crime, right? It's a gambling business at his home. Is it because they were gambling at his home?
Yeah, I think it's just illegal gambling.
Okay.
Because you said California.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can't do that.
It's in your home. I don't know. I mean, this seems like it could be just a couple of guys hanging out, playing a little poker.
Couple
of wealthy people. What, like an Israeli mob boss?
Yeah.
And a former basketball player? No, it seems like 100% they were looking for a way to take down this alleged Israeli transnational organized crime group, and Gilbert Arenas is just caught in the crosshairs. I don't know what the details are of this, and I'm sure we'll find out more details, but I don't know. My my instinct is telling me that Gilbert, while certainly one with a checkered past, it seems like Gilbert's wrong place, wrong time here. And they shouldn't have invited this guy over. Because I don't think they would have done anything. Like high stakes poker games happen all the time, right? I mean, there's so many ex-athletes who gamble. I'm sure they gamble on all sorts of things. Maybe it's dog fighting, illegal, cockfighting. I think illegal in the United States, but not illegal necessarily in countries like Mexico and others. I don't know. I'm reading this and I really am curious to see what other details come out.
I will say I do feel like every card game with Gilbert Arenas is high stakes, given that the Jarvis Crittenden incident happened with a card game in the locker room.
So could high stakes mean it's
guns on the table?
There's guns on the table. Were they playing Russian roulette?
I mean, if we found out that a Russian mob boss was also involved.
You're right. You're right. My bad. I don't know if Israeli mobsters do that.
I don't know.
Italian mobsters, I don't think do that.
No, but it is just a funny headline of
it is really funny.
High stakes gambling. It's the second time that high stakes gambling has taken down Gilbert Arenas. It's kind of crazy.
I forgot about the first time. There's been so many incidents with Gilbert Arenas.
The gun part really does overshadow the fact that they were playing cards in the locker room. But that's not great.
So we'll see what happens with Gilbert Arenas. Also, hey, our old friend Daryl Morey says something I agree with. No, he's not talking about Hong Kong again. Silly goose. No, he's not doing that. Though I agreed with him on that. But per Daryl Morey, in an article in The Athletic, the 2020 Lakers title has an asterisk attached to it. Said Morey, people around the league don't believe it was a genuine championship. Quote, had the Rockets won the title, I absolutely would have celebrated it as legitimate, knowing the immense effort and resilience required. Yet everyone I speak to around the league privately agrees that it doesn't truly hold up as a genuine championship. Perhaps the lasting legacy of the NBA bubble is that the NBA should be proud of its leadership at both the beginning and end of the pandemic, even though the champion will forever be marked by an asterisk, end quote. Okay. Well, I think we got to put an asterisk next to the Dodgers World Series as well while we're at it.
Yeah.
Good.
And the Tampa Bay Buccaneers for winning in 2020.
Whoa. Different. There were fans in the stands. And it was at a neutral site. It just happened to be Tampa Bay.
Yeah.
But since it was a neutral site, and since there was a pandemic, there were less Bucs fans that could have potentially been there. So
hardest championship ever.
Might have been. It was so quiet. So Tom Brady's greatest championship. Obviously, all 6 of his with New England. But number 7, no asterisk.
Yeah.
No asterisk here.
Okay.
I'm not biased at all.
I do appreciate Daryl Morey being like, if the Rockets would have won, I would not be saying this.
Right, exactly.
And I also kind of want to, like, never mind that, I am a Rockets fan. Them winning the 2020 title would have been nice.
Yeah.
But also just the world where Daryl Morey is, like, defending the 2020 title. Because
oh my God,
the same thing would have, the two teams that could have won the title that the rest of America would have been like, this does not count, is the Lakers and the Rockets. If the James Harden Rockets won the bubble title, people would just be like, F you guys.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. So we do it with this. And I like that somebody in the NBA was willing to go on record and say this.
Like,
so
there's
shout out to
other
Daryl Morey.
There's other teams where if they won, people probably wouldn't be as. It's the same thing with the Dodgers.
The Celtics, if the Celtics had won it, they would have done the same thing.
Yeah, it's like
if the Knicks had won it, people would definitely do the same thing.
Yeah,
But any
if,
big
like,
market team winning it, yes.
Yeah, if like the Bucks would have won, they'd be like, I don't know.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it's funny because the Lakers were like the 1 seed, their best team in the league that year.
Asterisk though,
they're the best team over the first 70 games of the NBA season that year.
That is true.
But yeah, the Rockets winning with PJ Tucker starting at center and Russell Westbrook and James Harden, and then Daryl Morey being like, "This is the most incredible thing I've ever seen."
Oof. Anyway, it is the Paul Gallant Show. That's Sean Maves behind the glass. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. For Jim Bowden of The Athletic and MLB Network Radio, Dylan Cease to the Astros probably will happen. The Athletic report by Chandler Rome and Ken Rosenthal is that that's who the Astros are targeting the most. There's also other reports about the Astros being interested in Carlos Correa. If anything happens, we will keep you posted. We've also got a Washed Watch Wednesday in the world of sports. Who's washed? Get this. Defending championships. It's washed. You'll find out why next. Stay put.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
I was just dropping some beats in the commercial break. That's sticky, icky, icky. Ooh-wee. Put it in the air. And that's how I feel right now, waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting for the Houston Astros to do something. I do not believe they need to do something, and I will keep on saying I do not believe they need to do anything. I think they should hold pat, stand pat, and hope that returning Astros players can help them get back on the right track. They still have a pretty favorable schedule the rest of the way. Maybe not this weekend against Boston. Certainly they've blown an opportunity that they had with the 4-game series against the A's where they were swept, and the first game of this series against the Nationals. But it does look like they're about to take care of business against Washington with the way that things are going right now. Take a look at the scoreboard for the Astros, who are taking on the Nationals in this rubber game. It's the bottom of the 5th, and Houston's up 4-1 on Washington. Great game for Jose Altuve to this point. He has a homer and a double. Check that. He has a home run and a single now. So I think he's 3 for 3 on the game. He's having a good game. We'll see if any move is made, but Dylan Cease is the name that the Astros are supposedly most interested in. I have not seen any names thrown out there by baseball reporters about players the Astros are potentially shopping around, but the other names that the Astros have been linked to are Carlos Correa. Someone asked, where would Carlos Correa play? He'd play third base. Jeremy Pena's your shortstop. Maybe Correa plays shortstop while you wait for Pena to come back if a trade goes down. They're also linked to Eugenio Suarez, a third baseman, and Nolan Arenado, a third baseman, who they almost got this offseason.
Yes, this leads me to believe Isaac Paredes probably on ice for the rest of the year.
I think so as well.
But
and the way he was talking about it sounds like he's going to be gone.
Yeah, and Suarez would be a rental. He would be a free agent after the season. Arenado and Correa both have years after this one where they would be on the team, and either them or Paredes would have to find somewhere else to play.
Correct. All right, guys. 2:35 on a Wednesday. It's time for Washed Watch Wednesday. It seems the term defending champion is dead. I say that because the Philadelphia Eagles do not want to be known as that. Eagles left tackle Jordan Mailata, one of the most intimidating figures in the league, said this: we're the 2024 world champs. That's it. We're not defending bleep. I don't like hearing we're the defending champions. We're not defending nothing. Well, that's a double negative. We just won the title, and now we've got to win it again, prove it all over. That's the mentality this team is going to have. We're not here to prove anything to anyone else but ourselves, and we know the mission. We're mission-focused. The notion of not saying repeat is something that Jalen Hurts has taken from his time spent with Michael Jordan in the offseason. Jordan advised Hurts and the Eagles to not speak in terms of a repeat. Hurts has not even put on his Super Bowl ring. I like that. Channel View Zone. That's a Tom Brady approach.
This is basically like, this is that idea just repackaged a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. What's your favorite championship? The next one.
Yeah. They're not trying to defend the 24 title. They're trying to win the 25 title. I understand.
He's not the only person that is getting rid of the term defending champions, because Ryan Day, who does not dye his beard per his wife, said this about Ohio State as defending national champions. Quote, we're not defending anything. They can't take the trophy away. We're looking to attack and win a championship with this team. So they're attacking national champions. I mean, it's corny and very college football coach, but I like it.
Yeah, it's a good
fresh approach.
It's a good mentality to have. I would say even more so in college football because of how much turnover you have when you do win a national championship, is that it's like, hey, some of you guys were on last year's team. A lot of you guys weren't, or if you were, you weren't starters. All of our starters are in the NFL now, especially last year's Ohio State team. So yeah, like you guys didn't win anything. Like most of you guys, you know, whoever starts at quarterback for Ohio State, you didn't win anything last year. That was Will Howard that won stuff. You know,
right.
Jeremiah Smith and Caleb Downs are the only two guys that I would say that have come back and it's like, okay, yeah, they actually were huge parts of them winning last year. So yeah, I get the mindset. It is like when you say like we're focused on the mission, we're mission focused, and we're not defending champions, we're attacking the championship. That's where it's like, all right, guys, we get it. Like this looks great on a t-shirt, but yeah, I'm
just
not
made a lewd motion.
I'm not a 19-year-old who needs to get motivated in summer workouts. I'm an adult.
You defend the championship by winning it again, right? Asks Coog Blaze. Yeah, there is a part of me that looks at this and it is, as Sean was saying, a little bit college and sophomoric and all that stuff. But I mean, that's why it's so hard to do it back to back. And maybe that's why these teams are trying to take this different approach. Well, maybe if we have a different mentality, we're going to have a different mentality. There will always be pressure because every team you play is going to give you their best game, assuming that you are still competitive the next year.
Yeah, there's a reason no one in the NFL had done it for almost 20 years.
Right.
Like the Patriots did it in 0102.
0304.
Oh, yeah, 0304. And
important moment in American history.
I'm sorry. 0304. And then no one did it for 20 years until the
Chiefs, yeah.
Chiefs did it and almost not
repeated.
Almost, got pretty close to it.
They got to the last round.
Yes. Yeah, and other than that, it's like the Seahawks went to one and then 1-1 and then went to the next one and lost. Like a lot of these teams don't even come that close to repeating. It's a very hard thing to do. I don't think the verbiage that you use really matters. I think it's just a very hard thing to do, period.
Right. Going undefeated, really tough to do. And Patriots closer to that than the Chiefs were to a three-peat. Anyway, Gary has a thought on defending champions at 713-780-3776. Gary, what's up?
Hey guys, I get that that the people that won it don't want to say defending champs, but for just talking, we brag on it all the time. So if you don't want to use defending, I mean you are something, and in the media and the sports world, no matter what sport it is, so maybe use returning, because when we're at home fussing against what team, we're the defending champ. No, we are. No, we just kicked your butt. We are the defending 2025 champ. So if you don't want to use defending, you are the returning champs. So, I mean, but it has to be some adjective. It has to be some adjective that describes in this new season to make sure everybody remembers that they were the champions of last year, but they're returning.
Gary,
so
did you like attacking champions?
Defending,
do you like attacking champions?
Oh, love it,
Oh,
man.
yeah, that's what Ryan Day
it.
said. I'm with you. I think you have to have something. And appreciate the phone call, Gary. Defending
reigning champions.
Reigning champ. Yeah, it is something.
Yeah,
it's fun. It's funny that these two teams are doing this. Like, I get it. It's a novel strategy,
it's
but
both
like,
both
I
at
see
the
through
same
it.
time is funny.
Yeah, that's what we talked about. It's a Watch Wednesday. More in Watch, and appreciate the phone call, Gary. Sorry, we're gonna get through some more things. Luka Doncic, Fatty Bubati Luka, washed. He was on the cover of Men's Health magazine, and he looked ripped. Now, something important to note, and I think Joey Swoll used to do this from time to time. There's another account online that will look at people and say, was this photoshopped? Photoshopping is very easy these days.
Yeah, and
airbrushing is very easy these days.
Especially on magazine covers. Like, magazine covers are the most photoshopped.
The worst about it.
Yeah, it's those and like movie posters are like the ones where it's like, this is straight up fiction what they're putting on the screen right now. So yeah, I mean, Luka, it just, visually he looks thinner. I've always been of the case of like, let's see him when the NBA season starts. Let's see him throughout the NBA season. That's going to be the real test for me. But he is doing a full-on PR push
for sure.
With this article, he was on TV on ABC, like Good Morning America, talking about this. So it's a coordinated effort to say like, hey, I'm taking this seriously, which is nice. It's nice you're taking it seriously.
There's parts of this article that do make me wonder, though, if this is less taking seriously off the court and more taking seriously the PR, because there was something in the article when it was first written that said that Luka Doncic's vertical when he was in college was 42 inches, which is insane. And apparently that was somebody else's number that they put in there. They edited it out of the article. But
yeah, apparently
copy that's there.
Apparently they like looked it up. It's like what comes up on the like AI overview thing. So apparently the writer just like Googled it and saw the AI overview when you Google something. And yeah, not only did Luka not jump 42 inches, which of course he didn't, he also didn't jump in the combine. Like he didn't participate in the combine at all. But when you type in Luka Doncic vertical, it popped up someone else's vertical.
Yeah,
hey,
it's just kind of weird.
Hey, Men's Health, maybe click a link. Maybe not just do the AI overview of an article.
Well, a lot of magazines are using probably artificial intelligence writers these days, so that could be it. What else is going on here? Woody Johnson and Jets. The Jets being a joke might be washed because Woody Johnson is, I guess, going forward, going to try to take more of a backseat with Aaron Glenn now the head coach and Darren Muge, the general manager. I'll believe that when I see it.
Yeah.
He's for now.
They go 5-12 this year. Like, he's going to be hands-on the offseason. What are we talking about?
They go 0-2. Then
or
here's Woody and Brick.
I was going to
son.
say Woody said he would be more hands-off. Brick just as hands-on. Brick he's firing up Madden. He's looking for guys that they could trade for based on their Madden ratings. That's what's the plan. So yeah, maybe Woody is Woody the ambassador? Did he? Because he was the ambassador to England or Ireland or something last time Trump was in office, and there's like an idea that he would be the ambassador to something again now that Trump's back in office. Has that happened, or is he just the Jets owner now?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Okay, hands off no matter what though.
He's not ambassador. I know that.
Okay.
But
he might have another role.
He might be. Yeah. He might be trying to get another role still. I'm not sure. I mean, the whole Johnson & Johnson thing, probably pandemic, all that stuff. Probably no one wants to be associated with big pharma in the cabinet. But the Jets as a joke, maybe washed. Washed. The Avatar movie franchise. There's another one coming out. I didn't see the sequel. The first one's fine. Like, it's not bad, but it's Ferngully. Ferngully, a cartoon that was essentially a hippie movie that was designed to make people feel bad about developing the rainforest. That's what Avatar is. We must find the precious unobtainium. Wow, so original. Imagine if James Cameron had focused on making a proper Terminator sequel instead of that movie with these blue people. Oh, it's stunning. It's all CGI. It's groundbreaking. No, it's not. It's literally Ferngully. It's Ferngully.
Yeah, it's like the most basic story imaginable. Like, it's Ferngully, it's Pocahontas, it's all these movies. It's Dances with Wolves. Like, it's all these movies. We've done this movie before. And yeah, like the first one, I'll give them credit for it being visually amazing. The second one also is visually amazing too. But at a certain point, it is like, cool, you can make really sick, screensavers, basically. Like, it's all artificially, or not artificial. It's all computer generated.
Yeah. And James Cameron's so sanctimonious about this. Like, oh, Marvel movies are stupid. This is a Marvel movie.
Yeah.
A-hole. Like, Titanic, great movie. Terminator 2, the best sequel of all time. You've made a lot of great movies.
Mm-hmm.
Why can't you go back to making the movies that people really like? Like, I people who say they like Avatar, I don't believe you. I don't think that Avatar is as groundbreaking as it's made out to be. Like, I saw a double feature back in college at the Carousel Mall, Horton Hears a Who, and Avatar. What was better? I don't even remember. Horton Hears a Who was pretty good. It was. Avatar, I mean, I enjoy the movie, but
oh yeah, it's also kind of the Lorax too.
Yeah.
it's a very basic story.
Yeah. It's weird. I don't get it.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
And they all make $1 billion. Or the two have made $1 billion.
Right. Now there's this other one. What's it called? It's like called
Fire and
I Have AIDS. Oh, my bad. Ferngully. No, my bad. Avatar 3, The Legend of Curly's Gold. No, my bad. Avatar Fire and Ash. My bad.
So he did water, now he's doing fire.
Yeah. Oh, is that the last one?
Yeah, it was Way of the Water. Now it's Fire and Ash.
Are they going to bring back the sergeant guy? Like, that's all I care about. Who died in the first one and came back in the second one?
He's in the second one.
He's in the second. Did he come back for the third one?
Yeah.
So if people die, they just come back?
It's
Is he cloned? Is it like Palpatine? Somehow Palpatine came back?
No, it's basically cloned. He basically got cloned.
How James Cameron? Look, I do not understand. I don't get it. I don't get it. There's no denying he's a great filmmaker, but like, Terminator has been an abortion as a franchise for years.
Yeah.
Terminator 2.
We're like, what, 0 for 5?
Yes. And that's my favorite.
Post Judgment Day.
That was my favorite non-Star Wars sci-fi franchise. Like, I used to go see that movie opening day. I was so pumped about Terminator Salvation. They had the Nine Inch Nails playing the trailer. Like,
is that the Christian Bale one?
That was a Christian Bale one. We are dead. We are all dead. That's
also, Sam Worthington.
Yes,
your boy from Avatar. He's a blue person in most of these movies, but that is him.
Anyway, yeah, Avatar's mid. I don't get the appeal, but that's life.
I'm also not a fan.
I can't, like, they're making 12 more of these, he said. Yeah. Anyway, it's not an Ask on Anything Friday. Let's get into some garbage time though. From the 936, Avatar is a badass ride at Disney. Isn't it Universal? Did Disney somehow get in on that action too? From the 409, I thought you were talking about Avatar the Airbender, and I almost got upset. No, see, exactly. Everyone's like, Avatar is this great thing. It's not to be confused with the cartoon / terrible movie that M. Night Shyamalan made. For the 979, sports to you. Would you rather smash an Avatar chick, an alien chick, or a sex robot? Trick question. My girlfriend.
Did he throw an alien? Not the alien from
That
Alien.
would imagine you.
That'd be
You do not want any. Let's just say with an alien
from Alien.
I
Xenomorph,
mean,
I guess.
You might be getting.
You're getting your head ripped off.
The saliva is going to burn through your skin.
Yes.
You might get. That mouth is rather phallic. The little mouth that comes out.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
you're not. There's no way you have a good time with that.
No, it's having a good time with you, I think.
Anyway, garbage time. Per Nintendo, Princess Peach and Mario are just good friends who want to help each other out. Nintendo really shies away from the sex. And honestly, with all these times that Mario's rescued Peach, not one.
He should get something.
Does that mean? I mean, listen. I think Princess Peach after a while be like some pity fun. But
Well, he's around her mushroom people too. It's like he's the only human man,
unless he's getting with Daisy. Yeah. Oh gosh. What if?
This is already. This segment's been.
Toad's head's phallic as well. Anyway.
Oh my God.
They're just friends. Just like Link and Zelda are just friends. Everyone's just friends in the Nintendo universe.
Yeah, you made a good point. Nintendo is like all. I guess it is all kid stuff. So.
Yeah, for sure. Someone texts, "How bad was Happy Gilmore 2, Paul?" I haven't finished it. I haven't hated it to this point. I
haven't watched it.
Guess what? One of the New Orleans fugitives, Derek Woo Groves, is still on the run. Also, this prison accidentally released somebody this week.
Just like paperwork mix-up?
Paperwork mix-up.
Like when you hear about someone, like an HR department accidentally firing someone who has the same name as someone, like, it was that? Just like, whoops, sorry.
Well, my bad. So, this is a really well-run prison, huh?
I know. That's what I've learned, is that it's
you might could either of us break out of this prison if we had to go in? I think we would die probably first, but if we made it in, will we be able to get out?
Yes, assuming like given the space and the opportunity, yeah, we could. Like, you don't have to be Andy Dufresne to get out of this thing. It's from what it sounds like.
Garbage time continues. Yeah, you don't have to crawl through miles. Like, just open the door.
You jiggle it a little, and you're out.
There's a new Oreo cookie snack, and I'm a little bit terrified. Thankfully, there's chocolate on the outside, but Reese's and Oreo are teaming up to make Reese's Oreo cups and Oreo Reese's cookies. I gotta say, the Oreo cups look unbelievable. It's filled with Oreo crumbs.
Yeah, it's like a Reese's cup with Oreo bits.
Oh my God, that looks good.
half the chocolate, it looked like, on the Oreo cup was like cream or white chocolate. I don't know what it was. But yeah, that one looks. I also saw an Oreo where it looked like an Oreo with peanut butter icing.
Oh my God.
So,
no, it looks good.
Some of these collabs seem like just straight up nasty. Who asked for this? This one actually looked good.
It did. It 100% did. I guess there will not be a Shannon Sharp return to ESPN. So RIP. Does that mean he goes to Fox? So Gilbert Arenas, Shannon Sharp, and Marcus Morris pour one out for your Speak for Your Pizza guys. Doesn't seem like they're going to be back. A little jail time.
Yeah.
For two of them, perhaps.
Kendrick Perkins, like, oh God, me next.
Right,
I'm next.
No, he's probably like, oh, thank God, I was on thin ice, but now everyone's getting arrested.
Yeah, all I have to do is not be a criminal.
You know, a lot of people are making jokes that Stephen A is the cops. Maybe Kendrick Perkins. And listen, I'm joking, Kendrick.
Joking.
What if Kendrick Perkins is the one be like, hey, what's going
You might
on?
wanna-
And
you might
Gilbert
want to
Arenas'
check out.
house.
Yeah, Gilbert Arenas.
For those who don't know, Gilbert Arenas and 5 other defendants, including a suspected high-level member of an Israeli transnational organized crime group, were arrested today on federal indictment alleging they operated an illegal gambling business in his home. Anyway,
I want to find out who the other 3 people are.
I do too. I'm very curious.
You can't tell me.
I don't want to find out about the Israeli transnational organized crime group guy, though. No, I'm good.
No, yeah, but you can't tell me Mobster, Gilbert Arenas, and 3 other guys. I want to know what those other guys are about.
Yeah, same. Anyway, that's going to wrap up today's edition of the Paul Gallant Show. Big thanks to Sean Mavis behind the glass. Big thanks to our texters, callers, YouTubers, Twitchers, and everyone who listened on the app as well. Make sure that tomorrow you come and hang out with us at Karbach Brewery as our summer circuit tour continues. You will have a chance to register and win a pair of bicycles, e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company. I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful Wednesday. The Killer Bees are up next. Peace. You know, Luigi is taller.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I'm Bradham. It's Brian behind the glass. It is a Wednesday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Lots to get to today. Texans are training for the season, which will be here before we know it. Lots to get to around the NFL. Major League Baseball trade deadline is tomorrow as well. And the Astros looking to win a series today, potentially, maybe. We'll see. Finally got off the schneid yesterday, though. Really nice to see that. Astros winning a baseball game. It didn't feel real. I had to pinch myself to make sure that I was actually seeing what I was seeing. But it's good that the losing streak is over.
Yeah, definitely. You look at a team that has been struggling to score runs and win baseball games, and the fact that they did it again, they took the lead first yet again. Which was a nice start, but then after giving up the lead, they found a way to not only get the lead back, but because they're anemic with the way that they've tried to score runs, the fact that they were able to score 7 runs in the game was another nice kind of shot in the arm, and then you get the bonus after you get done playing. So it was a really good night if you're an Astros fan.
Yeah, really, really good night. You want to start with the pitching, or you want to start with the offense a night ago?
I mean, we can start with the pitching first. I thought Costanza was good. I mean, I thought that he did his job. I thought that
The Summer of George!
For a guy that has been, lackluster, I guess is a term you could use. But again, you're looking at how many different pitchers you've had to use. He did his job. I mean, 4 2/3, and his strikeouts were up, and he battled hard, and he kept the damage to a minimum. So I was pleased with the performance that he gave you.
Yeah, he's solid. Like, whenever you're in a losing streak, you're only as good as your next day starting pitcher. You're looking for your starter to put the team on his back and to end a schneid. And there's nobody you rather have than George Costanza on the mound.
Summer of George!
To end, my goodness. To end a losing skid, and that's exactly what he did yesterday. Look, I mean, he didn't even earn the win. He even pitched long enough to earn the win, but he kept you in the ball game. That's all you can really ask for a George Costanza. Struck out 6, which I think that Blankers, I think you might be able to strike out half a dozen Nationals. The strikeout numbers the Astros have had this series against the Nationals is insane. Alexander striking out 6 yesterday, 14 as a team. They struck out 19 the night before. Like, this National offense is easy to punch out.
Yeah, I mean, some free swingers for sure. I don't think that I could do that, but I appreciate it. But yeah, you're right. Look, I think that maybe even Lance McCullers would have had a double-digit strikeout game against a team like that. But look, it's something that he needed. I think it's obviously something that this team needed with as much as they had been scuffling and losing 5 in a row. The fact that they got what they got out of him, and then for the most part, you kind of were able to lean on the rest of your bullpen to get you through. So it was a much needed win. You don't want to lose a series to a team like this. You definitely don't want to lose the first 2. So they were able to do what they had to.
Bullpen was okay. Souza was really good. Went 4 up, 4 down, inning in the third. Hader was really good, striking out the side. King and Abreu a little bit shaky. King gave up 3 hits and a run. Abreu gave up a couple of hits, a walk and a run. So some good and bad from the bullpen.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, I think ever since I thought that I wanted King, was it King that I
No,
wanted?
it was Souza.
Oh, okay, I wanted Souza. All right,
Instead
so
of King.
Souza did his job. That was great. Then, yeah, King had me a little bit on edge. Like he's looked so good all year, but he wasn't his best, and Abreu wasn't either. But again, in a game like that, at least they had a comfy cushion where it didn't matter.
Offense, some pieces that you would really like to get going. Christian Walker, I've always called him Two-Knock Seawalk. Walker continues to have a pretty good summer, pretty good July. 2 for 4 yesterday, a couple of ribbies and 2 runs. And then Yainer Diaz might be getting hot, guys. Yainer Diaz heard his name in these trade rumors, and he's like, I don't want to get traded, because all of a sudden Yainer Diaz is starting to hit the baseball pretty well.
Yeah, 3 hits last night. It is nice to see. Walker with 2. Even Cam Smith getting off the schneid a little bit to get himself a key hit when they needed to get going early. So, yeah, you're right. There were some guys that needed to get going and other guys that needed to keep going in the case of like a Walker. But it's nice to see those 3 guys in particular kind of step it up a little bit when we know that the bottom of the lineup has been really scuffling and it's been tough.
We got this far, and you know who we didn't mention? The guy that gave him the lead. The guy that gave him the lead in yesterday's game. Cooper Hummel giving the Astros the lead yesterday, which was a part of a pretty genius move there for Joe Espada. Pinch hitting.
Yeah.
They went with a switch hitter because he knew that there was there was a righty warming up in the bullpen. And if you went to Chas McCormick there, then you get the righty versus righty. That's not something that Espada wanted to see. So he went with the switch hitter. That way he could bat against either reliever that was there. And Cooper Hummel came through.
Yeah, he did. He did. It wasn't like a laser beam or anything like that, but he did his job. Well played by Joe Espada. Like you said, gave them the lead, put them in a better position, and then they moved forward from there. So, as much as I'm not really enamored with all the Space Cowboys that are spattered all over this lineup, he did his job last night.
Yeah, I mean, it's impossible to be enamored. You just really don't have a choice, though.
Right.
It's like, I mean, who are you gonna send him down for? John Singleton was DFA'd. Luis Guilherme decided he didn't want to be a Sugarland Spacer and elected free agency. Like, that's just their lot in life right now. Maybe that changes between now and tomorrow at this time, because we are 26 hours away from the Major League Baseball trade deadline, and the Astros are heavily rumored on several players, which we'll get to that in a little bit. Israel already texting in Kill a Cam, the first RBI, which you brought up. I mean, that was nice to see.
Yeah.
I mean, he's been on the schneid. I do think that he's a better middle of the order hitter than a top of the order hitter. It seems like he hits better with runners on base as opposed to trying to set the table, that sort of thing.
Yeah, look, Israel was kind of waiting in the wings, hiding after yesterday, because he has been struggling so badly.
Oh, he wasn't. He faced it head on yesterday.
He didn't really.
He was critical.
He was still defending him.
Well, for sure. Yeah, he was defending him.
Yeah.
He was saying that I'm nuts for thinking that Nick Kurtz is a better baseball player than Cam Smith. He thought I was crazy for that one, which you were on his side on that one.
I was wanting to keep Cam Smith. Yes, I was. But yeah, we really needed to see that out of Cam, because you know what we saw after that too. When he got second base, you saw the enthusiasm come back. You saw that at least for a moment, that weight of the world on his shoulders kind of got off of there. He got off the schneid and he felt really good about it. So hopefully maybe that's a spark that can get him going. But yeah, again, overall, just the 7 runs is what I really liked the most, is the fact that they were able to capitalize on some opportunities and get a big outing offensively, which they have not been able to do in like a week and a half.
Yeah, this national team is really bad. It's a really bad baseball team.
And you know what's crazy? I think if they win today, they will be 12-12 against last place teams.
The Astros?
Yeah.
They always play to their competition.
They really do. And the worst of the worst in baseball seem to get the best of the Astros every single year. And they're living up to it again this year. A 500 record. They have one of the best records against first place teams and one of the worst records against last place teams.
That's who they are. They've always been that way for some reason.
It is. It's nuts. I mean, because you see the lack of talent and or how inexperienced a lot of these teams are, yet they still find a way to hand it to the Astros.
Yeah. Anything else you had from last night's game?
No, I think that about covers it.
Yeah. Texter saying that Brandon T. Diaz just hit another home run, grinding coffee and whiskey, 3-run bomb for Yiner. They don't play until 6:05 today. We all know that. No, it does look like Yiner wants to be a Houston Astro, because the game he had yesterday, where he goes 3 for 4. I don't know how many hits he has today, but he's had at least a couple, and he just hit another dinger, hit another dong. He's got 2 dongs in 2 days. Like, how do you trade him now? It's really difficult to trade Yiner after it seems like he might be heating up.
Yeah, I didn't want to then. I don't want to now. If it's somebody else, then so be it. But I just think that there's just, I believe that there's still too much upside with Yiner Diaz that I don't want him in a trade for a rental. I'd rather, if you could avoid doing that, then you maybe want to consider it if you know that a lot of your offense is coming back as well to really strengthen this team. But I just think he's too valuable to this team for the next couple of years to just send him in a trade for a rental.
Yeah, I'm against it too. Even I do like the idea of Dylan Cease, and apparently the Padres learned this after the show yesterday. They want like a catcher and a left fielder, which they like to trade players that have club control. Yiner still has club control for 3 more years after this one. It really makes a lot of sense from a Padre perspective. I like the idea of Cease. I like the idea of that 1-2-3. If they can figure Cease out, which I believe that the Astros pitching machine can, because they do it with everybody. They did it last year with Yusei Kikuchi. I just don't want to pay the price of Yiner Diaz. I mean, Yiner Diaz hit over 20 home runs in about 100 games in his rookie year. He flirted with a 300 batting average, but not 300 or above, Brian. And then, look, even this season, he got off to a really lousy start. But if you eliminate the first month of the year, his OPS is like in the solid 700s. So like that plays for a catcher. I would be opposed to it, and I hate his receiving skills. We all know that. I hate the way he catches the baseball, But I still wouldn't do it.
And it would make it imperative to try and bring back Caratini or find another catcher. And they would be scrambling after this year to figure out what they were going to do behind the dish. And I don't think they need to do that. I think that with the years of team control and the fact that I still think there's a huge upside, that's why I would prefer that they hang on to him. And I guess that, the Padres were looking for like high level talent. You wouldn't give up the catcher from Sam for
Yannick?
For Cease. Yeah.
I don't think that they would do that.
I mean, not just him, but in a package, like they get a catcher and they get something, maybe a major league type player.
I mean, I'd have to know what it looks like in its entirety. Like, the Padres like to trade for major league talent, and they're currently in the playoffs. So I don't think they would trade Cease. I don't even know where Cease stacks up in their rotation, but I don't think they would trade Cease for a bunch of minor leaguers.
And Chaz isn't a good enough left fielder.
No. No, absolutely not. No, not for rental. I mean, Cease has upside. Like, I know his numbers aren't great this year, but his upside's really, really good.
Well, you mentioned it. I think the fact that, especially for a team like Houston that did what they did with Kikuchi, I mean, look, his stuff is still good. His arm is still live. There's plenty to work with there.
A texter says Houston, where pitchers come to get injured. It's also where pitchers come to get revived. Go look at Yusei Kikuchi and the contract he signed after he was kind of he was kind of just mediocre up there in Toronto. Got to Houston, all of a sudden turned into Randy Johnson, and then signed a lucrative contract with the Angels and was an all-star this year. Israel says the A's is a terrible team with Kurtz and Wilson. It's because their pitching is lousy. Kurtz is an unbelievable hitter. Wilson's kind of fallen off a little bit, but apparently he was playing with like a fractured forearm. So there is that. Altuve has 4 huts today. He's never had a 5-hut game. Can he get it? Hut. Yeah, I think he's capable of getting a hit. I really do. I think Altuve could potentially get another hit.
You want to concede the bet?
Do I want to concede the bet?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
The 750 OPS bet for Altuve.
800 in it.
Oh, do I want to concede? No, I wouldn't concede it. That would be dumb.
Just seeing.
Why would anybody concede the bet?
I'm just trying to see if I can go ahead and cash in that ticket now, or if I got to wait till October.
See, the prudent thing for you to do as I negotiate from your shoes would be: do you want to buy out of the bet, not to concede the bet?
Tomato.
In this case, what are we buying out? Like, I'm buying you a beer and a quarter. Like,
yeah, the bet was a beer and a half, so we could just do a beer now and call it even.
See, that would be a fair buyout opportunity.
Would you like to do that?
Look, can I wait until tomorrow?
Yeah, that's fine.
I'll think it over. I'll sleep on it.
All right.
That beer bet. All right. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. I can do it on the company dime, right?
That's what I'm saying.
No.
Wait till tomorrow.
I spent my own money on your drink.
Yeah. You spent your own money on my drink that I could have gotten on the company dime.
As long as you pay cash, I don't care.
Texas says that the Correa rumor is true, and do you guys think it would work? Let's kick that around, because that is kind of the lead story in Houston sports today. It's time. The mound visits potentially coming back to the dike. Lots to get to today. Texans are doing their thing on the practice field. What has piqued our interest? NFL stuff, and a cash 'em or trash 'em on a Wednesday as well. 713-780-ESPN, the HRP listener line. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're on TikTok at ESPN 975. I'm at Jeremy J. Branham there. We're on Twitter at ESPN 975. Blankers at Pac-Man Joel. Brian at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. Astros are in on Correa, huh? Is this legitimate? Is this real? Could it happen? What scenario would you want it to happen under? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Correa rumors, are they true? 713-780-ESPN. I believe they're true. Do you believe they're true?
I believe they're definitely talking. Yeah, I believe, and of course, it's semantics about who called who first, but it doesn't matter. I believe there's been conversations. They'll probably continue to have conversations.
I think the Astros called the Twins first.
Okay.
No doubt about it. Esox hurt. Hey, what do you think about trading that Correa guy back home where he lives in the offseason?
I mean, you look at it, too, from the perspective of if you're the Astros and you know that financially that franchise seems to be in kind of a mess, and they're trying to sell the team and they're trying to cut back salaries, and he makes, I think, a quarter of their salary that, they'd probably be open to. They're not going anywhere, I don't think, this year. So they're looking to clear house. I'm sure that they would love to. And with him having a no trade clause, I mean, that obviously complicates everything further. And you know that he had a good time here and probably love to come back here.
Yeah. I heard a week from Monday that the Astros called on Correa. I don't want to out my source. I'm not sure he wants to be outed. I guess I gave away.
Give it a he.
Potentially the identity. I didn't believe it at the time. So I was like, I'm not going to even talk about this because I don't even believe it at the time. Then Bonda starts to tweet about it. Like 2 days later, I think he was tweeting about it like last Wednesday. I heard about it on Monday. So I was like, okay, like Bonda does have some sources. Like not everything he has said has come to be truth, but he's like, hey, they're kicking this around. Okay. I do believe he knows some people within that organization. I think that's been proven. I don't think he broke the Verlander news like he claimed a couple of years ago, but I do think that he's connected. Then Schwab starts to talk about it. Schwab's connected. Some people don't think he's a source. I think that Schwab has proven at times that he gets some stuff too from, I don't know who. Then you see, who was it today? Nightingale.
Nightingale started it and then Passan jumped on it.
Passan. Well, the one that really cemented it to me was Brian McTaggart did. Brian McTaggart said sources confirm the Astros are interested in Carlos Correa. And if Brian McTaggart is saying that, then it's happened. Brian McTaggart is as plugged in as anybody there. And I trust Chandler Rome's reporting too. And Rome would later kind of, he had a story today where he's like, the chances of them trading for Correa are, a long shot for now. Mm-hmm. But I definitely think there's at least interest there. I still think there's a lot of hurdles that have to be jumped in order for it to happen. But the interest is real. That to me is very, very obvious. I've come around to the idea where I can be talked into this. There's some things that, I would like to happen. Like I would love for Minnesota to retain some of the salary. I don't want to be paying the $33 million per year in totality. Now, 95 for the next 3 years for Correa. Is that the worst contract in the world? It's not the worst contract in the world. There's an obvious need at third base in which he would be your obvious third baseman. What does it mean next year? I mean, Correa would probably have to play second base, in my opinion. So, like, those are things you would have to work out. I would love to get Willie Castro in the deal as well. Like, that's somebody who Chandler Rome reported that the Astros would have shown interest in. He's a switch hitter, can obviously bat left-handed, can play second base. So you have a totally rebuilt infield. I can be talked into the idea of Correa in Minnesota or coming back to Houston. I would have no problem with it. Always love Correa here. So yeah, I'm getting more and more on board for Carlos Correa's return.
Yeah, no, look, once you said what you said yesterday about where he would play going forward, I'm like, that's a bridge you cross when you get there. But at the same time, it is worth contemplating because of the fact that you did just sign Christian Walker on the first year of a 3 year. So he's your first baseman. Paredes has done a hell of a job at third base this year. I don't think you want to move him. I don't think Pena's going anywhere. So second base makes sense to me. And as long as he's okay with and willing to play that position, that infield is pretty salty. It's pretty damn good. And to me, it just comes down to the price. And I always say the price matters, but the price in twofold. Like, what do you have to give up? And then more importantly, how much are they going to absorb? Because, I think you look at it, and he's got, I think 3 and close to 196 to 100 million in the next 3 years. How much are they willing to take off of your plate? Because if they're willing to take off close to half of it, I'd be all in, just because I think that you need him for now. And I think that overall, I do think that it would spark him a little bit. He hasn't been great the last year or so, But I do believe that getting back to Houston, the injuries is the only thing that would concern me. I think he would be rejuvenated. I think he'd be excited. He'd be in the middle of a team that's going to the playoffs. And I think that he would help this team.
The phrasing on there is important. Like, he hasn't been very good this season offensively. He was really good last year. Really, really good last year. Hit 310, OPS plus of 151. So it depends. Like, if you're talking about like the last 365 days, I would disagree. If you're talking about the 2025 season, I would. Yeah, you're right about 2025. He has been better lately, as opposed to, he kind of had the Yainer Diaz start, where he had a really bad start and he's been consistently better since like the first month of the year. But no, I would. The interesting thing is like how much salary would Minnesota retain? I think it's more of a sliding scale. Like, if you assume the entire contract, you might be able to get him for free. You might be able to say, hey, we'll give you this flyer, low A ball prospect. We'll just take on the entirety of the contract. If you're demanding that Minnesota takes 50% of the salary, now you're probably going to have to include one of your top prospects. So it's like a sliding scale. The more they retain, the better the prospect you have to give. The less they retain, the less prospect you have to give. And look, you're going to go into the luxury tax, whether they retain 50%, whether they retain 0%. So personally, me, selfishly, I'm not the one paying Correa $33 million a year. I would want them to retain as much of the salary as possible, the Astros, not ask Minnesota to pay on it at all. That way you don't give up as good a prospect. But I don't think Jim Crane will operate that way.
I don't think he will either. In weighing it, then you also have to weigh, if you are looking big picture after this year, does that hinder the chances of Bryce Matthews being on this team in the next 3 years?
Sure.
Because if Correa's going to play second, then there's really no room for Bryce Matthews, assuming that he doesn't make a position change to the outfield.
I mean, he could. I mean, he's certainly capable.
Yeah,
of
he's
playing
capable of playing like
the
center
outfield.
field.
Yeah, he is.
But at the same time, it would just be interesting to me, what they would do, or how they would look at Bryce Matthews if you're going to have Correa for this one and potentially 2 or 3 more, and you have that entire lineup pretty much. I mean, that infield locked up because Walker's got 2 more, because you got 2 more years of team control with Paredes. Like, what would you do?
It's pretty easy what you do in 2025. Like, Correa plays second base.
Right.
Like, it's very, very simple this year. The questions start coming into play next year. For me, I'm playing Isak at third. I don't think he's capable of playing second base. I don't think he has the lateral agility to play second base. He's sure-handed. That's why I like him at third. Personally, I would play Correa at second. Now, to your point, he's got to sign off on that if he's going to waive his no-trade clause. I'm not hell-bent that Bryce Matthews has to be in this organization going forward. Maybe you could use him as a trade for another bat, or maybe he's the piece that gets you Willie Castro or whatever, or maybe he's the piece that allows Minnesota to retain 30% of Carlos Correa's contract and salary. So if you are making the trade for an infielder that with club control, Bryce Matthews, I agree with you and echo what you say. He becomes somebody that is very easily moved.
Because that was my thinking then, whether you do make it a bigger trade and you go after Castro, or you do use Bryce Matthews as a guy that could be a centerpiece to get you another plug-and-play veteran player that you could really take advantage of right now. That would be very, very interesting to me, because there is no place for him to play short of him changing positions yet again. And I think that teams would be attracted to a young player with team control that looks like he's got some upside.
Absolutely. I think he would be enticing to a Minnesota, a former first-round pick that has shown big league pop, still has a ways to go with contact and all of that. 25 and a half hours before tomorrow's Major League Baseball trade deadline. We're going to be out at Carbach tomorrow celebrating the deadline. We hope that you come out with us as well. Who do you want? It's very clear, though, that the Astros are in the market for a third baseman. Correa, Arenado, Suarez. Which of those 3 would you want? Would you be okay with a Correa reunion? What would he do to Framber Valdez up on the mound? You never know. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Suarez, Correa, or Arenado? If we're assuming that the Astros have to trade market value for one of those guys, which of the three?
Carlos Correa.
I'm with you.
I mean, I look at it and say, yes, Suarez, but he's free at the end of the year. It doesn't matter. They're still going to get a pretty good haul for him. And he's definitely going to test free agency and probably won't be with you after this year. From the standpoint of what we just talked about, Correa knows the town, knows the system, knows the clubhouse, knows some of the players still, knows the manager. And it just seems like because of the way that contract is structured too, if he's going to be with you for a couple more years. And as long as they eat some of the salary, I think it's the best fit for the Astros.
Yeah, I don't want to pay the Suarez price. You don't get any future investment. And Arenado sucks. I think Brian could have an OPS equal to Arenado. It's like in the 400s, like in the last 30 days. It's brutal.
I'm striking out Nats, Brian, and you're going to work at the plate.
BR Oodle, Arenado's OPS lately. Texture, Bryce Matthews in 30% of the contract. I mean, that's peanuts. Bryce Matthews isn't making much. For Correa and 70% of his remaining contract, and I'm sold. I don't see that being enough for him, but man, it'd be good with that. Okay. Would you trade Matthews for Correa and the Twins retain 30% of Correa's salary?
No, it's not enough.
I'm doing it. I'm doing it.
I don't think it's enough.
For who?
I think that the Twins would have to cover to get a former first-round pick that's shown all the things that you mentioned last segment about his ability with pop and the upside.
Let me tell you, K-Rite.
I know. I know that, but I'm just saying overall because I think that he could be a chip somewhere else, in something else too. Then if you want to start talking about Castro in the deal, that's one thing. But if you're only taking 30% and you want to not so distantly ago a first round pick that's got a huge upside or at least good upside, I'm not doing it.
So you're out on that.
Yeah,
I'm in on it. I would trade Correa with the Twins retaining 30% of his remaining money for Matthews. Where are you at on that, Brian? Correa, Twins retain 30% of his remaining money for Bryce.
Yeah, I would do that.
713-780-ESPN. Make that a Twitter poll. That's a good question, Texture. Really well done. That's why we always say this. We have the most sophisticated listenership in sports radio history. Yeah. Textures for sure. It's a good point. Good clarification.
Yeah, let's not mention the Twitchers.
Twitchers, absolutely not.
Who's a fat guy in his underwear living in his mother's basement.
Israel said y'all will, of course, but Dana's not. Here's the thing. What if Jim Crane wants to, though? What if Dana says no, but Crane says you better? Then it's happening.
It's done.
I think so, but James Click defied that once.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, what was the trade that they want? That Click wanted to get.
He wanted to trade Urquidy for Contreras, and he got trump carded on.
Yeah,
there was a player. There was a player. I'm trying to remember the name of the player now. There's a player that Crane wanted, and James Click didn't go out. And get him.
That was in free agency. That was Starling Marte.
Yeah, Starling Marte. That's it.
That was Starling Marte. Which Click is on the right side of history there, but that's not a trade.
Okay,
that was free agency.
Semantics, but sure.
I don't know if it's semantics though, because the player's out on the open market. Like there's a bidding process there. Like there's
he still didn't go get him though, and Jim Crane said go get him.
I don't think it's as simple as that though. I don't think it's as simple as yes or no. Whenever the guy's in the open market, you know what I'm saying? As opposed to a trade that's more binary yes no. Whenever a player's in free agency, it's not yes no. It's a sliding scale. How much they want? How high is the bidding going to go? What are the deadlines?
Isn't a trade deadline deal the same thing? Because I mean, the price you would negotiate, you would have other competitors also trying to bid you up.
I guess it depends on how far along they were with Marte and if they knew the money amount that he would sign for. Because if you do, like if you knew Marte was going to sign for 300, I'm just throwing numbers out here, and this is nowhere near what he got. But if you just threw out there Marte 300 million, 10 years, you're going to get that, yes or no. Crane, I believe that if Crane wanted to do that, he would have done that. Like, how could Click possibly stand in his way?
I don't know. The story has always been confusing to me. But
if you don't like it, just it's the old George Steinbrenner version of it, or the Crane later on. If you don't like it, you
exactly.
Leave. Yeah.
Like I think, like my reading of that situation was that Crane wanted Marte. Click was like, not so much, and then maybe no, because that had to do with Myers too. That had to do with Myers, and that was the whole Crane told Click that you're betting your career on Jake Myers. Remember that? That was in that story too. Crane told Click that if you're going to keep Myers instead of Marte, you're betting your career on Jake Myers. And Click said, okay.
Oh, I didn't remember
so I think it was more of like, okay, like you can win this one, but you're betting your career on it. Yeah. Whereas, if Crane wanted Marte, Crane would have signed Marte. Here you go. Here's $300 million, Starling. Like, you're an Astro.
I mean, he showed it. Look at Montero. Look at Abreu. Look at when he went crazy that year.
They didn't have a GM at that point, though.
I know, but I'm saying that to your point, though, Crane could spend whatever he wants. So if he wanted to do those deals, he did those deals.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that a general manager can stand in an owner's way.
I don't either. The story has always been on to me, but that's been the story out there.
I think Crane wanted Marte, told Click to go after Marte. Click was like, "Nah, I really believe in Jake Myers." And then Crane told Click, "You're betting your career on Jake Myers then." And Click said, "Okay." And then won a World Series and lost his job anyways.
It made Jeff Bagwell the GM.
Carlos also knows that the open market won't be there for him in 2 or 3 years. I mean, he's under contract for 3 years, then has 4 vesting options.
And
so
those are low numbers, too.
They are. They have reverse escalators. I think it goes 20, 15, 12 and a half, 10, something like that. No, the vesting option years are actually pretty affordable.
Yeah,
now he's
they
older.
Definitely are. It's 10. Yeah, I know the last 2 are 10, 15 and 10.
But he also has to hit them.
Yeah.
He also has to hit them. Like, and there's plate appearance qualifiers where, like, I mean, the first vesting option, he has to hit 575 plate appearances. There's a decent chance Carlos Correa won't have 575 plate appearances. And if he does it, he's probably performing well, and you would gladly pay 20 million, 15 million, 10 million. Crane is not especially for that money. I don't know. It depends on how much Crane wants Correa, I think. Texter says Suarez, Correa was hurt every year except his contract year, and the luck of this team this year, no thanks. Correa does have injury proneness. He does miss
history.
a lot of games.
The finances is one thing. I'd be extremely leery of his injury history.
Ocho, I'm not sure Bryce Matthews can hit big league fastballs. The strikeout rate is really high. Texture, haven't listened in a while. Where you been? Y'all still do the stump thing at the end of the week? Unfortunately, we do. We still play Who Said It. Pete, could Correa move to the outfield, or is he just another potential liability like Altuve was in left field? I think Correa is enough of an athlete that if he's capable of playing left field. But if I could play Correa in left, Altuve at second, or Altuve in left and Correa at second, I'd rather play Altuve in left and Correa at second. But perhaps it's on the table.
Yeah, I don't think Correa is going to play the outfield. Could he? Yes. Would he? Should he? No, probably not. Not right now.
Correa would be better than Altuve defensively at both positions. So the question is, if they're both willing to do it, which one gives you more defensive value? It's the same conversation you have this year, except it's with Correa and not Dubon. Like, Dubon is a better defender than Altuve at second base and in left field. Which one gives you more value to have the better defender? Second base. That's why I would play Correa at second and not Altuve at second. Texture, just go get Correa. He can play anywhere in the infield. That's the other thing too. Like, guys get hurt. So, like, if a guy gets hurt, you have Correa just opening next season at second base. Okay, let's say Pena breaks a rib and he's out for 4 to 6 weeks, which is a ludicrous timeline. Wink. You could slide Correa over to short. Isaac Paredes has pulled 2 hamstrings. If he gets hurt for a little bit, okay, Correa can move over to third. If Walker gets hurt, Isaac can move corners.
Right.
Correa can play third. So, like, we get a lot of times, like, we get in this mindset, like, this is my opening day 9 and it's never going to change. I think Joe Espada has had like 182 unique lineups this year.
Yeah. And I think the other thing, when you consider it, it's not a Devers situation where a guy doesn't want to change positions and has an axe to grind with the organization. I think from a Correa perspective, the fact that when all these guys have left, did they love what they had going on here? Did they love the clubhouse? Did they love the other players? Sure. But they went out to get their money. He's already gotten his money now. He's going to get it. He doesn't care, if it's through 3 teams, like via the Max Scherzer route or however he gets it. He's getting it. If all things are equal, would he love to come back to Houston? I think the answer is unequivocally yes. And if he did, he'd play pretty much wherever they needed him to play.
Lives here in the offseason.
I didn't know he still did.
Lives here. I read that in the one of the articles today. I can't remember which article I read it. It was either Rome, McTaggart, or Nightingale.
Huh.
Still lives in Houston. Worked out with Pena in the offseason. His wife, Daniela, rode an elevator with me once, amongst several people.
No locking of eyes, though.
No.
Are you guys as close as you and Joe Burrow?
It was a very no. Burrow. Burrow and I could we could tickle belly buttons. We were that close, and we were like locked eye to eye.
Such weird
Burrow
phrasing.
Daniela and I were on different sides of the elevator, and it was a very full elevator.
Oh, she kept her distance from you.
I wouldn't say that. I would say it was more that she had her posse, and there was like 12 people in the elevator, and then she just didn't have a chance to notice that I was in there with her.
The animal magnetism of Jeremy Branham.
I think it was actually the day that the Astros lost the World Series to the Nationals. I think that's when we rode the elevator together.
Oh, so was that the park?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, it was at the park. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, got
For
it.
sure.
I thought it was like a hotel.
No. It was at Minute Maid. Dana's keeping Matthews. He's not going nowhere. That's his pick. Carlos is from the old GM. Okay, well, Jake Bloss was a pick of Dana Brown, and he traded him for Justin Verlander. Or not for Verlander, for Kikuchi. So, like, are we going to cherry pick, like, who Dana's keeping? Like, he can keep Bryce Matthews because it's his pick, but then Jake Bloss, who is also his pick, he's going to trade him. And here's the dirty secret, too. I listened to that, who's the Astros farm director? Pindigo or something like that. I listened to the podcast that he was on with Chandler Rome, Pindigo, something like that. Dana Brown has very little to do with the draft.
Really?
Very, very little to do with the draft. He puts it in the hands of his scouting director. What that guy said was basically that Dana likes to see their first round pick, but that's it. Like, he has very, very little to do with the draft. I know, because his old scouting eye.
Right.
But he hires his people, he trusts his people, and he's pretty hands off on the draft. Like, if you listen to that podcast, Dana Brown does almost nothing with the draft. He lays his eyes on a guy who could be their first round pick, and that's it.
Yeah, that's definitely surprising to me.
Yeah, it was pretty interesting. It was a really good listen, actually, if you're nerdy about baseball. Texture, J-Bone, Nita Pena versus Correa, defensive war breakdown. Correa has not been good defensively this year. It's actually about that time in his career where he should be moving off a shortstop anyways. Bigger-bodied shortstop. He's in his 30s. Probably the reason he's breaking down. I think it would be in Correa's best interest long-term if he does move off a short.
And I think that because he's got a cannon of an arm, that third base would be ideal for him.
Would.
But because of the fact that I'm with you, I mean, the more I can think about it, because in going over the scenarios of Paredes, one thing it's to expect him to play second base, but if he plays second base and then thinks he's got to trim down at all or kind of to thin out to be able to be more mobile, I think that takes away from him offensively, and I don't want to do that.
I don't think Isak's a second baseman.
He's just not.
I know he's played 60-something games there in his big league career. I don't think he's a second baseman. I think he's a corner
as currently
infielder.
Constructed. That's the key. But as he is currently constructed, his body type and everything, I don't think he's a second baseman.
I don't either. And, like, does he give you the
he's kind of a big boy.
He likes his cerveza, I think.
I'm not going
He's
just
a little
weight,
heavy.
but
I
I
mean,
just think he's a bigger bodied guy to be playing second base.
When you look at Isak Paredes, you're not like, that is the model of health. That's not you look at Isak, just look over at the Astros left side of the infield most games this year. Isak Paredes, Jeremy Pena.
Right.
You got a Greek god. And you got like a beer league softball player.
Isak's a thick guy.
He's not
thick.
Guillerme, but
he might be a first baseman.
I could see him at first.
Yeah,
he might be a first
doesn't
baseman.
Look like the body type of a second baseman.
He is sure-handed.
You're rangy.
No,
here for Isak.
No, sure-handed.
Yes,
sure-handed. Like, why is he a good defensive third baseman? Well, the metrics don't love Isak actually because he's not great side to side, doesn't have tremendous range, but he just fields everything at him. Like, he's got great hands. Like, he's not going to get to a ton of balls. That other third baseman might, but he's not going to boot any balls either because he's got fantastic hands. And he's got a good enough arm. Texture Matthews will be a part of the package. Texture, I don't think Dana's interested in Correa, especially the cost. Forget about it. Cease and Correa need to come to Houston. We need them, and they need us. Cease for the pitching coaches to get back on track, and Correa for his mojo back. The captain. I always thought that was overrated. Help me decipher this text. I don't really get it. Y'all keep talking about K, negotiate your shoes, Coochie pitching. Yeah, we let him walk after 1 year, fishing right here. You have any idea what that means?
What? No.
Y'all keep talking about K, negotiate your shoes, Coochie pitching. Yeah, we let him walk after 1 year, fishing right here. I don't know what it means. I was hoping y'all did.
Fishing right here means you're fishing like to try and get reaction
Maybe.
over something that's not going to happen.
Maybe.
And the Astros
That's
did
the way I take it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fishing
We let
for
him
reaction.
walk after 1 year. You're fishing right here.
But, I mean, what's the difference between Kikuchi and Cease?
I think K is probably a C for Correa.
I don't get it. If the Padres are in the playoffs, I believe you. Why do they want to trade Cease? Padres are weird. Like, they trade guys who are going to leave in free agency. Like they did with Juan Soto and then made the playoffs. Like, that's just their organizational philosophy. They don't believe in letting players leave before they enter free agency. And Cease in the last year of the deal, if they can get a major league player that's a position of need with the years of club control, they're capable of doing it. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. LA, you're in the hive with the bees. What's up?
Hey, it's La Salsa, not LA. What's going on, fellas?
It didn't have the salsa part on it. My bad.
It's all good, dude. Hey, would y'all be okay with them not doing anything at the trade deadline? I'll hang up and listen.
Let's hit that on the other side. Okay. Would you be okay if the Astros do nothing at the deadline? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. I'd be okay to go to Two Creeks Crossing Resort tonight, tomorrow night, this weekend, August, whatever. Love it out there at Two Creek Crossing Resort. Escape the rat race of the weekend. Escape or whatever's causing you stress and anxiety. Get rid of the hustle and bustle in your life and get out to Two Creeks Crossing Resort. It is the best weekend idea. It's the best Monday through Friday idea. It's just the best idea in general. Escape the city. Enjoy the relaxing, great outdoors. Book your stay at twocreekscrossingresort.com right now. Open green spaces, beautiful wildlife, majestic trees you just don't see inside the loop. You got to get out there, have a great time. Some of the best fishing in Texas, too, right there on their Two Creeks. They have a catch and release pond for you and the kiddos. That way they can learn to cast. They can learn to, learn the finer parts of fishing. Hike on their 92-acre property, do some kayaking, play a little pickleball, or just hang out by the pool with a drink and do nothing. That's fine, too. One of the things I love about them, it's just 90 minutes from Houston. You don't have to drive 14 hours to your destination. You don't have to worry about TSA and hopping on a plane. It's 90 minutes from Houston. You get off work on a Friday, you're there before the sun goes down. Escape the city without traveling too far at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Brandon family was up there about a month and a half ago. We had a fantastic time. And the fine people at Two Creeks Crossing Resort always looking for innovative ideas to take care of their visitors. They had food trucks out there when we were there. Had a little live music on a Saturday night, which was a good time as well. And then all the places you can stay at Two Creeks Crossing Resort are awesome. We stayed in the tree house. They have a couple trees going into the house. It was really cool. The kids loved it. If that's your style, do that. But you can also do the glamping. They have beautiful cabins there. If you have your RV, they have RV spots. They have the perfect stay for everybody. So book that stay now, twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can catch me arguing with John Granado and Dell Olaleye on the radio on a regular basis. But when you miss the show, how are you going to know what you missed? How are you going to know about our conversations and what everyone's talking about? Well, you can follow us on our social media pages, and I'm talking about for the radio station. We do a great job at taking all of the show content that you see on our show and all of the great shows on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5 lineup, and we will recycle and let you hear the best of the best. Conversations about big wins, the most disappointing losses, who's doing a good job as manager or head coach. We're talking about it all. Do not miss it. Listen to the radio as often as you can. But if you miss it, follow the social media pages, like, subscribe, and never miss a second of the great content right here on the station.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
La Salsa asked, what if the Astros do nothing? What if they do nothing tomorrow's deadline between now and then? How would you respond to that, Blankers?
I personally would be disappointed. And I think that it's twofold. I think that I understand that you have a lot of guys that could come back. And we've discussed that in the past, that if they did, and we've talked about the fact you could basically put one hell of a pitching staff, starting pitchers together and a pretty damn good lineup. But at the same time, you look at everybody around you, and everybody is making moves. And Seattle's made one. They probably are going to make one or more before the deadline's over. And you know that the Yankees are making moves left and right to try to stay in this thing. Toronto hasn't done anything yet, but there's probably a good possibility that they do. And just to make sure that you're as competitive as you can be in the American League, they don't have to be major moves, but I'd like to see them make a move or two because whether it's Correa or not, we need to face the facts that it doesn't look like, and I don't think anybody thinks Paredes is going to be back for the rest of the season, or if he is, it's going to be really, really late, like probably more closer to playoffs than it would be like, end of the regular season. If that's the case, you got to get help on the infield. So I would hope that they would do some, even if they're minor moves, they would make a move or two. I would be disappointed if they did absolutely nothing.
Yeah, it'd be very, very boring. I'm not so sure it's not the prudent thing to do, though. Like, we get caught up in the names and the movement. We get caught up in the buzz of it, and it is exciting. It is fun. Like, we're talking about Correa. We're talking about Suarez. We're talking about Cease. Is it in the best interest, short, long term? Not short term, but it's potentially the best interest in the long term of the Houston Astros to do nothing. So would it be incredibly boring? Yes. Could it be long-term prudent? I think also yes. It could be.
I understand it. The door's not completely shut if you don't do that. You were right when we were talking the other day when I said I would have already kicked the tires on DJ LeMahieu, that it came out when you said he's probably gonna wait till after the dust settles at the deadline.
It's just theory on that. I don't know that to be the truth.
No, but I've seen the reports now come out that
really?
that said that they've talked to LeMahieu.
Branham knows ball,
and that's what he said. And I understand it.
Boom. There we go. Jeremy Branham's right.
Thank you, Lance.
But if you do nothing before the deadline, then it would behoove you to at least find a veteran like DJ LeMahieu to play some infield for you, because you need a guy that you can't just bring up from Sugarland. You need a guy that's had some experience that might be able to do something for you on the major league level.
Former, you know who got traded just now?
Yeah, I do.
I just texture tipped me off.
Pick.
Yeah, Drew Gilbert has been traded by the Mets.
God, the Mets love him.
Giants are receiving Blake Tidwell, Drew Gilbert, and another player from the Mets for reliever Tyler Rogers. So, I mean, Rogers is a good reliever, but he's in a package for a reliever.
That's what I was going to say. When you see who they were trading for, and he's in a package, and I don't think the Mets, of course, I don't think he was doing anything. Last time we checked, he wasn't doing anything in the minors for the Mets anyway. But yeah, that's why you make moves when you give up prospects for proven major league.
See, I disagree with that part of it. To me, it's not about you give up prospects for players. To me, it's more about trusting your scout and your evaluation of a player. Because if there's a prospect that you just absolutely love and he turns out to be Cam Smith, great, don't trade him. But if there's a prospect that you think is overrated by the industry and you don't think is nearly as good as their rating by the industry, by all means, let him go.
Dana drafted him, right?
No.
He inherited that was the last one of Click?
I don't even know if it was the last one.
Okay.
Because the first year for Dana was Bryce.
Was Matthews, yeah.
Was Gilbert the draft before Matthews? I don't remember. But it definitely wasn't a Dana pick. Whatever year Gilbert got drafted, it wasn't Dana. He was already in the system. But that looks good in hindsight by Dana Brown that the Mets are using him in a trade for a reliever. It shows that Dana might have had the scouting eye on Drew Gilbert. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Thank you for the tip on that. I hadn't seen it yet on the Gilbert front. Tony Pico de Gallo. I'm okay with the Astros deciding to go with the current roster, but then they better trade Fromber. That's not why you go with the current roster. You're thinking extremely long term whenever you're like trade Fromber, and then the clubhouse would hate you. 713-780-ESPN. Back out to the HRP listener line. Jeff, you're in the hive with the bees. What's up, Jeff?
Hey guys, I was the one that sent that crazy text. Sorry, I was voice texting. I woke up this morning with an eye infection. I can't even see my screen, so I don't even know what the hell I sent myself. Anyways, what I was trying to say was we've never had Correa and Pena obviously play together. So that would be interesting. And with Kikuchi, we had him and let him go, which I know there's always money deals going on, but I don't know why we let him go to begin with.
That's it. That's the answer. It's the money.
$27 million a year plus. Yeah, I don't think, and with all the starting pitchers that they have in the system, and yes, some of them were hurt at the time, but you had so many starting pitchers that you weren't going to spend $27 million to keep and retain Kikuchi.
Yeah. They just, and look, if you're a factory that can produce all these pitchers left and right, why would you spend that much money on a 33-year-old starting pitcher? Like, if you can turn anybody into that, you have to have some stuff. But there's the money aspect of it. Astros are kind of up against it. Although $21 million a year for Kikuchi for only 3 years it's pretty reasonable.
That's what he got, 21 average?
He got 63 for 3. That's not awful.
But I think that when you think about Garcia and Javier on top of, and I think that we all are of the mindset that we're going to lose Fromber. But I do believe
more reason to sign Kikuchi.
Yeah, but I'm just trying to walk through this. You still have Hunter Brown. You would have Javier. You would have Garcia. You'd have Arrighetti, Blanco, JP France, just because you have him, because he's a starter. And then whatever you want to take from whatever else is left. But I think that's still such a stable of starting pitchers that they weren't willing to spend $20+ million a year on Kikuchi. And you knew going in that he was going to get 20.
But was that the wrong decision?
I don't think it was the wrong decision.
I mean, definitely playing the hindsight game. I didn't say this in the time, so I'm not taking credit. I'm saying it hindsight 2020, revisionist history. Certainly didn't think this in the moment. I'd rather have Kikuchi 63 for 3 than Christian Walker 60 for 3.
And then who's playing first base?
Yiner. That way I can get that bum receiver off the dish.
Yeah,
Caratini's
I didn't say it then. I won't say it now. I just think that.
No, we're not. But we're doing revisionist history in hindsight 2020. Would you rather give Kikuchi, as we talked today, and you could do it all over again? Just like if I could do it all over again, I'd buy Apple stock when I was born. 63 for 3 for Kikuchi or 60 for 3 for Walker.
Yeah, I think a lot of people would be quick to jump on the fact that you just get out from under Walker and pretend it never happened. I believe that Christian Walker's best days are still in front of him. I think he's going to be fine over the next 2.5 years or however 2+ years. And so I'm fine with the way they did it.
So you rather have Walker than Kikuchi right now?
Yeah.
Wow.
You think his best days are still in front of him?
I think that his numbers are going to get better than what they have been. He's shown a lot of signs that he's already way better than what he was at the start of the year when he was slumping. And I feel like he's going to be okay. I could be crazy.
But right? That's not the question. The question isn't going to be okay. The question is, who would you rather have, Kikuchi or Walker?
How old is Kikuchi?
33. That's younger than Walker, isn't it?
I think by a year.
It is. I guess in hindsight, you'd have to go to Kikuchi.
Get him to change his mind.
Yeah, I didn't want to, but yeah, that makes more sense.
713-780-ESPN. Rack and P will get you on the other side. Hopefully you have another dentist appointment and Bell on us again. Also, Texter wants to take me to task on something I said about Cam Smith, where he's wrong. Correa, Suarez, Arenado. What do you want the Astros to do ahead of the deadline? 25 hours away. Oh, yeah, Astros won a baseball game today, so they took the series. They're 4.5 games up in the division. Rangers-Mariners play tonight. Mariners-Rangers start a series tomorrow, says Ocho. I have to double-check that. I haven't double-checked that. But, yeah, that's good news. Things are good again for the Astros. 713-780-3776. He's the one who's changed it. He really is. Alexander shifted the momentum of the Houston Astros season. It is the summer of George. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Astros win baseball today, 9-1 over the – what's the best adjective? What's the best superlative to use for the Nationals? I feel weird calling it a superlative because it's an insulting term. The lifeless Nationals?
The pesky Nat.
They're
Relevant?
not pesky.
Irrelevant?
Irrelevant's not bad. Hapless.
Hapless is good.
Hapless Nationals. It was kind of weird yesterday that Cam Smith got that running out of the runner's lane interference after it happened to the Nationals and Trey Turner back in the World Series.
That's right.
Kind of ironic. I'm a fan of the double bag, cash or trash.
I'd be fine with it.
They use it in college baseball.
I'm fine with it.
You know, runners just stay in the runner's path, man.
You know what's a tricky,
not hard.
a tricky rule because of that I was not aware of? That, and I don't know if it's in men's college baseball or not, but it's definitely in women's college softball. They have the double bag, and if you run through the bag, if you turn to go back to the base, they always say if you turn towards second base, then they can tag you out. Even if you turn back towards the dugout, if you only go back to the second base, the double bag, and not the actual first base, and they tag you, you're out. Yeah, someone sent me that rule in women's college softball, and I was like, I would never.
Are the bags not connected?
They're connected.
They're connected, but you have to be touching the white one, not the green or red. Or the other colored one.
I think it's only used on a play at first, and then after that, it's like it's not there. I did see a college baseball player get picked off by touching the orange bag. Like he was taking his lead at first base. They tried to pick him off at first, and he went back into the bag and did like a swim tag because he was dead meat, and did like a swim tag and touched the. I think it's a green bag in college. I don't remember, but touched the opposite bag. Right. They tagged him. He's out.
Yeah,
because he wasn't on the appropriate bag. So it is a little confusing. You do need to learn the rules. 713-780-ESPN. Texter says, yep, Cam Smith is booty, Branham. I never said Cam Smith was booty. We played that rejoin.
Well,
really,
Jeremy Branham says so. I guess Cam Smith is ass.
It's really slander. I don't know who to sue, though. Should I sue Lance for taking me out of context and saying that? Or should I sue Carroll for making it a rejoin? Or should I sue you, Brian, for using it as a dump continuously?
Of the
I'm
three
not sure
of
who
us,
to
I think
sue.
you have the most to gain by suing Lance, so I would recommend that.
Is that because Carroll didn't do it and you did it?
No, that's because Michael and I have less money than
He
Lance.
said it. Yeah, he's saying, so I would get all that offensive line footage if I sue him.
You have more to gain by suing Lance.
Get all the offensive line footage. No, I never said Cam Smith was booty. Lance
Well,
made
Jeremy
that up.
Branham says so. I guess Cam Smith is ass. So.
My hang up was I wouldn't have started him off in the on the big league roster at the start of the year so I could get the extra year of service. And Lance took me out of context and thought that I was saying Cam Smith was a bad baseball player, which again was taken out of context. And I never said that. I've always been a proponent of Cam. I love the trade the moment
Cam
it was
Smith
made.
is ass. I've heard it.
Didn't say that. Lance said I said that. Pull a clip. Pull a clip of me saying that.
You mean this clip?
Well, if Jeremy Branham
not
says
me.
so, I guess Cam Smith is ass.
Plus, I don't even talk that way. So couldn't be me. What if Verlander comes back? I would be annoyed if Verlander came back.
I would too. I don't believe in Justin
Even if he's
Verlander
basically free.
The only way that I would trade Verlander is if I'm sending Lance McCullers, burying him in the bay. Lance McCullers. 713-780.
Now you sound like a mobster.
I did. It sounded a little bit like that. Yeah, I didn't think it through before I said it. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Rackham Pete, you're in the high. What's up?
Hey guys, how's it going?
Great.
What's up, Pete?
Well, I've got to agree. The Astros need to make a move. Before Paredes went down, had they not done anything, I probably would have gone, well, okay, I could see this, get some guys back. But once he went down, and now the chances of him being out for the season, if they stand pat while all the other contenders are doing activity, bringing in guys, it's going to hurt them. Whether it's Correa or Suarez, I don't even want to touch Nolan Arenado. But it would be great to see Correa come back. Even though his year has been kind of up and down, if he comes home, I think that motivates him to play better for the home fans and for the team in general. And it might get some of these guys on the IL motivated to get their injuries wrapped up and get to healthy again, get back on the team. Jordan, are you listening? That PTO, you have to owe the organization some hours now based on the time you've been there. Anyway, guys, I'm done. Y'all have a good one.
Thanks, Pete.
He's chilling right now. He's in La Playa right now.
Dana said that hopefully mid-August.
Mid-August, yeah.
For Jordan. Told
Yeah.
Salisbury that this morning with his weekly hit on the flagship.
How comfortable? I mean, how confident in that?
Cash or trash, Jordan's back by August 18th.
August 18th.
I'll cash it.
Wow.
I'm not.
I'm trashing it.
Yeah, I'm trashing. Like, he wouldn't have to be doing notable baseball things yet, but we're getting pretty. Like, if he were to make mid-August, like, he'd have to start up pretty soon, right? I mean, he'd have to be going out on a rehab assignment within about a week.
Here of the three of us, and I believe that it's going to happen.
I don't think they're going to put him on a rehab assignment.
You think he's just straight up?
Yeah, I think he'll do what he did last time and go to the FCL and West Palm and face minor leaguers, or maybe they fly in minor leaguers. I don't think he'll play in a rehab game.
He doesn't seem to like that.
How could you?
Yeah.
You have to buy the spread for the minor leaguers.
But I mean,
all the guys are never going to make it.
It's hard to put Jordan out. He can't buy a spread.
It's less than 30 miles away. It's not like you're actually.
I don't care about the drive. He's cheap. He doesn't want to buy the buffet at the end of the game.
We know he has preferences about what road cities he goes on. He's definitely not going to want to go to Albuquerque.
Jordan rule number 82. He does not drive west of the loop.
He's not going to go to Albuquerque. He's not going to Reno. He's not going to these cities. Maybe they could send him to Vegas. He might take up that one.
Absolutely not. Texture, Branham, it's easy to take you out of context. You rarely make sense. Well, that's because you can't keep up sophisticatedly with me. If you were sophisticated like I am, then you'd be able to keep up. Everybody that's sophisticated, it makes plenty of sense out of me. Texter.
Boom, there we go. Jeremy Branham's right.
See? Lance knows ball. 713-780 ESPN. Let's go back out to the HRP listener line. Corey, you're in the Hive with the Bees. What's up, Corey?
Hey, what's up, guys? I want to talk about getting Correa back. I think it's a awesome idea, especially if you're looking to the future. He's not just a rental, hometown guy with clubhouse presence and on the field. And then even the next year, you get Isak back and you have Correa. You could potentially put him or Isak at second, so you have Pena, Isak, Correa, and Walker in the infield, left field Altuve, center field Myers or Dubon, right field Cam with a DH of Alvarez. That sounds like a pretty top-notch offense, if you ask me. Curious on what you guys think about that. I'll hang up and listen. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Corey. Yeah, no, we've been kicking it around. Look, I think from the standpoint of the infield is going to be really rock solid. That would be a fun infield to have. And then from an outfield perspective, like you mentioned, there's plenty of, Altuve in left and Cam in right. And whether it's, Jake still in center, however you plan to play that, and then to have Jordan DHing, it's a pretty formidable lineup.
No, I'm a fan of the Correa trade. Like, I want to know the return. Like, I don't want to trade Arrighetti and Cam Smith for Correa. Like, within reason. You do have a lot of money coming off the books. Brady's money's off the books. I don't know if did the Astros retain any money in the Montero trade. I've seen conflicting reports on that. But if you did keep some of the Montero money, he's coming off the books. Fromber's coming off the books.
Still pay some of it.
I would have thought so.
Yeah.
I've seen conflicting reports on that. I thought the Astros ate some of that salary. But no, you do have some money opening up, so you can take it in. Pause now. You also don't have to spend any money in free agency on the offensive side because, like Corey said, there's your starting nine.
Right.
Like, there's your starting nine. Dubon's back. You still have Yiner. Like, you have to figure out backup catcher because Caratini's a free agent. No, I like it, Corey. I like it. Like, trading for Correa has nothing to do with the baseball element of it because even though he's had a down year, I think he would be fine. I think he's going to play a great defensive third base if he ever moves to third base. I did watch him play third at the WBC because Lindor played short. He was outstanding. Now, he's a little older now, but I think he'd be better at third than short at this stage of his career. Big shortstop in his 30s. No, I like the idea of adding Correa. I'm a fan of it, especially if you can get it cheap because you're eating some of the salary. Like, what you do on the, your pitching staff is like next year is kind of up in the air because we don't assume that Fromber will be back. You still have a lot of pitchers under club control, but do you have a solid two?
Right.
Not
That's
really.
the biggest thing would be, could you find a way to get a replacement for Fromber?
And I mean, I doubt it. Like, there's not many Frombers growing on trees.
No,
I mean, how many
but
LaGrosses do you
Cease
see on the trees these days?
Cease will be free.
Yeah, but I mean, how much money are you going to spend?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't either. Like, I think that they would bring in a starting pitcher. Maybe on a Kikuchi type of contract. It's like a 20 million, somewhere in that range where it's a high promise pitcher, maybe isn't like fulfilling that potential, and they think their machine can turn them around. Hot takes at the Astros trade Jordan given his injury history. Can we stop trading Jordan and trading for Verlander? I'm sick of trade for Verlander text, and I'm sick of trade Jordan text.
Well, here's your
I'm
John
sick of
Morosi
it.
tweet in the last 5 minutes that will add to the other one. Justin Verlander is available on the trade market. Verlander on an expiring contract. Out of respect for the future Hall of Famer, the Giants are open to working out a deal if it makes sense for Verlander and the organization. His last 2 starts, 10 innings pitched, 1 earned run. That means 5 per start, which is basically the fact that he's scrapping to get through 5.
I mean, I'll take 5 innings, 1 run.
Sure, if
Every
you
outing.
keep doing that.
Would you rather have Verlander make starts or I love playing this game. Would you rather have Justin Verlander make starts or George Costanza make starts?
Verlander.
Would you rather have Justin Verlander make starts or Colton Gordon make starts?
Boy. Verlander.
I'm kind of on the fence on that one. I'm with you on Costanza. Gusto looked good today against the hapless Nats.
He did.
Hapless Nats. Yeah, his ERA was well over 5 though coming in.
He also didn't start the game great. Like he had first and second, nobody
he
out.
Threw 4 straight balls to start the entire game.
He was a little shaky in the first 2 and then got that lead and kind of settled in. Might be Verlander. Would you trade? What is the most you would trade for Justin Verlander?
A bowl of soup.
I mean, prospect I didn't
like
care
an
about.
A-ball prospect.
Yeah.
Would you trade for Shea Whitcomb for Justin Verlander? Now he's making money though. Verlander's making a significant amount of money.
What was it, 17? But now we're past the halfway point, so there's what, like?
Yeah, but it pushes you over the competitive balance tax.
It does. But as far as the raw dollar figures, like 7-8 million.
No, the raw dollar figure is not what I'm worried about. You're right. I'm more worried about the CBT and like paying the repeat offender, and then what does that do for the payroll next year? Because you don't want to do it again.
Right.
So like that's my concern. But if you're trading for Correa, then you kind of blow that out of the water, anyways.
Yeah. If I'm not worried about the CBT, I trade Shea for Verlander.
For Shea for Verlander.
I wouldn't trade Shea Whitcomb from Justin Verlander.
I would trade for Shea for Verlander, like in a normal situation. But you also have pitchers coming back. Like you do have Arrighetti coming back. What does Javier look like? Would I rather Javier start a game or Verlander start a game? Probably Javier. Would I rather
for sure.
Arrighetti or Verlander? Like there's not really going to be room for Verlander.
But we're assuming health, which I don't think is anything we could consider given this team's history and pitchers in general.
You're 100% right. But here's the other thing you have to consider. What if those guys do come back? Now you're going to have to cut guys. Because not all these guys have options. So you can't even send them to the minors. You'd have to DFA them. So there's going to be a roster number crunch.
Yeah, we just DFA Verlander.
I mean, I'm not in love with Shea, so that's fine. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Trade discussion talk. Texters are going nuts. They're calling me an idiot, which isn't very nice. 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
Oh, man. Trade deadline, a little under 25 hours away. Textures trolling. Should we trade Jordan for Verlander? Ha ha. Keith, trade Jordan for JV. Ha ha. Stop trading Jordan. Stop trading for Verlander. Brandon was correct. Even a broken clock is right twice a day. Wink emoji. Stop it. Stop it. You don't believe that. Otherwise, you wouldn't be listening to us right now. Can the Stros pitching coaches get Zach Gallant back on track? If so, he would be a good cheap pickup. I trust the Astros pitching machine, but boy, they would put that trust in jeopardy if they brought in Zach Gallant. I did not like what I saw from him.
He ain't going to be cheap.
I think he will be. He's awful.
Has he got years left?
I don't know. He's a rental.
Yeah, if you're renting him, I still think that someone's going to want to throw some
5.60 ERA.
Oh no, I don't want him. But I'll make that very, very clear from the start. I don't want him here.
But how's that going to be expensive?
Because there's so many teams that still need starting pitching that are still in it, and so many teams that are big money teams that really don't care as much and are willing to take that risk.
I don't think Zach Gallon's going to be expensive.
We'll see. Okay.
I think it's going to be a gallon size for a pint price.
Mm-hmm.
So bad they had to think about lefting. There's no trade value for Jordan. There's some trade value for Jordan. It's just nowhere near its peak. Jazz McCormick straight up for Verlander. Do you do that right now?
No.
I wouldn't either. People bang on Chaz. Guilty as charged. I bang on Chaz a lot. Chaz McCormick has a role on a playoff caliber team. And look, he's not the player that he used to be 2 years ago. He's not the player who made one of the greatest catches in Houston Astro franchise history. Chaz McCormick right now is a fourth or fifth outfielder that can hit lefties that can be of value as a platoon bat. Like Chaz McCormick has a role on this team. DFAing Chaz McCormick would be dumb. So no, I wouldn't make that trade either. They pay up the money, Verlander for Gordon and Whitcomb. I mean, San Francisco, what's the incentive for San Francisco there? They get a 4A player and a number 6 or 7 starter. Like, they're not going to pay the entire Verlander money. I think more realistic would be, okay, they eat 50% of the salary and then trade Verlander for Gordon and Whitcomb. Would you do that? Verlander, Giants retain 50%. You send out Gordon and Forshea.
No,
I still don't do it either.
I don't like it.
Not with Gordon included.
No, I think Gordon's like capable of giving you the same that Verlander is, and then Gordon has years of club control and also has minor league options, so you can send him down. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't trade Verlander for Gordon straight up. Maybe even if they ate the salary.
Forget what Verlander looked like before he left here, which was terrible, and he's gotten better of late for the Giants, but he couldn't get through 5 innings. And he's like he was 1-7 at one point, or 0-7 at one point.
Yeah, win-loss record doesn't.
But I'm just saying, from the standpoint of a starting pitcher that can give you 5+, he ain't going to be that guy.
No, I'm not. I'm out on that. You know that. I would trade a box of baseballs and a $100 El Tiempo gift card for Verlander. I would like the El Tiempo side of that myself. When the playoff comes, the third starter with his experience, Verlander hands down.
Oh God,
Verlander
no.
making
if Verlander's your
starts.
third starter, you're in trouble.
Yes. I'd rather start Arrighetti. Javier.
Absolutely.
Brandon, why are you so concerned about the competitive balance? Is your dream to become a general manager? Definitely my dream job. But Major League Baseball general manager is by far my dream job. So guilty is charged there. But I'm not paying Crane's bills. So that's the point of the text. I don't care about that aspect. I don't care how much money Jim Crane's spending. What my concern is, if you are a repeat offender with the competitive balance tax, I do think that it's going to limit your roster going forward. I don't want the Astros roster to be limited going forward because they're going into the competitive balance tax for some bum. Like, if they do it for Correa, cool. Like, go for it. If they do it for Dylan Cease, cool. Go for it. If you're doing it for Justin Verlander, I'm not signing up for that. So it's not so much that I care about Crane's money. I want the Astros to be as competitive as possible every year in the foreseeable future. So that's why.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. And I am kind of sick to my stomach to the fact that we're talking about Justin Verlander again. Like, we've done this twice already. I know that we can go back to, he's Crane's golf buddy too. Don't care. Just Justin Verlander is so far, he might be on hole 18 of the back 9 of his career. and I just don't have any interest in trying it one more time.
I know I'm in the minority here, but I'm all for selling, not buying. This team has been punching above their weight class all year. They played great this regular season, but this isn't a playoff winning roster. Trade Fromber, get a haul, and reset the farm system for another dynasty run starting next year.
No.
I think they can win it. I think they can win it this year.
I believe that they can get there. I believe that they've got a fighting chance. And if they got a puncher's chance with this team, regardless of what they do at the deadline, and there's still time to do something, and I think that they will, I'm not trading Fromber.
No, I think that look, Fromber, Hunter Brown's a really good one too. I would put up against just about anybody in the American League. I like Hader and Abreu at the back end. I think this offense is capable of winning games in the postseason. I'm not selling out this year. I think that they have a shot to win it all. And if you have a shot to win it all, I think you owe it to the team to go for it.
I think the biggest question too is just how much of that offense is coming back too, because it's what you have now. But even if Paredes is out, but if you get Jordan back and you get Pena back and you get Jake back and you get DeCenzo back, then I believe that regardless of what you do at the deadline, that's a pretty formidable lineup in the American League.
Yeah, I think so too. Y'all are crazy. Verlander's a Hall of Famer. Y'all need to stop. What's Greg Maddux up to? You think he would sign a contract?
Baseball card.
Who else? Let's John Smoltz. They should
on
take
the back
him out
of
of
his
the
baseball
booth.
card.
What's Pedro Martinez doing these days? Billy Wagner just went into the Hall of Fame. They should bring him back as a loogie. Like I don't know. I just don't get he's a Hall of Famer, so
He's not disrespecting who he's been. It's what can he do for you now, which is not much.
I hate to say this, but there's really no reason to be even discussing having Verlander come back to Houston. He's washed. He's done. That's it. That's the text right there. People forget the GM also had to protect his job, not about Crane's money at all. I don't really know what that means.
I don't either.
Like people forget the general manager also had to protect his job, not about Crane's money at all.
No,
I don't get it.
To protect his job, it is about Crane's money. He can't go out and crazy spend, and also he's got to get the owner's approval on just about anything that he does. So therefore, in order to keep your job, you have to appease the owner. See Click, because James Click, as it was highlighted, they didn't communicate the right way for the owner. The owner didn't like the way they communicated, and he got rid of him after they won the World Series.
Texture says Royo. He's not a Hall of Famer, though. What about going over the tax for rentals makes sense? Well, you're helping a team. Like, you're making a team better. The Astros are right around the competitive balance tax. So, like, any trade that they make, they're going over. So, like, what about going over the tax for rentals makes sense? That you're improving the roster. Then by improving the roster, you're increasing the chances of winning it all. Yeah. That's what it's about.
And here's the thing, and it's about everything that goes with it too, because with as deep as you go in the playoffs, you're going to sell a ton of merchandise and food and tickets and revenues and make a boatload of money, but it gives your team the best chance to have a shot at winning it this year.
Yeah, I mean, if the Astros were lousy, I wouldn't go above it. If I didn't think if the Astros were the third wild card, but I didn't think that they had a chance to win the World Series, I wouldn't go above it.
No way.
I would be. In fact, if the Astros were the third wild card and I didn't feel like they had a chance to win the World Series, I would actually advocate for selling. But
Trade
I think,
Fromber.
I
trade
would.
Fromber at that point.
Like even if I'm third in the wild
If
card,
you're the third wild card, especially with the run the Astros have been on, and you don't think there's any chance in hell that they can actually get through the American League, then I am selling.
But it's the talent that I like. Like like Hunter and Fromber, a really good 1-2 punch back into the rotation, really good 1-2 punch. Pena was having an unbelievable year before he broke his rib. You still have Altuve doing his thing. Hopefully you get Jordan back. Like they're capable of winning it all. If you had a roster that was a 500 roster, but they were overachieving to lead the third wild card by one game, I would be banging the table to trade Fromber, saying you have no realistic chance to win it all. Get what you can get for him. But because they do have a realistic chance to win it all, in my opinion, absolutely not. Texture, one thing on the Astros side is they're the only team Correa would waive his no trade clause for. Yeah, I mean, if Minnesota's just like, if they're incentivized we need to get rid of Correa because he's making so much money, he's on the books for a ton of money, that does bode well for the Astros if they really do want
it. It weighs in your favor, and I think multiple sources came out that actually put their name to it and said that whether it was Correa told team players from the Astros or otherwise that he would be willing to waive his no trade for one team, and that was the Astros.
Texture, that's how you deplete your struggling farm. I mean, if you're taking a big contract, I don't think you're really depleting your farm. Like if you can get Correa because you take the money, you would have to give up a lesser prospect, which doesn't deplete the farm. If you haven't discussed the wild play last night at second base, please do. I didn't hear the telecast, but would Yiner have been out if the fielder would have tagged him first? Yes.
Yes.
Yes. The moment that the second baseman stepped on the second base bag, it basically made Yiner free. He was no longer a force runner.
Yep.
That was a low IQ play by that second baseman.
Indeed it was.
Just had to tag him. And then people were blaming Barksdale for that play. Did you see that?
The home plate umpire?
No,
That's right. He was not home plate. He was on the bases.
He was at third yesterday. I know that he's the crew chief, but that wasn't his call. That's the second base umpire's call, who's seeing if he hit the bag or made the tag first. And on the field, they got it wrong, but it was bang bang, and they got it right at the end of the day. It wasn't Barksdale's fault. I understand you all are all mad because of Barksdale's strike zone the other day, which I'm right there with you. But he wasn't even involved in that play yesterday.
No.
Trade Yiner for C straight up and do what you need to bring Correa back. See, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't. Trade Yiner straight
Those things are connected to me. I'm not trading Yiner for Cease. I'm not. And if there's a way to go out and get a different pitcher, okay. And again, we talked about it. If Bryce Matthews has nowhere to play, if you make the Correa move because you're locked in to all these veterans around the infield, then it would make more sense to trade Bryce Matthews and get another bat for the outfield or something else you need, or a starting pitcher.
Yeah. All right. 713-780-ESPN. We'll circle back to the Astros conversation a little bit as well. Now, Texans were out at the training fields today, training for the season. What has piqued your interest from Texans camp today? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You found the Killer Bees, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
713-780-ESPN, HRMP listener line, 713-780-3776. Key from LA is being salty. It's because he watches bad baseball. Finally, we were talking football. You guys just talked a whole hour and a half, Key from LA, about the same thing you guys are not getting. You're not getting Correa back. Stop it. Wishing an X will come back.
You know a whole lot about not a lot, Key.
It's not very nice of you.
That's okay. I'll be not very nice to Key.
You okay? You'll wear that one?
I'll be fine.
Being mean to
Enjoy
Key.
the Utah Jazz of baseball, Key.
Should we talk baseball one more segment just to annoy Key?
I'm fine with that.
I'm pretty defiant. I don't like when people tell me what to do.
I'm not above being petty.
Let's be petty, especially because we're from LA. If it was Key from Houston, hey, we would respect your opinion a little bit more. We might do what you say because look, we do what our listeners say. We're men of the people. We're a couple of average jabronis for the people. I can't use men of the people. I might get copyright infringement for that. So we're going to spend 7 more minutes talking about baseball. Key from LA, just because you aggravated me. And this is the Killer Bees. It's not the Killer Keys from LA. Did you see Schwab getting buried today? I think unfairly. Underdog MLB picked up the Correa thing where Carlos Correa will only waive his no-trade clause for the Astros per Michael Schwab. You're burying Schwab now, too.
Well, I'm just saying, of all the people, I would go with the more credible
Well, no one else had that.
put it out there.
No one
I
else
thought
had
Nightingale put it out there.
I don't think he did. I don't think he put out that piece of information.
I thought he did, but okay.
You might be right. I don't know. But regardless, it doesn't really change the conversation here. So anyways, Underdog Major League Baseball, Carlos Correa will only waive his no-trade clause for the Astros per Michael Schwab, which kind of reads like John Singleton's being DFA'd by the Astros per Lindsey Singleton a little bit, although she would be in the know. And Schwab's getting crushed for this. Like, he's not a source. That's not a source. He's not a source, blah, 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 blah. I think he's right. I think Michael Schwab does. Like, and I don't think that Schwab's like an insider. I don't think he's a beat reporter. But Schwab has pieces of information about the Astros before other people do.
Yeah, he has contacts. And I mean, I don't have it's one of those deals where everybody has contacts. Everybody has sources. And Schwab, we know, is all over everything with this team on a daily basis. Good on him that he gets credit for it. Don't hate on him for getting credit for it. He's built himself into a brand.
Yeah. I think
let's
he's
find out
right.
if he's right first.
I think he is right.
Well, but
I know. I'm just saying, like, let's find out if he's right before we absolutely bury him.
Yeah. Like, I mean, he's been right about other things in the past. Like, he was the first person who broke the news that Minute Maid Park was going to change its name. He was the first one that had, absolutely.
Now, wait a minute, Brian. If he just said that the Astros have been in on Carlos Correa, and then other sources with national credibility have already said that there's been discussions between the Astros and Twins about Correa, isn't he right?
No, because he said that he would only go to them.
Yeah, he's talking about a specific clause in the contract. But you're right. But you're right. He is right about the Astros' interest in Correa. Like he was tweeting about that.
Yeah, that part he's dead on about. The part about he would only go to the Astros. Like if he gets traded to, I don't know, name other contender.
Then he'd be wrong.
Yeah, exactly. Then we could bury him.
Now on the other side of that, whenever he came on our show last year, he said that the Astros were in on Guerrero.
Yeah.
But maybe they were. Maybe they did call about Guerrero. Like interest is very subtle. Very, very, I have Branham JBFL Fantasy Footballs this Saturday. I've checked in with every team in the league to see who I'm interested in.
Sup?
I'm interested in Josh Allen. Like the chances of me getting him aren't great, but I'm interested. Like that's how minor that could be. You know what I mean? So like the Astros interested in Suarez. That could have been whenever they were in the desert the other day. Dana Brown knocked on the general manager's suite.
Just walked down.
What do you think about Suarez? Huh?
Sup?
Yeah. What's the price on Suarez? That's interest. That's interest.
Yeah, interest could be one phone call.
So minimal.
It could be
so
one
minimal.
phone call.
Yeah, like all. I can't remember who tweeted it yesterday, but the Astros are like I forget who they were interested in yesterday.
Suarez.
It wasn't Suarez yesterday. It was some bat, and it was like
Brendan
the Astros.
Donovan.
I know it wasn't him either, but it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant to this conversation. Like the Astros are interested in player X. They should be interested in everybody who swings a bat with an OPS above 750.
Yeah.
Like they should. That's what Dana's job is. To call on everybody, to show interest in everybody. So like the interest word is always funny to me. Like I'm interested in going to the bathroom during this break. It may or may not happen. May or may not happen.
Because they definitely one of the ones that came out yesterday was Cease.
No, it was a bat. Because I remember saying that they should be interested in anybody who swings a bat and chews bubblegum at the same time, which they should be.
Yeah.
713-780-E from 713-780 ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Keith, you're in the Hive. What's up?
Hey guys, love the show. a couple of trades went down today. Obviously 3 players for Brian Hayes, and then another 3 players went to the Giants for the reliever Tyler Rogers. Did you guys think both kind of the Mets and the Reds kind of did it? I think that both of those deals were an overpay, right? Would you say 2 overpays? I think that even that Gilbert guy was an Astros prospect at one point, but for a middle reliever with a funky delivery, and then as Jeremy said, Brian Hayes is really not a great hitter, but it looks like he's got some, contract security. But both of those deals are a huge overpay.
I think that's in the eye of the beholder, right? I think that if the Mets don't see a whole lot of value in Drew Gilbert, and they know that they're a team that's headed for the playoffs right now, and their bullpen needs help, then what are they really giving up? If they feel like, maybe the other prospect, the one Buto was in their bullpen, but if you get a better reliever to replace Buto, you're giving up Drew Gilbert, you're giving up one other prospect, and you get a guy that can possibly enhance your chances to be successful going towards postseason, then I don't know if that's an overpay. I don't think it is.
I mean, it depends on how. I mean, it's relative, right?
Like, because I think that the Giants are selling. They're pulling the plug on just about anybody that they can get out from under.
Right, but I like the Giants' return to that. But this is the price of poker at the deadline. And if you want to look at it from an Astros angle, okay, if you're going to be a seller, you're probably going to overspend a little bit.
Well, plus, yeah, exactly. I mean, look, if you got to give to get, and if you think you're trying to get better than what you currently have in your bullpen, then you're going to have to give up something to get them. And even if the Giants are selling, they're not just going to sell because you're interested. They're going to take the best offer they can possibly get and try and start either rebuilding or replenishing.
Sure. But I mean, was Drew Gilbert a top 100 prospect?
He was at some point. I don't know if he's currently.
I don't know if he currently is either. So let's just call him a top 100-ish. Top 100-ish prospect. Like they included Gilbert in 2 minor leaguers or 2 prospects. One of them that may or might not be in the top 100 for a reliever. That's pretty pricey. I mean, the Astros last year traded 3 guys. None of them were in the top 100. Bloss, I think, was flirting with it for Kikuchi, like for a starter. So Rogers is a good pitcher, though. So, he's a reliever, but a good pitcher. Texture, we made it obvious time and time again that these farm rankings aren't worth it. We continue to find a way, make sensible moves to win right now. I do think that the Reds overpaid for Brian Hayes, though. That guy can't hit a lick.
No, he can't hit at all. Drew Gilbert currently is the Mets' top prospect in their organization. He was consistently ranked within the Mets top 10, but in the past he's been a top 100.
Yeah, I don't really care where a player ranks in a systems where a player ranks. Yeah, but I don't care where a player ranks in the a specific organization system. I'd rather have the 7th ranked prospect from the number 1 minor league system in baseball than the first best prospect in the worst minor league system in baseball. So I don't like looking at it team by teams, their top prospects.
I went to the MILB top 100 for this year. He's not on it.
He's dropped out.
Yeah, he's not on it.
He graduated. No, he didn't graduate because he hadn't been up. He just dropped out. Texture.
He flunked?
He flunked the top 100, Drew Gilbert. Someone called him a bum at Tennessee and a bum now. He wasn't a bum at Tennessee.
No,
he might have annoyed some people at Tennessee, but he wasn't a bum.
Cocky as all get out is what he was.
Texture, that's kind of Tennessee's way. I'm interested in dating Kate Upton. That's good for you. I wish you well. Bonda had the Correa rumor first, way before anyone else's, Adrian. I had heard it before Bonda did. I just didn't believe it. And I wasn't going to talk. I only had one source. I'm a journalist, so I need 2.
The list I'm looking at right now, apparently he slipped quite a bit because the 2024 list for the Mets organization, like Joel was talking about, was 2nd. 2025 list, they have him 12th for the Mets.
So he's played for 2 minor league teams this year. He's hitting 249, 347 on base. In 293 at bats, he's got 10 bombs, 8 doubles, 51 strikeouts.
Okay. So you had him where?
For the for the Mets prospect rankings this year, he's ranked 12th.
You have one?
He was 1. He slid.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know where Joel's. I'm looking at MILB. There's obviously a bunch of different sites that rank him, but for the Mets this year, they have him ranked 12th, so he certainly slipped quite a bit.
Texture says that Gilbert was a bum at Tennessee. Horrible attitude. That's the volunteer way. They're all like that there.
We're blasting the entire state?
They would be no. The Tennessee Volunteer Baseball Team.
Okay.
That's kind of their mantra. That's kind of their way. We're going to be sons of guns and rub it right in, and that's the way we're going to be.
Did they get into it with Vanderbilt?
They did. Yeah, they did. Yeah. They get into it just about anybody though. All right, 713-780-ESPN. I like that spite segment. Key from LA. I hope that taught you a lesson there, buddy. Hope it taught you a lesson. What has piqued your interest from Texans training camp? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
What has piqued my interest is telling you guys about Old Humble Distilling Company, Houston's finest micro distillery. I met with the owner, Joe, back in May, and his company is making, I have to say, the best line of whiskeys I've ever tasted. Maybe you're like me. You started off drinking the big brands because, you know, they're big names. It's what you see on TV. No shame in that. But I'm here to tell you there's a different way, a better option, and that option is local. I got tired of the big brands because, to me, they all tasted the same. And what Joe, the owner of Old Humble Distilling Company, told me made so much sense as the reason why. He said they all taste the same because the big brands are mass produced. They all use the same processes and are made in the same area of the country. If they all do it the same way, then no wonder they all taste the same. But that's not true at Old Humble Distilling Company, where their processes include better ingredients. It's handcrafted. They even use captured rainwater in their process, and their spirits are aged in barrels as small as 5 gallons to give every bottle an added complexity and deeper character. But find out for yourself by grabbing a bottle at Specs, Total Wine, or finer retailers. Can't find it? Just ask for Old Humble Distilling Company by name. Better yet, swing by their Humble tasting room, open Tuesday through Saturday till 6 and Fridays till 9 for date night. Every Friday from 5 to 9, you can get 2 whiskey flights, 2 premium cocktails, and a charcuterie board for 2, all for only $50. So go visit their distillery and tasting room at 19103 Continental Parkway, just off of FM 1960, and check out their selection of premium whiskeys at oldhumbledistilling.com. Try Old Humble Distilling Company, because life's too short for factory whiskey.
You found the Killer Bees, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
We're going to be out at Carbach tomorrow. Come hang out with us. Summer Circuit continues. It's going to be a great spot to let the trade deadline unfold. Brian's going to be out there on-site engineering. So Ryan's going to be in with us tomorrow.
I believe that's correct. I'll double check.
Have to do the intellectual playing the drop button whenever there's a trade in Major League Baseball. We're gonna tell you every trade that happens. Astro or not Astro. Let them know where that is.
Every trade that happens, even like a minor, like irrelevant relief
trade.
pitcher.
Any trade.
All right.
Every single trade. We are your home of the Major League Baseball trade day. Can we officially say that? Can
I
they
don't
sue
know
us?
if we've sold that, but why not?
Can Manfred get onto us for that? I'll go Bryce Harper on that guy.
You going to go nose to nose?
Can we be the
Tell him
most
to get the F out?
interactive
No, it'd be
trade
nose to
deadline
forehead.
show?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we can be.
I think
we can make it work. And we're going to be so interactive that you can come see us live and in the flesh.
Some would say the most interactive.
No.
This is on
Second or third.
Okay.
Second or third. For mediocre at best radio right here.
Set the bar
on
low
Killer
so
Bees.
we
but I
can
think we
exceed
could be the
expectations.
most interactive trade deadline show.
We could be. I mean, will the highway to hell be
chance.
telling you every single trade in Major League Baseball tomorrow?
No
No,
chance.
they'll be concentrating on CJ not throwing.
Well, I mean, the A-team might. They're the
A-team
Astros
could.
flagship. They might be doing every single trade.
Just Astros related. I don't think they're.
You
gonna
don't think
do
they'll?
anything. I don't think they'll cover the rest of Major League
Yankees
Baseball. They
make
might-
a
yeah,
trade
like,
with
not
the
everyone.
Pirates tomorrow. They
Yeah,
trade
not
for Mitch
everyone.
Keller.
They're going to trade. They're going to mention the ones that affect teams
know,
that might be in the hunt. With
I don't know that we're going to be the most interactive Major League Baseball trade deadline show in the city of Houston tomorrow, but gosh darn it, we're going to try.
Okay, it's good to have goals. Let's have a target.
But we'll be at Carback tomorrow. Hopefully you will as well. Summer Circuit continues. Join ESPN Houston every week as we visit different restaurants all over the greater Houston area. And each week you can register to win our grand prize of the summer, a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company, a $4,000 value. For registration, stop by the promo table. Again, Carback tomorrow, noon to 6. Paulie starts it off at noon. We'll be there at 3. All the way until 6 o'clock right there at Carbach Brewery. Find the entire summer circuit schedule at ESPN975.com. Every time I say $4,000 value, I hold up the 4 like I'm a member of the 4 Horsemen.
Or you're Alex Bregman.
No, if we did that.
He did both. He started it here and then he went here.
I think he did this number.
I always thought him do this.
I think he used both hands.
Okay.
But this is 4 Horsemen right here. Right? No, he did. Flair would do it sideways.
I thought the pictures were always up.
Maybe
Flair
it
would do
was,
it
maybe
side?
it was the enforcer Arn Anderson. Because I kind of
Yeah.
look. I got an enforcer body. I got an Arn Anderson body.
I don't think he gets
Little
the
top
spine
heavy.
buster the same way.
Anyways, what has piqued your interest at Texans training camp today, Blankers?
I think there's a lot. I think the fact that for me, I know everybody's talking about him today because he was talking a lot today. But I think that what I like about CJ Gardner-Johnson is he's come as advertised, but he brings the juice. And I think that, when the defense makes a play, he gets them fired up. They seem to have that extra juice with him. It seems like the offense, even when they get the best of them, have been in on it to push him but in a playful way. And I think that everybody really has accepted and likes him already on this team. And I think it might have been one of the things that they're kind of missing in terms of a guy that's not afraid to be a little bit outspoken, but can back it up and can kind of bring some juice for this defense. So I've liked that. I think the 2 young guys in the secondary that they drafted this year, though probably not right away, I think there's a lot of potential with Jalen Smith and Jalen Reed. And then our daily offensive line report for me is the fact that it seems like everything is stock on the number 1 offensive line with the exception of center, and that it seems like Patterson and Andrews day after day are going to just alternate.
Yeah, I think ultimately, gun to your head, who wins the job?
It seems to me they'll lean with the guy that's already been here in Patterson.
Mm-hmm.
But I wouldn't be surprised if it was Andrews.
That's right.
No, because I think they're going to choose Patterson.
Okay.
I think that
I'm torn on it.
Part of me feels like I could go with Andrews and I'd be okay with it.
I think it's a coin flip right now.
We just don't know really anything about Andrews. It feels,
but you know that Nick does.
Yeah.
Well,
do we trust what he knows about offensive linemen though?
That too.
Well, Kaylee and Andrews never spent time together. It was Popovich.
No, not Kaylee. I'm talking about Caserio. Caserio and Popovich knowing.
I think Caserio was gone from New England.
Yeah, Jake was drafted in 2023.
I think he was gone from New England. Now he was at that little small school at Popovich. Which school was it? I can't remember.
Emory.
I don't
Is that right?
Nah, I don't think that's where Andrews played. But regardless, whatever. It's beside the point. I think it's going to be Andrews. I think he probably fits Popovich a little bit better. But it does feel like the 4 other spots are already won.
Mm-hmm.
Like I feel like this offensive line battle, I think it's 80% complete.
I agree.
Right?
Yeah, one of the things I took from what Jonathan Alexander was tweeting out today was that it seems like maybe it's in part because Urswee's played well, but maybe more so in part because Blake Fisher has not played well. But it seems like right tackle's locked up for Urswee. Blake Fisher, I read every single day how he's being not kicked out like he's told to go to the locker room, but basically like, hey, get out of
because he did a pre-snap penalty.
Right, like he's in an 11-11 or 7-7 or whatever, and he gets booted out like because he makes a mistake and he's not correcting the mistake. So it seems like Urswee's running away with right tackle.
Andrews went to Troy.
That's what it was. That's where they spent a year together.
That's right.
He and Popovich.
Yeah.
I think it's 80% settled. I think the dust is settling on 80% of the offensive line.
On the flip side of what you were talking about, Brian, on the Ursary standpoint, everybody is gushing about the kid, from his work ethic to the fact that you hear other linemen say that he's totally asking every veteran lineman questions day in, day out. I saw McShay talking. They reposted a McShay clip of when McShay was scouting him, and he was mentioning some of the guys, including Brown, were guys like him, big guys that could still bend their knees and get down. They're athletic for their size. And then you hear Will Anderson Jr. and other guys talking about him too. I think that as much as I didn't think that was going to happen right off the top, I think he's your right tackle.
Yeah, I do too. The Fisher apparently hasn't taken like a first team rep like in the last 3 days of practice, according to what I've read on the internet.
Yesterday, when they did kind of throw him in with a lot of the starters, he was pre-snap penalty.
He's gone. You brought up C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Yeah. This isn't really pertinent to anything. I just thought it was funny. C.J. Gardner-Johnson walked up the podium. And this is the first 10 seconds of the C.J. Gardner-Johnson experience in Houston.
Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me in the back? All right, bet. And action. Hot.
There you go. I just thought it was funny. This C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Also heard Petrie today. He was talking to the media. He's like, what does Gardner-Johnson bring? He's like, he talks a lot. I think this is why he's played on so many teams, and he doesn't have that long of tenures on any of these teams. I think he might wear out his welcome because he talks too much.
Yeah, he definitely does that.
Now, I do think he's going to be good.
Bet.
I think I'm going to like this guy for a year, and then I think after a year, he's going to annoy the heck out of me.
Can you hear me in the back?
The key is can he still play at a high level?
I think he can.
Yeah, I do too. And so that's why I think that's how long his tenure will last. As long as he can back up the talk with really good play, I think everybody will be just fine. The minute that the play starts slipping and the mouth keeps going, I think that'll be a problem.
For sure. I believe that he and Bullock are going to be a really good safety tandem. I think they have the potential of being a top 10 safety tandem in the NFL. And I think Stingley and Lassiter have a capability of being a top 3 corner tandem in the NFL. And then you combine the corners and the safeties. Look at me using my math. I think you're looking at a top 5 secondary in the NFL.
I think that goes hand in hand with the fact that I think you're looking at the same thing from the defense. I think the defense is top 5. I think it could be much higher. I think this defense is so freaking talented, and they're going to be all over the place. And they just now they have a little bit more personality to them with CJ. But at the same time, I think this defense is top 3 in the NFL.
What has piqued your interest in Texans camp? I have a few more. I think Brian does as well. What do you have, Hive? 713-780-3776. I'll tease it with this. What's greater, the defensive line being good or the offensive line being bad? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You found the Killer Bees, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Rackham Pete says you're not a horseman until you say whether you like it or don't like it. It's the best thing going today. Woo! Having a hard time keeping these alligators down. Is that what he said?
Yeah. I was wondering.
Limousine riding, kiss stealing, jet sitting, son of a gun.
Yeah, you forgot Rolex wearing.
My bad.
Yeah.
I don't like wearing jewelry. Texture, can you please go back to the aquarium so everyone can ask you where the bathroom is located?
That happened.
I ended up getting enjoyment. I just started talking to them on the air.
Oh.
In hindsight, I'm upset that we didn't have a microphone for them. I'm like, can you grab the microphone and start talking? Next time we're going to do that. Do we have Brian? You're in charge of the equipment from time to time. Do we have an XLR with just a standalone mic?
No,
that you
we
can
don't.
put in there?
Not to my knowledge.
What? How are we in radio and don't have a 5-foot XLR with a standalone mic? Just grab one of these. This is a microphone with an XLR. You can grab this, put it in your gear, good to go.
We can
Brian,
always
you know
just
what?
hand them
You're
the
what's wrong
headset.
with the world.
Oh,
You're
here
what's
we
wrong
go.
with. No, we can't do it. You see how quickly he said no? No,
I said
can't
no,
do
we
it.
don't have
no,
one.
Brian, we're gonna find a way. I could literally find a way in 3 seconds.
Can I help you on this one?
There you go. Done.
Can I help you on this one? Almost every
kind of
kid
triggered me. I didn't like that answer.
Well, but think about this.
No. What do you
Because
mean no?
we've
Tell
all
the
been in
talent
charge
no.
of the equipment.
That's true.
Almost every one of the kits that we've had to either to take somewhere has 3 headsets with a mic.
Yeah, Brian. 3 headsets.
And they're almost always
I
connected.
just said we
in
can
case
use the
we have a guest.
headset.
Brian,
we
you
just
just
don't have
said no, we can't do it.
No, I said no, we don't have one. You asked me if we have one. I said no.
I'm going to bring my own 3-foot XLR with my own standalone mic, and I'm going to take care of business. I'm going to put matters into my own hands.
So people can ask us where the bathroom is on air.
Yeah.
It's a great plan.
It's you know what's better? You know what? It's better doing that than people coming up asking us questions that nobody can hear, and then we respond to said questions. It's right over there around the rock. You see the stingray? You've gone too far.
Whatever you can use the Stingray as a point of reference. I think you got to go with it.
I can guarantee y'all will be the most interactive show discussing the trade deadline on F-Film in Houston. That's a great point. That's a really good point. Text.
Very accurate.
Good call. Lamont says, I was in a meeting while listening to the Killer Bees and heard JB, could be either one of us, say he thinks that the St. Luke Stros are a World Series contender. All capital letters. Man, this team don't got it. Quote, ooh, I got an ingrown toenail. I need a sick day. End of quote.
You might think they don't got it, but they can get it based on guys they get back and what they do between now and tomorrow at this time.
You know, this was a low-key, subtle flex, though. I was in a meeting. He had to let us know that he was in a meeting.
Was the meeting a flex, though?
Yes, I'm important enough to be in a meeting.
No,
Only important people
I
go
don't
to
think
meetings.
anyone wants to be in a meeting.
It's
That's not a flex.
That means you have something going on with your day. That means that something
He
is
could
a
have met
call
the
to
garbage
action.
collector curbside to get ticked off at the way they were collecting his trash.
I mean, I was in a meeting while listening to the beat. That seems like a reach that he was talking to the trash collector.
I'm just saying there's lots of different ways you could be in a meeting.
I think a meeting's a subtle flex. I'm so important that I'm in a meeting.
I think my wife and I could have been in the kitchen discussing what we were going to do with our kids' after school issue.
You could, but you wouldn't then go on and tell people you were in a meeting. Like saying that you were in the meetings, like, look at me, I got important stuff going on today. He could have easily sent that message without flexing that he was in a meeting. I was listening to you guys. I heard y'all say the St. Luke Stros are a World Series contender. Like you didn't have to drop the meeting.
Maybe it was an
My
attempt
HOA
at a flex.
sent me a letter and said that my shrubs in the front weren't trimmed correctly. I was in a meeting.
But why would you bring that up?
Because I took it to the HOA and had to meet with them and fight it.
You're reaching so hard right now. Why
I
would
think
you?
You're reaching so hard.
Why would you need to bring that up in conversation? Like if we're having a baseball conversation, you're like, "Well, I heard you whenever I was talking to the HOA," and this, like, no. Why would you do that?
Because I could say I was in a meeting and I missed listening to the rest of your conversation, and I was meeting with the HOA.
Now, look at you flexing that you live in a neighborhood that needs an HOA,
and you don't.
I didn't bring it up.
Okay,
Don't most neighborhoods
I
have
didn't
an
flex
HOA?
it up.
I'm
It depends.
I'm giving you a random example.
Yeah.
It didn't say it referred to me personally.
I think it's a useless piece of information that was used to, hey, I'm important. Look at me.
Maybe
Look
it was
at
an
me.
attempt to flex. I don't think it was
I don't think it was an
successful
intentional.
flex.
I don't even think it was like an intentional one per se. It might have even been an unintentional flex. But like, oh yeah, I had stuff going on in my morning while I was listening. Like he didn't need to say that. He didn't need to say I was in a meeting.
You're right in that. I just don't think it could actually be a successful flex because no one is impressed by you being in a meeting.
No, I think a meeting does carry a bit of significance. It does. It does.
Not to me.
Every meeting that we just brought up has a bit of significance. HOA lives in a neighborhood that is nice enough to have an HOA. That's a bit of significance. Even the trash at the road. How many neighborhoods have trash pickup at road? Quite a bit.
I think most.
Yeah,
Well, I mean,
almost all.
that means you're nice enough to live in a subdivision. Some people live in trailer parks where they don't have trash
It's
pickup.
not necessarily subdivision because I think in the city of Houston, you still have trash pickup twice a week.
Okay, you're nice enough to live in one of the largest cities in America. You go out to like Splendora at the trailer park. They might not have trash pickup. That's a
bury in
subtle
Splendora?
flex. That's a subtle flex.
Everyone in Splendora, they all live in trailer parks.
I didn't say all of them. I said a trailer park
I think
in
you just
Splendora.
buried Splendora.
No,
It's a trailer
There's
park community.
There are some trailer parks in Splendora. Fact or fiction? Fact. Cash or trash? Cash.
I think you should just start naming other cities you assume are mostly trailer parks. After Splendora, of course.
I'm gonna bite my tongue on this. I'm gonna chill out. Mostly in California. Most of the places out there.
All right.
On the West Coast. Did y'all see the tsunami stuff yet last night?
No.
Apparently it wasn't as big as they thought.
Thankfully.
I stayed up trying to watch it, and then I fell asleep watching it. Apparently it didn't kick up like it was supposed
Who
to.
did it mostly affect?
I don't think it really had
Hawaii,
any
right?
Hawaii?
Well, I think it was supposed to, but did it have any damage?
To your point, I don't think it was as extensive as was feared, but I did see a lot of people posted videos about being stranded in high rises or taller buildings, not being able to get out, and seeing it with the water and the action that was coming, that it looked like it could be pretty severe.
I was watching some weather stuff yesterday, and there was like a guy, like a meteorologist, doing most of the coverage, and then like suddenly this blonde girl came in and she like completely hijacked all of the coverage. I felt bad for the guy, and the guy was getting like super annoyed with her too. It was kind of funny. It was more funny than the tsunami, which is not funny.
It wasn't our guy Jim Cantori.
No, it wasn't him. Kind of looks like Tony Levine, Jim Cantori.
Yeah,
He would be out in the water if he was covering it.
Did he have time to get there?
Well, that's true. He may not.
Chick-fil-A's.
Chick-fil-A.
Yeah. What's greater, the Houston Texans defensive line being good or the Houston Texans offensive line being bad?
I'm going to say that it's greater the defense.
Okay, I think I'm with you. I think the defensive line is better than the offensive line is bad, but I do think the question is fair.
Yeah, I think, and I think that as it relates to practices, I think the best thing you got going for you on this makeshift offensive line and however you're trying to construct it is you're going up against one hell of a defensive line. So they're getting some of the best to try and figure it all out with. And hopefully it's going to be easier going against different teams than what you're going against every day in practice.
Yeah. What do you think here, Brian? What's greater, the defensive line being good or the offensive line being bad?
Yeah, I think the offensive line, if, five fingers make a fist, the chemistry matters. They could be, outside of the bottom five, closer to 20. So at that point, if that's my belief and it is, then I would definitely say the defensive line is greater because I think they could be a top 3 unit.
It's unanimous.
Yeah, I definitely think they're top 3.
Yeah, I would.
Now the offensive line could change this quickly. We could look at back this as a silly answer, but as it stands right now, I'll say defensive line.
Mm-hmm. We're all in agreement there. Did you see there was a fight today?
No.
British Brooks and Russ Yeast got into a little bit of a scrum. They were pushing a little bit. Yeast started slow, but he was able to rise at the top at the end.
I thought you were going to say there was a yeast infection. So okay.
No, they really did have I don't think they threw any punches, but there was a little bit of a shove, and then everybody sensationalizes training camp fights. Oh no, what's going to happen? How do you prevent fights in training camp?
You don't have training camp, a real training camp, unless you have at least one fight.
I kind of like it. I kind of want my offensive players and my defensive players punching each other at least once in training camp.
Tired of them, right?
And you had the British Bulldog Brooks fighting Russ Yeast. I mean, it's like it's like the King of the Ring.
It's like SummerSlam
King
out
of
of
the
Wembley
gridiron.
in '92.
Yeah. I like. Neither guy's gonna make the team. It's like the best.
So would you say 10-9 round for British Brooks?
I don't know. You didn't catch my joke where I said Yeast started slow but rose to the top.
Yeah,
you didn't
it's kind of a
catch
gross joke.
D'Amico said that sacks are overrated today. Now, he was asked, which stat do you think is overrated? He said sacks.
Really?
Yeah, because he's like, you can pressure the quarterback, impact the play, maybe
how many
force
times
the
did we
quarterback,
talk
throw
about
the
the
ball in
fact-
the air. The guy can intercept it. It's not a sack, but you created a turnover.
It was like a clowny argument.
I can see where he's coming from, though.
But we always talked about getting home. Like, it's one thing that you get in the backfield, but who was it? Like a year or so ago, was it Will? Where we kept saying that he was
Yeah, it was
pressuring,
Will.
he was getting in the backfield.
Rookie
but
year,
at a certain point, we want him to get home and start landing some of those.
I see where he's coming from, though, because like you can have an incredible impact on a play and blow up a play, could even lead to a turnover play without creating the set. Like, what would you rather have? Will Anderson in the face of Josh Allen in the AFC Championship game, because Allen's giving that game away, and he's right in his face and he just heaves it up in the air and you have an interception? Or would you rather, Will Anderson get home and sack him? Obviously, you'd rather have the interception.
You want the ball.
Now, what would you say is the most overrated stat then? If D'Amico said sacks, defensive-minded coach, he got offended by that the other day when he was called a defensive-minded. He said, I'm not a defensive-minded coach, I'm just a coach. What do you think is the most overrated stat in football? D'Amico says sacks.
Joel, do you have one first? Because I've got a couple.
Go ahead.
I to me, like some of the kind of efficiency numbers, I would specifically say like completion percentage, because that could be elevated by just a bunch of checkdowns. Like Derek Carr, when that game he had 13 completed passes to Alvin Kamara. His completion percentage looks great, but it's just a bunch of easy checkdowns. And then also I would sometimes say yards per attempt rushing can be a little bit overrated, because context of the game matters. Is it late in the game where they're up and the defense knows they're going to be running? Are they behind and the defense is playing more of a light box where more running lanes are open? Like there's context in there that's missing.
I think passing yards can be
That's where I was
extremely
gonna go.
overrated.
Remember how many times we talk about a team that gets down by a bunch of? Remember Dak that one year when he led the league in passing, but they were down by double digits so quickly that all they did the rest of the game was pass, and in most cases the defense was in a prevent or something close to it.
Yeah. My favorite one to use in this example is like Blake Bortles. Blake Bortles had like a top 5 fantasy football season one year.
Yeah, he had a year where he had like 35 passing touchdowns. It was weird.
I think that can be overrated. Rushing yards, not so much. Receiving yards, not so much. Passing yards, yes. A texter said sacks versus pressures. I'd rather have sacks than pressures. So maybe pressures could be a bit overrated. Because, if you're pressuring the quarterback, that's great. But what if the quarterback's capable of sustaining the pressure and still completing a pass?
Yeah, like a Josh Allen.
Pressures would be far more overrated than sacks. Josh Allen until the playoffs. I was watching quarterbacks yesterday, and Josh Allen, you remember the push pass he had last year?
I do.
It was for a touchdown, but they called it back because there was a penalty on the play.
Weren't they questioning whether he got credit for the?
Well, there was a holding on the play.
Oh, well, there was another one where they were questioning. Weren't they questioning like who got credit for the pass?
It might have been a different play.
Okay.
Might have been a different play. But they're playing the Lions. That show's good. I really enjoyed that show. Did you finish that one?
Not yet, no.
Yeah, I'm about 6 episodes in, but very, very good. Texter, I like my football players like I like my radio hosts, wanting to smack the smile off each other's faces. That's my kind of text right there. That's my kind of guy. Is the defensive line as close to the top as the offensive line is close to the bottom? Yeah, probably.
That's kind of what we already asked.
Yeah, it's pretty much the same question. A lot of people on meetings, alimony meeting, says the texter. Is that a flex?
No.
I mean, it shows you got a little bit of income.
True. Yeah,
Shows you got some revenue
for them
coming
to
in.
take some.
My uncle used to say I have a meeting to get to when he needed to go to the bathroom. I have a code word for that too. For someone who's in meetings all day, they dang sure ain't no flex. I mean, you're in a meeting all day means you have a nice, well-paid job. That's a flex.
But no one wants to be in a meeting, so it's not a flex.
But why would you say that you're in a meeting?
Well, that part to me is a separate conversation. Like it's weird that you bring it up, but it's not a flex.
The meeting was totally an attempt to flex, but AA doesn't count. You're supposed to go to those. That's mean. Don't be mean to Lamont. BMAC casually flexing. He's been rich all his life. Man thinks everyone has an HOA. LOL. That's a good point. That's a good point.
Definitely not rich, but I haven't lived in a neighborhood without one.
The sign in front of my neighborhood reads luxury homes from the 50s to 60s, no HOA. I mean, how old is that sign? That sign's got to be 25 years old. Luxury homes in the 50s and 60s? 40 years old.
Yeah. 30 at the very least, but definitely more like 40, 50 years.
Yeah, that's an old sign. There's a trailer park in every city. Thank you for backing me up. The city of Houston has trailer parks also. Thank you for backing me up. Pete, quote, meeting is what some of my coworkers use when they're sitting in the stall and they get a text or phone call. Some people do that. Passing yards, most overrated. Yards after catch shouldn't be credited to the quarterback. I trash that, actually. I think that yards after the catch can be credited to the quarterback because a lot of times yards after catch, they're born from a well-located pass. Like if you're like, just say you're having a little drag route with like one of the best, yards after catch receivers. Let's say Jamar Chase. Jamar Chase is running a drag. Joe Burrow throws it behind him. It ruins his opportunity for a great yard after catch.
Yeah.
You lead him in stride, huge yards after catch. So I'd nitpick that. nitpick that quite a bit, actually.
I think he can. I see where the texture's coming from, because like if a receiver just kills a DB on a double move, and then the quarterback just like kind of like Tua, he throw a pop fly to Tyreek, and Tua gets the entire credit for it. I think you're right. A well-placed ball and a drag would be a place we could give the quarterback credit, but if the wide receiver just completely shakes and bakes the guy, and then the quarterback just has to lollipop it to him, then I wouldn't give him credit on
Still
that.
got to be a well-located ball, though.
I mean, some of those passes from Tua to Tyreek were, but it still counted the same.
I think it's case by case here.
Sure.
Because, I mean, if you throw it behind him and you like underthrow the pass, okay, well, then he's not going to get any yards after the catch because he's going to catch the ball and he's going to be tackled. But if you hit him in stride, catches the ball, runs 40 yards down the field, touchdown, Dolphins, yay, we are all happy. So, like, I think it's case by case. It's why I think football stats are in large part overrated.
Agreed.
Especially like accuracy stats. Because, like, we're talking, let's just say a 15-yard in-breaking route. You hit him in stride, perfect pass, 1-for-1 completion. What if you throw it behind him, but you have a great receiver, comes back, makes a one-handed catch?
All
1-for-1 completion.
Yeah.
That wasn't the same accuracy.
Right.
So, completion percentage right there is kind of skewed.
No, I
They get
agree.
yards after contact too, don't they?
Mostly for running backs.
I was going to say, because from a running back's perspective, you can get contact in the backfield because of the fact that your offensive line sucks. And yeah, you get some yards after contact, but how effective is that if you're not getting positive yards?
Football stats need more context than I think any other sport. Any other sport. Because like a home run in baseball, okay, like what is like the biggest gap and differences of home run? Like, okay, you hit one against Cooper Hummel in the 9th versus you hit one against Framber Valdez in the first. Like,
who was the pitcher?
Like
matters.
that's the biggest margin. But how often does that happen? Like you still have to hit the ball over the dimensions of the park. I think context in football matters more than any other sport.
Maybe it's just because there's more starters than any other sport. Like there's more variables involved in football, so there's more reason to have to explain the context of what happened.
Yeah, very nuanced conversation.
That's what we do here.
I love football. We're sophisticated
I
conversation.
think sports by sport, which you would say the same thing about. Like, would you say plus minus is a bad stat?
I think plus minus is very skewed.
Yeah.
It needs context.
Absolutely. It needs context.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess that's your point. Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe it's all sports.
Did you see Lamont's responses to what? Because the minute I read Lamont's
seen
tweet,
it yet.
the first thing I said was, which JB? And he put, oh bleep, it was Jeremy. I never realized y'all had the same initials. I really need to stop smoking this new weed.
That was his meeting. That was the meeting.
There you go. There's a lot of clout there.
To defend Lamont, like when I first started working with you guys, I think I, out of habit, referred to Jeremy as JB, and I was like, oh, and then Joel, I think
I was
said
always
something.
like, okay, that's me. I just,
Yeah,
I knew you guys knew each other
but
previously enough to call for you to call him JB. But yeah, I've
it
always
didn't
been called
dawn,
JB
I mean,
my
I
whole
knew
life.
your initials, obviously, but it just didn't dawn on me because I've been so used to calling Jeremy JB.
Yards after contact is a wide receiver stat. No, it's not.
It could be both.
I mean,
But it's mostly running backs.
used as a running back.
Yeah,
he gets
mostly
hit.
used for
And the
running
yards
backs.
that you have
for
after
receivers too.
Yards after catch.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
usually yak is yards after catch when you're
Yes.
talking about it from a
Okay.
receiver standpoint. Yeah. Okay. 713-780-ESPN. Let's move on. 713-780-3776. I'm going to try to trigger blankers with a
Yay.
quarterback list that exists. Our favorite person, Mike Tannenbaum, who was probably the worst guest we've ever had on this show. Mike Tannenbaum. Were
He
you with
was
us yet?
really bad. I do remember that.
No, I don't think
He
I was.
easily the worst guest
He
we've ever
was
had.
distracted. He was seemingly bothered to have to do it.
Yeah. Yeah, worst guest. I think we ended it early. I think we were mocking him as we ended the conversation too. I wouldn't stand for that. New Yorkers, they're not welcome on this radio station. But Mike Tannenbaum has a list out there that I'm going to try to trigger blinkers with. 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we go to the break, a word for Temperature Pro. Look, we know that it is extremely hot in Houston right now. These are the dog days, and you need to make sure your AC is up to snuff. If it's not, or you have any concerns, or you want to feel better about your air conditioning, you need to get a checkup. You need to get it looked at. You need to have someone that knows what they're doing take a look at everything that you got going with your AC. That's why I recommend Temperature Pro. I mean, it's easy for us when we get reads and we get sponsors to talk about them. It's a lot easier for me to talk about Temperature Pro because aside from all that, I can know and trust them better than most because I grew up with the owner and I spent the majority of my young life with him as my best friend. John Blitz and I go way back to Milwaukee, Wisconsin. We've been friends forever, and now we're both in Houston, Texas. He owns Temperature Pro, and I'm here speaking for them. Take my word for it. John Blitz is a guy that is a man of his word. He's a man of integrity, and he's going to take care of you guys with his company, Temperature Pro. 20-plus years of service. They're trusted. They're reliable, and you can check their reviews as well. A+ by the Better Business Bureau to start with, and that's pretty darn good. They have all the top brands, Train, Carrier, Daikin, Goodman, and Lennox, but they're offering you fantastic financing right now. 12 months, no payments, no interest. Put your AC needs in the trusted hands of Temperature Pro and my good friend John Blitz, and you are going to be doing the right thing each and every time you have anything going on with your AC. Go to blitzproservices.com right now, BLITZ proservices.com, or just call them. It's an easy to remember phone number, 281-247-5925, 281-247-5925. Go check out Temperature Pro today.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
713-780-ESPN. Tannenbaum is going to trigger blankers in a moment. But first, let's go out to the HRP listener line. Our guy's out of the meeting. It's out of the meeting. Flexing using a meeting. Lamont, you're in the hive with the Bees. Good to hear from you, Lamont. Hope the meeting went well.
It was all right, man. It was for ERP, man, trying to get a new financial system, man. We had to go over our statement of work, SOW. But anyways,
it's very important.
I was calling to back up Jeremy about the context of I'm sorry?
I was going to hang up on you. You're agreeing with Jeremy. No one wants to hear that.
Yeah, Jeremy, you too, Joel, man. You too. But I was calling to back up Jeremy about the whole context in football stats. And I just want to tell you guys a story that I heard long ago from Indy Kalu. He was telling the story about when he came to the Texans. It was a preseason game, and there was a player in that game that was he had got like, I want to say 3 sacks and an interception or something like that, and all of Houston was going crazy. He said the next week that player was cut because he was playing way out of position. While the fans was going crazy about this player, the coaching room didn't like this player. He told that story, and I used to always go in on pro football talk, man, because I think that a lot of local media, I'm not just talking about Houston, I'm talking about everybody. They used to always go back to pro football talk, and I was like, man, some of these stats don't really tell the whole story. So you do need some context or a narrative behind those stats. That's all I have, fellas. Back to my meeting.
Lamont meeting with financial advisors and stuff, and you guys were trying to tell me that wasn't a flex. I think he confirmed it. No, but they are. I mean, look, like Brock Osweiler used to always say that, every interception tells a different story, and that is true. Like, we would mock him because he threw a lot of interceptions, but it is true. Like, every sack tells a different story too. Like, J.J. Watt's being double teamed versus the guy on the other end of the line who's being, one-on-one against the worse or lesser tackle, depending on where Watt's lining up. Which one's more significant? Which one's like a better job? Which one is deserves a little bit more credence? So, I mean, everything has to be looked at with context. I mean, you see guys have multiple interception games, the quarterback throws it right at them.
Yeah, no, you're right. And I think that to me, what Lamont was saying is the old Kelvin Cato contract. You can go out in a preseason game, depending on who you're playing against or not playing against, or and how you're lining up. You could have a triple double and get $49 million and not be worth a quarter of it.
Yeah. He feasted. He got paid. He did. Mike Tannenbaum came out with a list. I'll get to it in a second here. Top 100 NFL, another quarterback's on the list. Justin Herbert at 56. Herbert or Stroud?
Stroud.
Okay, so we think Stroud might be on here like next week.
That's
50-ish.
That's an interesting one because Herbert obviously has had higher highs in his career, and he was better last year. So it's odd that Stroud would be Stroud would be ranked ahead of him.
One better in the playoffs.
No, I know. It's just that's an interesting ranking. Is all I'm saying.
I think Stroud will be ahead of him though.
I do too, but that's interesting.
And then Aiden Hutchinson 55. I thought that was actually a little bit low for Hutchinson. I think Hutchinson's better than a top 55
player.
I
think injury probably affects him there.
I mean, he still had 7.5 sacks in 5 games.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously it affects him, but I don't like this list. This list stinks. Aiden Hutchinson 55. All right, Mike Tannenbaum.
Bring it.
Top NFC quarterbacks going into the season. Number 1 on his list is Jordan Love.
So ridiculous. Just so absolutely stupid from a guy that this looks like the Jets look stupid and Tannenbaum look even worse. The fact that this is your take, like it was one thing for Orlovsky to crap all over Jalen Hurts a week ago, but the fact that you're going to tell me with all the success of all the quarterbacks in the NFC, including a rookie last year in Jaden Daniels, and the fact that the Super Bowl winning quarterback has gotten better every single year in Hurts, and the fact that a guy like Matthew Stafford, who keeps doing it at a very high level, and you're going to put Jordan Love on the top of that list. I mean, that is absolutely moronic.
Yeah, I think it's really, really silly. The biggest beef that I have is that Jalen Hurts is 4.
This is getting clicks, right? There's no explanation that you could give to why Love would be first that isn't just, I'm trying to get clicks.
Probably.
It has to be.
Yeah,
Probably.
because Orlovsky, I think, was doing the same thing. It was click-driven. The fact that he left Jalen Hurts out of his top 10, was it? He had him like 14 or something like that.
Well, Cam Newton did, and actually I think Orlovsky got onto him, and Cam Newton went back and had a tirade about it.
Orlovsky did something like this where he really undervalued a guy that was really good, and then he got a lot of run for it. But it was like, come on, man. I mean, the ESPN's gotten very clickbaity.
Dre says if Hutchinson's 55, Stroud ain't on the list. I think Hutchinson's a better football player than Stroud, but Stroud's going to be on here.
Yeah, they're overranking quarterbacks.
Yeah. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener. His top 5 was Jordan Love 1, Jaden Daniels 2, Jared Goff 3, Jalen Hurts 4, Baker Mayfield 5.
Goff above Hurts. It's I don't want to listen to the explanation because it might give me a brain aneurysm, but I'd be curious to know what the explanation is. Because
brain what?
It's probably
brain
stats
aneurysm.
related.
Well, what's stat? I mean, I guess total passing yards you could give Goff, but other than that, like, what are you basing this upon?
Look, I have Hurts way higher than Goff.
Yeah,
but I am a fan of Goff. I do think Goff's underrated.
I think Goff is top 5. He's not above Hurts, though.
Would agree.
Yeah.
Would you have him above Baker?
Yes. I think Baker above Goff would be recency bias.
Would you have Goff ahead of Love?
Yes.
Yeah, I would too. Golf's always better than Love. 18 holes on a Saturday afternoon. It's better than any sort of Love.
Or they could have Golf third.
Golf behind Daniels and Hurts.
Yeah. And obviously, I mean, as long as we're crapping all over Jordan Love, Dak should be on this list above Jordan Love.
I would agree.
I would too.
I know I didn't have to sell you.
I think Dakota Rain's a little underrated. I do. I think he's going to lead the league in passing this year, perhaps. Top three.
Did he do it 2 years
He's
ago?
He's got
You gotta stay healthy.
enough
We're
passing
close to it.
weapons, and his line is decent. Although they lost somebody yesterday.
Yeah, but they actually got good news on that because they were fearing a torn ACL and it was just a fractured
He'll
leg.
be back in 4 to 6 weeks, but it should be it's a possibility for opening game. Yeah, I think Dak's going to have a good year.
He's got to stay healthy, but I think he's in the. I wonder if there's odds on that somewhere.
What, to lead the league in passing?
Yeah, because if he's like plus 1,000, I would play that.
I could find
Because
it.
they have no running game. They have CD and Pickens. They're probably going to be trailing in a lot of games, so he might be throwing it 40 times a game. Like Dak would be up there on my list, and Burrow obviously would be up there on my list to lead the league in passing yards.
I could see it. I definitely think. And look, we talk all the time about the best receiver combinations and the best, 2 receivers, 3 receivers, however you look at it. But when you look at a guy like Dak having a second receiver now, a really good second receiver to go with CeeDee Lamb, I think that his numbers could be higher this year.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. Cash them or trash them with the bees. What are you cashing? What are you trashing? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Brian looked up. This is what good producers do, Brian. Thank you for pulling your weight there a little bit. No free lunches around here. Dak Prescott's third FanDuel, you said, to lead the league in passing yards at plus 950. That's pretty close by me. Pat on the back here. Mahomes was second. I don't like that. Plus 900, you said?
Yeah, plus
I
900.
don't think he's going to be anywhere close to the leading passers in the league. I think they'll run good
I don't think they
defense, all of
wanted
that.
him to be
They'll
there.
win a bunch of games. And then Burrow was first, but at plus 650, you said?
550.
550.
Not enough value for you.
I actually kind of like that value.
I think he's gonna. I think he could run away with it.
Like he's
Well,
the
pass away
favorite
with it.
there, but I expected it to be closer to plus 300, not plus 550. I wouldn't mind betting Burrow and Dak and just hope one of them gets it and then lock in the profit there. I might dabble in that a little bit. Also, there's been a trade in baseball. Duran, the closer from Minnesota, is on his way to Philly.
Ooh, that's good.
Going to the Philly. Why were you grimacing? Where do you think he's going?
Because the initial report at the start of the day was the Dodgers were trying to finalize the deal.
Oh, you want him to go to LA?
Well, and wait for it. Then while we started the show, the rumor was the Mariners were in on him and trying to flip
Really?
it to them. The fact that he went to the Phillies and went to the National League, I'll take it.
Yeah, I don't mind it.
Yeah, National League is a win.
Maybe it's a sign the Twins are selling everybody. Correa's next.
It does. I mean, I was already
Willie
convinced
Castro.
Correa was for sale, but hearing that they're trading Duran, then yeah, Correa's definitely got to be
Correa
for
hug
sale.
anybody?
No.
That was the knock on Duran yesterday.
I didn't get a chance to listen to
Hey,
the
give
audio of
everyone
this
a
yet.
hug over there.
That was
Watch.
good, Brian.
But Correa actually met with the media after the game. He said,
Oh, did he?
He said, I don't think there's anything serious right now.
I mean, what else is he going to say,
I
though?
know. Shut the up.
Only if Cody
It's
Bellinger's
likely.
nearby.
It's likely you could say that. All right, cash them or trash them. What are you cashing or trashing? 713-780-3776. What are you cashing?
I'm going to cash that the Houston Astros are going to make 2 trades between now and the deadline tomorrow. Not 1, but 2.
Yeah, I'll cash that.
Okay.
Cash that they make 2.
People are already freaking out a little bit. They haven't done anything yet. Clock's ticking. It's fine. They're fine.
Yeah, I think I cashed it as well. They've got too many needs to go one and done or no trades.
And I think it goes people with the stand pat question. I just feel like with everybody doing everything around them too, I think they're going to make a couple of moves.
Yeah, I think we're all in agreement. A ground ball with a runner at third, less than 2 outs, and the infield playing back that scores a run should be a sacrifice.
Repeat that.
A ground ball with a runner at third, less than 2 outs, and the infield playing back that scores the run should be a sacrifice.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Because they're not even trying to prevent the run necessarily.
What's the difference between hitting a ground ball with the infield playing back that scores the run as opposed to hitting a fly ball that scores the run? We have a bias official scoring to the fly ball. It's a shame. It's a shame. We should put more emphasis on a sacrifice with the ball on the ground. I know that it's not technically a sacrifice, but like runner at second base, nobody out, you lay down a bunt, runner gets to third, you give up your out, sacrifice. How about hitting a ball to the right side, moving the runner over to third? Why isn't that a sacrifice?
As long as the ball that he hits isn't a double play ball, which then would take out.
Hard to do with a runner at second.
I thought you said first and third. Okay. No, I agree with you. Yeah, I'll cash it.
Yeah, I'll cash it as well.
We have an anti-ground ball bias to sacrificing the out. It's a shame. If
I hadn't thought about that before, but you're right.
They say that everybody should have something in life that they really stand up for. I'm going to stand up for ground balls needing to be sacrifices in baseball.
That's the soapbox you're going to die on.
I do.
Hill.
I'm a big believer in the RBIs, not the RBI. In fact, I'm not a believer, and it's a fact. MLA and AP both say that.
Opinion.
No, it's not opinion. It's fact, according to the MLA and AP.
And Carl Ravitch.
Carl Ravitch is an idiot. That triggers me every time I think about his name.
That's why I brought it up.
Honestly, me being on the side of the same side as Carl Ravitch does trouble me, but I'm still dying on that
I'm
hill.
glad you can admit that. I mean, you fine. You can die on that Taos Hill, but you're wrong. All right, you're up.
I'm going to take us to the fantasy side of this. Well, it's almost August. I think I could give one fantasy takeoff here, and this is top of mind because I think I finally got my biggest money league to convert to what I'm about to say. But if your fantasy football league uses some sort of reverse standings or continual waivers to where it's not a fab system, it's completely fraudulent. Like if you don't have free agent acquisition bidding system, if you're not bidding on free agents and you're said just putting in no effort to, well, whoever has the worst record or whoever's most most recently picked up a free agent goes to the back of the list. It's just lazy, and it takes out so much fun from the game.
You have too much time on your hands. I'm totally on the opposite side of this. I'm trashing that.
I thought mine was incredibly nuanced, and then we did that.
Yeah.
Is it that nuanced? I just said if you don't have FAB, your league's fraudulent.
I never knew what FAB stood for until you just said it.
Free agent acquisition bidding.
I am pro FAB. I legitimately, sincerely, I know I'm laughing at this, but I am pro FAB. I do think you should have reverse order of standing
as a tiebreaker.
Secondary.
Yeah, as a tiebreaker, sure.
No, I like FAB. FAB's I'm pro FAB. We have FAB in our leagues.
It's just so much.
I just never knew what it meant.
It's just so much less fun.
There's
without
2 A's in that.
Yeah, free agent
Yeah.
acquisition bidding. You said.
Yeah. FAAB. Yeah.
Free agent acquisition boredom. More like it. Cash number trash 713-780-3776. A 7 to 3 job is better than a 9 to 5 job.
Boy, the mornings are tough, but you get out with a couple of days, a couple hours before everything shuts down, or a lot of things shut down. I could go with that. 7 to 3 is good.
I rather get up early and get off early than get off later. I would take 7 to 3
I
over.
was there with you on that one.
You guys are disgusting. Y'all disgust me. Give me 7 to 3 over 9 to 5. I don't even know what I said. What did I say?
Well, it was what we said pause about.
I'm
not going to repeat it.
Yeah, I'm not saying that again.
7 to 3 is better than 9 to 5, Brian.
No, I agree. 100% agree. Make it unanimous.
All right, good deal. How about 3 to 6? Khabib. How do you say his last name, Brian?
I don't know. I'm not a MMA guy.
Magomedov or whatever. He said that the UFC should get rid of rounds. Regular fight, 15 minutes. Title fight, 25 minutes. Get rid of rounds completely.
And just go till someone drops?
Well, no. 15 minutes for a regular fight because 5 times 3, 15.
So someone drops or the 15 minutes is up.
Yeah, you just get rid of the breaks. You get rid of the rounds completely.
Sorry, go ahead, Joel.
No, I'm not an expert on this. I don't know how much the rest period, or if it, when you get to the end of a round, does that really bail that many guys out, but of a troubled situation? But I don't know enough. I don't follow it close enough to say that one way or the other.
Yeah, I'm going to trash it because I'm relating this to boxing, but I think, close enough for the comparison. But I think the fight would be less interesting because if guys are completely gassed from never having that little break, then you're going to get less action as the fight goes on than if you had the rounds broken up.
I'm cashing this. I think this would be awesome.
You don't think the pace could slow down if they're not getting a little break?
Good, but be a superior athlete. Stop pandering to guys who need breaks and
I don't care about that though. Give me a better fight. If it takes a little 1 minute breaks in between, then give it to me.
See, I think you get more finishes with this though.
You could be right about that.
I think you would get more finishes with no breaks.
Are the bigger guys going to be?
They'd be gassed.
Yeah,
but they're gassed anyways. But again, I think you get finishes there because they're gassed. They don't get a chance to regroup. I like the idea.
You might get more action early because then those guys are trying to end it early and just go on
they know a big guy who knows he can't go 15.
Right.
I like the idea. Cash or trash this being cool. Cooper Hummel got a Nick Kurtz autographed bat from the 4-homer game. Kurtz autographed it for him saying, "Thanks for throwing a strike." Is that cool? Cash or trash?
I think it's fine. I don't have any problem with it. I mean, evidently Cooper Hummel is an autograph collector as well. But I mean,
she doesn't have Cam Smith's autograph.
I bet she can get it.
Sure.
I mean,
of course.
I definitely think that this is cool.
I kind of thought of Laramie Tunsil in the Beyonce shoe.
Mm-hmm.
That's the first thought I had.
But he didn't ask for it. Cooper Hummel didn't ask for it.
Pretty sure he did.
How would he get it? If there's no way Nick Kurtz is just walking up to him with an autograph
Take this bat, kid. He's 10 years older than him.
That would be weird.
When I read it, and I didn't say either way who did what, I read it as Nick Kurtz sent it over to him.
I can't see that. A rookie pulling that move.
Also, it's pretty it's a jerk move and a D move if you're sending autographed bats to all of your home run victims.
I kind of actually like that and hope that becomes a thing. But yeah, I could not see a rookie having that so much bravado that unrequested he sends out an autographed bat to an outfielder who was pitching to him.
I think it's super lame that Cooper Hummel asked for this.
I don't want to go super lame, but I think I would not do it.
I think it's a loser's mentality. Yes, it was a blowout. Yes, you're a position player pitching. But hey, Kurtz, give me the bat. Like I don't like it. I think it's a loser mentality.
If it was someone who I thought was going to have a long major league career ahead of them, then I would agree with you. But it's Cooper Hummel. Like he might be gone next year, and never back in
Probably
baseball.
before
So,
then.
like, I don't mind it as much.
So the way I read it from both Foul Territory and from McTaggart was that he got an autographed bat from Kurtz. It doesn't say that Hummel asked.
It doesn't say that Kurt sent it either.
No, you're right. But I'm just saying I took it as that Kurtz sent it to him.
I think that's really odd behavior to send bats to pitchers. I know he's not a pitcher that surrendered home runs to him. I think it's more of one of those jersey swaps. Hey, can I catch your jersey after the game?
Okay. I saw it the other way.
If Kimbo Slice and a random cop can fight for 15 straight minutes, so can the pros. Good point. Texture, with a guy like Khabib, you would just get 25 minutes of grappling in that scenario. Round breaks makes them stand up. Cool, they're standing up for 10 seconds. Like, Khabib's going to get them to the ground as soon as the round starts anyways. So you're not really getting even a ton of stand-up. Texture, a caught foul tip should be an out anytime during the at-bat. Cash or trash?
I kind of like that one.
I hate it. Trash.
I like it if the foul ball isn't just on a direct line, but yeah, the foul tip.
Well, there wouldn't be a tip.
It could. I mean, if it's a breaking pitch and you swing and you tipped it up and it goes up over the catcher's head and he catches it like right
That's an
head
out.
high.
That's a pop-up.
If it's a breaking pitch and he swings full swing at it and it pops up over his head, yeah, so it's an out. So it counts.
But that wouldn't be a foul tip.
Okay. I don't mind it.
Ryan, you foul tip? Should it be an out anytime during the at-bat?
Sorry, I was pulling audio. I just saw. Repeat it.
A foul tip should be an out anytime during the at-bat.
I don't have a strong take either way. It doesn't move my needle.
Thanks for participating.
You're welcome.
Joe Burrow is overrated. He's not a top quarterback. He's a loser. Hasn't made the playoffs in the last 2 years. Cash or trash?
Let me guess who said this.
Guess.
Israel.
Yeah, it was Israel.
Shocker. It's out of
Yeah.
his mind.
I
It's a
trashed
stupid
that.
Take, trash it.
Drop third strike should be an automatic out. Cash or trash? I don't mind that one as much.
Drop. I do. It is annoying to me that when you strike out, that's the one, but the catcher traps the ball against the ground.
Yeah. I mean, you're swinging at an awful pitch in the dirt. I know that's what pitchers are trying to do, but like, why should you have the opportunity to reach base because you swung at a worse pitch?
Yeah, I can see that.
Like, in Little League, it makes a little bit more sense because, like, they're catching literal balls. They're not blocking pitches in the dirt. I don't mind that one as much. The time in between rounds is also for the manager to give input. So what? Pros don't need input.
They're screaming at him the whole round anyway.
Be the superior mind. I think it does. I think it gives an advantage to the better fighter, the better mind, the higher IQ, which is why Khabib likes it, because Khabib would be the master at this. But he's retired. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Car wreck of the day. What is your car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Car wreck of the day, 713-780-3776. What you got, brother?
Got a couple of them. Coors Light has a new deodorant.
Has Granado used it?
I was going to ask. It's already sold out. They got together with a deodorant company, and before you ask, no, it doesn't mean that your pits smell like beer.
What about the Blue Mountains?
It's supposed to smell like it's supposed to smell like the pure Blue Mountains.
You got to tap the
and
mountains.
it was available on their website, but they got a deodorant company to make a Coors Light deodorant.
Are they calling it the banquet deodorant?
I thought that was Miller.
That's
no,
original
Coors is the banquet beer.
Is that
the original
Miller?
Coors is the banquet beer.
Yeah, Coors is the banquet beer.
Not and then there's
Not
Coors
Miller?
Light.
No, it's Coors, bro.
No,
Okay. All right. I'm not a beer
From
drinker. I'll take
Milwaukee,
your
where
word.
Miller's from, it's never been that.
For the third time, it's Coors.
I believe you. I believe you. I just thought I'd heard as
beer.
Miller's.
Didn't Coors got bought, didn't they? Didn't they get bought out by one of the big brands?
I thought, well, back in the day, because Schlitz was a Milwaukee brewery as well, and Coors bought Schlitz and moved it to Detroit.
So Molson Coors acquired full ownership of Miller Coors. So I think Miller bought Coors for a moment, and then Molson bought Miller Coors back in 2016, according to Google AI. Whatever.
Because like Miller is still owned by the Miller Brewing Company.
I would assume so, yeah. What else you got?
Gilbert Arenas, another one of the ex-athletes gone bad. Yesterday was Marcus Morris. Today, Gilbert Arenas.
Just now went bad? Gilbert?
I mean, Gilbert's been doing a lot of stuff during his life. I don't know what you're getting at, but
I'm just saying he's been bad at times before. It just didn't get there. He soured a long time ago.
But now he's got a successful podcast. He's got a lot of people following him. He's got a lot of things going for him. And now he got a federal indictment because he was operating an illegal gambling business in which high-stakes poker games were played at an Encino, California mansion that he owned. And it is suspected that he was in partnership with an Israeli crime figure. Ain't good.
There's a lot of power there, some people say. No, not good there. Is that your last one?
Yep.
NFL top 100 list for having Joe Mixon over Honey Bijan Robinson was ridiculous. Vince McMahon was cited for reckless driving after he rear-ended a dude that led to a 3-car wreck. Car wreck of the day. I had Arenas too. Tom Brady telling Scotty Scheffler how to be a family man. Brady?
Didn't Brady leave a pregnant wife for Giselle?
Is that true? I didn't know that.
Well, I know it
was
maybe
Bridget Monahan.
Maybe
he
I'm
left
thinking
her
of
while
Tiki.
she was pregnant for Giselle.
Either she was
You know
pregnant or
what?
they had a small.
I think I'm thinking
young
of
son.
Tiki Barber.
And then, oh yeah, that's right.
Son.
Yeah, Tiki Barber definitely did.
With like an NBC stage director or
Right,
something.
right.
And then but then Brady, of course, Giselle left him.
She did after he decided to come back for that
something like
final year.
So Brady giving Scheffler advice on how to be a family man, I thought was funny and
pretty
rich. And then I got nominated for my yeast joke. When Russ
It was pretty
Yeast
gross.
Gross.
Yeast rising his breath.
How is that
Brian.
gross?
Yeast infection was the other.
How is yeast rising to
Because
the
I took
top
it as what Joel
slowly
just said.
gross?
I took it as
I
what
said
Joel
it started
just said.
slow, but it rose to the top.
Yeah. Okay. In
That's not
hindsight, you're right.
gross. It's bread, Brian. It's as basic as it gets. What do you got?
I'm going to nominate you faking everyone in Splendora lives in a trailer.
I didn't
and
say
then
that.
Also, Nick Kurtz flexing apparently by sending his bat to Cooper Hummel.
What
The
wins?
A's NBC thing said that he gifted it to him. So there's that.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
I ask for every gift I get. What wins?
I'm going to go with Gilbert Arenas.
I had Arenas on mine too. So
Yeah,
that's good.
that's-
All right,
that's
Gilbert
fine.
Arenas, the winner. Hope he was winning those high stakes poker games too. Does it for us. Thanks to Brian for the hard work. He's Blank. I'm Branham. Talk to you tomorrow from Carbach Destination 2026. Glenn Davis coming up right now.
Can you hear me in the back? All right, bet. And action.
it's all about. Don't listen to my replies. You say to me I don't talk enough, but when I do, I'm a fool. These times I've spent, I've realized to shoot through and leave you. The things you say, your past just give you away. The things you say, you're unbelievable. You get me with your problems, but tell me more than mine. Take you higher. But you got me waiting. Oh, you're so cold.